and win big with Will Hite.
We are the National Park Foundation, and together with your support, we are building a bold future where national parks are vibrant, protected, and welcoming. Learn more at nationalparks.org/foundation.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Humble bragging.
I slept great until I got up this morning at my accustomed time of 3:45 to get ready for this extravaganza.
Bitter jealousy.
We've been working together for 9 years.
That's true. That's true.
9 years, and a lesser stag has caught your scent.
And timeless Friday traditions.
I'm like, let's go. Let's get the party started. I'm ready to go.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, good morning. Happy Friday. You made it. Weekend is within your grasp. Great to have you out here on a early Friday morning, but a beautiful Friday morning. And good morning to Brandon Stokley, a already well-fed, well-caffeinated Brandon Stokley.
You did it. There was a lot of doubters. There was a lot of haters.
Never any doubt.
A lot of doubt from the guys that know you best, that work with you, whether you would deliver McDonald's or not. And you did. You came through. I got the Big Coke. I got the 2 hash browns. I got the sausage, egg McMuffin. So I am slowly going to work my way through it during the first hour of the show. But the Big Coke just hits differently.
Doesn't it?
It does.
You love the Big Coke?
I think that should be a Friday staple.
I think you might be right. Right up there with Karma Chameleon to open the show.
That's
Big
right.
Cokes.
But you did. You came through. Good job. Way to start.
Always pays his debts.
That's right.
Way to set the tone for Friday.
That's right. I'll tell you, though, thank goodness for meal deals, because when I started making the order, right, I'm like, yeah, I'll take 5 sausage McMuffin with egg sandwiches. I'll take 5 hash browns and 2 Cokes. And so everything got itemized separately. And it was like $43. And then they, did it all with the meal deals and combos and
got it down a little bit.
Brought it down into like the mid-20s. So, so thank you very much, meal deal. Is it just me on an Is It Just Me Friday? Is it just me, or thank goodness for the meal deals?
Meal deals are good.
Yep.
No, but you did good, Mike. Way to set the tone for Friday. Yesterday it was a little bit off. Simmer got here on time today. That's a huge positive on a Friday. Yesterday everything was just a little bit off. You set the tone on a Friday.
Got to set the tone. By the way, got to give a shout out to, I know our 6 a.m. listeners are a breed apart with just how they get up and go and meet the morning and meet the day. But shout out to the dude who was pedaling his bike up Morrison Road right by Fox Hollow Golf Course at 5:10 this morning. I'm driving down the hill and I see this like one solitary little light. I'm like, is that what I think it is? And yep, this dude's just like hammering on his bike, standing up on his pedals, going up this hill at 5:10. I'm like, wow, that takes a special breed to be
That's early.
out there on the bike up the hill. This wasn't one of those electric bikes, where you see people now, oh, look at me, I'm out riding my bike, and you're on an electric bike. That doesn't count. You're cheating. But this guy he had the full, Tour de France outfit on, squeezed into those bicycle shorts like a sausage casing ready to pop on a grill.
Kids got balls, man.
Usually you don't see heavy bikers though. Usually especially if you're up at
that early.
If you're up at 5'10", you're not out of shape.
Usually it's walkers, some joggers, not many bicyclists at 5'10", but this guy was.
They're not out of shape though.
No, they're not. 5'10", still dark, riding your bike up a pretty good incline. So, hey, props to you. It is an Is It Just Me Friday, where we give you the chance to get those hot sports opinions off your chest, everything that's built up over the week that you just, you got to get it out there to us. Give it to us in the form of, Is It Just Me? RamosLive.com text line 303-713-1043. We want humor, we want opinion, and most of all, we love snark. Heavy on the snark. Work in a Brandon Stokley French Cajun word phrase of the week, of the day, and you get bumped to the top of the line. So,
I mean, we got the NFL season right around the corner. Is it just me or wow, this happened quickly?
Well, we're getting close because we saw the annual Russell Wilson video release yesterday.
Oh,
at his home. Remember the home in San Diego, the field, out there with his little passing camp before the start of training camp. But he took it to another level yesterday. Man, he's out there. So he's got not shoulder pads, but he's basically he's got shoulder pads on. Okay? He's wearing shoulder pads and a Giants helmet and shorts. And then he's throwing to all the Giants guys who are all out there in, shorts, T-shirts, no shirt, running around. But he's got his shoulder pads and helmet on.
Yeah.
Attention to detail.
That's right. I don't really mind that if that's how you want to go through your workout. I remember Johnny Manziel did that for his pro day at Texas A&M.
Yeah, how'd that work out?
I thought it was pretty cool at the time. Now, to your point, it didn't work out very well for him. But, hey, if you want to – because it's different. It's different when you're playing football with pads on than when you're just running around with, T-shirt and shorts on. And sometimes you like to, you want to simulate a game as much as possible. So I don't mind that at all if you want to take that approach. But, yeah, it's right around the corner. I mean, what are we looking at, 22nd, 23rd?
Yes.
10, 11 more days?
Yep. So a Giants fan posted video of Russ doing this. And this Giants fan said, "Am I crazy for thinking Russ, greater than signal, hurts?" To which somebody else responded to that.
Yes!
Had to either be a Seattle Bronco or Steeler fan saying, "Man, Giants fans have no idea what's coming."
Just wait.
Just wait.
How long does he last? How long? Is it a month? 6 games before it's Jackson Dart?
Let's see. Let me actually, that's a great question. Let's take a quick look. I'm kind of curious now. You brought this up on the fly.
I say it's going to be right.
I want to look at the schedule here.
I know.
All right, here's the schedule.
I'm helping you out.
I got it. Okay, they start out at Washington, at Dallas, home against Kansas City, home against the Chargers, at New Orleans, home against Philadelphia, and then at the Denver Broncos Week 7. Is he the starting quarterback for the Giants against the Broncos here Week 7?
No way. He's going 4 games.
4 games?
Yep, 4 games. So Jackson Dart, if he doesn't start day 1, he's going to start against the Saints. That'd be a perfect time to put him in there. Tough start to the schedule, to the season for them. Commanders, Cowboys on the road, then Chiefs and Chargers at home. And then you can kind of take a deep breath. You got the Saints. So I think that would be the perfect timing to put Jackson Dart in.
Yeah, because the Giants have a pretty good defense. And if they start out, let's say, 0-3, and impatient New York Giant fan back there, they're going to be listening to Russ every week. Hey, just got to be a little better. All that stuff. We're going to work on it.
Believe in it.
That'll wear thin real quick, and they'll be calling for Jackson Dart. If they start 0-3, they lose to the Chiefs. It might even happen by that Charger game.
It could. You're right. Yep. It could.
So, yeah.
But we're here. I mean, it is here.
It's here. College football, too, right around the corner. Got a chance to hear from Deion Sanders. A lot of people weighing in on whether or not Deion's going to be here for the long term. Define the long term. So you got that. You got a lot of Nuggets stuff. Summer League kicked off last night. Did David Adelman all but come out and confirm that Jonas Valanciunas will be a Denver Nugget this year? You got Avalanche stuff. Josh Manson getting a 2-year contract extension on top of the 1 year he has left. So a lot to react to. We also have our daily top 5, a fun daily top 5 list that we'll unveil along with Is It Just Me? It's coming up next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
We'll have 4 drops at First Bank locations across the metro area starting July 15th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, boy Stink here today by my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Excel Energy loves that the tree you want to plant is for birding. But before you start identifying warblers or digging up the perfect spot, you need to call 811 to ensure your project doesn't hit any underground utility lines. But while we've all mixed up a brown-headed cowbird and a gray catbird, you don't want to get shovels and utility lines mixed up together. Contact 811 at least 3 business days before you dig to ensure your projects avoid any underground utility lines. Learn more at excelenergy.com/811.
Attention golf lovers, the city of Aurora has you covered this season. With 5 beautiful courses to choose from, there's something for everyone. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. Meadow Hill's slowly becoming a favorite of mine. What's not to love about an old school tree-lined classic? And it's in our backyard. This former country club is a must visit if you are in the Metro Denver area. Add it to your golf checklist now and thank me later. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and give them a follow on Facebook, X, and Instagram.
Brandon Stokley here for ROX Rocks Heating and Air. There's never been a better time to have a new Lennox heating and cooling system installed. Have you heard about heat pumps? Lennox cold climate heat pumps are eligible for up to $15,000 in rebates and tax credits. Yep, $15,000. Don't forget about great 0% interest financing. Get a free in-home estimate. Colorado's Lennox heating and cooling experts. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
If you want your lawn and plants to be healthy through the summer months, it's Iron Rich. From the folks who make all the great Colorado-made Rich Lawn products you've known for years, Iron Rich is high in iron and sulfur and will keep your plants green and healthy without forcing a lot of growth and causing stress on them. The Iron Rich formula helps combat yellowing leaves on trees, common this time of year, especially after all that recent rain. Take it easy on your plants and yourself and pick up a bag of Iron Rich today. Visit richlawn.com for more information.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut to size. Because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
Did you know there are more ways than ever to save with Allstate? Like adding more cars to your policy means you could save more. Same with bundling home and auto. More savings. Oh, and staying safe on the road? Ding, ding, ding. You guessed it, more savings. So check Allstate first, and you could save more today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Potential savings and prices vary, including based on how you buy. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Sharp criticism.
Mark Schlereth a pansy.
Cries for help.
Dude, wake up.
No.
I need better from you.
And a little bit of tough love.
If the truth gives you a wedgie, then you know what? Buy better underpants.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right. Friday morning, weekend, summer. Everyone's in a good mood. It's already reflected on the RamosLaw.com text line as we get ready for a fun Friday. Is it just me Friday, giving you a chance to get those hot sports opinions, or it could be about anything like this one. Is it just me, or did that last segment sum up Evans's approach to his lifestyle? Talking about a biker, dude's pedaling up the hill, working it, while Mike's on his way down the hill for 5 meal deals at McDonald's. It's from Kevin and Hudson. Kevin and Hudson, roll tide. There you go, Kevin. Yes, that's at my moment. I'm like, boy, that looks like some serious work. Man, I can't wait for a hash brown. Good one. Keep them coming. Another one. Is it just me, or was it great to see Deron Holmes play at full speed after his injury? Yeah, it was Deron Holmes, the former Nuggets first-round pick, who tore his Achilles during Summer League last year. And basically 1 year later, back out on the floor, 15 points, 4 rebounds, was the Nuggets' leading scorer in their Summer League loss to Milwaukee. And, that's you love stories like that, don't you, Stoke? I'm sure you, as somebody who, certainly battled your fair share of injuries and, injuries that required, I think you had an Achilles, right?
I did.
That's a cool story to see somebody that young who was all excited about being able to make his NBA debut, and right away it's snuffed out with an injury like that. You got to sit around all year watching, waiting, wondering, doubting, and then to see him out there last night, that's cool.
Yeah, no, it really is. And he played well. It doesn't matter how much you think about the Summer League or when you're evaluating these guys, but for a guy to tear his Achilles last year in the Summer League and make his return last night and play well, 15 points, 6 for 9 from the field. I mean, that's a huge positive. If the Nuggets get anything from this guy this year, that's huge. I mean, you're talking about a guy that's basically a rookie, and he will be coming off the bench, obviously, but if you can get any kind of production from him, that would be big.
Well, it sure sounds like the whole Jonas Valanciunas thing is going to end up with him being here, as David Adelman, head coach David Adelman, not interim, but head coach David Adelman, who was at the game yesterday, was talking about Val and saying he's such a skilled player. It's funny. I think people forget that we had DeMarcus Cousins years back, and this will be the first time. Listen to how he's speaking here. This will be the first time I think we have our backup with a similar skill set style to Nikola. And then he went on to talk about, the ways that you can use him. But speaking like that, present tense, sounds like this deal's going to happen.
Yeah. Okay, that's good news. At least you found someone. I mean, that was obviously one of their top priorities this offseason was to find a backup big for Jokic, and you got a good one. All right. Who knows what was happening there with the team overseas, but it didn't work out. Looks like he's going to be coming here, and I like the move. I like the addition. They needed to add somebody where Jokic could actually sit down and hopefully, you don't look up and they're down 10 points 5-6 minutes later.
There was this very interesting Reddit post on the official Nuggets page about the Val situation where somebody posted this. And I'll read some of it. Quote, "There is no more dilemma. Valanciunas will be the new Denver Nuggets player and the first substitute to the best player in the world. This information was confirmed to us by a source close to our player. In fact, how much Nikola values his Lithuanian colleague says the fact that he initiated a phone call with him in order to persuade him that the Denver's project is the best choice for him. Nikola was initially very pleased that Jonas arrived to the team. When the whole situation about him coming or not coming to the team due to his alleged deal with Greece came up, he took the matter into his own hands and on Monday personally called Val on the phone and talked to him about the plans for the next season. And he explained to him how much he considers him important for what the Nuggets are trying to do next year. So, sounds like Jokic, the closer, made the call, said, hey, come here. Don't worry about your contract. Because it's becoming quite clear, Stoke, that really what this came down to was Valanciunas in a league that just is handing out just obnoxious contracts, has only 2 years left on a deal making about $10 million per. And I think that how that contract is going to be worked out here will probably decide what ultimately happens, but it sounds like it's going to be worked out. He's going to be here.
What do you mean contract worked out? You think they're giving him a pay raise, or he just shows up?
Or they do something about making that second year maybe not guaranteed. Maybe rework
so where
the
he's a free agent after 1 year.
Correct.
Okay. And that's fine. Look, I mean, we're taking it year by year. You need a backup center for this year. Right? Mm-hmm. And if you have to, amend the contract and take that second year, make it, make him be able to be a free agent, if that's what he wants, okay, I'm fine with that. Are you good with that, if that's what it takes?
It is a bargain. Boy, this deal for a good big man, very good backup, somebody you could start in a pinch if necessary. At age 33 and 34, you're getting him for 2 years at about $10 million per. That is a bargain in today's NBA.
Mike, I mean, he's not starting.
Doesn't matter. It's still a bargain for a guy who can.
Well, I mean, how much are you paying your backup center? What do you want to pay? What are they paying him these days? $20 million? We're talking about backup. He's not starting. I don't think it's that big of a bargain.
No?
Yeah, like we're getting the best deal ever. Oh my gosh, we're only paying our backup center $10 million.
Ladies and gentlemen, NFL player who played his entire career with non-guaranteed contracts under the threat of being cut or forced to restructure. It's the
playoffs, no gift.
Do you hear the envy? Do you hear the football envy right there?
There is no
envy. You NFL.
Why?
You NFL players are so jealous of basketball players and baseball players.
Nope.
Heck, you're even jealous of hockey guys, believe it or not.
I'm not.
Because their contracts are guaranteed.
Football is just different. Right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We know that.
It's different. And football never have fully guaranteed contracts for everyone. That's not a good system. Do you understand that, Mike?
Why not?
It's not a good system because
why is Brandon Stokley having a guaranteed 4-year, $20 million contract? Every last cent guaranteed. Why is that a bad deal?
Okay, let me help you out here, Mike.
Okay, please.
Apparently you don't understand. Because I wouldn't get the 4-year, $20 million fully guaranteed contract, Mike. You would be seeing 1-year contracts everywhere. Make sense? They're not giving big contracts
Why
out.
not?
So because injuries, football, injuries, 53 guys on the roster, okay? And so that's just not the way that they would operate. Football has done a really good job lately of at least you're getting good guaranteed money. 5 years, $70 million, 40 guaranteed. That's not bad. That's not bad. So I think the way that it's structured now is not a bad deal for NFL players. I really don't, because if you go fully guaranteed, you're going to start seeing shorter contracts, 1 and 2 year contracts in the NFL. And I think it's actually better now than it would be if you had fully guaranteed contracts.
They are back, our free limited edition training camp built to win 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts. We're going to have 4 drops where we're giving them away at First Bank locations across the metro area. That's starting next week, July 15th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good. This has become a great summer tradition right before camp opens. These T-shirts, people love getting them. We have different themes every year. We've been doing this for close to 8, 9, 10 years now, and they are always very popular, and we got more to give out this year. First one coming up again on July 15th. Check out DenverSports.com/shirt for all of the locations and dates. More Is It Just Me as we roll ahead. Coming up next.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Tuesday, July 15th from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on East Lincoln Avenue in Lone Tree. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What is happening, fellas? Stoke here for my friends at Embers Golf. I got to tell you, I'm so excited about my golf game right now. I've been working with my friends over at Embers Golf for months now. I got hooked up with a full set of clubs, custom-fitted clubs. I'm talking about driver, 3-wood, all my irons. I'm taking my golf game to the next level this year. I'm going out today to play. I can't wait. So if you're as excited as I am for golf season, make sure you're prepared and go visit my guys over at Embers Golf. And what separates Embers Golf from all these other golf shops, it's a small, family-owned, boutique-style golf shop, and it has everything that you'll need from all the major and smaller brands, TaylorMade, Callaway, PXG, G4, Titleist, whatever you need, they've got you covered. They even have 2 hitting bays. So make sure you stop by Embers Golf for all your custom golf fitting needs from top to bottom of the golf bag. At Embers Golf, they aren't just selling golf clubs, they crafted a journey for golf enthusiasts. So to book a fitting online, just like I did, go to embersgolf.com. That's embersgolf.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Peanut butter and jelly.
music and dancing, salt and pepper. At Excel Energy, we believe some things just work better together. Like a heat pump, the 2-in-1 unit that can both cool and heat your home. And better yet, it does so using energy more efficiently than a traditional HVAC system. Better yet, you can also save money on a heat pump with rebates at excelenergy.com/heat pumps. Cooling, heating, and savings. That's a lot to get pumped about. All in one package.
Catch a ride with Evie and Otto. Catch a ride.
Hi, it's Evie. This July, Castle Rock Chevrolet GMC is bringing the fireworks and the savings.
Boom! And Otto wants you to save $500 on all new and certified pre-owned cars.
Celebrate freedom and big deals all month long.
Just mention this ad and save 500 smackers.
Together, let's drive the Castle Rock Chevrolet GMC. Come catch a ride.
Evie and Otto always know where to go.
Ah, now that it's nice outside, I can't wait to spend time at my favorite outdoor oasis right in my own backyard. With my custom built-in grill island, comfy patio furniture, and blazing fire pit from O.W. Lee, I may never want to leave. Hi, this is Keith Lair with Lair Fireplace and Patio to let you know that we'd love to help you create your very own outdoor oasis in your backyard. Lair's offers the widest variety of top-quality O.W. Lee furniture and fire pits. With a great selection of in-stock items along with our custom ordering process, you can choose the exact style and color that will make your patio sizzle this summer. Lair's also sells the top names in quality barbecue grills and accessories to help you create an outdoor kitchen that will be the envy of your neighborhood. Lair Fireplace and Patio is Denver's oldest, most trusted name in barbecues and outdoor furniture. Family owned and operated since 1954. Go to LairFireplacePatio.com and see why O.W. Lee is the most sought after name in quality outdoor furniture and fire pits. That's Lair Fireplace and Patio, Denver's outdoor room experts.
Visit any of Lair Fireplace and Patio's beautiful showrooms.
Packed with peanuts and filled with golden caramel, Payday is one hard-working candy bar. So grab one now to power you through the day. Payday Peanut Caramel Bar. Get to it.
Delusional confidence. I'm tougher than Mark. Strong detective work.
Something was way off with him, like some kind of bad gummy bear or something. I don't know. It was just
Gummy bear. And personal hygiene.
Holy Moses. The guy's excited about showering.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, rolling along here on this Friday. Is It Just Me Friday? A lot of Is It Just Me's coming in. As we just, give you a chance to get stuff off your chest heading off into the weekend. Can be about anything. All the local sports teams. If there's stuff outside the world of sports you don't even want to weigh in on, please. Guys, did you hear Phillip Lindsay calling you guys crabby for the way you reacted to the trivia questions yesterday?
Well, I would ask the people that were listening, what did they think of it?
People that were listening thought the questions were bogus.
They thought they were trash.
Yeah, trash.
So, I mean, that's what else? What else do we need? It's like if we're not going to have fun, if you're going to make the questions so bad to where the people listening don't even like them, then
exactly
what are we doing?
I take my cue from the listeners because while I did not have my laptop open while we were doing trivia, don't want any hint of cheating scandals. I did open it up afterwards, and immediately it was like, what kind of questions were those? People are like, I didn't get any of those right either.
Terrible.
But I did come up with a question. Actually, I came up with 3 of the questions for them later today. Ty's going to put together the 4th one. I always let Ty do the curveball question.
Okay.
But I sat down last night to do the questions, and I took some time. I reflected for a moment. I'm like, do I answer their bogus trash questions with some bogus trash questions of my own?
Yeah,
or
screw them.
Or do I rise above and be the better man and the better competitor, the better teammate, and do I just do good, fair trivia questions? What do you think I did, Stokley? Knowing me the way you know me, what do you think I chose?
You chose to take the high road, and just try to keep this on the up and up and make it fair and make it fun.
You are exactly right.
Good job.
I took the high road.
This man is a saint.
Thank you. So, check in later today with the drive. I think around 4 o'clock they play trivia. And we'll see how they do.
I think when I take a step back and think about the drive and who's asking the questions and who's coming up with the questions and what is going on, it's kind of slowly started to deteriorate. But kind of looking at Dante. Board op / producer for the drive. He slowly started taking over the trivia question role. You notice that?
Sounds like it. I had
it used
Drew,
to be Zach.
And Drew came in yesterday. He says, I've been trying to suggest some questions for the last couple of weeks, and Dante just shuts me down.
It used to be Zach. Right?
This whole thing started because of Zach.
Yeah,
he created this.
Zach's Mr. Trivia. Just ask him.
Really? What is his trivia background like,
Oh,
Stokley?
Man. He used to carry around a jukebox and a microphone.
A jukebox. In his trunk?
In his trunk.
Just to see if a trivia game popped up somewhere he was ready to go?
That's what he says. So, but it used to be Zach, and now all of a sudden Dante took over. I think Zach just got lazy. He got lazy.
Soft.
And now the questions are so bad. They got to get their stuff together. So I'm just telling Phil, if you want to say we're crybabies or whatever, I'm just saying, hey, you, the drive, y'all need to get y'all stuff together and figure it out because it's not even fun anymore.
And listen, Phillip, I love you. I discovered you. But but when you're the same people who are listening to us are listening to you, and they're saying the questions were terrible, then what are you going to do? I did for a moment think, you know what? I'm going to come up with 4 questions where every answer is Dante. Dante Bichette, Dante's Inferno, Dante Scarnecchia. I was just thinking, just to really drive the point home. Every answer is named Dante.
That'd have been pretty good.
That would have been good. But no, you could tune in a little bit later on. On the RamosLaw.com text line, Rob in Franktown. Guys, I'm a Giants fan, and I don't even want to see Russ in training camp. Have a great day, fellas.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, they should be better this year. Their defense should be pretty good. They're in a tough division, though. Tough division. That's a tough one. So, especially when you're going to, when you got a young quarterback he's the young quarterback's got to save everyone's job. That's the only one that can save Dayball's job and the general manager's job is this young quarterback, Jackson Dart. So how quickly do you get him in there? And then what kind of success you have when you get him in there? We'll see.
Is it just me, Evans? You should just make the questions extremely easy. When the Broncos won the Super Bowl, who was the MVP? Yeah, that's the other way I was thinking about. Let's just make it so ridiculously easy.
Here you go, guys.
Here you
Good
go.
job. Nice job. Y'all won. You happy? That's really good right there. That's the way you should have done it.
Yeah, that is. But that's not taking the high road. That's not being the better man.
But I know. But at a certain point, you don't need to take the high road. That's not what we do.
We're the Wolfpack.
Yeah,
we're the Wolfpack.
Right.
The Wolfpack needs.
We go low every now and then.
Well, we do go low every once in a while.
So screw them.
Let's see. We got some more here. Guys, is it just me? But with the resurgence of the Denver Broncos under Sean Payton, optimism about Bo, the duel of superstars in Cale Makar and Nathan McKinnon, the greatest basketball player to currently walk the earth, if the Rockies could ever get their act together and be a relevant franchise, could Denver be the greatest sports city in America? Daniel in Lakewood. Well, we were having that conversation fairly just a couple years ago when you got the Avs and Nuggets going back-to-back years winning championships.
Yeah, but you didn't have the Broncos.
No, but
so you only had 2 of them.
Yeah, but there were no other cities. I mean, other than the success that, ridiculous success Boston had there for a while, no cities really stood out winning championships like Denver has.
Well, I mean, you only won 2.
Well,
and
you make it sound like it's so easy.
But the Broncos didn't even have a winning season for like 9 years. And then the Rockies, they stunk. Although the Rockies did have a few good years, and I keep on saying it because you're making me do this. Like I just fall in the trap. Yeah, and the Rockies stink. No, the Rockies haven't always been bad. They had a good run there. They were in the playoffs, folks. So no, but I agree though. Now, with the potential of of what we hope to see here continue with the Nuggets and the Avs, but also you got the Broncos being back. Hey, now you got something.
Well, Troy Rank, our buddy from the Denver Post, he said he wrote a column earlier this week in which he said, could this be upcoming the greatest season in Denver sports? Because he wrote, for the first time, the Broncos, Nuggets, Avs boast a realistic chance of all winning a title in the same season. I don't know if I put the Broncos as a title contender this year.
We're going to be a problem.
I don't know if I'm ready to go there yet. I'm definitely ready to talk about the Nuggets and Avs as championship contenders. But anyway, do you realize the last only four times have we had only 4 times have we had 3 teams all in the playoffs in the same year. And in 3 of those years, the Rockies were one of the teams. To your point.
Yeah.
2007, 2009, 2018.
Okay.
It's been 84 years.
So it wasn't. So when it has happened, it hasn't just been Broncos, Avs, Nuggets. It's actually been Rockies, Broncos, Avs, or So you're right.
Okay. No, I mean I think the Broncos a legit Super Bowl contender. They're not at the top of the list, but man, you think they're a playoff team?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay. So if you're a playoff team,
Better
man,
be.
you got a chance. You got a chance, especially if this defense is as good as we think it's going to be.
That's a W.
By the way, how about this for a testament to success? Since 1995, okay? Since 1995, we're talking about 30 years here. Since 1995, the Avalanche have had only 4 losing seasons. The Broncos have had 10. Nuggets have had 12. Rockies, 20.
Wow.
Avs only 4. Testament. That's something to be pretty proud of. We roll on.
Rockies with a tragic loss.
Yes, a lot of those over the last 30 years. 20 of those losing seasons. This one by far the worst of the worst. We got more of an Is It Just Me Friday. Also, we'll get into our daily top 5 coming up next.
Is Bo Nix bringing back pleasant memories for Sean Payton?
I am convinced the longer Bo's career goes on, if he just continues to ascend, I'm telling you, eventually the conversation's going to turn, and it's going to be Sean saying, I saw my next Drew in this guy.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Brandon Stokley here for the only heating and cooling company I trust. ROX rocks heating and air. There's no one better in Colorado. July is the hottest month of the year. Is your air conditioner going to survive? Get a free estimate on a new air conditioner and take advantage of the best deals in town. To make it even better, you can get 0% interest financing. Stay cool, Colorado, with ROX rocks heating and air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX rocks heating and air.
We're hiring at Don's Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at donsgaragedoors.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-777-1225. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-777-1225. That's 800-777-1225 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could it be lower testosterone?
Lower T.
Happens to most guys after 40. I was in the same boat until I started using Nugenix Total T2.
Total T2, the new one I've seen on TV.
Yep, it's the next generation testosterone booster for both free and total testosterone. It's packed with even more man-boosting power, sending nitric oxide levels skyrocketing in just 3 hours.
It actually works?
I feel like I'm in my 20s again. I've got more energy, better results in the gym, and things are even better in the bedroom. Send them a text and get a complimentary bottle.
Text now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the #1 testosterone brand at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, absolutely free. Text CASH to 231231. CASH to 231231. CASH to 231231.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by ROX, Rocks Heating and Air.
Conspiracy theories.
Well, in this case, AI got it wrong.
Yeah.
So, hey, maybe Skynet's not taking over anytime soon.
Firm beliefs.
I'm very easily swayed. If you keep talking, I might be at 70 here in about 30 seconds.
And a few sucker punches.
It was the complete motivator for me, the failure thing.
Mark, when does that stop? Not letting your teammates down after you finish playing? Because it seems like it. You let us down a lot.
Oh, man. It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right. What a display put on by my teammates here on this morning show. So I brought in breakfast. I brought in Mickey D's for the crew. Very, very disappointed that there was so little faith that I would deliver this morning. Johnny Fever apparently treats his body like a temple. While we were scarfing down grease, he was like measuring peanut butter.
Oatmeal.
And oatmeal and grains and oats. Anyway, so MVP of the performance this morning has been Ty. Ty, what do you weigh? Let's guess. Hold on, Stoke. What do you think? What do you think Ty weighs?
155.
Oh, I don't even think he's that big. I'm going to say 149. What are you?
Last time I weighed myself, I was like 140-ish.
140-ish.
I'm not sure how it would be now after those 2 McMuffins.
He just crushed 2 sausage egg McMuffins with cheese.
Yeah.
He's fat. Nicely done, Ty.
It's a lot.
You had the 2 hash browns?
Yeah, I do one. I mean, that was my order. 1 sausage egg McMuffin, 2 hash browns, big Coke.
You laugh about Ty's size, but he can literally kick every single person's ass in this building.
No. I understand
140,
that.
160, 170, doesn't matter.
Listen, let's do not take me talking about his wee size as a indictment about how he can scrap. No. He'll bleep us all up if he wants to. He's got a particular set of skills. Did you know that?
Whatever he hits,
Yeah.
he destroys.
Did you know that?
I do.
He could twist you up into a knot, Brandon Stokley.
I know.
You wouldn't even know it hit you. But yeah, so I was the one that actually showed the restraint this morning. Only 1 egg McMuffin, only 1 hash brown.
You did good.
I did good.
Good for you, bud.
Hold on, I'm still waiting on the hash brown chestnut challenge.
Ooh, yeah. I like the one that Stink brought up yesterday. I guess they did this on air. They were talking about Joey Chestnut and how long would it take you to eat a hot dog and bun? And he thought he could do it in less than 10 seconds. And he's like, nope, couldn't do it. He said he couldn't. He got to like 16 seconds and he wasn't even totally done yet.
Yeah, that's 10 seconds.
No.
Hot dog and bun.
Yeah,
Come
that's no. But could you do it in less than 20?
I don't know.
I think I could. Let's see. Mike Stoke, let me educate you on football since apparently Stoke forgot. Once you enter in playoff mode, you now are a Super Bowl contender. The big dance is not about who danced the best during the year, but who can create the best matchup and scheme.
Isn't that what I said? It's exactly what I said. I said once you get in the playoffs, anything can happen. So, because you said they're a playoff team, if you get in the playoffs and this defense is the defense that we think it can be, doesn't have to be historically good. It doesn't have to be the 2015 defense. If it's just really good defense, you can have a chance. You got a legit chance. So obvious't matchups matter, things like that matter. We'll see how the season plays out. But you know, I'm in the camp that says, okay, I don't really look at this team as a true Super Bowl contender. But you take a step back, you start going through these exercises, and you say, all right, well, if we think they're a playoff team, okay, well,
what would be the last Super Bowl winner you can think of off the top of your head where that was that kind of team? That you didn't go through the season, you didn't even go into the playoffs thinking, okay, real serious Super Bowl threat to win it, and then did win it. Would it be the Rams of a few years ago? Maybe? Because, I mean, you think about the last few teams, Philly, Kansas City, Tampa Bay, I guess, maybe? I mean, they didn't have a great record during the regular season. They came on strong at the end of the season and then rolled through the playoffs. So would those be your best examples?
I mean, well, you think about the Broncos team, you think about the Giants teams that won it, where, you know, they make a few plays
Definitely the Giants. That's a good example.
And your defense just, plays really well. And you come out of nowhere, right? Where it's like, next thing you know, you get hot at the right time, and, not many people picked you to win the Super Bowl before the season started.
Whew. Man, I'd love to think if the Broncos could make it into the playoffs, they'd have as good a chance as anybody else, but they got smacked around. They got, and I didn't have a problem with the loss to Buffalo in the playoffs because at that point it was all gravy, but it did show that even though they were in the playoffs, they had a ways to go.
That was a year ago.
Yeah, but okay, so you really think that this year's team is so much more improved than last year's team that if you get back into exactly that same situation, it would be a much different result?
Well, I'm not saying that right now, but I'm saying you can't look at what happened last year and say, well, man, that's going to happen again unless you get so much better. We see it every year, Mike, when teams play each other twice. One time they smoke the team, the next time they get their butts whipped. It's just, how do you play that day? 2012, we played Baltimore in Baltimore, regular season, whipped them. Easy win. Well, month and a half later, we played them at home in the playoffs. They beat us, right? So
unique circumstances
but I'm just saying, you see it all the time. Every game takes a life of its own. And sometimes things start going the wrong way, and you look up, it's like, okay, well, that was an ass whipping. Well, I mean, that doesn't mean it's going to be like that way in 6 weeks, especially a year. So were they overmatched last year? Yeah. But this is a whole nother year. This is a whole different team. And I think they'll be much better prepared for those types of moments this year.
Well, I definitely put it this way. How about this for some common ground? I'm not ready to go all the way to Super Bowl contender, but I absolutely go into this season with the expectation, the bar for me, every team in town going into a season, you set the bar at a certain level, okay? For me, the Broncos, the bar is set at playoffs and a playoff win. That's where my bar is set.
Okay.
Where's your set?
Yeah, let's just make the playoffs, and then I'll figure it out after that.
Wow, way to go out on a limb.
Yeah.
Okay.
I already told you this. Because if you go into the playoffs and all of a sudden you roll into Baltimore and you lose to Baltimore, and you're 11-6 team or 10-7 team, and the regular season was really good. There was a lot of positives, and then I'm gonna say, nope, that was a failure. What an epic disaster. No, I'm not going to say that. So there's some context here. I don't just like to throw a blanket statement out there like you do, Evans. I actually like to, evaluate things before I make, crazy, decisions that, and statements that, from 6 months from now, I don't even know what it's going to look like.
Oh,
He's an idiot and a fool.
2 hash browns. I thought you would have been in a little better mood this morning. All right, more of it. Is it just me Friday? I
need 3.
Get him a third one as we roll on this Friday morning.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Tuesday, July 15th from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on East Lincoln Avenue in Lone Tree.
Limit 1 per person while supplies last.
For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
It's okay for my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years, and they got some great upcoming auctions. What a week it's been. I mean, this week was packed full of some unbelievable auctions, but don't worry, next week is going to be the same. Starting next Tuesday, July 15th at 8:30 in the morning, got a vehicle contractor and rental yard equipment auction that will be ending. Open for bidding right now. This got over 2,000 lots in it. And oh, by the way, all you got to do is go to rollerauction.com to get logged in, to get signed up. It's free. It's easy. It's open to the public. The best part about it is you're going to get some great deals on great items. Like I said, open for bidding right now. Vehicle contractor and rental yard equipment auction that's ending at 8:30 on Tuesday, July 15th. The following day, we got a government computer police evidence auction that will be ending on July 16th at 8:30 in the morning. Also, a cell phone auction that will be going down at the same time as a government computer auction. This is what I love about Roller Auction. You always see unique, cool items that you don't find anywhere else, and you're going to get great deals on it. Go see it all at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
Catch a ride with Evie and Otto. Catch a ride.
Hiya, Evie here. This July, Foundation Kia is bringing the fireworks and the savings.
Boom! And Otto wants you to save up to $500 on all new and certified pre-owned cars.
Celebrate freedom and big deals all month long.
Just mention this ad and save 500 smackers.
Visit FoundationKia.com and catch a ride.
Evie and Otto always know where to go.
Her face lights up whenever you're around.
That's why the diamond you give her can't be like any other.
At Williams Jewelers, exceptional brilliance is in our DNA. I'm Bruce Williams.
And I'm Steve Williams. We grew up in the diamond business.
And as direct diamond importers, we personally hand select every diamond.
Going through hundreds at a time, looking for what really matters. Life.
Like people, no two diamonds are the same.
Some just sit there. And then there are those rare gems that explode with fire and brilliance.
A diamond that shines like no other.
And surprisingly, it's rarely about price. No one sells a more beautiful diamond for less. That's the Williams Diamond Guarantee.
So if you found the woman who loves like no other,
give her the diamond that shines like no other from Williams Jewelers,
where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche, Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
As a fan, you know all the important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How can both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the field. Leave what? Who cares? Just leave it and save with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stopped, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Anything that distracts you while driving is dangerous. Driving while texting can be deadly. So put it down. It can wait. Shift into safe. Don't drive distracted. A message from the Colorado Department of Transportation.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire.
Bold takes.
I would put my fajitas up against any Mexican restaurant.
Active listening.
You weren't listening to a word I just said.
Plus, a little number crunching.
What's 12 minus 1? I mean, 12 minus 11.
1.
This is why math confuses me.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
All right, happy Friday, everybody. Welcome to it. Beautiful morning, a little cooler this morning. By the way, Stoke, a well-fed Brandon Stokley, a well-fed Ty behind the glass, as I proved the naysayers wrong by bringing in breakfast this morning.
You delivered.
You were questioning me.
We all were.
No.
Not just me. Oh,
Why have I...
Simmer, I mean, when I first started doing this show, that was your reputation. So I don't know. You tell me,
Oh,
Simmer,
wow.
right? I mean, that's what you said. Evans was supposed to do this. He doesn't pay his debts.
It's true.
Okay.
So it's not me making it up.
In all the time that we have been together, and this goes back to when Mark was here in the mornings, early mornings as well, which person of all of us here have brought in breakfast more often? That would be moi. And it's not even close.
Well, some of it, you say you're going to bring it in. And then so, yeah, if you're going to say it, you got to deliver. But I'm just telling you your reputation when I got on the show, what it was. It wasn't good. I'm trying to help you out and make it better now. And guide you and take you under my wing.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. I think you got some bad intel on the way in here, but fair enough. Fair enough.
You've been good.
Fair enough.
You've been good.
Everybody
No
enjoy.
complaints.
Everybody nice and full and happy this morning. I think everyone's
happy.
Very, very happy. It's an Is It Just Me Friday, giving you a chance to get those hot sports opinions off your chest. It could be about all the local teams, the world of sports in general. It can go even beyond the world of sports. Our daily top 5. We got to jump into this. We got off to a slow start with it today. Johnny Fever came up with this one. Your top 5 current actors. TV, movies, male, female, top 5. Okay? We'll kick that list off a little bit later on this hour. But it isn't Is It Just Me Friday as we, kind of turn the show over to you great texters on the RamosLaw.com text line. Give us your hot takes. And we want opinion. We want humor. We want snark. Put in a Brandon Stokley French Cajun word of the day. And you jump up to the top of the list. Is it just me, guys, or did the Nuggets just do what Michael Malone wanted them to do the whole time, going with veteran players? Because that does kind of feel like that.
Yeah.
I think if you had told Michael Malone coming off their championship, maybe once they didn't repeat, then the next year, hey, we're going to trade Michael Porter Jr., we're going to free up some space to be able to go bring in some more veteran players. Would Michael Malone have signed up for that? Absolutely.
Oh, no doubt about it. I think they tried to, once this new CBA hit, no one quite knew how it would impact the aprons and second aprons. You didn't know how it would impact your team and how you would navigate those waters. And you look at what the Nuggets were trying to do, top-heavy team, and then you're trying to supplement that with young draft picks and young bench players, and it just didn't work out. They never quite developed like you had hoped they would develop, and now, obviously, new leadership there and new set of eyes, new thought process, and it looks much different. But to that RamosLaw.com texter's point, yeah, this would be, Michael Malone would much prefer this team than, say, the team he had last year.
Yeah. And I just don't understand why it took so long for them to realize, with all these aprons and tax restrictions and everything, that why it took them so long to realize that moving MPJ was the way to ease that logjam. I just don't understand it. You know, all this talk about.
Well, it was really only a couple years.
Yeah, but these years that you're talking about maximizing Jokic's window, this year was wasted. This was a wasted year because you didn't recognize the need to move on from MPJ. You stuck with him too long, and then how it restricted you from being able to go out and add some good veteran pieces to the bench. You know, and so it was a wasted year, and it's too bad that it was wasted. The good news is it seems like they've learned from their mistakes, and they've put themselves in a position to really go for it this year.
Yeah, I mean, I know what you're saying, but at the same time, you got to realize, 2 years ago after the championship, I mean, you were really close. You screwed it up, and then so you could talk yourself into, hey, let's run this thing back again, continue to hope our bench develops, and we get more from the bench than we did the year before. These guys are still young. They're showing some promise, and it just didn't work out. But so I'm just glad they pivoted this offseason, and they made the right moves, and they gave this team a big boost heading into next year.
This is funny. On the text line. Evans, why are you bragging about bringing in breakfast?
You are doing it a lot.
Why are you lowering yourself?
You are doing it a lot.
Another one.
Today.
Evans, why do you have to pat yourself on the back?
A lot of pat.
I have to, because
no.
Do you notice the character assassination that goes on this show? Do you notice the way my character is impugned? I got the Mike Evans big board of BS lies and other nonsense up there. Nobody else on this station has one of those. Let's face it, I'm a marked man. You like coming after me.
That's true.
So, you know what? Sometimes, if nobody else is going to stand up for me, guess who's going to stand up for me? Me.
Mike is. I can't give you much pushback because we do attack you a lot, and some of it's deserved, some of it's not deserved, but you did deliver today, which was great. I got the big Coke, the 2 hash browns, and the one sausage egg McMuffin. It was delicious. Great way to start off a Friday.
Great way.
It's a great Friday tradition.
Great. Ty just put on a display that even left me in awe.
Two sausage egg McMuffins?
Two. And a hash brown?
Wow.
He may have jumped from 141 to 148 just based on that.
Just like that.
Just on that one breakfast.
Just like that.
Is it just me or did anyone else expect Evans to show up late today? Man, after what happened yesterday, there was no way I was going to be late. I took extra because, with you being a little late.
Yep.
Simmer being a little late. I was like bragging about.
Well, my late
that
wasn't.
I'd never been late any time I've ever worked in the morning. So
last
night I was very, very careful.
I got to stop. But I wasn't late.
You were later.
Yes. I was on time for the show, but
Correct.
normally I get here earlier. And so you were panicked when I wasn't here by 7:45.
Correct.
Right? Okay.
Correct.
I was thinking about that a little bit yesterday.
Uh-huh.
Why did you wait till 7:55 to call me instead of you were here, 7:40? So it was dark.
You mean 5.
What the heck am I saying? I looked at the clock, that's why.
This is what happens when you eat too many oats and grains and not enough grease.
But then why would you wait 5 minutes before the show when you see I'm not here, it's all dark and everything at 5:40?
Well, I texted you right away.
Yeah, I'm not going to, but obviously I'm oversleeping. I'm not going to get your text message.
But at that point then, I realized you, at this point, were a lost cause, and I was more worried about Ty and Stoke and what to do if you weren't here. Could I get us on the air by myself? At that point, you became an afterthought to me because you could do nothing for me. And then at 5:55, then I called you just to see. After my panic had kind of eased a little bit. Then it was more like, hey, you okay, little fella?
Noted.
Okay?
Noted.
But I will admit
This
that
man is a saint.
once I realized you were running late, full panic took over. And that's all I was thinking about. That's all I was thinking about.
It's not a good place to be in whenever you're here by yourself and no one else is here.
Major panic. And especially then when I asked Ty, if it really came down to me having to put us on the air, how long would it take for me to learn what you do to put us on the air correctly? He goes, month.
I think
honestly, it'll take the whole full quarter for you.
Wow, full quarter.
Full quarter.
Wow. I think you could do it. You ought to learn how to do it. Because if it's ever just us two and Ty, Simmer aren't here, I mean, we need someone to be able to just get us on air.
Somebody. Just get us on the air. We won't do anything else. Just get us on the air. All right, we are off and rolling. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan has teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to the Battle at Bethpage Black. All you have to do to enter is head to the Pro Shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful golf courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Zach By, scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf.
Is Tim Hardaway Jr. the most underrated signing for the Nuggets?
You talk about another pro's pro. Someone who can play off the bounce. He can play off the ball, catch and shoot, intellect through the roof, can close games if you ever needed him to. He is among the same ilk 3 years ago, bringing in KCP and Bruce Brown.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What is happening, fellas? Stoke here from my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Hopefully your Friday is off to a great start. The weekend is here, and I am fired up for it. I'm enjoying these summer months, right? I mean, the days are longer. The weather's perfect. Everything's calling you to get out and enjoy it. If you're not feeling up for it, you're not sleeping well, not feeling strong, it's time to find out why. And go visit my friends over at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, because what you're feeling could be low testosterone. Did you know, fellas, early to your mid-30s, you start losing 2 to 3% of your testosterone production every year, and it happens gradually. And before you know it, you just don't feel like the same person you did in your 20s. But it doesn't have to be that way. Stop procrastinating. Most men wait a year or longer. There's no need to wait, fellas. Jeff and his team at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they'll get you taken care of. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they successfully treated tens of thousands of men. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or you can find them online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new Comcast Business customers can find out how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Early termination fee applies.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review now. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hey, Brandon Stokley here. Colorado Joint Replacement is part of Advent Health, one of the nation's largest healthcare providers. They offer innovative hip and knee replacement surgery with expert, compassionate care. To schedule an appointment, visit coloradojoint.org.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Utter nonsense.
This thing has gone totally off the rails.
Some Cajun seasoning.
Gree-gree?
And the occasional anatomy lesson.
Yeah, we're tight.
Okay.
We're like tire mouse nuts.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Operator, won't you put me on through? I gotta send my love down to Baton Rouge.
Rolling along on this Friday morning. Is it just me Friday? We've got a lot of great random text here as we bounce around with you great listeners, great texters. Is it just me, Mike, but maybe if you bring in breakfast 4 or 5 more times, the guys will get off your back.
Wow. Oh, my goodness. Fat finger. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, no.
Evans, you got to plug it in.
No.
What a disaster.
Oh, what a disaster. It was set up.
Oh, my gosh. Now he can't even plug it in. He literally can't plug it in.
Can't find the hole. 4 or 5 more reps for breakfast and everyone will love me.
Too late. Just doesn't hit the same.
It doesn't hit the same.
No.
You're right. Nope, doesn't count.
It doesn't hit the same.
Doesn't count.
Man.
Streak
When
has
you
not been extended.
fumbling around with all your
I
equipment
know.
like, oh,
Botched
man.
it.
It was so
Botched it.
good, too.
It was a good one.
You're like,
shoot.
You set it up during the
Texter,
break.
it was the texter, did a nice job. Thank you. You set me. Listen, texter, I let you down.
Yeah.
I apologize.
He's an idiot and a fool.
Yeah, that's me. That's on me. Hey, tap the chest. I'm tapping the chest right now. Okay? Pulling the thumb. Here's one. Guys, I'm in the Arizona airport right now eating Shake Shack for breakfast. Stoke made me just order a large Coke.
Oh, I love it.
Hell yeah! All right. Evans, since you are the self-appointed hockey guy on this station, can you tell me what you think about the Josh Manson move? Curious move. You're talking about a guy who is under contract for one more year at about $4.5 million, and they signed him to a 2-year contract extension worth about $4 million per year. This for a guy who is going into his age 34 season, and we all love Josh Manson, but you're talking about somebody who is going to be 34 years old in the last year of his contract and has missed 95 games, regular season games over the last 3 years. He has been injury prone. It just seems kind of curious to me, Stoke, that when you still have a guy under contract, why? I get if you have somebody who's young and upcoming and is certainly going to be one of your core players for many years, you might want to get ahead of the contract. I don't know why signing this guy to a 2-year contract for not. It's not like you're getting a real bargain. You're going from $4.5 to $4 million when he's going to be going into his mid 30s. I don't know. It's kind of a curious move, and what kind of surprises me about it is that you got some people out there defending the move by saying, well, the cap's going to be going up anyway. Well, wait a minute. You're defending a move for a oft-injured, coming up on middle of his 30s defenseman, and you're talking about how, hey, it's okay, you can absorb it because of the expanded salary cap. But when I was bringing up back during the Mikko Rantanen trade that stop panicking about the idea of paying him $12 or $13 million per year above the $9.5 million you're paying him now, because the cap's going to be going up. But people didn't want to hear that back then. But now you're justifying extending a 35-year-old injury-prone defenseman. As much as we love him, those are the facts, for 2 extra years when you still have a year left on the deal. I find it kind of curious.
Yeah, I mean, but, you can't compare a Mikko at $13 million, $12 million to a $4 million contract. I mean, those are a little bit different.
Well,
there.
I can, though, because Mikko is a far superior player.
No, but I understand what you're saying. But I think when you look at Manson here, so could it be, Mike, to where, they freed up some money. They had money to spend, right? And they were looking to maybe do something else, and it fell through. And so then they circled back to this and said, okay, we still want to spend this money. We like this player. Let's just go ahead and extend him now. I don't know. I don't know. It is kind of a curious one to do when you're looking at a guy in his mid-30s that has another year left on his contract. So that's the only thing that I could really come up with. Is, okay, we're getting a good deal on him, and he's getting the guaranteed money, guaranteed contract for a couple more years. He gets to stay here, and you know what? We were trying to do some other stuff, couldn't find a way to do anything else, and there was nobody else that we liked out there. We'll take the guy that we know more so than the unknown, and I don't know though. That's the only thing I can think of.
Look, I get this. There's this one Avalanche fan that loves to write into the show, and unless everything you say about the Avalanche is just sunshine, kittens, and Skittles, they're like, they get all butthurt. Like, haha, good old Mike finding a way to crap all over the Manson signing. Knew it. I'm not crapping all over it. I like Josh Manson, but come on, let's be objective about it. I know that, Texter, I know you're a homer who sees no evil, hears no evil when it comes to all things Avalanche. They can do whatever they want, and you'll applaud it. But it seems a bit curious, no, that a guy that's 34 years old with an injury history who still has a year left on his contract, wouldn't you kind of maybe play it a little bit closer to the vest before you start handing out a 2-year contract with $4 million guaranteed per year, even though the cap is going up? That's the only point I'm making here, is that, could you wait until see how this season goes, and is he staying healthy, and how is he playing? You can always approach him with this kind of a contract offer during the season, and he'd probably quickly take it then. I just think that it's little bit too early to be handing out 2-year contract extensions to injury-prone 35-year-old defensemen. But, hey, we'll see how it works out. The Avalanche still remain easily one of the top 5 teams in the NHL. I don't think they are as good a team right now as they are the one that played in that Dallas series, but they're still a very formidable team. So we'll see what it looks like, finished product, when they get ready to lace them up here coming up in September. Let's see. Let's go with some more. We got our top 5, daily top 5 today. Our top 5 current favorite actors, male, female, TV, movie. We'll kick that list coming up next. Also want to let you know that we've got our next shirt giveaway. Our T-shirts are back for Training Camp 2025, our free limited edition extra soft built-to-win T-shirts. We'll have 4 drops at First Bank locations across the metro area starting July 15th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good. Is it just me? And what's trending? All coming up next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the Pro Shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to DenverSports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Well, the only downside to going away during the summertime sometimes are those nagging concerns about what's going on at your home while you're away. Unexpected plumbing problems, for example. I've been there. A couple years ago, came home from a camping weekend to a busted dishwasher hose and water damage in my kitchen. Never again. Now I have water sensors and alarms. Copperhead Plumbing, who I recommend to install the Moen Flow Smart Water Shutoff System, monitors your entire home's water usage in real time right from your phone. Whether you're on vacation or just at work, you'll get notified of leaks the moment they happen, save you valuable peace of mind and potentially thousands of dollars. Copperhead Plumbing is who I use for all my plumbing needs. I've recommended them to Stoke and Stink. They go with Copperhead. They're local, licensed, and focused on quality work done right the first time. Sprinklers, outdoor water features, clogs, disposals, water heater replacements, main sewer lines, whatever your plumbing needs, commercial or residential, emergency services, or routine maintenance, call 303-552-3491 and at CopperheadPlumbingInc.com. They plumb different. They plumb custom.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Great news! It's $5 Fridays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. Only on Friday, get a large, thin-crust pepperoni sausage or cheese pizza for only $5. That's right, just $5. Best deal in town. Pick up a few today only at Papa Murphy's.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Relentless mind games.
Are you trying to get me in an O'Reilly right now?
Total accountability.
You're always throwing your teammates under the bus. That's just what you do.
And a sprinkle of advanced analytics.
The Boo rating, BOO, which is balls over opponent.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Here we are on a Friday morning, and Is It Just Me Friday, giving you a chance to get those hot sports opinions off your chest. Is It Just Me Friday? Very simple. Hit us up, RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. Give it to us in the form of Is It Just Me? All the local teams, whatever take you want, World of Sports and beyond. Away we go. Also, we'll have what's trending coming up here in just a second. We've got our daily top 5. Johnny Fever put this one together. Your current top 5 favorite actors, female, male, TV, movies. Let's kick it off. Number 5. Who you got?
Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise.
Solid. Been doing it for a long time. A lot of great hits. Still doing it at a high level. Top Gun, Mission Impossible, doing all his stunts. Legend.
I want you this weekend to watch Top Gun Maverick.
Yeah.
Come on.
Not going to happen.
Why not?
I'm just telling. Not that I don't want to.
You would love it.
I know. I know. I
You would
would.
love it.
I'm sure I would. But it's just not.
You and Lana, date night.
It's not at the top of the. There's
some
other
takeout.
shows. There's other shows.
Come on,
before.
man.
Yeah, it's got to
Come
get
on.
in line. Long line.
Come on.
Long
All right,
line.
number
Long-
5. I went with Jennifer Aniston. Doesn't matter. I could be flipping around, come across an old Friends repeat. Her current show, The Morning Show, with Reese Witherspoon. You could do any movie she's in. I saw one. My wife had one on the other day. Her and Adam Sandler together. Great chemistry. Jennifer Aniston, number 5 on my list. Okay.
All right.
You look puzzled.
No.
You okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why would I be puzzled?
I mean, it's at least,
It's your list.
At least I put somebody on my list that I've actually seen their stuff instead of you putting somebody on your list where you haven't seen maybe arguably one of his greatest movies ever. But okay, that's
Wow.
there's Stoke logic for you.
Thanks a lot, Mike.
What, do you want me to say something about it? It's my list. I
It's
do what
your
I
list.
want.
All right.
Also,
Okay.
can we be honest a little bit here? You said that I came up with the list. My original top 5 was going to be top 5 comedian/comedy actors.
Oh, I thought
and
you
then
were
you
talking.
wanted to change it.
I thought it was top 5 comics or actors.
That's what I just said. Comedians or comedy actors.
Well, no, I didn't know that you were you wanted it to just be comedy actors.
Oh yeah,
That's
but
what I meant.
the way you did it is fine because
Oh,
you
okay.
you wanted to put a specific someone on your list. I won't say who, but
Oh.
Really?
Really?
Oh, really?
Oh, really? Interesting. We'll find out who that is.
Yes, we will. All right.
Do you think you haven't seen my list? Who do you think that person is that I'm hell bent to put on my list? You want to
you
call?
want me
it?
to say it?
Yeah, go ahead.
You said Brad Pitt.
We'll
you
see
saw
if-
him in F1.
We'll see if Brad
You're
Pitt.
Like, oh yeah, I could.
Well, no.
Party
I think
with
it's a timely topic because I just saw Brad Pitt, who is a
Right.
legitimate movie superstar. But did I put him on my top 5? You will have to wait and see.
Brad Pitt is gorgeous.
Is it just me, guys, or I'm a little bit nervous about how everybody is saying nice things about the Broncos this year?
Yeah.
You know what? It's not just you.
There's a lot of love out
There's
there,
a
Mike.
lot of love out there, and I wonder if it's
from everywhere.
Yes,
Everywhere.
Does it make you a little bit nervous?
No, it doesn't, and I'll tell you why. And it starts with Sean Payton. I think he has the right approach. He gets those guys. He knows when to push, when to pull. This is what you get when you have a veteran coach, a guy that's been through it before. So I'm not concerned that Bo Nix thinks he's arrived. This football team thinks they're there. Now, if they struggle, I think they're just going to struggle. But it's not because they think they've arrived. I really don't think that's going to be an issue at all. Sean's done a really good – even during the season when they were started to win, did they ever look like a team that, stopped working or thought they had arrived last year? when they got on a little bit of a hot streak? No. They just kept – they always say the right things, and I think they have the right approach. And that's what happens when you have the right coach and the right guys in the locker room. That's why it's so important to have both. And I think they do. I think they have the right guys in the locker room to be able to handle success and failures along the way. And I think they have the right coach to be able to navigate those waters.
I heard Mike Kliss, our 9 News Bronco insider, was on with the drive yesterday, and actually no, I'm sorry, he was on with Danny and Anilo in for Dover and Cecil, and Mike was saying that, hey, the belief over there in that room, it's legit. They not only think they're a good team, but they think they could be a great team, that they could be a special team.
We're going to be a problem.
And that's the belief in that building. I love the way they think, and I love the way if they feel that way, that's awesome. I guess, is it just me, and maybe this is exactly where that texter's coming from, and maybe there are some others like you out there. Maybe I guess it's been so bad around here for the last decade. You know, there's been so much bad football, so many bad decisions, and just an ever-changing carousel of clowns coming out of the cars when it comes to quarterbacks and coaches and all that. I don't know. I guess I'm just not ready or prepared or able to just come out and be really, bold and confident yet about the Denver Broncos.
You've been hurt.
I guess I'm still in wait and see mode.
Yeah, you've been hurt. You've been scarred. Disappointed.
Yes.
A lot,
Yes.
Right? So
freely admit that. Yeah.
It was one quarterback after another. We got optimistic. We got let down. Rinse and repeat. I get it. So that's okay. You can be guarded, Mike. You can be guarded with your emotions.
I don't want to be hurt.
We don't want you to be hurt.
I don't want to be hurt again.
But I really do, and I'm not just saying that. I think they have what it takes to be able to block out the noise. In the season, I mean, it's not going to be – you're going to have ups and downs. Like last year, they started 0-2. It looked like it was, oh, my gosh, now you got to go on the road to Tampa and then the Jets.
Mm-hmm.
And they found a way to flip it around. Then they got hot, and they just – I think they have the right people in that building to be able to handle the lows and the highs and not get caught up in either one of them. And
but you do hear the talk, don't you?
Oh,
because
gosh, yes.
As a player, right, you know what's being said about you. You can say all you want to the media or whatever that, I don't pay attention. I don't listen to talk radio. I don't see what's online or any of that kind of stuff. But players know. They know what's being said. And there's been a lot of positive stuff said about this team. And I just wonder if they have, the experience and the ability to the right guys on this team. Face it, a lot of them haven't had real NFL success. I mean, last time they had real success was in college or maybe even in some of those cases, not even a lot of success there. So you got a group of guys, young guys, who have not had a lot of NFL success, and you're here telling me, oh, yeah, they know exactly what's being said about them this offseason. So I just wonder if they're mature enough, I guess, to handle those expectations and still go out and take care of business.
We'll see, right? I mean, I can speculate all I want, but we'll see how they respond. But I think they have the right guys. Like I said, that's why it's important to have good character guys, guys that love to compete, and guys that because it's either going to be you're going to be doing great and people are patting you on the back, or you're going to be doing bad and people are kicking you while you're down and telling you how terrible you are. Can you handle the ups and downs of a season? And like I said, they showed us last year that they can, and that's what I'm looking at. And certainly that's the benefits of having a guy like Sean Payton as your coach.
Another one, is it just me? Is it just me Friday? Guys, is it just me, or I would not sign Nick Bonito to a new long-term deal? I would wait and have him prove it for another year.
I think I'm the same way right now because you're looking at a big contract, a guy that had a special year last year, great year last year, entering his prime, gotten better every year. Certainly those are the guys that you want to keep, but what does that number look like? I mean, you're not paying him $40 million a year like Myles Garrett's making. And you're about to have two new pass rushers set to market here with Micah Parsons and Baby Watt, TJ. I mean, so the price is only going up. So I understand if you say, hey, get him done now. But also, like, you're really scarred up, Mike, right? And very cautious. I'm same way when it comes to the Russell Wilson deal. Now, this wouldn't impact you like that, but you all of a sudden go out and give a guy that you saw one really good year from. That's all we've seen. Not a huge sample size there, and you give him this monster deal. How does that age? That's my concern.
What do your eyes tell you when you watch Nick Bonito? Are you watching a guy who is a legitimate star in this league? Does he play the game the right way? Does he go about his business the right way? Is there anything about what he did last year? 17 games, 48 tackles, 13.5 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, fumble recovery, interception, touchdown. Is there anything about that year that screams fluke to you?
No.
Well, then why would you be?
I know, because I'm like I told you.
You just contradicted yourself.
I realize that, Mike. I am scarred up. Because of I told you that because of the Russell Wilson thing, and I've only seen it 1 year. But my eyes are telling me this guy is a really good player, and I don't think it's a one. He's a 1 year wonder. I think he can back it up. He plays the game hard, and it seems like he's a really good fit. So, like, I say that, then I say on the other hand, I don't want to give him an extension right now, which I get it. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but I just want to see a little bit more from him, just to make sure. But you know who knows more than me? The Broncos do. So what kind of teammate is he? How does he practice? How does he go about his business, right? And so if those things are like, yes, this guy, we feel great about this guy moving forward, then I won't have any problem if they do it.
I guess for me, it's not so much I'm worried about whether or not what we've seen is real. I think it is. I guess I'm just leery about giving somebody who will be turning 26 here in a month or two a big contract like that. Will he dial it back?
Oh,
will he ease up a little bit? Will he lose some of that hunger? Here is a guy who was a second round pick, 64th pick overall. Will you give him the big contract, and will he still go out and play with the same kind of fire? And that's where you, as the organization, you take the measure of the player. You take the measure of the man. You take the measure of the pro. And
they should know that.
And they should know that.
They've been around him for 3 years now.
So to me, don't listen to what they say. Watch what they do. If Nick Bonito gets done before the season starts, then they're telling you, hey, don't you worry about this guy's makeup. Don't you worry about this guy's character. We already know he can play, but if anything, we give him a big deal, it's only going to spur him to do more.
Right.
If they don't, if this deal doesn't get done, and they go into the season, then I think you can start to raise that question about how they view that. Because on the surface, there's really no debate here. You got a player who you think is a legitimate player, and that what he's done to this point isn't a fluke. And if you think this is a guy that you can give a new contract to, and he's not going to dial it back, then this is a no-brainer. Get it done ASAP. It should be the number one priority of players that you sign here, because then you're getting a guy who's all that, and you're getting out ahead of a contract that could become a lot richer and a lot more costlier to you if you wait a year. So this one's going to be fascinating to watch. They're going to tell us everything we need to know about how they feel about Nick Bonito.
Well, it could be
over this next month or two.
Well, couldn't it be a situation where we get 6, 7, 8 weeks in and we see an extension done? We might not see it now.
Well, what does that tell you then? That they still need to see a little bit more.
Well,
before they're ready to commit.
No, not necessarily. It might tell us that, hey, right now Bonito wants too much money. Like we're not just willing to pay him that type of money. There's negotiations that go on. There's a lot of money at stake here. So he sees himself as, getting paid as a top 3, 4, 5 outside linebacker pass rusher in the NFL. We see him getting paid as the 10th. And sometimes it takes some time to figure that thing out. So, no, but it is. I mean, we're here. I mean, it's close to being time where, you're going to start hearing about contracts and who's going to show up, who might not show up. I mean, are we going to have any hold-ins?
Well, it's funny you bring that up. Again, going back to the aforementioned conversation, Mike Kliss, our 9 News Bronco insider, on with Danny Williams and Anilo Piro yesterday in the midday, said that he believes the first domino to fall, the first player up, is Courtland Sutton. That they have to get Sutton done, that Sutton's been a good soldier. He absolutely, adamantly will not play for the contract that he's supposed to get this year, $14 million, and that because of how it played out last year and the fact that he showed up for all the mini camps and everything this year, that's the deal they got to get done first. Boy, I'll tell you what, is it just me or is Courtland Sutton in the absolute perfect place and time to be able to?
Yeah.
Because he is the only proven receiver commodity on this team. A year from now, Stoke, if we were having the same conversation and another year of development for Marvin Mims, another year of development for Troy Franklin, another year of development for Devon Vele, let's see what Pat Bryant shows as a rookie. You know what? He might not be on such firm footing as he is right now.
Mike, it's all about timing.
It is all about timing.
And
his timing's great.
He's in a perfect spot. He had a great year last year. Talked about, wanting his contract redone. They didn't do it. He goes out, plays really well, and is a great leader, and there's not much behind him. So, I mean, he is in a really good spot where you went a year ago, couldn't get anything done. But the Broncos already knew if he plays well, they're going to have to do something with the contract. So I've said this all along, Mike. You either, you have to get it done, or you should have traded him, before the draft and just moved on.
All right, let's get to what's trending.
From sports and news to entertainment and downright debauchery, Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth presents What's Trending Right Now.
All right, the Nuggets kicked off their Summer League action last night, and first of all, great story to see Deron Holmes, the former first-round pick who tore an Achilles at this time a year ago, back after an arduous year of rehab and coming back, and he was back out on the court last night. 15 points, 4 rebounds, 1 block, hit 67% of his shots. Good for him. What a testament to working hard and perseverance. It's tough for any athlete to come back from an injury like that. I can only imagine how much more difficult it is, Stoke, for somebody who hasn't even established himself in the league. And trying to come back from. I mean, when you popped your Achilles, how many years had you been in the league?
8.
So, and that was still hard, wasn't it? You had already established yourself. I'm saying you had already established yourself as an NFL player. Can you imagine in your first ever NFL training camp popping your Achilles and being out for a full year? Imagine what that year would have been like. Oh, poor Lana would have been miserable. You would have been the one. Pop, 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 pop. She's like, I got to get out of the house.
She's lazy.
Brandon, I got to go get you some more ice. I'll be right back. Oh, thank God.
Disappeared for hours at a time. Like, hello? Hello? Again, no one's home. I guess I got to get my own stuff. No, it's a great story. And, man, he would be a big boost if he could provide anything.
Wouldn't he?
Anything coming off the bench. Anything. Just take some minutes and contribute. Just don't hurt this basketball team. You're talking about a young player that, coming off that type of injury. Good thing, though, he got to be around the game.
Yep.
Got to be around the guys. So that helps to a certain degree. But to your point, he didn't get to play. So being able to play in Summer League, and if they can get some minutes from him, positive minutes coming off the bench, not only for now, but you look at the future of what this team might look like. You got a young, inexpensive guy, which the Nuggets need to find guys like that. Draft picks that end up working out. You don't have a lot of draft picks coming up in the next 7-8 years. So guys like Deron Holmes need to work out.
All right. We also saw David Adelman was quoted extensively. He was at the game yesterday in Vegas, and he talked about Jonas Valanciunas as complete, total, present tense. Like, quote, he's a point center. You could play combo guards. You don't need a lead point guard. You could play 5-out offense, play off the elbow, post him up. He's such a skilled player. this will be the first time I think we have our backup with a similar skill set style to Nikola. Jonas is the same. He shoots the ball better than most people realize, so that's how I envision him. Everything's present tense. Add in some reports yesterday that Nikola Jokic called up Valanciunas. They're Balkan homeboys, and really convinced him that this is the place you want to be. So I always thought Big Val would be here. I didn't really buy the whole Greece thing. I think that this is, like it tends to be a lot of times in sports, it's all about the money, follow the money. And for a guy who's only 33 years old and is still a valuable commodity in this league, either as a starter or as a bench guy, only, I say air quotes, only making $10 million a year for the next 2 years, I think that's more the issue than anything. If they're able to work around that, however they do that, then Val will be here.
Yeah, that's fine. Just figure it out, I guess, if you're the Nuggets. I mean, haven't had a true backup center in a long time. A guy that you could really rely on to come in and take minutes off of Jokic's plate.
Since when? Probably DeMarcus Cousins?
Not even. I mean, what did Cousins provide?
Boogie.
He didn't provide anything.
Boogie.
He wasn't providing anything, Mike. Honestly, you always held your breath when he was in. I mean, he was old. DeAndre Jordan, they would never play him. Who else do we have? I mean, when was the last time that we had a true backup center that you could really count on and rely on and not be so worried when he came into the game that it would implode?
And most importantly, has certainly not the same, but a similar skill set to the guy that you're asking, that you're going to be backing up. It's not only that you want a backup center for those non-Jokic minutes, but hopefully somebody that kind of stylistically plays the same way so it doesn't really change what you're doing out there while Jokic is out. Avalanche making some news as they extend defenseman Josh Manson for 2 more years. He was getting ready to go into the last year of his contract. We can certainly debate the wisdom of giving 2 more years when you still have another year left on your deal to a guy who's going to be into his mid-30s and has been injury-prone. But if you're able to separate that from just the player and the importance to the team, Josh Manson, Stoke, is one of those, I don't know, fill in the term, glue guys, heart and soul guys, heartbeat guys that's part of your team that especially maybe his impact isn't always felt during the long haul of 82 games during the regular season, but certainly come playoff time, it just seems like his presence is magnified.
Coach on the ice. Guy that does all the little things the right way. All right, good signing. I mean, it's not a lot of money for when you talk about professional sports. 2-year extension. What do you say, $8 million for a year, something like that? Your point is earlier.
I'm not blown away by the timing. I mean, if I'm gonna critique this objectively, love the player. Not exactly sure I get the timing of this when you still have a full year left on his current deal. He's a guy that loves being an Avalanche. I don't think he's looking to get out of here. So I think you could have waited probably deep into the season just to kind of see how it's going with him, his health, and his game before you committed to another 2 years. But hey, the Avs decided to do it now. We'll see how it works out. But certainly love the fact that you're going to have Josh Manson around here for at least another couple years. Russell Wilson, stop me if you've heard or seen this before. He posted a video. His team is still in elite form. As they put out that video, we saw it when he first came to Denver. He got all the Bronco guys out at that house of his in San Diego, and they were running routes and everything and doing their little passing camp. Well, he's doing it again with the Giants. And yesterday, we saw the video, Stoke. He's wearing shoulder pads, a Giants helmet, and he's out there throwing routes. The Giants come to Denver week 7 to play the Broncos. Will Russell Wilson still be the starter? Because I assume he'll be the starting quarterback to start the season. Will he be the starter by that point?
No way. No chance. I think it's after 4 games. They got a tough start to the schedule. And if they start slow, you're going to have to make the move quick. I mean, they don't have time. Their coaching staff, their front office, they got to win this year. Or they got to show that we got a young quarterback that we're developing, and we're going to continue to develop him. We need to be the guys to develop him. So you got to get him on the football field at some point, unless Russell Wilson starts off hot, which you look at the schedule, it's going to be tough to do. You're starting off with Washington and the Cowboys on the road, and then you got the Chiefs at home and the Chargers at home. So tough start for him. I don't think he lasts till week 7, Mike. What do you think?
Do you think he starts the season?
I do.
I do too.
I do.
I think he's got those first 3 games to really make an impact. And I'm not saying he has to go 3-0. I'm not even saying he has to go 2-1. But they probably got to be at least 1-2, having shown well in those first 3 games. Otherwise, I don't think he makes it to week 4 against the Chargers.
Yeah, it's at home too. Be a good time to kind of make the move.
Right.
You're 0-3.
You're not playing a game in the division or the conference, so it's kind of a
fans
bit
are
of
booing. They're on edge.
Oh,
they're wearing paper bags on their head.
Yep.
They got the flyovers. Fire Dayball. Sell the team.
Somebody's flying a plane. Do they still do that? Would they fly the plane with the big,
the banner?
Floating behind it?
I think they did that.
They still do that?
I think so.
Do they?
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe not.
I like it.
But, no, that would make sense, though. You want to get the fan base fired up again? Start your rookie quarterback.
But Russ, I'll tell you what, though, Russ, and I think I'll give him some credit. I think part of it is he truly, truly does embrace the idea of trying to be a leader and be a good teammate and get everybody together and all that kind of stuff. But I also believe a big part of it is public relations. It is public relations. It is about showing...
He knows how to play the game.
He knows how to play the game. And I'll give him credit, despite the fact that all the evidence points to this guy's career having taken a turn that cannot be reversed, that you've gone from being the undisputed man, the dude, the guy on a Hall of Fame trajectory to now being a journeyman, a bridge quarterback, a backup quarterback. I'll give him credit because he goes about his business as if he doesn't realize that change has occurred. He still goes out and acts like he's the dude.
It's going to take all of us. It's going to take all of us. It's going to take all of us.
He's an idiot and a fool.
So, how about this? Any chance he gets cut? Any chance? Because you look at their quarterback room, they got Jameis Winston there also. They got DeVito, Tommy DeVito, throw it up, DeVito.
Tommy Cutlets.
Tommy Cutlets also. And you're looking at, if they decide to make the move like they did in Seattle with Matt Flynn and Russell Wilson and go with the young guy, what if they say, you know what, we're starting the season with Jackson Dart, but we don't want Russell Wilson behind this guy. That's not, you want Jameis Winston being his backup. And DeVito, you don't want Russ. He's going to be pissed. He's not starting. We know what happens. Hey, we saw it here. He'll call his agent up. Tattletale.
Jameis does seem to fit the profile better for a veteran backup mentor quarterback, right?
That's who he is. He knows who he is. Russ still thinks he can start. So I'm just throwing
that's
that out
great
there.
Point. No,
just throwing it out there.
That's fair. I'll tell you what.
We'll see.
We'll continue that conversation. We got more. Is it just me? A couple more trending topics I wanted to get to. It's a loose Friday. Giving you a chance to jump in. Is it just me? Friday rolls on next.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Tuesday, July 15th from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on East Lincoln Avenue in Lone Tree. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Guys, there is never, ever a bad time to do something about your hair loss. But right now is a really good time to take advantage of Advanced Hair Restoration's once yearly summer savings event. Let me be clear. This can change your life, and I am living proof of it. Starting in my 20s, my forehead grew to a 4.5, even 5 head. It was going in the wrong direction. Then I met Dr. Tanya Pauls at Advanced Hair, talked about their simple one-day FUE treatment, had it done. Excellent staff, excellent care. My hair, my own hair, started to grow the very next day. It came in exactly as Dr. Pauls told me it would, and it continues to grow today, 20 years later. Look, it's not magic we're talking about. It's not gimmicks. I know there are plenty of you out there right now listening who are unhappy with your current hair situation. This really could be a game changer, and all you have to do is commit to a free consultation. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. Call 720-459-HAIR and at advancehair.com. That's advancehair.com.
Great news. It's $5 Fridays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. Only on Friday, get a large, thin-crust pepperoni sausage or cheese pizza for only $5. That's right, just $5. Best deal in town. Pick up a few today only at Papa Murphy's.
Are you in a high-risk fire zone? Got woodpecker holes? Siding starting to rot? What's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and yes, even woodpeckers. For the month of July, get free insulation with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280 won't just replace siding. They upgrade your home. Old siding off, new bat insulation in, plus rigid insulation for a better thermal envelope. 5280exteriors.com. The altitude of quality.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Brandon Stokley here for the only heating and cooling company I trust. ROX rocks heating and air. There's no one better in Colorado. July is the hottest month of the year. Is your air conditioner going to survive? Get a free estimate on a new air conditioner and take advantage of the best deals in town. To make it even better, you can get 0% interest financing. Stay cool, Colorado, with ROX rocks heating and air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX rocks heating and air.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit. You know what's sweeter than cake? Owning your own home, even if you're self-employed. At cakehome.com, forget cookie-cutter mortgages. For K-1 or 1099 income, we've got non-QM loans baked fresh for you. Modern solutions for complex finances without W-2s. At Cake, we know your full financial picture won't fit on a pay stub. No W-2? No problem. Cake slices through outdated paperwork, helping you claim a bigger slice of the American dream. Whether you're a designer, dog walker, DJ, or contractor, if you've got entrepreneurial hustle, we'll get you qualified. No fluff, just fast approvals, flexible options, and a mortgage process that makes sense. Call 888-EAT-CAKE. That's 888-EAT-CAKE. Or visit cakehome.com for info and 5-star reviews from business owners like you.
My name is Mac Davis, and I have been on the Soda Weight Loss Program for 14 weeks now. I have dropped 38 pounds.
Wow. That's amazing.
The best summer of your life starts with Soda Weight Loss, because right now, Soda is celebrating with the best deal all year.
Who would have thought that I would be able to lose over 100 pounds? I thought that there was no way that I could do that without having some kind of invasive surgery or diet pill or some other means.
No drugs, no shots. Join the thousands of people who have let go of the weight for good with Soda Weight Loss.
The best decision I've made in a long time was just to call Soda Weight Loss.
So I kicked off the program and I lost an amazing 35 pounds. Before Soda, I was taking medications for my blood pressure and cholesterol. Guess who got off those meds?
Get started now at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Double crossing, you little punk.
Can't believe you did that.
Unbreakable trust.
See, I'm not like you. You just let me drown. You just let me drown. You do nothing.
And of course, emotional maturity.
Or maybe a little bit angry.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Let's go. Don't wait.
Rolling through a Friday loose, having fun, keeping it loose. It should be like this on a Friday, and Is It Just Me Friday, where we kind of turn the show over to you great listeners, the texters. Give us your hot takes, world of sports and beyond, local, national, worldwide. Doesn't even have to be about sports. It could be just totally random, but we want to hear from you RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. Like this one. Is it just me, or even though Stokley can't speak plain English sometimes and Evans can't hit the right buttons or plug stuff in, it's awesome to have you two on the way to work every morning. There's nothing better. So thank you. Thank you.
Yes,
We appreciate that.
Thank you. I guess
we appreciate that.
Backhanded compliment there, but I'll take it.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
I'll take a backhanded compliment.
Yeah.
I'll take it from the listeners since I get no love from my teammates here.
Right.
Serious doubt this morning. You guys, even though I promised yesterday, pledged, I said, roll the tape. Get me down on tape. I will sign up for all the abuse if I do not treat everybody to breakfast this morning.
Yep.
And you still doubted me.
Well, there's a little bit. I mean, there was a little doubt there because, you have underdelivered before. Overpromised, underdelivered wouldn't be your first time. So, but you came through.
Big time.
You delivered. It was great breakfast, perfect, hit the spot. I will say though, the only complaint, there's one little complaint, and this is a me complaint.
Okay.
Just not even really a complaint.
It sounds like one coming.
Here we go. Because the last couple Fridays, so you got me on this thing, right, where you bring in the big Coke. I'm like, I love McDonald's Coke. And so I'm like, gosh, I do coffee, but you brag about it. You hype it up. So I'm like, okay.
Just on Fridays.
Yeah, on
Just
Fridays.
a Friday thing.
So there was a couple Fridays ago, and I thought you were going to bring in breakfast that day.
Mm-hmm.
You said you were running late. You didn't promise before. Anyway, it just didn't work out. But Richie came through, okay? So then the following Friday, you weren't here or whatever, and I wanted it again. I'm like, oh, it's Friday. I want it again. So I text Richie. He came through again. But that's usually about 8:39, not at 6 o'clock to where I have to eat it at 6. Like, if you don't eat the hash brown by 7, it's kind of cold. The McMuffin's the same thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of like it more at like 8:39-ish. That's where I'm
It's
at.
just a little too early for you.
Yeah. That's it. Is that a big complaint?
No, because you host those things this morning.
Well, yeah.
Those
I'm
things
not
were
gonna...
gone by like 6:30.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Yeah.
you can't let them sit there for, you know that, right?
I know,
You can't-
but although, can I just, is it just me? And I know that we live more and more in a health-conscious world and everything like that. And, I'm the soda guy,
No, not anymore.
No, I am.
They dropped
Not this morning.
They dropped you, though.
Well, they didn't drop me. I mean, the
Kinda like-
campaign was such a huge success that they were like, all right, well, we thank you, and we'll come back to you when we need it. Again, when people start getting fat again. But
everyone's skinny.
Everyone's skinny now.
Everyone's skinny.
Right? Let me finish. But there's just something about it, even in this health-conscious world. I don't know. There's something that is somehow comforting that, I went in after the bag had been there for a while, and all the grease marks at the bottom of the bag.
Yeah.
It's like, and when you would get that pizza and after a while the grease stains
on your plate,
on the plate and on the bottom of the box and everything like that.
Oh.
Isn't there something kind of, I don't know,
American?
Yeah.
Just
Isn't
grease.
there just something kind of reassuring
Getting a little
about
fat.
Isn't there just something kind of a little reassuring about all that?
I like where you're at.
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I like it.
Our daily top 5 list today is our top 5 favorite actors. Can be comedy, drama, TV, movies. And as somebody said, is it just me or this list is not complete unless one of you puts Mark Schlereth on that list?
Wow.
There you are. I was beginning to give up on you. It's great to see you, man.
It's great to see you, O'Neill. It took me a while to get here from the airport. I get small town transportation. So, this is Springfield.
This is it, in all of its glory. You know what? Maybe you should do a little research while you're here. That way you can write your next book about a small town.
It's pretty, I can't remember what I was supposed to say.
It's okay.
Pretty quiet around here. Pretty quiet around here. Let me do that again.
Do that again.
Wow.
Under normal circumstances, that would be a great way to welcome Mark into the show, but Mark is off today. Stink is off today. You know where he's heading?
I really don't care.
Come on. He's heading off to his Vandal weekend. This is where he gets together every weekend with his former Vandal football teammates.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they go to
I apologize.
they go to what they call Vandal Beach. It's someplace in in Idaho.
Really?
They got their own beach set up, and they got everything. They got pickleball, and they got the boat, and
oh wow,
all that stuff.
Oh nice. Okay, I apologize.
So he gets together, hanging out with his. I do that next week with my the Treehouse gang. I'll see.
Yeah, see, I don't know about
getting ready to see them all.
Guys trips y'all do.
Drunk and stupid is no way to go through life.
We've got the text chain going. We're getting ready. I got Burnsy, Wingy, Moley, Budley, Ski, Wingy, Dodger.
They had Stokley.
You know,
I'm not. No.
I'm telling you, I mean this sincerely. I all joking aside, especially you guys out there, I can't recommend enough to be able to set up something that you do once a year where you reconnect with buddies that you maybe have drifted apart from or lost touch or lost some connection with. It is so cool to have it built in every year as kind of like that guy's trip or that guy's weekend to look forward to. I don't care how old you are. I don't care how long you've been out of high school or college. I'm telling you, it's a great, great thing.
Yeah, because if you don't, it's not going to happen. If you don't have it on the books, like this is when we're doing it every boom, it just, hey, next year, the following year, this is what we do. Because if you all of a sudden, hey, what dates work in July? It's never going to happen. So good for y'all.
Yeah,
I'm happy.
So that's where he's heading.
Okay,
he just got done with his TV show and he's heading off to fly out to Idaho. And
I mean, I'm used to him not being here anyway, so it doesn't change much. Just keep plowing ahead. I don't know. It's like Chris Bryant. Chris Bryant's not available. Okay, well, I mean, weren't expecting him to be available anyway.
You just compared Stink to Iron Man? Wow! Hell yeah! Oh, somebody I hope got that on tape. I want that back next week when he's back here. Oh, that's great.
Yeah, put that one in the chamber, Ty.
That is awesome. Some more here as we kick off this hour of Is It Just Me's. Guys, is it just me? Are you starting to get a little nervous? The Broncos aren't getting deals done. Are they prepared to play hardball with their guys?
I'm not nervous. I'm not nervous at all. Like I told y'all last week, it's vacation time. Nothing's going to be getting done. They're probably back now, starting to kind of figure things out. They know what they need to do. There's a process here, and guess what? I'm like, I don't want them just handing out contracts to everyone. At some point, you got to play some hardball with certain guys, I would think, right, Mike? I mean, we're not just going to, you get a contract, everyone's fat and happy. No. So we'll see what it looks like. Like you want to do the things the right way as an organization, but there's a limit to it.
Mm-hmm.
Not everyone can be thrilled and happy with their situation every single year. We'll see what it looks like. But, no, I'm not concerned right now.
But do you think it's good financial business sense for a team that's still trying to prove themselves, a team that's still dealing with the cap consequences from you-know-who, to be just handing out big contracts to Nick Bonito and Cortland Sutton and Zach Allen and John Franklin Myers? At some point, doesn't some tough decisions have to be made, and doesn't some guys need to be told, sorry, it's business. It's not personal. It's business. We just can't do it for you.
I mean, we saw it last year with Cortland. They told him no.
Yeah.
We're not doing it. Here's some incentives. We're not doing it with 2 years. So I like that. I do. I like that approach. Sometimes you got to say no. And they've shown the ability to do that. We'll see. I mean, when you look at guys that do it the right way, on and off the football field, and they're who you want around for a while, okay, those are the guys you want to keep. Pay them. It doesn't matter. Look, when you look at the salary cap, especially right now, in some of these situations, it's only going to help your salary cap. Guys like Zach Allen, he's got like a $20 million salary cap hit right now, something like that. Well, if you sign him to an extension, that thing's going to go down.
Right.
You're going to give him a big bonus. You're going to spread it out over 3 or 4 more years. Cap's going to go down. And then you're going to be able to take advantage of Bo Nick's rookie contract next year. So you're in a really good situation right now if you're the Denver Broncos moving forward with a rookie quarterback that's not taking up a lot of the cap, you're able to pay some of these other guys. And now last year you couldn't take advantage of it because you had a $50-something million cap hit. This year's 30-something. You're in a really good position cap-wise to start taking care of some of these guys. And, your owners have the ability to be able to write some big signing bonus checks and spread the money out so you take lesser of a cap hit. We'll see. But I'm not concerned right now. It's still early. I mean, what do we start, the 22nd?
Yeah.
Yeah. And even during training camp, you can negotiate and get things done. So we'll see what it looks like. We'll see if we have any holdouts, any hold-ins, if they get somebody done. You got a long time before camp, though, when it comes to getting these contracts done.
Another one, is it just me Friday? Is it just me? Guys, I heard you talking about Deion Sanders' future with CU. I think it's more about his health than anything else determining how long he stays.
Interesting. That's interesting.
That is interesting. He came out yesterday and said, he said, I'm fine. In fact, here's what he had to say.
But I'm not here to talk about my health. I'm here to talk about my team.
Do you know what an average day look like for you on the range?
Average day, I'm looking good. I'm living lovely. God has truly blessed me. Not a care in the world. Not a want or desire in the world. Thank you, sir.
But he even acknowledged that he was going through some things. So,
well, obviously,
where would you put his health? How would you rank it? What kind of slice of the pie would you give his health in determining how long he coaches at CU?
I think that's a good RamosLaw.com text, a really good one. Deion tells us all the time how much he loves Boulder, and I believe him. He's not lying. He loves it. Loves working for CU, loves living in Boulder, and everything about it. And he's had a lot of success. So, but you look at the health. The health has been obviously has been a big deal. I mean, he had the toes that he had to get, amputated.
Mm-hmm.
He had other things going on there, which isn't ideal. I mean, it was a question like, can he run on the field? He was having trouble getting around. And then this offseason, something was going on there with his health. Don't know what it was. I don't need to know. I don't really care. But you're looking at it like Deion probably wants to coach for a while, but health might be the thing that comes up or happens to say, well, I need to step away here. So yeah, I agree with that text there that it could come down to health.
Another one with Deion, is it just me or did it surprise you that a guy who came in talking about Louis Vuitton is now acting like everybody has to get by with Samsonite?
Oh, wow. Oh,
wow. Good text. Good text. Good job.
Okay.
This is why I love my Fridays.
Okay.
It was kind of interesting hearing the Deion that we heard when he first got here.
I inherited some bull junk, and I'm going to fix it.
With the one that we heard yesterday saying, hey, things are a little bit out of control. We gotta put a salary cap in place for how much these players can make.
Why is it a problem when I say what you think?
Well, I think he sees where this is going. And you're going to have only a few teams that are able to sustain what's going on. And you got to get it under control because it's madness. It's craziness with the portal and some of the things that are going on behind the scenes and agents and all of these different things. It is crazy.
Can I ask you an honest question? I just want you to be completely honest, and I guess I'm asking it not only of you but everybody else.
I don't like how you started that. Like, when have you ever? Can I ask you? To be honest?
Yeah, please be honest.
Have I been lying to you?
No,
you
not that.
Do you
but
feel like I've been lying to you?
No. I don't feel like you've been lying to me. But I just feel like it's a question that needs to be asked. Has your interest, your passion, your love for college sports diminished over the last couple of years?
Oh, gosh, yes. It's not even close.
Not even close. Okay.
I mean, college basketball has been terrible now for, before
NIL.
Mm-hmm. With the one-and-dones, hard to follow guys. And now you got the transfer portal in college basketball. So you look up and it's like, I used to be a Duke fan. I'm not a big college basketball fan until March Madness now.
Right.
But I used to follow them all the time. A huge Duke fan. Now I really don't even care. What they're doing in the regular season. It doesn't even matter.
I hate it.
Football?
I hate it.
Football is like, okay. I still love college football. I do love college football. I mean, you turn it on a Saturday and hunker down, but it's not the same. It's just not the same.
Following your team, okay? If you're just talking about the aspect of college sports and just that thrill that you get with following your team, how can you tell me it's lost some of its luster the last couple of years? How can you tell me that all this stuff going on with a player here today, gone tomorrow, the portal, the possibility of, hey, is this guy gonna want to stay? You know, he's not getting as much playing time. Is he gonna just be looking to leave? You know, do I have to study up on all the new guys coming in because my team is completely changing every single year? I mean, that's how it is for me. It sounds like it is for you.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of curious if it's like that for everybody else out there. You as a college football fan, is following college football, is following your team, just an honest question. Is it as fun now as it was maybe just a few years ago?
Okay, how about this? What about if you're a CU fan? Isn't it? It's better now. Texas Tech. It's better at Texas Tech. I mean, because they can buy their way into the spotlight.
Mm-hmm.
Texas Tech, if it was an even playing field and you're just going off recruiting and facilities, Texas Tech's going to be Texas Tech. CU, where was CU at? One of the worst programs in all of college football.
Right.
But now we got NIL. We can pay guys. We can do things. Transfer portal. If it wasn't for the transfer portal and NIL, Deion's
fair point.
not. So
that's a fair point.
You got to look at the upside to some schools. I think some schools look at it and say, all right, now we got a better chance to actually win. It's been good for us to be able to do one and dones and bring guys in. But I think for the fans, majority of the fans, it's been bad. It hasn't been a positive.
It's a total tangent here, but one thing I've seen in the aftermath of Michael Porter Jr. leaving and the video that he put out in which it was a heartfelt thank you to Nugget fans and the Nuggets, part of the emotional reaction that I've gotten from some Nugget fans about MPJ's departure is that, hey, this was a kid we watched right from the start. And we got to see his story. We got to see his successes. We got to see his trial and tribulations. And we watched it all. And I think there's something special for a fan, a sports fan, when you get to watch these guys, both as individuals and as a core, grow together and become, in this case, champions. And I think that while understanding it with college sports, yeah, these guys are only going to be here for a certain amount of time, but even that's now gone. Even the idea of saying, hey, man, I am really looking forward to being able to watch this guy play for fill-in-the-blank university, my school, for the next 3 or 4 years. Now you're just kind of, every single year, you're like, is this just, you're playing it year to year.
Yep.
That's all you can do, year to year. And I don't know, that just seems to take a lot of the fun out of it. For me, maybe for a lot of you it doesn't. I'm just kind of curious.
I agree with you there. It certainly does. You know, when you look up and every year your roster's flipped over and then it's but I think right now they're just trying to figure things out. Obviously. I mean, look how much has changed in the last 3-4 years. Conference, no more Big 12. That's gone. You can tell me bringing back these Big 12's done, right? And now you got the 3 or 4 major conferences now, which could be, down to 2 and who knows. I mean, the playoffs, you look at that now. I mean, the change in college, the transfer portal, NIL, all of it the last 4 or 5 years, craziness, right? And so I think they're going to obviously try to tighten some things up and make it as good as possible. Yeah. We'll see what it looks like. But no, it's not the same as it was, growing up, watching your team.
Yeah. I know what I'm about to say is not going to be very popular with college athletes and maybe people like you who play college sports. I don't think it's really good for the sport as a whole. And I mean, from a fan's perspective, if the players have too much power. I just don't. I think it's been to the detriment of the NBA. And while I certainly never begrudged the idea of college athletes getting a little more from what they used to get, which was very little, although I still think getting a college scholarship is a pretty good deal. I don't know why over the years that has been diminished the way it has. But still.
They still go to school?
Well, they used to. They used to. Now they probably don't because they're just semi-pros. Well, they're just pros, really. But the more a league, a sport has, I think, less player power, I think the better the sport is for us as fans. I point to the NFL as Exhibit 1. You guys got no power. No power. You guys get taken the cleaners every single time there's a negotiation with the owners. And I think that I don't think it's a coincidence that the NFL is the king that it is with the relationship it has with its players. I know you don't like to hear that, but it's true. And I just feel like college sports was better when the college athletes didn't have as much power. There, I said it. And I think right now they have gained way too much power in way too short of a time, and I don't think it's good for the game.
No, it's not good for the game. Well, when you look at certain sports, NFL, here's the problem with the NFL. Your life expectancy, your career, average career is, 3.5 years. So, you're going to hold out a year? You really want to go down that road and take a year away of earning power? And you look at these, and you got 53 guys. 53. That's a lot of voices. NBA, how many voices are NBA? 1 or 2 per team. That's it. 4 or 5 in the whole league. The stars, the true stars, right? Baseball, how many players on the base? Nothing. Hockey. So it's just a different sport when it comes to trying to get things done in football. And football has gotten so much better. You look at where it was when I first got in the league. You look at the guaranteed contracts now you can compare some of these top quarterbacks with some of the top earners in other sports, which that used to not be the case. So it'll never be to the point where it's fully guaranteed deals. But at the same time, I think you're right when it comes to, you look at college sports now and the NCAA in college, they have just given all the power up. We're just trying to survive, and we'll see what it looks like.
Yeah, I don't mind some of these guys making some money, but you gotta put something in place that these guys just can't bounce every year. Every year the portal's open to them.
It's every 6 months, Mike.
1 year they're here. The next year they're here. Enough. It's too much. It's too much way too soon. And it took what started out as an idea that made sense, and now it's out of control and it's not working.
And it's terrible for high school kids.
Yes, because more and more high school kids aren't getting scholarships
They're
anymore.
not getting recruited.
They're not getting recruited.
College teams are going to the portal.
Exactly.
Portal. Figure it out on your own, and we'll go revisit this in 2 years.
We continue on with our daily top 5, our top 5 actor list. That plus more, Is It Just Me's? Coming up next.
Are the Broncos waiting too long to handle their offseason contract extensions?
They know what they want to do. They know how they want to proceed. It's not going to be anything that comes out of the blue or anything new. It'll be fine. And when they want to get someone done, they'll get it done.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain, worried about needing surgery. How about all those habit-forming medications? You don't want that, guys. Spine One specializes in treatments that offer alternatives to major surgery and long-term pain. Here's the best part. You can do exactly what I did. Start your journey toward pain-free today. They're a phone call away, 303-367-2225, 303-367 back. Hey, listen, they've got the exams, the MRIs, the physical therapy, the treatment options, all right there in one location, guys, and they're going to educate you. Here's what's going on. They're going to walk you through the pictures, right? This is why you're in pain, and then they're going to provide treatment options for both nagging and debilitating pain, and I can tell you firsthand, guys, they changed my life. I know what you're going through. Hey, when you're in pain, man, it checks you out of life. You quit playing with the kids. You quit doing things you love to do. For me, quit playing golf, quit going to the gym, couldn't sleep through the night. A couple of short visits to my guys at Spine One. I was back on the golf course, back in the gym. Don't live your life that way any longer. Call my guys at Spine One and start your journey today. 303-367-2225, 303-367-BACK, or find them online at spineone.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. Are you looking to replace your roof or have hail damage? Call your local trusted contractor at 5280 Exteriors. They've been around for nearly 20 years, servicing your roofing, siding, or window needs throughout Colorado. 5280exteriors.com.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Most people don't think about their garage door until it stops working. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. There's never a good time for your garage door to break, whether you're rushing to work or you're trying to get the kids to school. We know how much you rely on your garage door. That's why we offer same-day repairs, because life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Over 90,000 five-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage door is what we do, but making your life easier and your home safer is why we do it. Families trust us because we deliver, and we'd be honored to earn your trust too. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
If you need hip or knee replacement surgery, trust Colorado Joint Replacement, part of Advent Health, one of the nation's largest healthcare providers, home to some of the top trained surgeons in the state. They offer innovative joint replacement care using the latest technology. With expert, compassionate care and a focus solely on joint replacements, you'll get the peace of mind and outcomes you deserve. Schedule your appointment today at coloradojoint.org. That's coloradojoint.org.
Food critiques.
I love chicken. I hate chicken salad.
What?
If you put chicken salad in front of me, I'd gag.
Hard-hitting analysis.
I took an Ambien on accident before practice, and that's what he looked like out there.
And some constructive criticism.
Reminded me of the show that Mike had yesterday. Just a little off, not completely there. You were like, Mike, are you going to take control of this show? Like, how many times did you have to say that yesterday?
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Stink off today. He's on his way to Vandal Weekend with his boys. So we wish him a great weekend. In the meantime, we have a Is It Just Me Friday, giving you a chance to get those hot topics off your chest. We also have our daily top 5, which is our top 5 favorite actors. Can be comedy, drama, TV, movie, male, female. We're up to number 4.
My turn?
Your turn.
You didn't like my number 5, or you
Well,
didn't. You gave me a hard time.
Well, I gave you a hard time because it was
Tom Cruise.
And have you seen Top Gun Maverick?
I have not.
Have you seen any of the last couple of Mission Impossible movies?
How many are there now? When was the latest?
It's out now. It's still kind of running around now.
At number 4.
Oh, okay, nothing to see here. Okay.
At number 4, the guy that you were just raving about in the F1 movie, Brad Pitt. Brad
Highly
Pitt does a
recommend the
great
movie.
job. Great job. Still doing it, obviously, at a high level. One of my favorite movies, 7. Oh.
What's in the box? What's in the box?
Come on.
But I got to say this about Brad Pitt. Dude is beautiful.
Yeah.
I made that comment in 1999 on these airwaves when the movie Troy came out.
No, you did not.
Yes, I did.
99, it's still around?
When was we have had that all this time.
Wow. Okay.
Whatever movie, I think Troy came out. Can you look it up, Johnny? What year did Troy come out? Because that's when I made that comment. He was beautiful. He was. Now he's not so much beautiful, but ruggedly handsome. Ruggedly handsome.
I mean, he can change.
2004 was when Troy came out. All right, so
close enough.
We're still talking 20 plus years old. We've kept that in the
21.
system. So be careful what you say. The things you say, Phi High Summit Jam could be still being played here on this station in 2050.
I hate Jokic. Look at that. Look at that.
Number 4 for me, I went with Tom Cruise. The guy, hey, I don't care if he's kind of a whack job off the screen. He just makes a great movie. He just makes a great movie. He puts his all into it, does his own stunts.
At the age.
You just know you're going to see a good movie with him. So,
At
Tom
his
Cruise,
age,
number 4.
too. Doing his own stunts, Mike.
Yep. So, number 4. We'll continue on with the list.
Who was your 5?
Oh, I went with Jennifer Aniston.
Yeah, you got to.
At number 5.
We got to reset it.
Yeah, I got to make
We
sure
wanna
Jennifer
know
Aniston gets her love, too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So, there you go. Let's see. Oh, yeah. 7. Such a horrific movie. Loved it. TJ.
God, that's one of my favorites.
I saw an interview with Pitt, and he was talking about that, and they wanted to do something else in the box, like a dog or something. And he's like, nope, I refuse. He's like, I'm only doing this movie if that's what's in the box.
If you haven't seen 7, you got to see 7. I think it's one of the more underrated movies.
Yes.
It was so good, but it didn't get the attention. I think it deserved a lot more attention. How about Fight Club? I mean, come on. Fight Club?
Oh, keep going.
I mean, Fight Club, goodness gracious, is like, oh, wow. And to be able to do all these different kind of and get yourself into these different roles and really good.
Yeah. Okay, we'll continue on with the list. It's an Is It Just Me Friday. Some more Is It Just Me's. Guys, is it just me? I'm not buying the Chiefs being vulnerable quite yet.
Guess what? I agree.
Ooh.
I agree. Everyone else is down on the Chiefs and ready to, who is it going to be? The Chargers or the Broncos? Are going to overtake the West this year? And it might happen. But until it happens, I'm going to be skeptical. They told me that 3 or 4 years ago, Mike. 5 years ago, after they lost to Tampa in the Super Bowl. They couldn't block, and they're flawed. They had no receivers this year. All these close games. Oh, this is the year Buffalo and Baltimore. One of them's going to beat them. I look up. It's the damn Chiefs in the Super Bowl again, Mike.
But you have to agree that the only way that a team, especially in today's NFL, the modern NFL, and this goes back about 25 years now, the only way you can dominate a division is if the rest of the division just sucks. Let's face it. I mean, you look at the teams that have dominated their divisions over the years. I don't think it's not a coincidence that you look at the domination of those teams and then look at the other teams in those divisions and just look at how poorly they performed, how poorly they were run, how they always had a constant revolving door of coaches and quarterbacks. And that has been the AFC West here for a while now.
Absolutely.
I mean, the Patriots were allowed their reign of terror because nobody, save for Rex Ryan's Jets with Mark Sanchez for a couple of years, ever stood up to them. They were so bad. They were left to run unopposed. And that has kind of been the situation with the Chiefs here for a long time as well. But don't you get the sense now that with the Broncos and the Chargers that there's some real legitimate teeth now, some competition in this division? And that's why I think you can call them vulnerable.
Well, I mean, but there's more competition, but can they take the next step? Broncos or Chiefs? Not talking about the Raiders right now. Broncos or Chiefs? Can one of those teams dethrone?
Broncos or Chargers.
Yeah, sorry. Broncos and Chargers. Can one of those teams dethrone the Chiefs? But until it happens, Mike, I'm going to be skeptical of it. Because they've been telling me the decline of the Chiefs is happening for 5-6 years now.
Wow.
That's what they've been telling me. Since the loss to the Super Bowl against the Bucs, remember how bad they played? They had to revamp their whole team. They got rid of Tyreek Hill, had to find an offensive line, and then every year it seems like it's something with the Chiefs. It's just something with the Chiefs. Last year, what was it? All these close games, they just can't keep doing it. Guess what? They just kept doing it.
Right.
All the way to the Super Bowl. I understand they lost the Super Bowl, but that's 3 years in a row they went to the Super Bowl. And so until I see it happen, I'm not gonna buy it. I'm not gonna believe it. I'm just like they just figure it out, man, and it's frustrating. Until one of these teams actually can take that next step, it's easy to get close. It's hard to take that next step and actually for 17 games be the better team the whole year. That's a hard thing to do.
But I also think it's hard to keep up at that level in today's NFL like the Chiefs have. Their teams are constantly coming after you. Free agency, the draft, all that stuff. Everything, it's the way that was set up. Pete Rozell's dream, parity. Everybody goes 8-8. You know, everything is designed to drive the top teams back to the middle. I mean,
how long has it been?
It hasn't gone to the level the NBA's gone to. My goodness, did we got some salty, whiny owners there in the NBA who are like so embarrassed by what teams that were trying to win were doing, that they were like, oh, we got to put in first and second aprons so that we can drive the Golden State Warriors back down from their perch.
But how long has it been for the Chiefs? How long has this run been? It's been a long time.
I mean, it started right after Payton left.
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, it's been a long time.
But the division's been pretty awful during that whole time.
But a lot of it's due to them just dominating.
Yes, but that's my point about, you look at the teams that have historically had these decade-long runs, look at the divisions that they've played in, look at the competition, and understanding they get to play 6 games every year against those teams. And when you pretty much can go into every year knowing you're going to go 6-0 or 5-1 in your division, that sets you up pretty good. That sets you up pretty nice.
No, it certainly does. And it is. It's a much more competitive division this year than what it was 2 years ago. And last year was much more competitive. So it's a better division. And hopefully it's the Broncos can take that next step this year. But I think it's going to be a really good division. It's going to be close. I think it's going to be close this year. But my point is, man, until I see it actually happen, we can talk all we want. Because I hear talk about the Chiefs all the time. I mean, we've heard it for years. And it's just like, oh, yeah, y'all told me they sucked. Y'all told me they had no receivers, no running game, no offensive line. And then I look up, and they're winning 14, 15 games. They're winning the West, and they're in the Super Bowl. Oh, this is Baltimore's year.
Yeah.
Baltimore, Lamar, Buffalo, Josh Allen, every year for the past 3 years. And it just hasn't happened. So until I see it happen, Mike, I'm just gonna be very skeptical.
That's fair. That's fair. The whole I won't believe it till I see it is fair. But can you at least give people like me and people who are with me the idea that we're starting to see some cracks in the foundation, just maybe some signs of vulnerability?
Couple cracks.
Okay, that's all I need. I'll take cracks for now. I'm good with the cracks. I'll take cracks.
Nuggies. Let me get those nuggies. Nuggies.
Well, there are more of those commercials coming. They're not going away. For sure. Is it just me? Friday rolls on. Hey, they are back. Our free limited edition training camp 2025, built to win. I just got one of them. Richie gave one to me. Oh, man. You got to feel this shirt. It is awesome. We're going to have 4 drops at First Bank locations across the metro area starting on July 15th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Tuesday, July 15th from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on East Lincoln Avenue in Lone Tree. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Quitters! This is a story of a big made-for-TV firm that quit on their sweet little old lady client. Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. A little while ago, we had a call into 303 Law 4040 from a sweet little old lady who had been injured in a car accident. Now, it was a little bit of a complicated case due to her age, but a big made-for-TV lawyer didn't want to do the work and just quit on her. She came into the 303 Law 4040 offices and said, Dan, I'm not looking to get rich, but this just doesn't seem fair. We agreed and told her that we couldn't guarantee her anything, but we're willing to put in the work. And after a ton of work, we were proud to tell her that we got the original $13,000 offer all the way up to $100,000. At 303 Law 4040, we're here to help you after you've been injured in a car accident, not take advantage of you like some of the big made-for-TV firms. You always get to meet with us for free, and you never pay a dime unless we get money on your behalf. So save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040, 303 Law 4040.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new Comcast Business customers can find out how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Early termination fee applies.
Catch a ride with Evie and Otto. Catch a ride.
Hi, it's Evie. This July, Foundation Chevrolet is bringing the fireworks and the savings.
Boom! And Otto wants you to save $500 on all new and certified pre-owned cars.
Celebrate freedom and big deals all month long.
Just mention this ad and save 500 smackers.
Together, let's drive that Foundation Chevrolet in Wheat Ridge. Come catch a ride.
Evie and Otto always know where to go.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Tonight, Netflix and Most Valuable Promotions bring you two of the fiercest female athletes on the planet. One ring, one final chapter. Katie Taylor is chasing ultimate glory. Amanda Serrano is fighting for redemption and revenge. This is more than a fight. It's the first ever women's boxing trilogy, and the world is watching. The stakes higher than ever. The rivalry legendary. Who will win? Don't miss this epic showdown live from Madison Square Garden in New York City. Watch Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, live on Netflix.
Candy shaming. I don't know how anybody can eat that. Black licorice? Ugh. Ugh. Gross. Fact checking.
I think we have another candidate for the Mike Evans big board of BS.
No way. In the spirit of giving.
Mike is getting an almost new but slightly used snowblower.
Oh, is that his compensation, Mark?
No, that's just out of the goodness of my heart, Stoke.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Well, somebody told me you had a boyfriend who looked like a girlfriend that I had invited you.
All right. Happy Friday, everybody. And it's been a fun, loose Friday show. Kind of turning it over to you great texters with some of your awesome Is It Just Me takes like this one. This one is spot on. Is it just me, guys, or does the NBA need to go through the end of July? I'm bored right now. It's true. This is the deadest time of the sports calendar, especially if you live in a city that doesn't have baseball, and we don't. So I think the NBA, they've already unfortunately, their stranglehold on Christmas Day was taken away by the NFL just like that. The NFL's like, thank you, we'll be taking that.
Let me get that chain. Thank you.
So, but I think the NBA would be so much better off, carve out their own kind of niche if they started their season around Christmas and finished up in July. Make it more of a spring and summer sport and take advantage of the fact that they could really own this time of the sports calendar. I think it's an excellent take.
Yeah, I do too. So my question is to you, Mike, why wouldn't hockey or basketball try to take advantage of this time right now where nothing's going on, everyone's bored, you're looking for something to watch? Why wouldn't they try to take advantage of this, especially hockey? Let's say hockey, because hockey has the lowest ratings of all of them.
Right. Yeah, but that's just tough. It's tough to pull off a pure winter sport like that.
Too hot?
Too hot.
Ice is going to melt.
Plus hockey. Hockey's hockey. Hockey, ice, winter. Basketball, you play basketball all parts of the year. Basketball does not have to be a fall and winter sport. It can easily be a spring and summer sport.
Don't they play hockey inside?
They do, but
okay. Well, but what?
Then you get hockey games in June and July and
we
Dallas.
Already have them. Don't we already have them?
Soft ice.
Don't we already have them in June?
Well, now you're talking about going into July.
So make it colder.
Who cares?
Like you don't have the technology to make it colder? Oh, hey, we can't play hockey in Florida. Oh, yes, we can.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, yeah. Oh, turns out we actually can.
Yeah.
So what's your point here?
I just think
you're talking about a sport that needs some life.
Yes.
It needs help.
But I just feel like basketball would feel more normal in July than hockey would.
I understand that.
Okay, that's all I'm saying.
But hockey doesn't feel normal in South Florida. But, doesn't feel normal in South Louisiana. But there it was. It was ice skaters. Chomp, chomp, chomp.
What was the name of the Louisiana minor league hockey team?
I just told you.
They were called the Ice Skaters?
Ice Gators.
Oh, Ice Gators.
Chomp, chomp, chomp. Ice Gators.
Ice Gators.
Yeah. See? Kind of cool.
Ice Skaters.
Can't believe they didn't survive. But
that's not cool.
okay.
That's not cool, Jan.
No. But, some sport ought to try to take advantage of this downtime.
Is it just me, or did Mike think he was being funny when he said if you live in a town that doesn't have baseball like us? No, I wasn't trying to be funny. I'm just being honest. I'm dripping with sarcasm, dripping with snark, which we love on this show.
Yeah.
I know I got to let it go. Okay, let me just take a moment. I feel like I got to have this moment where I stare in the mirror and have some self-reflection. I know I got to let it go with the whole Rockies thing. I know I got to let my all-out assault on Dick Monfort. I know I got to let it go because I know it's not going to change. But, okay, can you imagine right now, during this dead time in sports, when we are anxiously looking forward to the start of NFL training camp and we're making the biggest news possible out of 35-year-old defensemen getting 2-year contracts in Summer League? Would it be, can you imagine, this is what fuels my frustration. If you want to know what fuels my frustration about how Dick Monfort runs the Rockies, it's days like today where here we are in the middle of July and we got nothing when it comes to baseball. Can you imagine? Try to just imagine that instead of a Rockies team that is currently 21-72 and just an absolute laughingstock, can you imagine instead the Rockies were 55-38? One of the battling the Dodgers for first place in the West. One of the best teams in all the National League. And they were getting ready today to open up a weekend series in Cincinnati. And you know what we'd be doing? We'd be talking about the pitching matchup. We'd be looking at who's hot, who's not. Baseball, there's so many different things that happen during a baseball game. I mean, we see it all the time, right? I mean, just the other day we had a catcher who had a walk-off inside the park home run. And it was the first time a catcher had hit a walk-off inside the park home run since the 1920s. That's the beauty of baseball. Things happen that you just don't see. And it happens every single game. No two games are ever alike. And can you imagine if we were able to be here in the middle of July, being able to talk about a big Rockies game? Do you know how much more fun it would be? And we are robbed of that. And I think it sucks.
Well, look, first of all, you don't have to apologize for holding the Rockies accountable. You don't. And to your second point there, look, we've done it. I've done it. I've talked about the Rockies a lot when they've been winners. They've been to the playoffs. They've had good seasons. They were right there with the Dodgers. So, yeah, no, I mean, we've lived it not that long ago. We really have, where they've been a really good baseball team, a competent baseball team, and it does. It's so much more fun when the Rockies are relevant, and that's what makes it even more painful watching who they are right now.
Yeah.
Because they are irrelevant, as close to irrelevant as you could get. The only reason we talk about them because of how historically bad they are, and that's not fun. So, yeah.
So for the texter who followed up by saying, is it just me, or is it fairly easy to poke Evans and get him riled up about the Rockies? Yeah, it is. It is. I'm not gonna lie. It is easy to get me riled up because I think this is a potential powder keg. I think Rockies baseball could be a beast in this town. That if you all of a sudden gave this town, this region, this sports area, if you gave them a really good Rockies team made up of star players, Cy Young candidates, big bombers, hit a bunch of home runs. You gave this fan base, this city, this region, that kind of a team that year in and year out is going out and winning 95 games and competing for and going to the playoffs and going to a World Series. This place would be a awesome baseball market. Easily one of the top baseball markets in the entire country. Yeah. And we're being robbed of that. And it's a giant waste as far as I'm concerned. Because there are some towns out there where you can give that town a really good baseball team and they still won't embrace it. It still won't take off. Here, if you did, that's the crime of what these guys do over there. Because I know for a fact if you put a really good product out here, it would be received like you wouldn't believe.
Give us offense.
And that's it's such a waste.
Give us offense. At least have a team that can score runs. And if you're going to lose, you're going to lose 10-9, 10-7, 12-8. But at least you're going to hit bombs, and it's going to be fun. But you don't even have that.
What I don't get this. Is it just me? You guys wanting the NBA starting in December proves what we already knew, that you barely watch basketball and know nothing about it? What does when they play the sport and to maximize interest in the sport, how does that compare with knowing anything about the sport? It's two totally different topics. I text you got to be better than that. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? This is all about how the NBA would have a golden opportunity to take advantage of a time in the sports calendar that they could own. Absolutely own.
Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
So we got another hour to go. Plenty of good. I love the randomness. We're getting some great stuff. It could be about anything. We got the Broncos on the subject matter. We got the Nuggets, Avs moves. Are the Avs as good a team right now as they were the one that finished up last season? Throw that question out there. We got college football, everything. We got another hour coming up.
Should the Nuggets explore other free agent options to back up Nikola Jokic?
I hope this deal falls apart. I'm not being a negative Nancy here about all this. I want this deal to fall apart because I want a better player, a better option in this win-now window with Nikola Jokic. And it's not Big Val. The guy I want is Al Horford.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, you boys Stink here from a long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house, now's the perfect time to sell it. Still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my boy Troy is offering his $5,000 guarantee. If he can't sell your house at the price that you agree upon, plus the timeline that you agree upon, he's going to cut you a check for, get this, $5,000. Come on, who else makes the offer? Answer's nobody. He's making the offer because he continues to spend an obscene amount of money marketing his listings right now as I speak. He's got about 100 families approved and ready to buy. And if for any reason at all you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash. You can close in as little as 7 days. So if you have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him at 720-900-4433. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Get to the #1 sports bar, Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks has all the action with zero cover. Witness Fight Night for free. Throughout this whole summer, roll up to Twin Peaks for the biggest fights and rematches. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
At Embers Golf, they're not just selling golf clubs, they're crafting a journey for golf enthusiasts. Hey, Brandon Stokley here. I got my clubs from Embers Golf, and I couldn't be happier. Discover a unique boutique-style golf shop in Westminster. They stock custom upgraded shafts and even offer 2 hitting bays for you to test your swing. They carry all the major brands and even some of the smaller ones too. Experience a full fitting of your golf bag. It's family-owned, and there's nothing else like it around here. Embers Golf, where your golf journey begins. Visit embersgolf.com today.
Bailey Zimmerman takes over Frontier Nights on July 20th.
Mistakes, tears rolling down your face when I walked out that door. The only woman who believes.
It's country's next generation, live only at Cheyenne Frontier Days. Joining him on the Cheyenne stage, Josh Ross. Tickets on sale now at CFDrodeo.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Woodley's Fine Furniture, specializing in custom upholstery, solid wood, and the most comfortable leather furniture imaginable. You will not find better built furniture than at Woodley's. Visit woodleys.com today.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Passive aggression.
Oh, Mark. Sweet, naive, childlike Mark. Culinary techniques.
So you got the crawfish, you got the tail, you pinch, twist, and some people like to slurp it. You're a slurper.
And backhanded apologies.
You know what? I would like to officially apologize to you, Mike. You were right. I was wrong. You're smart. I'm dumb. You're skinny. I'm fat.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right. Rolling into the fourth hour here this morning. Great to have you with us. Mark off today. He's heading off to his Vandal Boys weekend. Vandal Beach We have the crew here. I just heard you, as we went to break, you walked out and you went, whoa! What was that all about?
Well, I mean,
I just heard you, yell out, whoa!
I'm just going to relax for a second, and Simmer is back there behind the glass, and he's got, a tank top on. It just took me by surprise. First of all, it's, extra small. It's, really tight and short, and, okay, so, what are we doing here? I mean, a few weeks ago, it was Ty had the tank top on. Now Simmer's wearing a tank. I don't know. What's going on back there?
I had it underneath my North Face that I had on. I was going to try out the shirts that we got.
Oh, the new shirts?
So I had to. I was wearing a tank top underneath it, so I just took it off to put a shirt on, and that's.
I'll tell you what. I gotta say, props, man. You're in good shape.
Well, that's all he does is work out. I hope he's in good shape. He doesn't eat anything bad. He weighs everything. Why are you surprised he's in good shape? Mike's he's actually. He better be in good shape. That's all he does.
I'm just saying there's some muscle definition there that I didn't think existed.
It's called a sleeper build.
You got some good, impressive arms there. That's good stuff. Good stuff. Keep it up.
I don't know. I kind of expected that.
Did you?
Yeah.
This is the first time we've seen it, so you were not surprised. I got to admit, I was a bit surprised.
Wow. I think that's a...
I'm just giving him a compliment. Johnny, if I were you...
No, that's not really a compliment from you.
What I'm saying is, Johnny... All right, then here's the compliment. Johnny, I would wear those shirts more often.
Look at the shoulders. He's a monster.
Well, athletes like Stoke and I.
Yes, yes.
We hold ourselves to a certain standard.
Yes.
Correct.
Very good. By the way, quick breakdown, critique, fashion review of those new T-shirts that we're giving away. How are they? They look really cool. They look nice. I love the color.
Look good. Breathe good.
Yeah.
All good.
Dry fit material.
And what's that? What's the camp logo this year? We've had some good ones over the year. Wacko for Flacco.
Built to win.
Built to win. I think we were under construction last year. We're built to win. So,
Love it.
Our training camp 2025 extra soft built to win T-shirts that Simmer is modeling right now. We'll have 4 drops at First Bank locations across the metro area starting July 15th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good. On the RamosLaw.com text line on this, is it just me? Friday, is it just me? Or did Mike need 4 or 5 extra minutes to calm down after his Rockies rant? Good one. Very good. We'll go with this one. This one works. We had a perfectly texted in Zach By extending the smear campaign text earlier this morning. I completely butchered it.
You did.
I didn't have it plugged in properly. I started to try to play the smear music, and then we both agreed, nope, it lost its moment. Moment had
Thanks
passed.
a lot, Mike.
So it didn't count then, but we got it done. So
we did.
Day number 220 of the Zach By sensitivity smear campaign.
It continues. We'll see in training camp if he wants to call a truce and apologize and admit that he was wrong. And then if he does, it's over. I gave him that, what do we do? You extend that olive branch?
Yeah.
I've done that for Zach, so we'll see if he accepts.
I'm an idiot.
On the RamosLaw.com text line, is it just me? You're way off with your idea of having the NBA go into July. People who are basketball fans can't wait until the season starts in September, October. You guys look at it like a job. Well, all it would take is you just getting used to a new calendar.
That's it. It's
why is
the
that?
same.
Why are you thinking? Why are you making this so hard, Texter? I mean, yeah, it might feel a little weird at first, but eventually you get used to it. NBA season starts on Christmas or January 1st, and it runs until the end of July.
Yeah,
and hand it off to football. I think it makes perfect sense.
It might be mid-December is when it starts.
Fine.
Right. It might not be all the way until Christmas. It might be mid-December, and then you finish at the end of July. Bam. Like you said, it just would take you, a little bit to get used to it, but then after that, you still have the same break.
Right.
The same layoff. That's all the same. But now you're taking advantage of a down period if you're the league where, it could be just all about you.
Guys, is it just me or I'm having a hard time deciding who's got a better championship chance this year, the Avs or the Nuggets? What do you guys think?
Wow. I mean, I'd go Avs, and now with the Nuggets moves that they've made, it's a lot closer. I'm still going to lean towards the Avs. I like some of the moves they made last year. I think with a year under their belt, you got the goalie situation figured out. We don't have to worry about the goalie situation. So I think there's a lot of positives, a lot of momentum heading into the season. I love what the Nuggets have done, though. But I'm going to give the advantage to the Avs.
Yeah, I think the Avalanche felt so close to being a legitimate Stanley Cup team last year. It's what made their exit far more painful. I just never really felt like I was looking at a championship contender with the Nuggets. And so while the Nuggets have done good work in putting themselves back into the conversation, I still think the Avs are more solidly entrenched there. Now, the only thing I will say about the Avs is that, and everything I'm about to say goes from me following the lead of what Jared Bednar said. So I'm putting my faith in Bedsy here. And when Bedsy came out after the trade deadline, said, man, we are built different.
We're built different.
We are tough to play against. We are rock solid, down the middle, all four lines at the center position. Nathan McKinnon said, this is the best team we've had since we won the Cup. And then you get Gabe back, too, all that stuff. So when it ended the way it did, while it was a painful ending, I was really on board with the idea of running it back with this team. And while running it back would put you right up against the salary cap, I still like the idea of running it back for the reasons that Bedsy laid out. And all they've done since the season ended is they've taken those four lines and they've kind of messed with them. They're no longer four deep down the middle. The guy that you had that was your third line center was basically just given away in a salary dump. Your fourth line center is now your third line center, and now you need a fourth line center. And so while I still think they are a formidable team, I just don't think that they're as good right now, as they were the team that ended up last season. And considering how Bedsy and McKinnon felt about that team, the way it was put together, I would have liked to have seen that team be given another shot to run it back in its entirety. So,
well, I mean, you're always going to have a few changes usually from year to year. And I think you look at the NBA, I mean, the team that just won it, young team, it looked like they're pretty much staying intact, is, in the Western Conference, Mike. So they won 68 games last year and was easily the number one seed. So you still got to go through them. Houston, young, upcoming team, got better, added Kevin Durant, right? So you look at what you have to go through for the Nuggets. It's probably a little bit more difficult than the Avs. Would you agree with that?
Yes. Did you see the money Oklahoma City spent this week?
A whole lot of money.
They spent new contracts on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Chet Holmgren, and Jalen Williams. 3 contracts worth $750 million. And let's see if they're able to do it, because recent history shows that when you're forced to spend big money on 3 or 4 guys, it's not necessarily a recipe for a dynasty. Teams have had trouble, keeping it together. The Nuggets are proof of that. The one thing the Thunder have going for them, if the idea is, and we saw the Nuggets struggle with this last year, that if you are in a position where you're spending big money on 4 guys, how do you build around that with all these really restrictive first and second aprons? You better have young players, cheap players to go along with them. The job that the Thunder have done in stacking picks, they have 14 first-round picks in the next 7 years, including a potential of 4 first-round picks next year's draft. So they're in an enviable position right now where, they're spending money on their core guys, But they're going to have a lot of chances to bring in young, cheap players to keep around that core.
You can supplement it with the young guys, the cheaper guys, like you said, to your point, Mike. Nuggets didn't have that luxury. Right. Yeah, we'll see what it looks like if they can keep it together, but it's hard to do if you're getting to the second apron. So moving forward, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them, but having the draft pick certainly helps.
Denver Sports 104.3, The Fan has teamed up with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to the battle at Bethpage Black. For legal terms that we can't say, I'll just say the Blank Cup. All you have to do to enter is to head to the pro shop at any of the city of Aurora's 5 beautiful golf courses. Between now and August 1st, find the cutout of Zach By and scan the QR code. That never ceases to get me to giggle. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the city of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Zach By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
What is happening, fellas? Hopefully your Friday is off to a great start. I know mine is. And I got some great news from you from my friends at Trajan Wealth. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, they understand no two retirement plans are the same. They offer guidance on a variety of financial objectives, including ways to earn higher potential returns and tax concerns. This is what I love about Trajan Wealth. It's a one-stop shop. They got you covered. Whatever you need, they're going to get you covered, and they're going to put you in the perfect plan for your goals, your needs, your situation. Let Trajan Wealth help you develop a plan that will meet your financial goals. Give them a call today, 720-405-3300. And oh, by the way, Trajan Wealth will give you a free review, and they're a great resource to answer any of your financial questions. Ensure your retirement is the ultimate summer vacation. Call my friends at Trajan Wealth today, 720-405-3300. They have offices in Broomfield, Greenwood Village, and Loveland. Call 720-405-3300, or you can find them online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Doesn't get easier than that. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Is water damaging your home? Contact Groundworks, the basement concrete foundation experts. Get your free inspection today. Learn more at groundworks.com. Licensed in all states where work is performed.
This segment on The Fan is brought to you by Embers Golf, where your passion meets the green.
music history.
I've now baptized you in the glory of Led Zeppelin.
Brutal honesty.
Today's just been a bad day for you, Mike. I don't know how else to put it.
And some questionable taste.
I do not heat up leftovers.
Oh, my
I only eat
God.
leftovers cold.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
By the way, when my wife and I went away last week on the flight down.
Which trip was this?
This was the one to
Cabo?
To Cabo.
You've been on so many trips lately.
I have not been on that many trips. I've not.
Who's
you're
that?
the
Mark
one.
is
You're
out.
the, you're the one that
Evans
you're
is
the
out.
one that goes on all the trips. Listen, I'm not going to be here today. I'm playing golf with Scotty Scheffler tomorrow.
Oh.
So
Stop it. Get some help.
But anyway, I watched that Led Zeppelin documentary again. Watched it for the second time. So good.
Where can I find that?
So good.
I got to watch it. I need to.
You
now that
have
I'm
to.
I'm a newbie. I gotta fully know what I'm getting into and what I'm listening to.
You know, the thing too is like you look at these super bands, these historically great bands, and like who, you know, you always think of the lead singer as being like the, you know, they're the star, they're the driver, or, you know, they're what makes the band tick. Jimmy Page, man, Jimmy Page is just.
And what does he do?
The lead guitarist.
Okay.
He's just a god. I mean, just what the stuff he came up with, the stuff he created, his background. It's an incredible story. And
Are they all gone?
No. No, I think Robert Plant's still around. Jimmy Page is still around.
Robert Plant's the lead singer.
Yep. The original drummer is no longer with us. I'm drawing a blank on the bassist. Oh, geez.
So 3 out of the 4?
3 of the 4 original is still there.
Oh.
But
okay.
And you just, you know, it's so cool too. Like, it's like, you know, when you just see, and you see it sometimes with athletes, right? You'll see like these young, in their prime athletes right now who, when they're then around an all-time great, the reverence that they have. John Paul Jones, thank you. The reverence that they have and the awe and the respect, even though they're amazing in their prime, great athletes now, but the respect and the reverence. I saw one where Jimmy Page is like, he's playing guitar with Jack White and The Edge from U2. And these two are great legends themselves. And yet he's playing guitar and he's talking about how he came up with this riff for Kashmir. And they're just like sitting there like little kids. I don't know. It's just really cool. So anyway, I highly recommend it.
Okay.
Let's see. What else we got here? Is it just me, or are you guys going to stick it to the drive for their awful trivia questions yesterday? Yeah. I heard Phillip, Lindsay say, we got to stop being so crabby about the questions. Everybody to a person agreed that their questions yesterday were trash.
Terrible.
Because I made it, you know, we got to a point there for a while we were kind of complaining about the questions. It was becoming a bit of a wine fest every week. And so we decided to, you know, try to, you know, hey, let's.
That's not who we are. We don't want to be the complainers every time.
We don't want to be complainers. We want everybody to have fun with this. We want to have fun with it. We want the listeners to have fun with it. And the listeners have fun with it if they're having a chance to compete along with us and feel like they know even the texters immediately following the questions we got yesterday were like, man, those questions sucked. So it's my job. I took the job over from Johnny. He didn't want any more. I do 3 questions, and Ty does the curveball question. And we've been doing that now for the last month or so. The question I faced yesterday was, do I stick it back to them? Do I give them a bunch of trash questions?
Yeah, because screw them.
You know, tit for tat type thing? Or do I rise above it, be the better person, the bigger man, and do it the way it should be done? What do you think I did? What do you think? Knowing me the way you know me, what do you think I did?
You took the high road.
Damn straight I did.
But I kind of wish you would have taken the low road.
No.
I kind of do. That's like, at some point, you just can't keep getting bullied. And I kind of think that's what's happening here. We're just going to keep taking it? Well, you got to send a message. Enough's enough. It's going too far. It has. It's gone too far. You can't keep coming up with these questions. We're trying to have some fun here. We like to compete, but we also want to have fun. I think what you should do is what you said earlier. You ought to just softball questions, Mike. Make it easy. Just do 2 of them, though, and then go to the other questions. But just to send a message to them like, hey, guys, we've had enough. We're not going to keep doing this, all right? We're just not. Enough's enough. Better. So, like, you go, like, who was the quarterback that the Broncos traded for, in the whatever draft it was from the Indianapolis Colts or the Baltimore Colts, whatever they were at the time, right?
Just
who was the quarterback that
easy.
The free agent quarterback that Broncos signed in 2012, right? This is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do.
But that's still making a mockery of the whole thing, though.
That's what they're doing.
Yeah, but I don't know if I want to lower myself to their level.
But
what did my parents always say? 2 wrongs don't make a right. That kind of thing.
Yeah, but I don't care what your parents said.
Well.
Okay, this is what I'm saying. In this situation.
The wisdom of Stoke.
Is if we don't let them know that this is it, we've had enough, they're going to keep on bullying us.
I think it would embarrass them more if I completely shook off what they did and actually just responded with good, fair questions that everybody enjoyed.
You don't know them. You don't know them very well then.
No?
Nope. They need...
Will they take that as a sign that we won? They won?
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah. They're just going to be like, oh, hey, yep, we won. Good job, guys. Boom, good job. Dante, good job. See, they're going to give Dante a lot of credit because he's coming up with these terrible questions. And, they just... a lot of this I'm blaming on Zach because he's the captain of the ship. But he's just turned over all the questions to Dante, and Dante has run with it, and he's done a poor job. He has not risen to the challenge. He has not risen to the challenge, and so, I mean, he's got to be better, or there's going to be some changes happening. So that's where we're at.
Evans, the drive is crowding the plate. You got to back him off. Give him some chin music.
Agree. I think that's well said. That's very well said.
Let's see. I did come up with I came up with 3 questions. I did take the high road. I think they're good questions.
Do we give them one more week? Because if you're not gonna you're good questions, that's all we want to. We'll give them another chance next week, and then the gloves are off.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah, I think 1 more week's fair.
Okay.
Then we kind of come to a meeting of the minds and be like, listen, y'all need to make a substitution.
We're gonna be the better show, right? We're gonna be classy.
For this week,
we're gonna stay classy.
That's
it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that's actually that was my approach. I'm looking at my questions right now. These are fair.
Okay,
these are fair. I'll have you take a look at them too, and you can tell me too. Okay, fair enough.
But to be fair, totally transparent here, I got the first 2 questions right. Y'all screwed me on the first one. My teammates did. And then I got the second one right.
Mark screwed you.
Yeah, Mark did. I got the second one right, too. So
yeah.
we should have started 2-0.
That's true.
It was really the one question about, they can't keep coming up with the questions about, hey, in the 1981 NHL Finals, who was the team that the, Calgary Flames beat in the Western Conference?
Exactly.
What are we doing,
guys?
Guys?
Exactly.
Come on.
For those of you who didn't hear it, they had a question yesterday. In the 2017, who were the 4 teams that played in the 2017 March Madness Final Four? There was Duke, South Carolina.
They gave us 3.
They gave us 3. Who's the 4th?
Yeah.
So you're thinking at this point, okay, it's got to be it's probably a dark horse Cinderella team that had a great run, right? So then we start thinking about them, Valpo and George Mason and St. Peter's and all that. Nope. It was Oregon.
What are we doing? Seriously.
All right.
Who cares?
Tune in later today, and we'll see what happens. Hey, we got to rip through our top 5 list today, our top 5 favorite actors. We'll get to that. More of your Is It Just Me's. It's all straight ahead next.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Tuesday, July 15th from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on East Lincoln Avenue and Lone Tree. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
You know, many different symptoms. Whoa, I sound like Sirianni there. Many different symptoms for low testosterone. Mine was running out of energy later in the day. For other guys, it can be sleeping poorly, putting on weight, less productive workouts, feeling sad or depressed, loss of sex drive. If any of these symptoms are happening to you, don't wait any longer. Contact my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. I did for my low T. Glad I did. People there are experts. They know their stuff. Plus, they're incredibly caring and compassionate. They know this is a big step for you. They put me on a customized low T treatment plan, and it has worked. Plenty of energy throughout the day and into the night to watch our history-making baseball team. If you think you may have low T, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on their website. It's a simple 10-question quiz with yes or no answers. It takes 2 minutes. Get your energy back, clear the brain fog, sleep better, be more of a stud in the bedroom. Schedule a consult, just $99. Start low T treatment that day. Your office visit is free. 5 locations around Denver to better serve you, including Fort Collins and Colorado Springs. Call 720-440-7900 and at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Are you one of those people who dread going to the dentist? If so, have you tried sedation dentistry? Learn more about sedation dentistry at coloradosedation.com. Sit back, relax, and dream with the most experienced sedation dentist and staff at Clarkson Dental.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Self-defense lessons.
I tased him.
Taste him. Taser always works.
That's right.
Southern charm.
Look at the boys.
With some classic impressions.
He put his pitchfork down, he grabbed his sledgehammer, and he said, "Hey, you want some of this?"
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Happy as a clown. What need to worry? House is burning down. Don't disturb me.
Wow. Evans, please, please, please don't be classy. Evans, taking the high road is overrated.
That's what I said.
You got to fight fire with fire.
Thank you.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Yes, we enjoy doing Trivia Against the Drive. Great concept, great idea, started by the trivia expert himself, self-proclaimed, Zach By. And we enjoy the competition, but we also enjoy the fact that all of you get to play along and test yourselves and say, okay, I got 2 this week. I got 3 this week. I got all 4 this week. Ooh, tough week for me. I got 0. We want you to have fun with it too. And if it gets to the point where it's just, the greens are too fast and it's unfair and you can hit a good shot and still rolls off the green, that's not fun for anybody. So while I don't like the way they came up with questions yesterday, I'm calling for two things here. One, I'm going to rise above and take the high road. Two, I am going to call for Zach By to take back control of his show because he's given far too much responsibility delegated to Dante. And Dante, I think, has
failed him.
He's lost the privilege.
Yeah.
So I call on Zach By to take over the play calling, much like I did. Johnny Fever was not doing a good job with his questions. And I stepped in and took him away. I took away the play calling.
That's right. It slowly, started to get worse and worse. And we recognize that as leaders. And you made the decision to take it back. Take over the play calling. Take over the questions. And so all we're asking is Zach do the same. It's time for Dante to step aside. Maybe he'll just resign today. That would be the best thing. If he just came out today, they popped Dante on, and he says, you know what, guys, you're right. I'd
like to make a statement.
I've heard the criticism, the critique of my questions, and I'm going to step down, and I'm going to take some time away and reevaluate. So
I'm going to take some time. Want to spend more time with my family. Just go with the classic. The classic. Whenever you just are stepping away for, reasons that nobody believes.
Going to rehab.
Just say,
got to go to rehab.
I want to spend more time with my family. Nobody believes that, but that's what you say at times like these. All right,
got to get my mentals. My mentals need to get better. Work on my mental game.
We've got our top 5 today. Our top 5 favorite actors.
Mental health.
Can be TV, movies, male, female, comedy, drama, whatever you want. So let's get caught up here. Let's get up for number 3 and number 2 here. Let's get all the way up to number 2.
Starting at 5, Tom Cruise. 4, Brad Pitt. 3, Samuel L. Jackson. 2,
Snakes on a Plane.
Denzel Washington. There you go.
I like it. I like it a lot. I went with Jennifer Aniston at number 5. I'm sorry, whatever she's in, movies, TVs, I love her. America's sweetheart.
Okay.
I love Jennifer Aniston. Number 5. Number 4, he just doesn't make a bad movie. I don't care if he jumps on couches. Tom Cruise. Number 3.
Is she considered a great actress? What hits movie-wise has she had? Has she had some great hits movie-wise? I'm just asking. I'm trying to think.
I mean, is she a box office?
You just like her because she's hot?
I don't think of Jennifer Aniston as hot.
Okay.
She's more like.
Wonder why she made your list.
She's just cute hot, or.
I don't think she should have made the list.
Oh, well, she's on my
kind
list.
Of a reach there.
Well, you put Tom Cruise on your list, having not seen any of his movies lately.
Well, lately, but I've seen,
great movies. I went with Jennifer Aniston 5, Tom Cruise 4. I went with Michael B. Jordan, number 3. I was a huge Friday Night Lights fan. When that TV show came on, Friday Night Lights, loved it. And he made his real splash later on in that series, and it's just gone on from there. The Creed movies, Sinners, everything. Hell yeah! So I love Michael B. Jordan, number 3. Number 2, Get Off My Plane, Harrison Ford, and all kinds of iconic roles, but his legend just keeps growing. I got done watching recently the 2-season run of 1923, the Yellowstone spinoff, and he was terrific. Him and Helen Mirren were awesome in this TV show. So whether it's movies, blockbusters, great franchises, or just doing the TV, he's awesome. So that brings us up to number 2. Good list so far? We good?
Yeah.
Any complaints out there, people? RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. No, we good? Okay, we roll on. Guys, on this Is It Just Me Friday, guys, is it just me, or I'm not convinced Bo Nix is going to take off in year 2? What say you guys?
I mean, I'll ask this, Mike, to you. What does take off mean? I mean, is it take a little
just
step
clearly
forward?
Just clearly make another jump. a noticeable jump.
I mean, you see his stats last year, though. That's why I want to be careful with, his stats, like making a noticeable jump with his stats. I mean, that's going to be hard to do numbers-wise. It just is. Hopefully, team-wise, we see a better offense, more competent offense. But stat-wise, there might not be a huge jump there. Are you okay with that?
I'm not so much worried about Bo's numbers. All I care about is what does the offense look like? Does the offense make a jump? And for an offense that averaged 25 points per game last year, to me it's simple. I want to see when it's all said and done that this is an offense that's churning out 27, 28 points per game, which will put them among the top offenses in the NFL. And if you're doing that, I don't care if Bo's throwing 24 touchdowns, because that means that J.K. Dobbins or R.J. Harvey are probably running for over 1,200 yards. And this is just an offense under, Sean Payton's tutelage that is just clearly made the jump. Because this was not a great offense last year, but yet Bo had really good numbers.
Great numbers.
Great numbers.
So, yeah, look, we'll see what it looks like, but it's going to be tough for him to take a big step forward, numbers-wise. But I'm with you. I just want to see him look more comfortable, little things like that than maybe he did last year. Just little things like that. Keep the interceptions down. Take care of the football. Keep making plays with your feet. And look, ultimately, I think they got the right guy. I think he's the right guy. And what does it look like this year? Is there a big jump, little jump? I don't know. You saw C.J. Stroud wasn't quite the same, but there's always context to it sometimes. Offensive line-wise in Houston last year, they got banged up. Receivers were hurt. And so there might have been a reason why he maybe didn't look as good. But I feel great moving forward the next 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years that you got the guy that's going to be here, and they're going to have some really good football teams and some really good offenses. Did they do enough around him this offseason to continue to help him?
I just feel like when we're talking about, like when we talk about Josh Allen, we tend to just talk about Josh Allen. When we talk about Lamar Jackson, we tend to just talk about Lamar Jackson. But there are some great quarterbacks that I can't really separate the quarterback from the guy that he works so close with, like Purdy and Shanahan. Mahomes and Andy Reid, Brady and McDaniels, those for a lot of those years. There's something, and Breeze and Payton. And I think where I base my optimism for what this offense is going to do with Bo is I can't think of Bo without thinking about Sean. I can't think about Sean without thinking about him having that extension of him and his mind and his idea and his system that he had with Drew that I think he now feels he has with Bo. So I think when I think of the combination of Bo and Sean, that's what I feel optimistic about.
Yeah.
That these two have a lot of cool stuff in store for the rest of the league this year.
Well, I think you got a smart coaching staff, not just Sean, but the rest of the guys offensively. Carmichael, Lombardi, the rest of that group. I think they're really good. They've been with Sean for a long time. So I think, you look at what they did last year offensively with a rookie quarterback, not a lot of help. Not a lot of help around the court. And you couldn't run the football. How do you win? How do you go out there and win double-digit games and get to the playoffs? You can't run the football, rookie quarterback.
Right.
How does that happen?
It's remarkable.
You have to manage the game. You have to be a good play caller. You have to do the little things. And so if you can do that when you don't have a whole lot, what does it look like when you do?
Exactly. And that's why when I think about not so much Bo's improvement, but this offense's improvement and what that Bo, Nick, Sean, Payton collaboration is going to look like now that you put more talent in place. I don't know how much more talent that they've added, but it just makes sense, doesn't it, that when you're not only taking the young players that were here last year, give them a year more experience, it figures they're going to be better. You've brought more into the running back room. You brought more into the tight end room. It just makes sense realistically that the sum of what they've brought in here is a lot more talent, or it's a talent bump up from what they had a year ago. And we saw what this collaboration between Sean and Bo was able to do last year with really, a lot of parts. I don't know how they did it, but we saw what they did. Now give me more talent. I'm really excited about what these two
a lot more
can
talent.
do.
A
lot
more
more talent.
You look at the running back room.
Yeah.
Dobbins and Harvey. There you go, right there. Huge upgrade in the backfield. Evan Ingram, huge upgrade there. And then you hopefully get an uptick with the young wide receivers around Cortland Sutton. Hopefully that's better.
Yep.
Now, can these guys stay healthy, et cetera, et cetera? But as far as talent is concerned around Bo, it's a lot more than what it was last year. Now, could it be better moving forward? Yeah, it certainly could. But two running backs and that tight end right there. Upgrades around Bo, huge. A lot more potential there for explosive plays than what we saw a year ago.
We'll get to number 1 on our top 5 actor list. Also some more Is It Just Me's as we round out the week. That's next.
Is Bo Nix bringing back pleasant memories for Sean Payton?
I am convinced the longer Bo's career goes on, if he just continues to ascend, I'm telling you, eventually the conversation's going to turn, and it's going to be Sean saying, I saw my next Drew in this guy.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 22 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Hey, it's Mike Evans here. Hot temps, cold showers. Don't let a broken water heater ruin your summer mornings. From repairs to full replacements, Copperhead Plumbing has you covered with same-day service across the Denver Front Range. Summer plumbing problems are no vacation. Clogged drains or leaky faucets? Call Copperhead before it gets worse. Local, licensed, reliable, all summer long. For quality work done right the first time, trust Copperhead Plumbing, Inc. Copperhead Plumbing, they plumb different, they plumb custom.
Woodley's Fine Furniture, specializing in custom upholstery, solid wood, and the most comfortable leather furniture imaginable. You will not find better built furniture than at Woodley's. Visit woodleys.com today.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by TradeGen Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
Forced surrender.
I tried. We tried. Didn't work. You have my permission. Have fun.
Opinion shaming.
I think we have another candidate for the Mike Evans big board of BS.
No way. And an occasional superiority complex.
You realize I'm doing a national broadcast, you morons.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
You didn't do it.
Baby.
You got to do it again. All right, get ready.
I don't know, Mike.
Come on, you can do it.
I don't know.
Big Coke. Channel that Big Coke. Ready?
No!
Nice! Nice!
I didn't know if I could do it.
You did
I
it.
was out. You
did it.
You talked me into it.
You did it.
It's Friday.
All right. Way to go. Way to
It
go.
just hits a little harder on Friday.
It just hits a little better. A little better.
Big Coke.
Couple of
hash
browns.
Sausage egg McMuffin.
Oh, man.
Friday. Let's go.
All right. Let's finish off our top 5 list. Top 5 favorite actors. They can be movies. They can be comedies. They can be TV, drama. Let us finish up the list. Recap all the way down to 1.
5, Tom Cruise. 4, Brad Pitt. 3, Samuel L. Jackson. 2, Denzel Washington. And at 1, Leo.
Leo.
Wow. God, I think he is so talented. He can do so many different roles. You think of like Wolf of Wall Street. You can be in he can do it all. And he's been doing it for a long time. I mean, he started he's like 15 years old and he's still going. And
it's not bad. I thought about Leo, but
you think that's a little bit of a reach?
No, it's not a reach.
Okay.
No, he absolutely.
Down on Leo?
No, I'm not down on Leo. He absolutely can show up on somebody's top 5. I have no problem with that. Number 5, I went with. I'm sorry, sentimental. I went Jennifer Aniston. Number 5. Number 4.
I think that was a stretch. I'm just calling it
a reach. That was a reach. That was a reach at number 5.
Yep.
That was a reach.
A little bit of a reach.
Cecil Lammy's coming out and saying that was a bit of a reach at 5.
That's right.
Yeah, a little creepy.
Overdrafted.
That's what they said about Pat Bryant. That's what I'm saying about Jennifer.
All right, number 5. Number 4,
Oh, yeah.
Tom Cruise. Number 3, Michael B. Jordan. Number 2, Harrison Ford. And number 1 for me, how you like them apples?
Oh!
Matt Damon,
How do you like
my
them
Boston homeboy right there.
Oh!
Matt Damon.
Talk to me.
What
about Ben? Isn't that Ben
No,
and
I'm
Matt?
not-
You
I'm
can
not
do a
a-
combo.
no, I'm
It's like
not.
Manning and Stokley. You can do Ben and Matt together. Where's the combo mill? You can't have one without the other.
That's good. That's very true. That's true. You can't say Manning without Stokley. You
Right.
can't say Stokley without Manning. I got it. I got it. But I've never been a big Ben fan.
No.
But I love Matt Damon.
Okay.
So pumped that he's coming back to do another Jason Bourne too. That's some reach, man. I mean, he does a lot of different roles, and then he could just flat out. He drops the weight. He gets muscular, and he goes on and does Jason Bourne.
And he doesn't fit that. To your point.
Yeah.
An action hero type of role, but he does pull it off.
One of those. Sometimes you get those movies that you just kind of they join your they join that group of movies that you have that whenever you come across them on TV, you kind of just like stop and pick up wherever it is in the movie, and you watch it again to the end. It's just one of those easy movies for you to watch multiple times.
Yeah.
I think we all have those movies. You know what's quickly becoming one of those movies for me? The Martian with Matt Damon. Let me guess, you've never seen it.
No.
Nope. I can see by that vacant look on your face you've never seen it.
Does he go to outer space?
He does go to outer space.
Nah, see, I'm out on
Why
it.
don't you like
I'm
outer
not a
space?
Sci-fi.
You don't like sci-fi?
I'm out.
Outer space
No
movies?
sci-fi, no extraterrestrial activities and Martians and Martians and any of that stuff. I'm E.T. I watched E.T. when I was growing up, but that might have been the last one. No sci-fi. I'm out.
Have you seen Interstellar?
Can't say that I did.
That's another one that's grown on me as well. It was a
Didn't just hit you when you saw it the
No,
first
because
time?
it was come on, you got to admit near the end there with the bookshelves and everything and the different dimensions, it was kind of hard to follow. So it's one of those things that now if I've seen it a few times, it makes a lot more sense.
I can agree with that, but it's still a great movie.
It is a great movie,
Yeah.
but I needed to see it like 2 or 3 times. But now I got it. But the first time I was like, whew.
Who should have made our list? Like, what about a Sylvester Stallone?
Schwarzenegger,
Arnold,
Vince
Vince Vaughn. He's got some. No, Vince Vaughn.
He's disappeared.
But he had some good ones there, some funny ones.
How about Nick Cage?
Adam Sandler.
Sure.
Trying to just
Robert De Niro.
De Niro, yeah.
I'm out on
Costner.
De Niro. I'm out on- yeah, Kevin.
Costner.
Morgan Freeman.
We
Jack
left
Nicholson.
off. Jack. Yeah, well, Jack's not.
He's not doing anything.
Clint Eastwood, those kind of guys. But they're no longer on the front page there. So, guys like no Joe Pesci, no Tom Hanks, no De Niro.
I think Tom Hanks is way overrated. I don't like any of his movies. I mean, I don't want to say any of them, but I think Forrest Gump's overrated. I think what other ones has it? Big and the one he got on the damn island forever.
Castaway.
Oh gosh,
Wilson.
Overrated.
Wilson.
Overrated. That's me. So sorry.
Saving Private Ryan, Apollo 13.
Just overrated. Sorry.
Huh. Interesting. Okay. Bosom Buddies?
Who? Hoover?
Oh, my goodness. All right. Tom Hardy. People saying, what about Tom Hardy? Keanu Reeves.
Oh,
yeah, that's
Matrix.
actually.
The Matrix.
I do like Keanu Reeves. Keanu's grown on me.
Speed.
Yeah, Keanu, back in the day, I was like, man, this guy is one bad actor, but.
What else did he do?
He's grown on me. Keanu's grown. I like, John Wick.
Yeah, John Wick.
Bill and Ted.
Excellent Adventures.
Oh.
Come on. How about that? Look at us two. Wow. Did we just become best friends?
How about this?
Let's become best friends.
All right, let's see if you can finish it. This will really test it. And we are Wild Style. Oh, come on. You don't know the band name?
Oh, buddy. You're lucky I did that. You're lucky I did that. Come on. Let's just don't get greedy with me. I got a little movie line. You know that.
I figured if you could do that, you get Wild Stallions. But all right.
Nope.
All right. Nicolas Cage, they're going to make a third. I saw this. They're making a third National Treasure movie.
Okay,
maybe.
What about like Johnny Depp?
Johnny Depp?
He's got some good movies.
Hasn't done much lately. Got to make another
What,
Jack Sparrow.
The pirate guy?
Got to make another Jack Sparrow.
Okay.
You got to need a Jack Sparrow reboot. All right, so that was a good list. That was fun. That was good. Let's see what else we got here going on this weekend. What's your weekend like? What do you got? Planned? Got some golf, I'm sure.
Yeah, going to try to hit the links today. I think it's going to be good weather, so yeah, not much on the schedule right now. That always can change. So, how about you?
Actually, I'm going to head up to the mountains, gain a little mountain air.
Uh-oh. Oh.
So who knows?
Wait.
Who knows what's going to be on store on Monday?
Last time you were in the mountains, you came back as like Chiefs fan number one. Like, oh, hey, we ought to pull for the Chiefs this week. And I was like,
I know.
Wait, Mike, what
that
the hell?
was so regrettable.
He's an idiot and a fool.
I know I was. I went up to the mountains, got some mountain air, came back with what I thought was like, I don't know, fresh clarity. And I literally came out for most of the show the next day saying, maybe it'd be a good thing for Broncos country to embrace and admire what the Chiefs are doing.
The guy is drunk.
What was I
thought you were high.
What was I thinking? What was I thinking?
And the whole time I'm like, Mike, what are you doing? Stop.
Right.
I'm bored.
I know.
And then
And
you're stubborn, and so
for a while. Well, no, it wasn't even stubborn. It was like I was kind of caught up in this sort of like, like happy buzzed euphoria.
Yeah.
From the mountains.
Just symptoms.
And I just kept going until finally I
very end of the show.
Snapped out. I'm like, I'm sorry. I don't know what got over me today. I apologize. I don't mean this. This was burn the tape, that kind of thing.
Ooh, scandalous.
So
we shall see.
I'll be up in Keystone this weekend. So I don't know. Tune in on Monday. We'll find out what kind of crazy things.
I can't wait.
What kind of crazy things I got in store for you.
Should be exciting. I also want to get, what I want to get into next week is look at the Broncos and can we, do we think we'll see any hold-ins? That's always an interesting one for me. The hold-in conversation. Because if I'm a team, I'm like, buddy, either you're in or you're out. If you're in, you got to practice. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I don't.
Could we see that happen for the Broncos?
I think if that was going to happen, the seeds of that discontent would have already been sown.
Oh, I disagree.
And I think that we would have seen enough during the OTA and minicamp season to know that there was a real problem there. And I don't think did you come away feeling like there was a real problem there?
No, but it's just because if you have the right guys, they try to do it the right way. all off season. Cortland Sutton was here because you want to play the good soldier. But all of a sudden, if you get to camp and you like, wait, guys, you see everything I did? I thought we were going to get this done. And now it doesn't get done. What happens? Now you say, okay, now I got to show you I mean business. So we shall see, but I want to get in that conversation next week about what that looks like for the Broncos and the possibility of having some 1, 2, or 3 guys that have hold-ins.
All right, we shall see. See what kind of new age wisdom, what Zen-like takes I come back from the mountains with. We'll find out coming up on Monday. But in the meantime, have a great weekend, everybody. We turn things over to Dover and Cecil with Anilo and Danny Williams sitting in. They've been doing a great job all week. Look forward to what they have for you coming up next.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great-looking shirt.
Tuesday, July 15th from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on East Lincoln Avenue in Lone Tree. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
It's okay for my friends at Embers Living. Summer is in full swing. If you're anything like me, that means it's grilling season. But I'm not just talking about any grilling. I'm talking about steakhouse quality sears, precision control, and serious versatility. That's what you get with a Napoleon Prestige series at Embers Living. They're bringing the heat with Napoleon Sizzle Zone. That's high heat infrared grilling that gives you restaurant-style results right in your backyard. Kind of like I had the other night with my cowboy ribeyes. Oh, so good. And if you like tech with your tongs, you'll love the connected smart grilling features. You can monitor temps, get alerts, and take control right from your phone. So whether you're slow smoking ribs or reverse searing a tomahawk, Napoleon gives you the power to grill it all effortlessly. Because with Napoleon, every detail matters, from precision engineered burners to seamless design. No detail's too small when it comes to performance. So if you're serious about outdoor cooking and you want a grill that's built to last, head to embersliving.com and take your grilling to the next level with Napoleon Embers Living. Upgrade your outdoor experience.
Excel Energy wants to remind you, if you see a downed power line, think of it as a sleeping cat. One that will definitely scratch you if you wake it up. But it's more dangerous than that, so maybe a sleeping tiger. You know what? Just imagine any downed power line you see is a sleeping T-Rex and stay at least 30 feet away. Or, well, maybe more than 30 feet. It's a T-Rex. Always stay 30 feet or more away from downed power lines. Learn more at excelenergy.com/safety.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Nitro's back.
The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is lighting up the track. Grab your tickets now at IHRA.com. That's IHRA.com.
The Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth podcast is sponsored by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it? Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Well, Can I kick it? To all the people who can quest like a tribe does.
Let's go,
Let's go, baby. Welcome on into the program on a Friday. Nilo Piero, Danny Williams with you for the next 4 hours or so here on a lovely day in the Mile High City. Lovely day, lovely day. Lovely day.
Lovely
day.
Sorry, I was just working with you there. Yeah, I like that.
There you go.
Shoot,
That's what
man.
the weather's, right?
Everybody's looking forward to the weekend, partying. Yeah, sorry, we're hitting all the Friday
Let's
songs.
go. Well, let's get you guys ready for the weekend, huh? RamosLaw.com, text line 303-713-1043. What up, tribe? How we doing out there in the Mile High City and around the world, around the nation, wherever you're listening? Hope y'all are getting ready for what should be an awesome weekend here in the middle of July. Dover and Cecil on assignment. I believe Dover is...
I saw him on a boat, living like it might have been a yacht, some kind of bigger boat.
Yeah, he's covering
small
fishing
yacht.
for us.
You know,
he's a fishing reporter.
Oh yeah, never mind. I mean, I wonder what he's doing. Oh, I don't get in trouble for that. Can you edit that out of the podcast later? No, those guys deserve a break. You know, Cecil's got a lot of things going on. He's coming up with a crossover between Spawn, Spider-Man, and something else that he might have lifted from Marvel or something like that. It's hard to come up with new ideas. You know what I mean? That's why we did Top Gun 2s and all that kind of stuff. So it's tough out there on the streets.
It is tough out there on the streets. I see we already got a text here, 303, or I'm not going to give out his number, but he's asking us to debate the Josh Manson extension that came down, or the contract that came down yesterday, rather, for the Avalanche. Let's do that in the second segment. We can get that way. We can dedicate a full segment to talking Avalanche hockey. We'll have some fun here as we open up the program, and of course, want to hear from you guys on that RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. Let us know what's on your mind. Let us know what's going on this weekend, and why don't we start with the Denver Nuggets here real quick, and then we can pivot over to the Avs here in the second segment of the program. Last night, Summer League, it is here. Did you watch? Did you pay attention?
Yeah, I was up in Greeley. My son and I stayed the night in a hotel. He had Triple Crown State baseball. Okay.
Oh, what a good dad you are.
Yeah, and he had to be at the fields like at 6:45. So instead of leaving town, like waking up at 4:30 or 5, and never really getting up. I thought we'd just stay up there, and I had a chance to listen to the boys all the way in the drive-in. They did a great job. Mike Evans is a legend. And legend might be strong. Folk hero, more like a folk hero.
Did you learn anything from the morning show today? Anything you want to bring to this show?
Yeah, some energy and some fun. We can maybe cut it loose, let it loose on Friday. Once they get serious about their Broncos stuff, it was really good, especially how just the cohesion over another year with the maturation, I threw that one in there, that they didn't say, of just these young Broncos. The numbers already that Bo Nix had were pretty unbelievable. To think he was, sixth in touchdown passes, 29. You got to figure if he does that next year, goes for 30 or 31, adds 2 or 3, let's go. Sorry, Nuggets.
No, I am with you, yeah. And I want to talk about Deron Holmes, and I want to talk about Summer League, but we actually got a little bit of information here. It does seem like this Jonas Valanciunas situation, it's coming to a head here, and it seems like it will be an outcome that is favorable, or at least something that excites and makes Nuggets fans happy and satisfied.
He's coming.
Yeah, so
Like
David
we all
Adelman,
thought.
Obviously the new head coach of the Denver Nuggets, was in attendance at Summer League last night, and he spoke with some media yesterday, and he made it seem like Jonas Valanciunas was essentially a done deal. And
he is.
You're the only one. It's not a done deal.
You're the only one acting, though, like it's not a done deal. He has no choice but to come and play here, buddy.
It's not a done deal, though, Danny. It's black and white.
No,
Has the trade been made official? Have I seen the tweet on the Nuggets account? No.
He goes and plays there for $3 million times 3 years, $9 million. I think
agree.
So.
I think it's
that's over
foolish.
3 years. He's coming here. It always was a done deal. I think this is all blown out of proportion. And do you know what? It made for a fun week, I guess. It made for a fun week, but I just want to focus now on like all the things this guy can do and how he's really going to elevate the entire just team as a whole. Because why I guess the Nuggets never ascended to a Golden State kind of level, at least in the sense of just night in, night out. These guys should be blowing teams out by 20 and 30 points, and the Nuggets just give leads back. The second unit comes in, and it's just kind of a disaster. The Nuggets always seem to make games interesting, whereas, the Warriors, again, not comparing them to the Warriors, but just bury teams, know how to really bury you. How does that happen? Well, incredible depth. Not just, they have 3 All-Stars. I got maybe 3 all-time greats, but I think that the Nuggets now are just set to go through games and really put it on teams. That's the difference of 50 wins to 56 or 57 wins.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how the Denver Nuggets opt to try to deploy Jonas Valanciunas as the backup center to Nikola Jokic, because there's two real paths they can go down here. Is with Jonas Valanciunas, they can attempt to mirror the style of play in which they play with Nikola Jokic, which is not easily done, but they could try to, play a little point center basketball with Jonas Valanciunas, or they can just go completely different and play, the complete opposite style of basketball that they do when Nikola Jokic is in the game. So a little bit more ISO.
One of the best things the Thunder have going for them is not just all the young talent. It's the different diverse guys, the Cason Wallaces and the Aaron Wiggins guys. These are just guys these are their 7th, 8th, 9th most important guys, but sometimes they come in and they're the number one reserve for the night, getting 15, 16 points, big-time defense. It's just the different ways the Thunder could kind of beat you. They could just chop you up and cut you up in so many different ways. The Nuggets now will be able to do that as well. You think Bruce Brown's got a lot left. I think Tim Hardaway is going to play all of his minutes. So maybe there's minutes to be had for both of those guys. We'll see what happens if Peyton Watson and Julian Strawther, remain in the rotation. And now it's suspect. Now, who these guys don't have a chance, these guys who usually don't have a chance to play with Jokic because they're coming off the bench and given a spell to literally Jokic sometimes, will have a chance to play with a guy, a poor man's Jokic, who's still a really super good, skilled center.
Well, here's what David Adelman had to say on the ESPN broadcast last night in regards to how he intends to deploy Jonas Valanciunas with the Denver Nuggets. He says, point center. You can play combo guards. You don't need a lead point guard. You can play 5-out offense, play off the elbow, post him up. He's such a skilled player. It's funny. I think people forget that we had DeMarcus Cousins years back, and this will be the first time I think we have our backup with a similar skill set style to Nikola, because DeMarcus was such a great player where he could load him up on the post, he could play on the perimeter. Jonas is the same, and he shoots the ball better than most people realize. So that's how I envision him. I think you have multiple combination guards. You can get away with that with a guy like that, a guy that is that talented, end quote. So it does sound like they're going to try to be, I don't mean this as a slight, but like the poor man's version of Nikola Jokic. Like that's what we're going to try to see Jonas Valanciunas try to resemble in his backup minutes when Jokic is not out there.
I love a Boogie Cousins comp because the guy is just a really skilled big man who could do lots of different things. And I actually think while Valanciunas is not as talented, obviously, as Boogie Cousins, he might be a smarter player, especially at this point of his career. So I just really believe, again, if this was Al Horford, I'd be talking about Al Horford being the better fit. And I probably believe that in the end because what I've said all week was Horford will be on the court late in games for you when you're trying to win the games. Valanciunas will play a lot of minutes, but Big Honey is going to be on the floor to win you games at their most crucial times.
No, I'm with you. And
I love the fit, though. Great fit.
With Valanciunas? Yeah, no, I'm with you. I think it makes a lot of sense because of the way in which he's able to play. And I think David Adelman is 100% correct. He's a better outside shooter than people give him credit for. Like, Boogie Cousins, to me, was one of the first big men that I saw that could really light it up from three.
I got one, too. Watch this, okay?
Watch this.
Watch this. Yeah. So something we never think about, knock on wood, some guys are just built different. And Irv Brown
built for tough.
Irv Brown used to say bow-legged running backs never get hurt. Okay, like an ism kind of thing. And I think that Nikola Jokic, Denver Nugget NBA basketball players built to not get to not have injuries as other men would have, and big men would have injuries. You never know where an injury can come in. But if Jokic was to not play for a month, Valanciunas goes in there, and I'm not saying you don't skip a beat, but I'll tell you, man, he could definitely play 30 minutes if you need to be and give you a bunch of production and still elevate the guys around him. He's still an elevator of the guys around him, as well as a guy who can go get you 20-plus and do a lot of different things offensively. He's sweet.
Yeah, no, I am with you. I am looking forward to the overall resolution of this situation involving Jonas Valanciunas, but all signs point to, despite Danny's certainty that it is not certain as of yet, but all signs are pointing to Jonas Valanciunas being a Nugget. No, it's not.
Listen,
he hasn't signed a contract, or the trade hasn't been made official yet. How is it? It's not a certainty then.
I'm not a guy who's going to just report anything on anything like that because that's not the guy who I am.
You're feeling
I'm
good
not going to
about
tell you Gronk's coming out of retirement to play for the Broncos or anything crazy like that. But I will tell you right now that this thing was never in jeopardy. It was always a done deal. He might have told one reporter something that made that guy believe. It might be something as simple as that at one point of his career he wants to go back and play there. But this thing was never in jeopardy.
Okay, so you're the columnist. I'm the reporter on the show today. It's Anilo Piro. It's Danny Williams right here on The Fan. When we come back, the Avalanche, they did something. But it's with a familiar name that could have been a trade candidate. We'll talk about that next.
Is Tim Hardaway Jr. the most underrated signing for the Nuggets?
You talk about another pro's pro. Someone who can play off the bounce. He can play off the ball, catch and shoot, intellect through the roof, can close games if you ever needed him to. He is among the same ilk 3 years ago, bringing in KCP and Bruce Brown.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are two very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain? Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at spineone.com.
Get to the #1 sports bar, Twin Peaks. The FIFA Club World Cup is kicking off, and you can witness the entire tournament and every compelling matchup at your local lodge. That's right, they have every game. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
If you miss the filing deadline again, the consequences can be substantial and the penalties huge. After 5 months, you'll owe late filing penalties of 25%, not to mention interest. The recent IRS tactics include prosecuting more non-filers, often criminally. So call the people I trust, Advanced Tax Solutions. They will help you get back into the system and off the IRS's radar. 303-753-6040 or visit advancedtaxsolutions.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, Stoke here. If you need a hip or knee replacement surgery, check out Colorado Joint Replacement. They're home to some of the top trained surgeons in the state using the latest technology. Their expert surgeons offer the most innovative joint replacement care in the Front Range. To schedule an appointment, visit coloradojoint.org.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, welcome on back into the program.
Yes.
Let's go. It's a Funky Friday.
Man, is this like a folder you started for me of all Danny's favorite songs? Look at you.
I totally knew exactly what songs
Thanks,
you
Kev.
like.
I feel like I'm getting,
I could just
like
read your mind.
Thanks, Kev.
Yeah, you and Kev seem a lot alike, for sure.
Well, if you mean
See a lot of-
styles.
you guys look exactly the same, same height.
Same height, same weight,
Yeah,
everything.
everything.
If you mean style, sophistication, grace, elegance, cheese, a little vino, yes, absolutely. Very sophisticated palates.
Yeah, look at you guys. All right, welcome on back into the program. Anilo Piro, Danny Williams. It's been a fun week. You'll be back next week. I don't want to spill the beans fully. I just did, though, right? You're back in the saddle. You're not going anywhere.
No, not at all.
You're going to be rocking and rolling, having some fun with us here on The Fan.
For sure.
Well, the fans like you as well. The listeners like you. You got a text here. Danny is getting me pumped, says Steve from FOCO.
Yeah, Steve, let's go.
Let's go.
I love
Pump
Fort
up the
Collins.
jam.
Pump it up
up.
a little more. Get your body. Yeah,
Dun, dun,
Fort
dun,
Collins?
dun, dun, dun.
Hey, I'll meet you. Hey, I'll meet you later at Rams Point. No, Rams Village? That's cool. Whatevs.
Well, hey, speaking of the Colorado State Rams here for just a moment, for all of you Ram fans out there, Ram Nation, you can listen to your Colorado State Rams play their football games, the radio broadcast, now here on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. You got to love that.
Absolutely.
How could you not?
It's cool. It's awesome to have these relationships with brands like that, man. Coach Norvell, those guys, they're sweet. I like them quite a bit. I hope they have
I
a
take
bunch
my glasses off when I speak to my elders. Oh, my gosh. What an all-time
don't
moment.
go there. But
but it's just,
I got respect for those
and that's
guys.
not even a shot. It's just more so like that is a moment that's just ingrained in my head.
Yeah, but that's a cool little shot.
Oh, I
of the
love
guy.
it.
He was almost willing to stand up to Coach
Oh,
Prime.
I loved
Who's
it.
willing to do that? Matt Rule backed down.
The Colorado
He backed
Buffaloes,
down.
everything involving CU and Dion and CSU got dragged into it with that situation.
Yeah.
It is reality TV. I was eating it up. I like Colorado State. I like CU. I didn't go to either university, so I'm impartial to both.
Yeah.
I can respect both.
Me too. I like both brands.
I mean, there's some...
I like Air Force football, to be
Air
honest
Force,
with you.
hey.
That's my favorite for collegiate football.
I've never been to an
the
Air
game.
Force game.
Oh, man, you have to. We have to. It's something.
Is it? I've heard it's kind of a nightmare getting in and out of there.
No, just do it right. Fly over. You got a credential. Come on, man.
Yeah,
Let's
I
go.
guess that's true. The
You ain't paying for nothing over
flyover.
there. Yeah.
You want me to take the 45-minute flight? That's probably, 45 minutes from DIA to the Springs?
Oh, my God.
Less?
8 minutes.
No, it can't be 8 minutes.
A 10-minute flight.
Isn't it like a 45-minute drive from here?
Yeah, it's 40 minutes, actually. To get to, if I was trying to right there, Great Wolf Lodge exit, I don't know what the exit is, boom. I
There's
swear,
a
right now,
guy-
if we got on the highway, we can get there in 35 minutes from right here where we're at.
There's a guy that I used to work with that lived in the mountains and would fly in each week for meetings and stuff. And I was like, man, how do I live like you? How do I be able to, my commute is in the air, not on the ground.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. We teased it. Let's talk about it. The Colorado Avalanche finally making a move. I know Avalanche fans have been starved for any sort of inclination in regards to what the vision is going to look like for this team. They had some cap space with the opportunity to go out there and sign a few guys, but maybe not the sexiest move. But yesterday, the Colorado Avalanche opting to extend Josh Manson, the veteran, which will essentially take him off of the trade market. Manson's name had come up in trade rumors during the offseason. He's been injury-prone, played only 48 games last season for the Avalanche. He's due $4.5 million this upcoming season, and they've signed him to a 2-year contract extension, a little bit below what he's making this year. It's right around that $3.8, $3.9 million AAV. But that is the first real piece of Avalanche news and information outside of the assistant coach hire, that we had last week.
I would just say they made so many moves during the season. If anyone wants, for Avs fans who are angry, more's not happening now. Well, they made it literally turned it upside down. Goaltending room. moved and shaked. Mikko is a cornerstone guy, we thought. That was dramatic. That was a big dramatic trade. And for the signing here, this guy was, to me, has like a reputation for being a little bit nicked and dinged. He's an older guy. I think he's getting a lot of love and credit for being a part of the Cup team. He was traded here that season, in the middle of the season.
Right.
Helps us go on and push it over the top. He's a veteran locker room guy, okay? I've always thought of him like that, and Spivak kind of confirmed that. I think that's where the value is, as well as, some other things he can do to the organization. That's whatever they think is kind of important, from the Val to the Kadri stuff and all the way now, all the moves you look to get to this point. It's tough. It feels like the Avs are getting further away from it now as the Nuggets are getting back closer to it.
But what makes you say that? Because I would push back on that a little bit, because the core is still the core, right? You've got Nathan McKinnon, who's probably the second best player in the NHL, only behind that of Connor McDavid.
Yeah.
But McKinnon has his days where he's better than McDavid or as good. You've got Cale Makar, and Cale did not play particularly well in that playoff series against the Dallas Stars, but, he's still a great player, still a young player. And I just think, I do wonder if the Gabriel Landeskog stuff, the pomp and circumstance around that, I do wonder if that affected the Avalanche a little bit.
Hockey guys are pros. They're pros. They're literally.
I tend to agree with you.
Literally 9-to-5 grinder, hard work, and professional guys.
But I say that to say this. Now you can at least remove the theatrics out of it, right? Like Gabe Landeskog, it was so important for him to get back out there, but having him kind of get that taste, dipping the toe in the water, and now being ready to go for a full season.
You're pushing back on me saying they got further away from it. They traded a guy in Mikko, not to the Stars. Listen, hold on, not to the Stars, but I mean for him to have been traded to the Stars after they tried to literally send him as far away as possible, to come back and haunt them, and to be one of the great stars in these playoffs, maybe the biggest star was Mikko, is such like a rub your face in the dirt, slap in the face. It's embarrassing.
That's where you point the finger at Chris McFarland.
And I think these tough guy Avs fans who are like, Avs can do no wrong type of guy stuff, and you're not as talking, my kind of hockey, and you're not a real hockey guy. Well, that's a disaster. That's a disgrace. The way that's come back to haunt you this last season here. Man, I mean, literally that move, which you thought was you're gonna trade. Do you know what we talk about it all the time? My meat and potatoes analogy. You traded a big old piece of sizzling steak, porterhouse, prime rib for just a bunch of potatoes. You're left with some pasta salad.
Yeah, and, Will Peterson loves to go in, does a great job for us at DenverSports.com. Make sure to check out his work. The one thing that I completely agree with him on, and you said it's a disgrace, is the way that McFarland handled the situation. Because I understand the idea of, okay, let's trade him to the Eastern Conference. Let's make sure, he doesn't come back here to bite us in the rear end. But you got to know better. You got to prepare for all situations. You got to prepare for all outcomes. And Chris McFarland, at the time, right before they traded Mikko Rantanen, knew better than anybody, not named Mikko Rantanen or his agent, exactly what Mikko was looking for and what he desired, and it came back to bite him in the rear end.
Danilo re-sign one of the best players in the world. I said always a top 15. Drew Spivak. Spivak is like a hockey guy that I believe more than any hockey guy that we know. Said he's a top 10 player in the whole wide world. And in the playoffs, he was the second or third best player in the whole wide world.
Yeah, but here's the thing. The Avalanche objectively, with the Mikko trade, and I understand that it stings because of what he did in the playoffs and who he did it for, and especially who he did it against, but the Avalanche got much deeper. They were a very top-heavy team. They're a very top-heavy team.
Okay, what have they got? They went backwards. That's a first-round exit instead of a second-round exit. We went backwards.
Yeah, but it's hard to win in these sports, and I'm not just trying to put kitty gloves on and pat them on the back and say it's going to be okay, but I just look at the Avalanche right now. And again, we started with this topic on the Josh Manson news that he got a 2-year contract extension. I'm looking at the Avalanche. I'm saying I still got, a top 3 player in the game. I've got another top 10 guy, in Cale Makar. I've got Martin Necas, who's, going into a contract year, and I know there's some questions about his desire.
Would you rather pay over $10 million to Necas or Mikko Rantanen? Give me a break. Wow.
They were a one-dimensional team. Their second and third lines were begging for replenishment last season.
They were once one of the most talented teams in the NHL. Now
they still are.
Probably now.
How could you say
5, 6, 7? Yeah,
that's still pretty darn good.
Not when you're 1 or 2. Not when you're the best.
Of course, but that's hard to maintain. Like the Oklahoma City Thunder, I know it's a different sport.
It is hard to maintain when you're self-destructive and let one of the best players in the world go.
I can't say, look, I understand the thought process. We need to separate two things. I understand the thought process from Chris McFarland. I do. The way he handled his business with the trade was flawed. I think the thought process was sound to a certain extent. How he went about carrying it out could have been a lot better. But bringing it back to Josh Manson here real quick, I'm okay with the signing. Making a little bit less money, so you get him on a little bit of a discount. And now when it comes to tradable assets for the Avalanche, you're looking at two guys in particular. Samuel Girard, who I don't think is going anywhere, and if you do trade him, it's for pennies on the dollar, because word is out there. It's
How long are we going to be talking about trading that guy as well?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's the worst. It's the worst kept secret in hockey. Rumors is that the Avalanche want to get off Sam Girard. They've been trying to trade him for 2.5 years. But the pressure for the Avalanche in the front office is figuring out and getting Marty Necas' head on right, because that is, that's going to be the long-lasting impact. Maybe this isn't like the direct comparison, but remember when the Dallas Mavericks traded Luka Doncic?
I do remember that.
Traded for Luka Doncic, right? The Atlanta Hawks got Trae Young.
Yep.
Right? Luka is much better than Trae Young, right? Martin Necas is the Trae Young for the Avalanche right now. And you're looking at Mikko Rantanen doing his thing in Dallas. You need to make sure that Marty Necas has his head on straight and is 100% locked in and committed for this Avalanche.
I'd rather
team.
have Luka.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, well, you traded him away.
I know. I'm just trying to make. I'm not going to live in the past. We got to move forward. And the way when I look at it moving forward, you've got Landeskog, you've got McKinnon, you've got Makar. Get Necas right. Rocknell, you got some talent on this team.
I'm not a shoot and beat up a dead horse type of guy, but you just go back and look from the Kadri and the Val all the way through these moves that they're making. Every move you make puts you a little bit closer, a little bit further from it, and the Avs are just now. I'm not sure what's up.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Let us know your thoughts on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. And ladies and gentlemen, they are back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts will have 4 drops at First Bank locations across the metro area starting July 15th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, just head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good. And I also don't think I got the memo because like half the staff today is wearing their shirts and I am not. So go pick up your shirt.
Have one. Richie was giving me one and I never got it.
Oh, well, I don't know. That's probably not a good sign for you, buddy.
I know.
But when we come back, what happens to the Broncos if J.K. Dobbins doesn't work out? That's next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store. Start with Stable.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Born to Dare. Tudor timepieces from Williams Jewelers are devoted to the classic, but reject the status quo.
Like the Tudor Black Bay Dive and Sporting Watch. The Tudor Black Bay incorporates a supremely robust manufacturer caliber movement that took the Tudor R&D team 5 years to develop.
It boasts a generous 70-hour power reserve, exceptional ergonomics, and independently certified precision.
It sets a higher standard, Tudor standards.
Come experience the entire collection of fine, Swiss Tudor timepieces for men and women at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, including the legendary Black Bay and the all-new Pelagos FXD.
For those who are up for anything, who face their fears,
And those who reinvent themselves every day.
for those born to dare, Tudor.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, on the corner of Broadway and Bellevue, your official Tudor jeweler.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit vividseats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Okay, raise your hand if you want to make your life a little bit easier. Great. Now raise your other hand if you like to be comfortable. Perfect. Now that you have both hands raised, imagine putting on your shoes. And that, folks, right there is your answer to an easier, more comfortable life. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. This is footwear you don't need your hands to put on. They can be raised in the air, and you can just step it and go. Why don't you experience what people can't stop talking about? Life-changing Skechers Slip-ins. Get your Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
You are listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Oh, let's go, Kev. Come on. Let's go. Let's get me pumped up. I think bumping music is so essential. Like not just, I mean, it's obviously essential to a show, but there we go. There's number one of Danny forgetting to turn on the mic. Number one. We're keeping count.
I was rocking, bro. Okay, I'm rocking hard here. Chill. I'm down to rock, but not enough where I got to wear like eyeliner and, go goth or anything like that. But I will rock. I'm down to rock.
Yeah, because you're too manly. That's what I'm
well,
hearing.
No,
you come from that club. Like, I love when people are always like, Dover and Cecil need to cut their hair. Why does Cecil have such long hair? He looks like a girl.
I'm a guy's guy, though. Cecil, it's weird because when...
Cut your hair.
The kitchen here, I was going to make a coffee one day. And
coffee.
And Cecil was at the sink, and I walk up, and I'm like, who's this long-haired... Who's this babe?
Cecil's got a...
Who's this babe? And then it turns around to Cecil. I'm like, goo! Whoa. But his hair is, that's like Vidal Sassoon type of level stuff.
It's Furio-esque in Sopranos.
It's luscious.
It is, it's my thing with the hair, especially as you get older. If you got it, rock it. I have friends that are in their mid-20s that are basically bald. Like, if you got it, you rock it, man.
Dang.
That's where I'm at. Or you go to Turkey and get the hair
Turkey and
transplant. Yeah, real quick before we get to the, we also got a shout out for Kevin Chickenfinger's great song there on the text line from 1107. But before we pivot real quick to the Denver Broncos, we got a couple of texts on the Avalanche discussion. Looks like you guys enjoyed that one. Appreciate y'all out there. RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. I agree with this one. This one comes in from 8928. I'd way rather pay Natchez $9 million than Mikko $14 and have a complete team.
It wasn't 14. Look at the deal he's ended up signing for.
Right. But in that vein, but you're still $3 million in baseball or in football or in basketball doesn't seem like a lot of money in regards to difference. That's like $10 million in the other sports for hockey. That's a big gap. So it allows the Avalanche, it provides them with some flexibility moving forward. So I agree with that one. We got another text here, 2898. I think McKinnon is a bleepy leader. I have heard that Nathan McKinnon is incredibly difficult to play with. And the only comp that I could kind of compare it to, like I haven't been in the locker room with Nathan McKinnon as a teammate. I've been in there interviewing him. But it seems the vibes, multiple people, this isn't just one person, this is multiple people that I've talked to about this. The comparison that I would give to that of Nathan McKinnon is that of Kobe Bryant. In the sense of like Kobe, I think it was after when they brought in Ron Artest, I think it was. There's this big video that goes around social media about like how demanding Kobe was, towards his teammates, especially his new ones. McKinnon is a hard bleep. right? He's a hard player to play with because of the expectations he has for his teammates. I do wonder, though, if that rubs some people the wrong way in the building.
McKinnon treats the kids like Tony Perkis, the fat kids in the movie Heavyweights at Fat Camp, where it's like they have to hide candy bars and stuff from that, and he's just kind of scolding them. He's a no fun zone type of guy. Yeah. And the guy's like, they have to go sneak some Skittles around the corner. If he comes and sees you, he'll slap them out of your hand. Is there a vibe there? Is there something kind of to that? Where there's a big locker room full of guys. If you're a little bit too intense, does that rub the wrong way? If you're not intense enough, does that kind of hurt you? So, again, the proof is in the pudding. The guy's one of the best players in the whole wide world, sometimes the best. I think the best, okay? But, that could wear on and not really click with everybody.
And that's why I think it takes like let's take Marty Necas for the example here real quick. And I don't know Marty Necas. I really don't know his personality as a whole, but there has been some speculation and reports out there throughout the course of the offseason that he wasn't necessarily thrilled with his time in Colorado. Let's peel back the curtain on that real quick. Why would you not be thrilled to be with the Avalanche? You're on a team that has a chance to win a cup every single season. You're playing, to your point, alongside one of the top 2 players in the NHL. You've got Cale Makar, who's one of the best defensemen in the NHL. You figured out your goaltending situation. Why would you not want to be here?
It's like anything in life like this Valanciunas stuff, maybe in the end we'll find out. He's asking for $12 million. They're offering $8 million. And all of a sudden, Denver's not as fun of a city as I would have liked. And when you're so far off, how do you hurt a guy's reputation? By telling him he's worth $3 or $4 million or $5 million less annually than he thinks he's worth and asking for.
I don't like how you equate it to strict money, though. Because I agree.
It's all about the
think
money,
but there's a fleeting thought that's escaping me right now. There's been examples time and time again, and help us out, Tribe, RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043, of guys that, the grass isn't always greener. Sometimes they go somewhere, they take the money, they're not as happy. Or they take less to stay where they are happy. Yes, it does matter, Danny.
Money doesn't matter to you.
No, it does matter. I'm just saying you're saying money is 100% of the decision.
You're saying take the $8
million.
We're
not robots. We're human. We feel.
You're saying take the $8 million when another team would offer him 11 just for a chance to play for the Colorado Avalanche. I mean, again, you're going to keep shopping your services, push hard, let your agent work until the market tells you, okay, you're probably worth 9.5 or 10.
I just think the Mikko Rantanen stuff, I think it's over-amplified because of what he did in the playoffs. Look, he's a tremendous player. On paper, though, the Avalanche, by getting off of Mikko Rantanen and not having to pay him that $12 to $14 million a year, you're going to allow yourself some more flexibility. In the moment, and I'm not just trying to make this the Mikko discussion, this is more about Necas. But, we got to get off this. We got to get off this Mikko stuff, Danny.
I'm ready to move on from talking about the Avs, too, as well. But Mikko is 28
I'm talking Mikko. I'll talk Necas all day.
Hey, Mikko's 28 years old, perennial all-star, probably going to the Hall of Fame, and you let him walk at 28 years old. That's my thought. Whether, he was excellent in the playoffs or not.
The Avalanche might just be better for it in the long term. Let's not live in this vacuum.
I'm not.
Let's see how this
definitely
season
not
plays
a live
out.
in the past guy. But if you want to know why we're here and what's happening kind of here at this moment with the Avs, why it's not a truly a first round, doesn't feel like a first round loss. But the reality is, you went from now not being able to get over losing in the second round perennially to now getting bounced in the first.
Let me ask you this: It's very simple.
Yeah,
the Avalanche have a chance to win the Cup this coming season.
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's all that matters.
But
it's not like they made a trade that took them out of championship contention or significantly hampered their ability to win a cup.
Well, we don't know. We'll see. Maybe that Mikko deal does.
I don't think it will.
Maybe they lose in the first round this next year again, and then we'll know for sure.
Maybe.
Then we'll know for sure they're not as talented, and they needed all those goals from that guy. And no matter how consistent he was or wasn't, night in and night out, he was still a guy.
The 3 seasons prior after the Cup championship. They didn't do much better.
Just one
losing
guy.
To the Kraken, losing to the Stars the first time.
I would blame 2 guys.
You say you can't just blame one guy. You're sitting here telling me Mikko Rantanen is the best thing since sliced bread, and why would you trade a 28-year-old player in his prime?
Well, for going 3 years back, I blame 3 people. The franchise for choosing Val over Kadri, Val not being able to deliver when we've needed him the most over and over again.
He was there this last year.
No matter how you feel about the situation, and then the front office, as for making these moves, and every move sense. I feel like I said before, they're getting further away from it as opposed to getting closer to it, and at least the Nuggets have taken a big step forward to getting. We saw how close they were and now they're even closer.
I just think there's a little bit, and it's funny because a lot of the texters, we get a flood of messages whenever we bring up Mikko. They want us to not talk about him anymore. But I think especially in the media, you're guilty of this as well. There's a lot of window glazing.
Hey, don't act like
or window gazing. Looking out the window and feeling sorry for yourself. Oh my god.
Oh, I'm not like that.
Oh my gosh, he had a hat trick against us in the playoffs. I miss Mikko.
Yeah.
Why did we pay Mikko?
Help knock us out.
I don't know, man. I'm just saying. Let's see where the chips fall.
That's
going to
fall as an all-time Denver sports story.
Oh my gosh, I miss Mikko. Why did we trade Mikko? Chris McFarland? Why? Can we have some? Can we open up the can of worms here a little bit with some more takes? The Avalanche got deeper. They saved some money. That should, in theory, set them up better in the long haul.
Got deeper. Okay.
Yeah. Well,
potatoes are. Hey,
how many years did it take them from when they won their first cup to the second cup?
Potatoes are cheap. Big bags of potatoes are cheap.
How many years did Sakic go in between winning his second cup in his first one? Right?
Yeah, so they fired a coach, and they added Ray Bork and all-time great players. They didn't lose all-time great players and Hall of Famers. They added
you can't compare
and
to Ray Bork.
Come on, bro.
Come on. All right, let us know on the RonaldSlaw.com text line your thoughts, 303-713-1043. All right, when we come back, Inside the Internet. That's next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Great news. It's $5 Fridays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. Only on Friday, get a large, thin-crust pepperoni sausage or cheese pizza for only $5. That's right, just $5. Best deal in town. Pick up a few today only at Papa Murphy's.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
Let's be real. Big Mortgage doesn't get you. They want W-2s, a 9-to-5, and a job title to check their outdated boxes. But you're a business owner who knows how the tax code benefits you, even if the big banks don't. At CakeHome.com, we do mortgages differently. Our non-traditional loan experts get that your full financial picture won't fit on a pay stub. Invoices, bank statements, rental income, we work with that. While traditional lenders are stuck in 1998, we're built for how people earn in 2025. No red tape, no judgment, just smart approvals and sweet mortgage solutions. If you're a business owner or 1099 contractor tired of hearing no, call 888-EAT-CAKE to hear yes. That's 888-EAT-CAKE. Visit CakeHome.com to see reviews from business owners just like you.
Trees make you feel good, so don't miss the Tree Farm's Array of Trees sale. Now through July 15th, save up to 35% on thousands of evergreen trees in all sizes. Choose from arborvitae, upright juniper, Austrian pine, Bosnian pine, mugo pine, limber pine, blue spruce, Serbian spruce, and more. The Tree Farm's Array of Trees sale, now through July 15th. Come see.
I-25 to exit 235. Then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been injured in an accident, you want Wilhite. Colorado drivers know that when they're hit, we hit back harder. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Hey, Stoke here. At Colorado Joint Replacement, your hip or knee replacement surgery is their first priority. They completed over 27,000 joint replacements since 2005, and their expert surgeons are committed to helping you get back to the life you love. To schedule an appointment, visit coloradojoint.org.
Whether you're heading to the mountains or across town, remember, no weaving in the express lanes. Enter through the dashed lines only. Cross the line, pay the fine.
From conspiracy theories to cat videos, the World Wide Web can be a terrifying and beautiful place. So strap in and follow Dover and Cecil down the wormhole as they take you inside the Internet.
This, Jen, is the Internet.
All right, let's go inside the Internet. Anilo Piro, Danny Williams here on the show. What are you pointing at?
Cooper Flag.
What about him?
Shot the ball a lot last night. We're talking about just things that are, we just got to find a way to get in at some point or another, maybe, that aren't quite mainstream. Broncos, Avs.
5 for 21. Mm-hmm. Cooper Flag played against Bronny last night.
Tickets for like $1,000, I heard. $500 to get
Really?
in. Crazy, yeah.
That is crazy. Yeah, no, that definitely took the internet by storm last night, I would say. You've seen Sopranos, right?
Of course, I've been rewatching it.
Yeah, me too. You know the scene with Jackie Aprile Jr. when he meets Tony, and he's like, I'm only here out of respect for my father?
Yeah.
I saw the meme going around on social media last night. I retweeted it at Media by AP, and it was like Bronny James with the picture of Jackie Jr. with the sunglasses, and he's like, I only play professional basketball out of respect for my father.
Damn.
That was a good one.
Jackie Jr., man. It's
Rest in peace, Jackie Aprile, man. Meadow was heartbroken.
Yeah,
it was tough.
She was. That was tough.
Yeah, but I don't know, you buying this Cooper Flag hype? You think he's going to be the best thing since sliced bread like everyone thinks he is?
I think probably the upside max is Luka, but Luka is so generational. There's only kind of one guy like him, and it's himself. So Cooper is unique, can do a lot of things. He looked the part. He looks kind of the part, but it's hard to predict superstardom. But, yeah, he's probably a really good player in the league.
I tend to
How
agree.
much better than Tyler Herro or a guy like that, though, is he going to be?
Yeah.
We'll see.
We shall find out.
You know what, Stewie? If you don't like it, go on the internet and complain.
How about this with Najee Harris yesterday? You see that story come out about the fireworks and some eye damage and how to get eye surgery? Don't play with fireworks, man. Like, I used to mess around with them a little bit when I was a teenager. But, like, these days, I don't even want to light it. Like, I'll stand back. I almost had one, take my head off one time at a friend's house. So that was kind of traumatizing.
House burned down in Parker, just down the street from a
there was a
JJ's
rapper
teammate.
over 4th of July that I think blew 4 fingers off. Who was it? Jason Pierre-Paul? Kind of the martyr for all this?
Actually, it's Jason Pierre-Paw now. P-A-W. But yeah,
terrible.
keep going.
You're terrible. Jason Pierre. No. I can't just move on from that.
Jason Pierre-Paw.
Kevin, that is just that's something.
That is pretty funny.
Man,
I mean, he has to pay the consequence. He was being an idiot.
He was. Would you let your kids fire off fireworks?
No, not at all. Like sparklers and Husker do's and Husker don'ts. And
you're never going to take them on the road trip up to Wyoming, cross the border?
We've done it a lot of times. Unless it's illegal to say I've done that, then I haven't.
No, I don't. Yeah, allegedly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. In theory,
we like to light. We're from Douglas, bro. Let's go. Let's launch.
Well, here's the story. Details surrounding the incident was not revealed, but according to a statement from Doug Hendrickson, the 27-year-old former first-round pick, this of course being Najee Harris, should be healed in time for the 2025 season. The quote, Najee Harris was present at a 4th of July event where a fireworks mishap resulted in injuries to several attendees. Najee sustained a superficial eye injury during the incident, but is fully expected to be ready for the upcoming NFL season. Anything with the eyes is scary. Like, I know he's not the one throwing or catching the ball, but when you're trying to go between the tackles,
is scary. I know, some of these athletes, you have to live an extreme like nature lifestyle, be motivated in a certain way to just be able to achieve that kind of stuff. But once you get to a point where you're making millions of dollars, have a chance to make hundreds of $1 million, I just live my life a little bit more careful. My lifestyle would be a little bit more careful. Like Vaughn had the club at his house in the basement, so he don't got to go downtown and get on Spear and where bad things and it happens. So that's kind of my vibe.
Okay,
I'd have the ladies over at my house. Let's go.
I think if I was a professional, I think it's the NBA. Maybe it's all the different sports, but like I know in contracts, like you're not allowed to ski, you're not allowed to snowboard, you can't ride motorcycles. Like there's certain provisions that are put in these contracts to ensure that these type of oddities.
Who
don't
was
happen.
motorbiking? The pitcher, Clayton Kershaw. I don't know if it's Kershaw. Another pitcher,
Madison Bumgarner.
There we go, Mad Bum.
That was like motorbiking though.
Yeah,
like that was like in the mud and all that kind of stuff. I knew a kid that died from that. Actually, it's pretty tragic. Like that.
Yeah.
Those extreme sports, man. Like you get, and even if you wear a helmet, like scary stuff. I'm not into. I used to always think that stuff was cool as a kid. Like I'll observe, but I don't think I'd partake. Call me a sissy, whatever you want to call me, but like I value my life.
No, yeah,
I don't want to. I've never broken a bone. You ever broken a bone?
No, I've never broke. Oh man, my nose really bad in high school basketball. Yeah,
Really?
took an elbow. Yeah, and my modeling days were over. I was modeling for Abercrombie and Fitch at the time, and I was never quite the same.
It
was a nose job now. The same guy who did Michael Jackson.
I can see you on Calvin Klein with Mark
See?
Wahlberg, man.
Yeah,
back in the '90s in the prime of Danny Williams.
Well, anyways,
how old were you when you peaked? 12.
Peaked? I still haven't peaked yet. It's about the grind. It's about the journey, not the destination.
It's the grind set is what I'm hearing.
For sure.
Yeah, onward and upward is what I'm hearing from Danny Williams. But yeah, weird story involving Najee Harris. Hope he's okay. I know he plays for a division rival, but I hate anyone that cheers for injuries or is happy when an injury occurs is just the lowest of the low.
It's cold.
So I hope that he's okay, but yeah, that's definitely a little bit of a funky story for sure. In more exciting news, I saw this one this morning. Callaway, the golf brand, unveils a new Happy Gilmore 2 golf collection, which includes a putter that's kind of resembles the shape of a hockey stick. You like that?
Sounds awesome. I'd like to have one. I wonder how much it is.
$499.
$499?
Yep.
Oh, man.
That's more than the beginner set that I bought.
For a putter?
Yep.
I have to wait.
It says, here it is. Callaway X Happy Gilmore 2 collection has arrived. The Odyssey hockey stick putter for $499. Oh, but wait. And you get a special edition Chrome Tour Just Tap It In, and it's all in the hips balls for $59 as well if you want.
I'm going to have to wait for the Temu knockoff over at like Mile High Flea Market or something like that.
Yeah,
like for
Flea Market.
It's popping.
It's the place to go. I got a couple of framed pictures on my wall. I got the Scarface, the iconic image of him sitting at the table when he's going to kill Mel. And what's the other guy's name? Now I'm forgetting. The main guy who he whacks. Oh, my gosh. I've seen that movie a million times.
Yeah.
Not Hector. Frank.
Okay.
You know what a hustler is, Frank? It's a pig that don't fly straight. Oh, come on, Tony. Tony, what I ever do to you, man? I love that movie, man.
It's a classic.
It
Michelle
is.
Pfeiffer is that's one of the all-time babes in a movie kind of babes.
Yeah, she rocks that role for sure.
Yeah, she's great.
You spending $499 on a hockey stick-shaped putter?
I think if I had it, if I didn't have lots of kids.
If you're Von Miller, right? Like if you're Najee Harris, right? You got that type of disposable income. You drop in $500.
Absolutely, no questions asked. I'd like to have one actually.
I'm paying the $500, and I'm paying whatever I have to go get Sandler to sign it.
Okay. That'd be cool.
That's kind of where I'm
probably
at.
doable. He's around town.
Did that come out yet? The Happy Gilmore 2?
I don't think so. No.
But it's in the works. And
no, it's like the trailers. It's done.
I've seen the trailer, so it is coming up. You excited for that? Because I also saw that they're bringing back The Office. You see that? It's called The Paper.
No, who's going to be in it?
I think the guy Oscar's in it. It was Office chatter that I heard about.
Okay, that's kind of cool. Yeah.
You into The Office?
I do know it's weird. I'm more into the reruns now, and it's because I never watched it like when it was coming out, when it was fresh and new. But now I'm like, as I'm filling in the gaps of things I missed. Yeah, it's pretty good. Love Craig Ferguson. Love a lot of the actors on the show.
It's a little Blanco for me. Just a little Blanco humor, like a little too much. Like it's like like the witty like blank stares, and I'm like, I'll go watch Everybody Hates Chris.
Okay, that's good too. That's timeless too.
Oh. And Malcolm in the Middle, which they're also rebooting.
Oh, really?
You see that? But without the kid who plays Dewey, who's now an adult, I don't think is going to be a part of it.
I don't know why they're making stuff no one's asking for. Like,
why can't we do anything
original?
original?
Another Rounders. I wanted another Top Gun. I want more
they're
Mission
doing
Impossible.
National Treasure 3 as well.
I'm so in.
Yeah, I'm in for National Treasure 3.
I will be there midnight premiere.
I think they're doing another
that's
Mummy
Nick
movie.
Cage?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to love Nick Cage.
Night at the Museum 2, I believe, is in the works as well.
Yeah.
But like I think we talked about it earlier in the week. Like the last good original movie I saw was The Iron Claw, which was the story about the Von Erich brothers with Zac Efron and Jeremy Allen White. That was a really good, biopic-ish type of story. Did you see the Bob Dylan movie by chance?
No, with Timothée Chalamet.
Chalamet.
Yeah, no,
I've heard very good things. Very good things.
Okay,
I
cool.
like the movies. I'm just not like the Marvel superhero Star Wars.
I like those
I
movies.
like them,
Yeah.
but like I like to sit back and watch a movie that makes me think.
Oh, here we
That's
go.
why I like Good Will Hunting. Yeah.
Come on, buddy.
You could just say you're
I
not
like
as
to
deep
go
as
have
I
fun
am.
and watch the fun movies.
Yeah, because you're a shallow man.
No, cheesy goodness. It's called like the movies that everyone gets to see. And
nothing.
like.
I don't think you've taken anything serious in your life.
Well, you watch the Oscars.
That
I never
tracks.
heard of none of the movies.
That is fair.
I mean, what are we talking about here?
Yeah, that is fair.
I
All
enjoy
right.
good times in life. I don't know what you're trying to do in your lifestyle, but I enjoy
don't really know.
great times.
I don't know what
actually.
I'm trying to do in my lifestyle, to be honest with you. I
Okay,
just
well,
kind of I wake up and
don't take
see
it out on me.
what the vibe is. No, I'm not taking it out on you. I'm just calling a spade a spade. You might be the most unserious person I've ever met.
Man, that's
in a good way. In a good way.
Man, that hurts.
Love hurts. No, but you're my guy. I love you, dude.
I love you too.
You're my guy. All right. Inside the internet, let us know your thoughts. Fireworks, Von Erich brothers, Danny's quips. Someone did tell you to STFU on the text line.
Really?
Someone did say that.
Oh, because it was so funny about
Something
my
like
Pierre
that.
Paw. Yeah.
Yeah.
Got a lot of people who like what I do out there.
Yeah. They
Hey,
said, tell
and
Danny to
I love
STFU.
you guys right back.
Bleeping annoying.
Oh, never mind.
They love you, Danny. They love you. All right, let's hit a break. When we come back, we'll reset, talk a little Denver Broncos right here on The Fan.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Tuesday, July 15th from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on East Lincoln Avenue and Lone Tree. Limit one per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Attention golf lovers, the city of Aurora has you covered this season. With 5 beautiful courses to choose from, there's something for everyone. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. Meadow Hill's slowly becoming a favorite of mine. What's not to love about an old school tree-lined classic? And it's in our backyard. This former country club is a must visit if you are in the Metro Denver area. Add it to your golf checklist now and thank me later. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and give them a follow on Facebook, X, and Instagram.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
The Black Friday and July event from Dell Technologies is here with great offers on trusted technology. You'll also discover huge deals on new AI-ready laptops like the Dell 14 Plus featuring Intel Core Ultra processors starting at $699.99. Save on top accessories, plus enjoy fast, free shipping and other benefits. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Quitters! This is the story of a big made-for-TV firm that quit on their sweet little old lady client. Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. A little while ago, we had a call into 303 Law 4040 from a sweet little old lady who had been injured in a car accident. Now, it was a little bit of a complicated case due to her age, but her big made-for-TV lawyer didn't want to do the work and just quit on her. She came into the 303 Law 4040 offices and said, Dan, I'm not looking to get rich, but this just doesn't seem fair. We agreed and told her that we couldn't guarantee fee or anything, but we're willing to put in the work. And after a ton of work, we were proud to tell her that we got the original $13,000 offer all the way up to $100,000. At 303 Law 4040, we're here to help you after you've been injured in a car accident, not take advantage of you like some of the big made-for-TV firms. You always get to meet with us for free, and you never pay a dime unless we get money on your behalf. So save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040, 303 Law 4040.
My name is Mac Davis, and I have been on the SOTA weight loss program for 14 weeks now. I have dropped 38 pounds.
Wow. That's amazing.
The best summer of your life starts with SOTA weight loss, because right now, SOTA is celebrating with the best deal all year.
Who would have thought that I would be able to lose over 100 pounds? I thought that there was no way that I could do that without having some kind of invasive surgery or diet pill or some other means.
No drugs, no shots. Join the thousands of people who have let go of the weight for good with SOTA weight loss.
The best decision I've made in a long time was just to call SOTA weight loss.
So I kicked off the program and I lost an amazing 35 pounds. Before SOTA, I was taking medications for my blood pressure and cholesterol. Guess who got off those meds?
Get started now at SOTAweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
SOTA is, say it with me, state of the art.
A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. Over 90,000 five-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage doors is what we do. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
Yes, you can. Welcome on back into the program. Anilo Piro, along with Danny Williams here on this Friday. Been a fun week of shows. Hope y'all are enjoying it. We got a little positive interactions here on the text line. Someone says, you dorks are funny.
Let's go.
So we're dorks today, but we're funny.
Yeah, so nicer than that other guy.
That's a win. Well, that was directed to you, you know.
Well, maybe he thinks...
What did you just tell me in the break?
Yeah, you either kind of like what we do, like what I do,
or
you don't.
You do, not we.
Oh, sorry.
Speak for yourself.
You either like it or you don't, but you're going to listen usually to the full four. So some of our biggest haters are some of our best listeners.
There you go. RobMaslaw.com text line if you want to get involved with today's
Everybody
conversation.
love everybody, though.
Yeah, it's all love at the end of the day. 303-713-1043 is your two-way sports talk texting line if you want to get involved with the conversation here today. All right, good stuff on the Avalanche, good stuff on the Nuggets. Now let's talk about everybody's favorite sports team in town, that, of course, being Air Force football. No, I'm just kidding. The Denver Broncos. There was an interesting piece that came out on Bleacher Report, and they tossed out the idea, and I think it's worth kind of doing this exercise and having this conversation. What happens if J.K. Dobbins is either really, really hurt and doesn't play, say only plays half the games, or let's say that he does play that 12, 11 games that we hope he does, if not more. Hopefully he plays all 17. But what if he's not the same J.K. Dobbins that we saw in Baltimore and the same J.K. Dobbins we saw last year in Los Angeles? Here's what Bleacher Report has to say on this. This one's for the fantasy enthusiasts who should be very wary of overdrafting Denver Broncos running back J.K. Dobbins in the coming weeks. While Dobbins did rush for 905 yards last season and signed a modest one-year, $2.7 million contract with Denver this spring, he's a strong candidate to fall short of expectations. They continue here in saying Dobbins has an extensive injury history and missed another 4 games in 2024. He's also unlikely to hold an every down role with Jaleel McLaughlin, Audric Estime, and rookie second-round pick R.J. Harvey also in the running back room. Given Sean Payton's tendency to use backfield by committee, it wouldn't be a shock to see Dobbins buried on the depth chart or even with another team by midseason.
The reality is, it's a flyer. He's a flyer. 2.7 on a 1-year deal. They probably were trying to get him for, again, he was under a chicken tender, a tender. Oh, they had him. They had him with the chance
finger.
Yeah, the chance to match his contract, but it's just a flyer. So if anyone around here is expecting and counting on, like leaning on Dobbins, well, that's a problem right there in its own right.
Wait. Say that one more time. Let me make sure I heard you right.
This is a flyer, 1-year guy who was on the street. So if anyone, he's going to come in here now, people are going to elevate him to like act as though he's some kind of sure thing. Well, they're going to be maybe left with egg on their face. This is like 50-50 to work or not. And to me,
50-50.
This is a 50-50 proposition. And they drafted.
How could you say that?
Because he was on the street until about.
But that's because of the position that he plays. Keenan Allen's on the street. Amari Cooper's on the street,
and they're bums now. It's over for them.
You were just making the case for Keenan Allen yesterday. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but not for Amari Cooper.
For Keenan Allen?
No two things are the same. Keenan Allen's still productive, but I've also been saying
I'd take Amari Cooper over Keenan Allen.
That's crazy.
Personally.
Yeah, because he was a Cowboy or something crazy.
Oh, my
though.
gosh.
That's personal
that's
with
literally
you.
not
it's never
the case.
personal with me.
That's literally not the case.
It's strictly business with me.
Really? Because you've been in your feelings all week about this, that, and the other.
No, I'm never in my feelings. 10.5 is the over-under the total would be for Dobbins, the games played. 10.5. That'd be a Vegas number. That'd be the number. Because, tell me, over under 10. Actually, I asked you this. Didn't you say 12?
That's what I'm hoping for.
Might have been somebody else.
Yeah, no, I'm hoping for 12. That's my projection.
It's crazy you're acting like this is some kind of sure thing with this guy. No, not at all. This is
players miss games.
This is 50-50 to even work. He's kind of at the end.
He's 28 years old, Danny.
Dude, he's damaged goods. He's never been able to live up to the hype.
What do you just last year he ran for 905 yards and 9 tutties.
And then no team that team that you think he had a bunch of success for couldn't wait to move on from him.
Which I think is
two or three
foolish.
new running backs. Okay, well that's obviously you like the guy. So that's why you're getting angry here.
Or he's not even he's 26 years old. He's my age.
Yeah, but
I'm 27 now.
It doesn't matter. That's very old in the NFL for a running back. He's
not bad.
I don't know how much tread left is on this guy's tires. He's no sure thing for sure. But again, you think Bruce Brown's going to be a difference maker this season too? Kevin, help me.
No. Don't help him, Kevin. Don't help him.
Help me, Kev.
I just like you. I can respect your confidence. I really can. But you're like
my confidence in what?
This proclamation that it's a 50-50 thing with J.K. Dobbins and that Bruce Brown's going to be a bum. The Bruce Brown one is the more absurd one.
Aren't we hoping R.J. Harvey is kind of the man and Dobbins kind of ends up being the compliment?
But like, here's the thing: like J.K. Dobbins, if all goes well, should have close to double-digit touchdowns. He should have 7 or 8.
I just want to sit back and enjoy the show and talk into the microphone, and I also have to look every last thing up.
So you don't want to do your job?
No. I know.
Shocker.
Listen, we're cooking right now. This is good stuff. I love what's happening right here. But I got to pull up some career numbers now for Dobbins. And
I have them right in front of me. What do you want?
Anything. Yeah, games played in a career. Like, give me all the,
he played 15 his rookie season, played 8 his sophomore season, played 13 last year. His rookie season rushed for 805 yards and 9 touchdowns.
Okay.
Let's see here. He added 120 yards receiving in his rookie season, had 153 receiving yards in his last season with the Chargers on top of those 905 rushing yards and 9 touchdowns.
Well, Anillo, it sounds like you're really counting on him, right? I'll say this. Good for you, bud, because I'm not at all counting on this guy. I hope he can come in and play 10 or 11 games, and I hope that those games are down the stretch during the playoffs, and this guy could be one of 2, maybe 3 different guys out of the backfield they use to do a lot of different things. But he's no guy I'm counting on. He's no horse. He's no sure thing. That's the weakest group on the team still. That's still the weakest group on the team.
And that's
as Snoop Dogg would say, steal.
That was good.
Thank you.
But let's take the emotion out of it. Let's do ready? Deep breath.
Hold on, one more.
All right. Take the emotion out of it.
Okay.
I do think in regards to what the question that we posed to start the segment, what happens if J.K. Dobbins is the Broncos' biggest bust? I actually don't think, obviously that would be a bad thing, but it's nothing that we're not used to here in Denver because the Broncos last season literally had no semblance of a run game.
The whole segment's built around this guy being a bust, and you're fighting so hard to act as though this is one of our pillars holding the whole thing up and going to make us go.
The Broncos? Like with the running back room. No, but I'm saying like what happens if J.K. Dobbins doesn't work out?
Oh, well then,
Then the point that I'm making is it can't be worse than it was last year.
Well, you dip back into whatever on the street. If the committee thing by committee doesn't work, which it didn't work last year, and at least Javonte Williams was a professional runner. He went and got signed for a few million bucks by your Cowboys, right? So the room, again, if Dobbins...
Why do you say my Cowboys?
Because you're a Cowboys fan.
No, I'm a Cowboys hater.
Bro,
I am.
People are just.
What are you talking about?
People are just getting to know us around here. You're a Cowboys fan.
I despise them. Is that also not true though?
Yeah, that's the sickness of a Cowboys fan. You love them and save them you hate them and love them at the same time.
They're a disgrace.
Listen,
they're a joke.
A Cowboys fan yearns and earns for the days of Tony Romo when they couldn't wait to kick Tony Romo to the curb. Well, hey, Tony Romo or Dak on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Romo.
See,
easy. That's not even a question.
You're a sickie.
Yeah, this is going to be year 4 of my self-imposed ban of wearing anything involved with the team.
Really?
Yeah, year 4.
I have this cool dry fit piece I was going to hook you up. Will you wear it if I give it to you?
No, but I'll keep it in the vault for whenever I decide to, wear it again. But point being, like the Broncos last year were middle of the pack, which is shocking to me. I thought they would have been closer to the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah.
With their overall rushing yards and rushing attack last year, they had not just over 1,900 rushing yards at the running back position last season, and they only generated, where did they go? 12 touchdowns on the ground. So point being, there's plenty of room for improvement, and the fact that if J.K. Dobbins doesn't work out, I do believe in a guy like an R.J. Harvey, and I'm not giving up on a Jaleel McLaughlin or Roderick Estime. What's so funny?
A couple things. You have your text line, and I have my text line. For one, I have given up on those guys.
Well, your text line's a group chat with 2 people.
I have given up those guys. Given up on those guys already, and so have the team, kind of in a lot of ways, a little bit. Those guys are just entrenched in the Broncos program, and are essentially capable runners. But they blew up the whole room. They drafted a guy very high, and then they got a guy off the street because they're kind of so desperate at that position. It's weird because they won 10 games, had success, and Bo Nix had great numbers with that room being a disaster last year. But the Dobbins just in the end is no sure thing. And on my text line it says Anilo's in his feelings right now.
Who said that? Gersh?
I can't tell you that.
Golden Mark, there's 4 people you talked to.
There's tons of people on this one. Anilo got mad, the other guy said, and then one guy said, call him short.
Okay.
Like, then you get mad about that or something like that. We're like, I'm only a little bit bigger than you, but like, which way to the gymnasium? Anyways.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Who is it? I want to know. Out him. Tell me. It's probably Kyle Berry.
He's one of them.
Kyle's low-key my op, low-key.
He's one of them.
Low-key. I low-key think Kyle preys on my downfall.
But, oh, no, he really loves you.
No, I'm just kidding. Kyle's my guy.
No, all the guys really love us. Then.
Sorry, Kyle.
You're doing a great job.
I'm joking. I hope you're doing well, buddy.
Having fun with you. I have another, we have to go to break, but I have a candidate for my biggest bust.
Ooh, okay, we'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Are the Broncos waiting too long to handle their offseason contract extensions?
They know what they want to do. They know how they want to proceed. It's not going to be anything that comes out of the blue or anything new. It'll be fine. And when they want to get someone done, they'll get it done.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Hey guys, it's Mike Evans here for Copperhead Plumbing. Your home doesn't have to flood before you know there's a problem. With the Mow and Flow Smart Water Shutoff System, you can monitor your home's water usage in real time right from your phone. Whether you're on vacation or just at work, you'll get notified the moment a leak starts. Trust Copperhead Plumbing for professional installation done right the first time. Protect your home and your wallet. Ask us about installing a Mow and Flow system today. Copperhead Plumbing. They plumb different. They plumb custom.
A careless driver caused your crash. Medical bills are piling up, and you might not be able to work. life just got a lot more expensive, and you don't know what to do. At Berg Simpson, your consultation is absolutely free. We'll explain your legal options at no cost to you. Help starts with a phone call to us.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
What's better than a free meal? How about a free meal and a trunk full of free groceries? Yep, we've got it for you. It's the best free meal in all of Denver. It's every first and third Thursday of the month at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road in Aurora at Eastern Hills Community Church. You just pull up, pop the trunk, we'll put groceries in the trunk and pass you your meals through the window and you're off and running. There's no questions asked. So if you need it or you know somebody that needs it, it's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road.
Hey guys, Stokley here from my friends at 5280 Waste Solutions of Denver. Are you unhappy with your current trash removal and recycling company for your home or business? Do you have a project and need a temporary dumpster? Then call 5280 Waste Solutions. They're located right here in Colorado. So Colorado isn't just where they work, it's a place they call home. 5280 Waste Solutions guarantees your residential or commercial business trash pickup will be swift and on time. Go to 5280waste.com. 5280 Waste Solutions, your hometown brand.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
See, I hear this kind of music. You remember the clothing brand Tap Out?
Not really.
It was probably early 2000s.
I mean, tell me about it. Actually, yeah, I love all of their hit.
Yeah.
I don't know. What? Tell me about it.
Yeah. It's just an old UFC clothing brand, kind of like Affliction.
Oh yeah,
if you remember
Tap
that.
Out. Yeah.
Yeah.
What about it?
I don't know. Just that's the kind of vibe that I get when I hear that kind of music.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like Monster Energy drink guy, like at the gas station, grabbing some smokes.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Those big old thick rock, having a rock star with those thick sunglasses.
Sometimes those type of guys will wear a bedazzled jean. Those guys will even wear a bedazzled jean. Yeah.
Yeah. No. So I see. All right. Let's continue along with the conversation here on the Denver Broncos. Danilo Piero, Danny Williams here on The Fan. Hope everyone is doing well out there, and we want to hear from you. The RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. We were talking about what happens if J.K. Dobbins is the Broncos' biggest bust. But you said you have somebody else that you think is a candidate to be the biggest bust.
Well, I'm going to say this. The Broncos are in a great place to not have lots of high-risk old guys. They're in a good place to not have a lot of big contracts for aging players. That's part of the maybe the beauty of the question. But Dre Greenlaw is a guy who is still only 28 or 29 years old. Yeah, he's coming off a pretty big-time injury, and he's being expected to fill a pretty big void and what some people would consider, and maybe still consider, the biggest weakness as a group on the team, at least on the defense. So Dre Greenlaw's a pretty big bust-out candidate for me as well. It's kind of now it's going to come down to his body healing, and because he's at the age now where linebackers you can go the other way at this point. But I love the idea of him as a player. I really do think it was a great signing. I think he's worth the risk. But again, he is a risky signing. And if there's one of just a few guys who have a bust out kind of factor, he'd be high on the list. It'd be a short list though.
Well, everything you just said, I think can also apply to Hufanga.
Yeah, but he's 25 or 26 years old is the difference.
But he, missed a lot of time last year for San Francisco, as did Dre Greenlaw. But like that's the reason why I think if either one, hopefully not both, but let's say both of them or one of the two don't work out, the Broncos defense is good enough to recover. You saw the Broncos defense last year.
You can live without Hufanga, but I don't know how, you can't be the top 1, 2, 3 defense in the league that you potentially now project and could be if Greenlaw is not all the way healthy and a real difference maker and a leader.
Yeah, that's fair. I think
team captain kind of leader is this guy. That's and especially coming in from another place, that speaks volumes.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I think the guy, and I don't even know if you can consider it a bust, just because I don't think he's really established. I think in order to be a bust, that's not true because Jamarcus Russell never really established himself in the NFL. But I guess the guy that I think that I could see having a bust type of year that could really impact the team is a guy that we've talked about a lot on this station this week is Marvin Mims. I just think Marvin Mims. The success or failure of Marvin Mims, I think, can take the Broncos offense. I'm not saying the Broncos are going to be an elite offense. I think there needs to be some more meat on the bone.
Yeah.
But they can go from being a par for the course offense to a really, really big time play, run up the score 30 plus points a game potentially if Marvin Mims hits the way we think he can.
I have another candidate. And I like this guy quite a bit. I've called him a top 10 tight end. And a chance to have Travis Kelce-like numbers, maybe even right identical to Travis Kelce type of numbers as Evan Ingram. There's a bust-out chance for him because he was hurt last year. He's the 29-30 range where maybe he's a premium athlete, but once you lose a little step, a little edge, you become a lot less of a player. Once it kind of goes quick. I still think he's going to be really dynamic. I think he's going to have a great season. But if we're going to keep it real, Anilo, of the 4 guys that they brought in that we've been talking about all week, Dobbins, Ingram, Hufanga, and Greenlaw, only 2.5 of those guys are going to work. One will bust out, and the other guy's going to play a half a season because we have, of those 3 guys, 3 of the 4 guys are injury-prone, and I hate to say damaged goods.
Isn't that concerning, though?
Yeah, big time. That's the point.
Because it felt like...
But that's why they're available, though, too, Anilo. That's why these guys were made available in some,
Yeah, there's always some risk. But it's like, we talked about the Nuggets a lot yesterday. We said, Bruce Brown, great. Tim Hardaway, great. Jonas Valanciunas, great. Cam Johnson, phenomenal, right? Like, on paper, these moves made a lot of sense. The same vibe was captured with the Denver Broncos with Hufanga, Dre Greenlaw, Evan Ingram. I mean, if 2 of those 3 don't live up to expectations.
Well, yeah, it's about, most of your signings, most of your draft picks, most of your acquisitions, most of your money spent. It's about it most of the time working out. So, again, if you want to go down that Nuggets road just for a second, absolutely the same applies. That's why that's why they did bring in Bruce Brown and Tim Hardaway Jr., okay? Because they weren't satisfied with not only the Julian Strothers and the Payton Watsons, but those 2 guys, is not going to work. One of those guys is not going to work. One of those guys is not going to have a lot left. One of those guys, the game has going to kind of have passed them by. That's why one was on the street.
But you're talking like it's a certainty. I don't think it's a certainty.
No. Of the 4 moves they made, Valanciunas, Cam Johnson, Bruce, and Tim Hardaway Jr., again, only 2.5 of those moves are going to work. If 3 of them work, then this team has a chance to go.
And you're saying the same thing for the Broncos.
And if only 2 of them work, no, it applies more to the NBA because there's only 9 guys or 8 guys.
Right.
The Broncos are good as a whole before any of these guys ever got here.
Right.
The Nuggets could only be good and win a championship if these guys all ascend, or if 3 out of the 4 ascend and hit. If only 2 of these 4 guys hit, well, it's going to have to be the Cam Johnson and Jonas Valanciunas, and it can't be the 8th and the 9th rotation guy. But say Valanciunas gets hurt. Cam Johnson hits, Bruce Brown is washed, and Tim Hardaway Jr. can give you some stuff, but again, he's liability defensively and like a one-dimensional, just kind of 3-point shooter.
How did you get off on a Nuggets tangent talking
Well,
Broncos?
you went down the road of like the 4 guys and the 4
comparison,
guys.
But
The new additions.
I was comparing the vibes around the respective teams. right? And I think the outcome for both teams could be similar. But with the Broncos in particular, it feels like more so on offense. Like I think if a Greenlaw or a Hufanga do bust out, or if they do fall short, I think the Broncos have enough talent on defense to mask that, right?
Yes.
Whereas on the offense, like if Evan Ingram, only plays half the games and is hurt, or just isn't the same Evan Ingram like we saw in New York and there in Jacksonville, that's a problem.
Well, hold on. They won 10 games without all that. So they'll still be 10-win good, but can't be championship competitive good without those guys helping them be risers.
The Cecils of the world, there's a lot of people in this town, fans, radio hosts alike, that do believe that this year they can really burst on the scene as a championship contender. I'm not there.
I think there's one more step, one more season, a little bit of a gap there still that they have to close to get there, and that comes with the maturation of all this young talent that the Broncos have on both sides, and then one more good draft class, then a banger free agent class like they had back in the day, like we talked about, because they can do that again.
I am not, like, Cecil has him at 13 wins. I'm not there.
That's too strong.
I'm not there.
He's setting the expectations so high.
I do think, but I think that's their absolute peak. Like, if everything goes well, if Greenlaw's healthy, Hufanga's healthy, Evan Ingram looks like him old
Knicks
self.
is better.
Yeah, like 13 wins I think is their ceiling. I've said time and time again, I think they're probably going to end up with 11 wins. 11 to 12 is realistically where I see them. Wouldn't be surprised if it's 10. But if everything goes the right way, if Hufanga's the guy, if Dre Greenlaw is the first sideline-to-sideline linebacker they've had since Danny Trevathan, if Evan Ingram is truly the wide receiver too, despite being a tight end, they can win 12, 13 games.
This season is still about the maturation of Bo Nix, the development of Bo Nix, and getting him to be a championship-level quarterback. That's really what this season is about. So, again, nobody will be satisfied with anything less than 10 wins. Okay, nobody's going to be the expectations. It's a good place to be. But now you kind of have to win a playoff game along with that. And, so if they don't, but Bo Nix is right around the same numbers again, okay, and they're a 10-win team, well, then that's a great place to be because he's a 30-touchdown guy. That's who he is now. And he's what he does translates to playoff wins because you look at the groups, it's weird, like the numbers, he had great numbers, yet the groups as a whole, no one really had spectacular individual numbers in the receiving group, definitely in the tight end group, and in the running back group. So it's like, where did these 29 touchdowns come from? It's a good problem to have. It's good stuff, man. Broncos.
Yeah, well, we shall see. Let us know your thoughts. Who do you think is the biggest bust candidate for the Denver Broncos, and which player do the Broncos need to avoid being a bust altogether? Chime in, RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. When we come back, football's still on the mind, but let's move it over to Boulder, where we'll get our guy Adam Munster-Tiger here on the program talking all things Colorado Buffaloes. With Big 12 Media Day happening this week, we'll set the table and talk expectations for Coach Prime and the Buffs next.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Tuesday, July 15th from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on East Lincoln Avenue in Lone Tree. Limit one per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Listen up, Broncos country. Phillip Lindsay here. For a stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation services to the airport and more. They're dependable and professional, so you can focus on what really matters the most, enjoying that vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Call 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, you can give them a call at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride.
Get to the #1 sports bar, Twin Peaks. The FIFA Club World Cup is kicking off, and you can witness the entire tournament and every compelling matchup at your local lodge. That's right, they have every game. So grab your team and make a run to Twin Peaks for your favorite beverage and platters of sauced and tossed wings. The best part, they're giving away epic swag. Get to your favorite location to learn more. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every Phillip. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every Phillip, start with Stable.
Hey guys, boy Stink here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of
e-coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code radio for an additional 5% off.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Working on a weekend like usual. Way off in the deep end like usual. Swear they passed us, they doing too much. Haven't done my taxes, I'm too turned up.
All right, welcome on back into the program. Manilo Piro, Danny Williams rocking with you here on The Fan. Check us out at Media by AP, at Tweets Danny. Oh my gosh, I am so excited for this conversation. I am so excited to bring in our guy, my guy, Adam Munster-Tiger. Does a great job covering the Colorado Buffaloes. You know where to find him online. Oh, there's number two.
Best name
number
in
two.
sports.
Danny forgot to turn his microphone on. Yeah, but definitely
Best
one
name
of,
in
if not
sports.
the best name in sports.
Absolutely.
Kind enough to give us a few minutes of his time. Publisher of BuffStampede.com. Adam, long time, no talk. How are things, my friend?
It's great to hear your voice, Anilo, and both you guys. Yeah, I know it's been going well. Just got back from Big 12 Media Days yesterday, and it was good to see Coach Prime for the first time since the spring game. And so I'm sure we'll talk about that. But no, everything's good. It's kind of gearing up for preseason camp. You need that break as a sports writer to kind of from the college space in May and June, and then you get to July, and you're like, okay, let's go to work.
Yeah, no, I hear you for sure. Like, this is like our equivalent of like a summer break, right? I was back east for a little while. I was in Vegas last week for the 4th of July, and like now it's like, okay, we got about a week and a half left before this all starts to get real. And here we are now. You know, the Colorado Buffaloes play a football game, a real football game next month. I mean, football is on the mind and football is here. So it felt like we hadn't heard from Coach Prime in quite some time. And we know that he's been dealing with some health issues that he doesn't want to go into. But let's talk about the football as a whole first. And obviously, I think the position that most people are interested in is that quarterback position and the situation involving that of Caden Salter and Juju Lewis. I remember I've had you on some previous shows, and you and I kind of went back and forth on this. Kind of a two-part question. Do you read into, or what do you read into, in the fact that Dion brought both Salter and Juju Lewis to Media Day? And the way that I'm seeing it, correct me if you think I'm wrong here, I think it's Caden Salter's job to lose.
I agree with you. I'll lead with saying that I think Caden Salter will be Colorado's starting quarterback when they host Georgia Tech to kick off the 2025 season. But if things are close, that's where it gets interesting, right? And I think that's why they wanted to bring Julian Lewis out to media days is to see how he would handle being under that spotlight. And he handled it pretty well. I think Payton Salter's just moxie and experience at the college level showed itself a little bit more. He's just more comfortable in those settings. But if you're going to throw Juju Lewis out there in a packed Folsom field, you want him to be in some situations where things are being thrown at you that you don't know where they're coming from. And throwing him into media days, I think, was a good idea, because he was going to get asked and was asked a lot of questions about that competition and how he was responding to it. Some phrased a little nicer than others, but the mean questions are almost where you get to know a little bit more about kind of his demeanor and how he can handle that stress. And so I think they got that by sending him out to media day. But Payton Salter's ability as a dual threat quarterback is something that you really got to lean on as a Colorado program that has a lot of talent, but not a Heisman Trophy candidate or a quarterback that's going to try to break some FBS completion percentage records. This is going to have to be a more balanced team, and you can take so much pressure off that offensive line if Payton Salter goes back in the pocket on third down, things break down, and he bolts 25 yards, runs out of bounds, and you're really kind of demoralizing the defense at that point. And Colorado has had some of their most miserable games against dual threat quarterbacks. Everybody that follows Colorado remembers what Khalil Tate did to them, or even going back to Todd Reesing when they were in the old Big 12. So it's one of those attributes at the college level. When you have that dual threat quarterback, it takes so much pressure off you. But if you have a dual threat quarterback, they could take a shot here or there, and you've got to have that second quarterback ready. And I think that's why they're getting Juju Lewis ready for that.
Hey, Adam, it's Danny. I don't want to just talk about the quarterbacks, but it is an interesting topic. I want to know, how far can Salter take him, and how long do you think his leash is?
That's going to be kind of based off camp, I think, in terms of how close they are. If, and I really think that the game day atmosphere is where you're going to see Payton Salter's ability really take off, because in practice they're wearing that, no contact jersey and nobody can hit them. So it's hard to really see the impact of what they can do with their legs until you're in a game day environment. But I think if they started with Payton Salter, it's going to come down to just performance from him. And Deion Sanders was asked at Big 12 Media Days, would he be comfortable playing both guys? And he said he would. I don't think that's the plan necessarily, to go in to preseason camp thinking that both these guys are going to play. But he said if both guys are kind of living up to what our expectations are, we'd love to get Juju some experience. So you might see a scenario if Payton's playing well where Juju gets a series or two in a game to kind of prepare him for next year. But if Salter's balling out, you can't take him off the field. I think this staff is going to just kind of roll with the punches as far as how those two guys are performing.
That is the great Adam Munster, Tiger. You can check out his work online at buffstampede.com. Kind enough to give us a few minutes of his time. So obviously big shoes to fill with no more Travis Hunter, no more Shedeur Sanders. Deion had that spicy quote saying, those guys are great players, but we have a better team. But for, maybe some people that really, only got into the Buffs recently or, haven't been up to date with what Deion has done this offseason. Look, I love me some DJ McKinney. I love me some Jordan Seaton. You could speak on those two guys. But who are some names that Buff fans should, keep an eye on and monitor and read up on as we get closer and closer to this season?
Well, to go to Deion Sanders' point about this being a better team, you've got to look at the trenches. And you start with the defensive line. They bring in Jaheim Otis from Alabama as a transfer. He was the next great Crimson Tide guy on that defensive line that was going to get drafted in the first round. And he got injured and kind of fell out of favor last year and just decided to sit out last year. He's fully recovered. We've seen him looking good in some of these summer workouts. And so you start there. You add somebody that could be a potential first-round NFL draft pick next year or the year after. He's a junior right now. And you've got 9 bodies you can really rotate on that defensive line. They had maybe 5 or 6 last year you felt comfortable with, so they've improved the depth there. O-line, you've got 16 scholarship guys there, so you've really got 3 deep. Whereas, again, the past couple of years, it was like you felt good about 6 or 7 of those guys, and then a couple of those 6 or 7 didn't work out, and then you were screwed, So when injuries started to rack up at that position. So I think they're just going to be deeper in the trenches, better in the trenches than they were last year. In terms of a name offensively that I would keep an eye on, it's Xavier Hill transferring in from Memphis. I could see him being their starting right tackle to really complement Jordan Seaton at left tackle. And then those folks that are familiar with Colorado, I think everybody's waiting for Draylon Miller to really break out. This is somebody that Shedeur Sanders called during his spring break, Draylon Miller's spring break, and said, hey, I need you to stop having fun, get on a plane, get back to Boulder. I want you to be part of Pro Timing Day. That's how much confidence that Shedeur Sanders had based on his experience working with Draylon Miller as a receiver when he was a true freshman. And so there's a lot of guys you could talk about. We could spend the next hour talking about some under-the-radar guys, but it really goes to the trenches. If this is going to be a Colorado team that can compete for a Big 12 championship, that's a group that we're going to be talking about in November.
And real quick, we got about 30 seconds here. Where does CU, in your opinion, stack up in the Big 12 as a whole? Because I remember last year, Oklahoma State was the consensus favorite to go out and win the conference, and we saw how that all played out. What's kind of the vibe check with CU in the Big 12?
Yeah, I would say right now, Texas Tech, based off the money they spent NIL-wise this offseason, is really intriguing. Kansas State, of course, Arizona State bringing back everybody seemingly aside from Scadaboo, who was kind of the heart and soul of that team. That's going to be a really good program. I think Baylor's a little bit underrated, but Colorado's kind of again, a sleeper team in this conference. But you go back, and I'll be real quick here. I know you're up against it. Colorado was 1-1 and number 2 behind Texas Tech the past 3 off seasons in terms of overall rankings with recruiting when you look at transfers and prep signees. So Colorado's talent level is as good as there is in the Big 12 right now.
Well, I am certainly excited for this football season to kick off sooner rather than later.
Yeah,
and,
good stuff.
We shall see. The great Adam Munster-Tiger. Make sure to check him out at buffstampede.com. My man, it is so good to talk to you. Anytime I'm on the air and we need to talk CU Buffs, you're my guy. And looking forward to doing it again soon, and enjoy the rest of your offseason with the work about to begin, my friend.
That was fun, guys. Thank you.
Yes, sir. There he goes. Adam Munster-Tiger. Again, check him out online at buffstampede.com. All right, when we come back, it's time to check your X. I got something that I want to tell you about. That's next.
Should the Nuggets explore other free agent options to back up Nikola Jokic?
I hope this deal falls apart. I'm not being a negative Nancy here about all this. I want this deal to fall apart because I want a better player, a better option in this win-now window with Nikola Jokic. And it's not Big Val. The guy I want is Al Horford.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
This is Holly Robinson Peete for Eggland's Best. Eggs are a staple in our diet, and there's only one egg with more delicious, farm-fresh taste plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best. With more vitamins, including 6 times more vitamin D and 10 times more vitamin E, plus 25% less saturated fat than ordinary eggs. Available in so many delicious varieties, classic, cage-free, and organic. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Brandon Stokley here from my friends at Roller Auction. Do you have items you're looking to sell? Since 1976, Roller Auction has been conducting commercial and industrial auctions for Colorado government agencies, Fortune 500 companies, small business owners, secured creditors, individuals, and more. They have a large marketplace to showcase your assets, so don't wait. Visit rollerauction.com for a free consultation and turn those items into some cold, hard cash. Again, go visit them at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Okay, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Great news! It's $5 Fridays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. Only on Friday, get a large, thin-crust pepperoni sausage or cheese pizza for only $5. That's right, just $5. Best deal in town. Pick up a few today only at Papa Murphy's.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
You've launched startups and created jobs right here in Denver. But have you tried getting a mortgage? Big banks all say the same thing. Sorry you don't claim enough income on your tax returns. Have they seen your cash flow? Your employees get mortgages, but you can't? You built the tech stack that runs their bank and they're denying you? That's insane. At cakehome.com, we look at your bank deposits or certified profit and loss statement to get you approved fast. Cake is your self-employed mortgage expert, which means we understand complex income streams. If you're self-employed, a founder, or freelancer, someone who's built something real, you don't need to show a W-2, 1099, or K-1 to get approved. Call 1-888-EAT-CAKE. That's 1-888-EAT-CAKE to learn what makes us different.
Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your X.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that X.
Twitter, unfollow.
Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
All right, it is time to check your X. Before we do that, let me tell you real quick. DenverSports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to the Battle at Bethpage Black. All you have to do to enter is head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful golf courses between now and August 1st. Find the cat out of Zach by and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, just head to denversports.com/golf. I might be going to Pueblo this weekend.
Okay, cool. Quentin Tarantino can make a movie in Pueblo. You know what I mean? It's Pueblo's different. That's a little bit like people in Pueblo think it's still kind of like 1975 or 1980 Pueblo.
Yeah,
that's the charm and beauty of it.
It's different down there for sure. But to kind of rehash our conversation that we had in this segment yesterday as well, I'm checking my X last night. Okay. I'm doom scrolling right after I get home from the gym. I'm like decompressing for the day.
Okay.
We got a new fast food restaurant in town, but there's only one location and it's in Pueblo. Any guesses of what it is?
Whataburger?
No, we've had Whataburger. This is a new one. This is a brand new one. First and only location.
By Shields. Tell me.
Bojangles.
I don't know much about Bojangles.
Really?
Yeah,
I've had it once. So it's a southern fried chicken restaurant, so like akin to that of a Popeyes. I had it once. I had a buddy who went to Alabama, and I went down there when I was in college to go see a Bama football game, and they had a Bojangles in the actual stadium. So it's kind of like Popeyes and Cane's combined. Like I think I had the tenders, but they give you the biscuit. Apparently they have really good breakfast, good desserts as well. Everyone that I've talked to says like if you compare Chick-fil-A, Bojangles, Raising Cane's, like Bojangles is consistently number one.
Okay.
So I've heard good things about Bojangles, and I've been waiting for that to come to town.
I mean, I don't like chicken as much as chicken fingers over here, Kev.
Well, they have chicken fingers.
Okay, well, I do love a really good piece of fried chicken.
What piece of fried chicken you going for? What's the best piece of fried chicken?
The breasts. The breasts.
Objectively, I say the breast as well, not for the reason in which you said it.
Well, the legs I can eat like 6 or 7.
I like the drumsticks. I like dumping that or dipping that in the gravy.
Yeah,
delicious. But the chicken breast is phenomenal. You ever had Jollibee?
No.
So that's Filipino fast fried chicken. Okay. I had that for the first time when I was in New York visiting some family. That is also fire.
Sounds good.
Spicy. But they only do thighs and drums there. I went up there. I'm like, yeah, can I get a fried chicken breast? They're like, we don't do breasts. And I was like, Okay. But it was still pretty good. The drumstick is fire. You got to dip it in the gravy. Got to get the sides, all the fixings, all that good stuff.
Sounds good.
But Bojangles coming to town. Did you go to McDonald's yesterday, Kev?
I did, yeah.
Give me the review. What was the order?
I got 2 snack wraps. They have a snack wrap meal, so you get 2 snack wraps.
Did you get spicy and
I
ranch?
I got 1 of each.
Okay. This is important. I'm going after the show.
Medium French fry, and just a large Coke.
Okay.
Because you have to get a Coke while you're at McDonald's.
I could jive with the Sprite sometimes.
No.
McDonald's Sprite hits
Coke.
different.
Coke
I agree. It's 9 times out of 10 for me. It's Coke.
Yeah.
But by the way, I found this out. I got a buddy whose family is in the McDonald's business. They have a deal apparently with Coca-Cola that they get like the first cut of Coke. Like they get like the best version of Coca-Cola, not the other Coke, but they get that. So I think that's part of the reason why McDonald's Coke is so good is because apparently since they sell so much of it with McDonald's, there's like a little bit of an agreement between the two brands.
Kev, was it everything you thought it would be?
It was so good.
Okay.
It was
so good.
Nice.
Like are we talking like 10 out of 10 good?
10 out of 10. I thought of you the whole time on TV.
Thank you. I tried to be a good guy last night because I went to the gym and I'm like, I can't go to McDonald's after the gym and just throw this all away. But now you were asking me how do I eat so much and I'm not a million pounds. It's because today, once work is done, it's time to play, baby. It's time to play.
Yeah.
Today, tomorrow, I'll reset on Sunday and away we go.
I don't think a lot of people are leaving Vasa Fitness and going across the street to McDonald's.
I have done it before, though.
You have?
I'm not going to lie. There's been
what
a couple
terrible
times
feeling.
I'll go on a run for like an hour or whatever, or I'll lift, and I'm like, you know what? A couple McDoubles and some McNuggets right now sounds absolute fire.
Wow.
So, yeah, maybe not the best. I always like to say, someone told me this at the gym one time. I was talking with him. He said, I don't work out to look good. I work out to eat whatever I want.
Okay.
And honestly, that's a philosophy of mine.
I like that idea.
That's a philosophy of mine.
Lifestyle.
Obviously, you want to be chiseled, right? You want to put on some muscle. You want to lean down a little bit. But I will eat so that way I will work out so that way I can eat whatever I want on the weekends and not have to feel guilty, at least while I'm in my 20s and my mid-30s. Once I get to like 35-ish, 40,
it's over for you.
I'll
then.
probably have to change it up a little bit.
Yeah. All
Go
right.
from, multiple cheat meals to the one.
Okay.
So, love that. You ever had Portillo's? That's coming to town as well.
Just
on the topic of fast food. We should just, whenever we fill in, it shouldn't be check your X. It should just be fast food
keep
updates.
going down that food road you're taking us.
Well, what else have you seen on your X? I just said, that really caught my eye.
Oh, I loved the 25 best teams of this quarter of the last 25 years, the 25 top teams of this century. The Broncos are on that list, but not the team you thought they would, that would be on the list.
Right.
It's the 13 Broncos. There's two teams from 13. It's the 13 Broncos and obviously the 13 Seahawks. The number one team of the last 25 years is the 2007 Patriots. Number 2, 2019 Chiefs. 3, 16 Patriots. 4, 2004 Patriots. 5, 2013 Seahawks. I'm not going to go through the whole list, but the ones of note. 2024 Eagles, number 8 on this list. Probably a little too high, but a little bit too soon.
Too soon.
2000 Ravens. I like that. That was a great team. Is that Stokley's team?
No.
2000 Ravens?
No, he was
2000 Ravens.
Yeah, 2000
Stokely's.
Ravens is Stokley's team.
I thought you said 2008. Sorry.
Yeah, no, 2000 Ravens is Stoke for sure. He's caught the only touchdown in that Super Bowl, I believe. Stokely. I have to think about
Trent
that
Dilfer?
one. I don't want to spread falsities here, but 2010 Packers are 13. The 2013 Denver Broncos are number 16 on this list. And I think the 2015 Broncos should definitely be on this list somewhere too, because you have like a semblance of what Peyton Manning, Demarius steal some pieces from what was in 2013, maybe the greatest offense in the history of the NFL. And then it was obviously the no-fly zone and Vaughn and those boys that brought that thing home for us. So I'm not sure where that team is on this list, but I like looking at stuff like this. What do you think about it?
Yeah, I like the list as well. You know what's so interesting is I think that 2013 Broncos team was the best Broncos team they had under Peyton Manning. I think the no-fly zone and what they did when they won the Super Bowl obviously was great, but the offense was a shell of itself.
Well, actually, 12 was great. 12 was great, and I know Raheem Moore happened, but Anilo and guys, that team was still throwing looks out and fits around the NFL that no one could really catch up with yet. And
Peyton Manning was
I think the 12 team.
Cursed. He was a machine. I've never seen a quarterback be as just pinpoint, dialed in, focused and just be a 10 out of 10 like every single game the way that I saw Manning in that season.
Bro, 55 touchdowns and 5,500 yards. It's really tough these days. 41 seemed like a gigantic number for Baker this year, and there was only a handful of guys who were in the 30s. So it's kind of getting further away from those gigantic numbers.
So spoiled with just tremendous quarterback play for so long. I mean, going back to the 90s, right? With Elway, obviously, you've got Montana, you got Steve Young, you've got Troy Aikman, Marino, and then you bridge this gap to this next generation with Breeze and Manning and Brady and Rivers and Matt Ryan and Matthew Stafford. I mean, now that it's like the quarterback play is not as deep, we were spoiled with that
Does
era.
it feel, let me ask you this now, looking back at the Payton era, does it feel like the one championship was enough? Like, are we satisfied with the one championship we did win, or are we going to kind of, go to our grave with not winning it in 12 and the disaster that happened in 13? And then how does it correlate to what's happening with the Nuggets here? How will we look back if the Nuggets only win this one championship in this Nikola era?
I think it's easier to stomach because they lost first and then they won, so you're able to kind of get some retribution for that. Like if you're a Packer fan, right, they won the one Super Bowl, and then believe it or not, this still makes my mind numb.
13-point favorite.
You knew exactly where I was going to go. A 2-touchdown favorite in that Super Bowl against Denver.
Anillo, too. The NFC, we talked about it the other day with the boys back there, had won 13 straight Super Bowls. It was just like, it was parody that you really can't wrap your head around these days.
I remember I was doing some work with Rod Smith a handful of years ago, and I remember we were talking about a bunch of different things, and that topic of conversation came up before the Super Bowl, against Green Bay with the point spread. I mean, that was fuel for that Broncos locker room, man. They heard the chirps.
That's a big number, man.
And then the following year against Atlanta, I forget his name, but the cornerback or the safety who I think
Ray Buchanan?
Got arrested the night before or something like that.
Eugene
Robinson. Eugene Robinson.
There we go.
So that's a fun little story there as well.
Absolutely.
No, it's interesting, but point being, you asked me, are we going to look back on that era of Broncos football and say they should have got more? Should they have got one more? Probably.
Yeah.
But unlike the Packers who won one and then lost the following season, I think that's a tougher pill to swallow than following short and then making right on your wrongs.
I'm not sure about that. Think about that.
Okay. All right. Well, good stuff. Let us know on the RonaldSaw.com text line 303-713-1043. A lot of people hyped about Bojangles in the text line here right now. Someone said Zaxby's over Bojangles.
Can someone go get some for us?
Yeah, you want to drive 2 hours to Pueblo and come back? We got 2 hours left of the show.
Someone's in Pueblo right now, and they were to leave right now.
I'll meet you in the parking lot.
Yeah.
Get something for yourself. I'll Venmo you.
That'd be sweet.
So, all right, let's hit a break. When we come back, we'll reset right here on the program. Anilo Piro, Danny Williams in for Dover and Cecil. We'll talk a little Denver Broncos. What's going on with them as a whole, contract situation, setting expectations with training camp on the mind. That's next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Your life can go from healthy and happy to hopeless in an instant. When a serious accident hits you with injuries, too many bills, and no way of caring for your family, it's time to strike back. Let Berg Simpson's team of experienced personal injury lawyers fight to get you the money you need and deserve.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
Most people don't think about their garage door until it stops working. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. There's never a good time for your garage door to break, whether you're rushing to work or you're trying to get the kids to school. We know how much you rely on your garage door. That's why we offer same-day repairs, because life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Over 90,000 five-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage door is what we do, but making your life easier and your home safer is why we do it. Families trust us because we deliver, and we'd be honored to earn your trust too. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
Privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it?
Yes, you can. Welcome on back into the program. Manilo Puro, Danny Williams riding with you here today on The Fan. Hope everyone is doing well out there. RamosLaw.com text line. Your text line to get involved with the show, 303-713-1043. I am on social media at Media by AP. He is at Tweets. Danny, hope y'all are having a great Friday, getting ready for the weekend. I know I'm sure excited for the weekend. I'm going to McDonald's after this show, thanks to Kevin and thanks to our conversation yesterday. So it should be a good start to the weekend for myself. But talking a little Denver Broncos here, and this they talked about this a little bit yesterday on the drive, and I picked up on it. Thought it was a great conversation. If there is one position group for the Broncos outside of the quarterback room that if you could put, some good juju on, if there's one position group that could be healthy for the entire season besides quarterback, what position group are you choosing?
This one's easy for me. Running back. Right away. Because if Dobbins is healthy and Harvey hits, then this team is going to have a chance to really be special and really flirt with 11 or 12 wins. The run game will help the defense. The run game will bail out the young quarterback on days in games. And to be able to run the ball effectively is just really sets up every last else thing that you're trying to do, big picture, to win at a high level in the NFL, to win playoff games. You got to run the ball and have a defense.
I hear you, but I think the fact that the Broncos were able to win 10 games last year and make the playoffs without a run game.
Okay.
I think, anything can be better than what the Broncos' rushing attack was last season. That's kind of where I'm at on that front.
Okay, and then what's your group then?
I'm going linebacker. I just think, kind of what we were talking about a little bit earlier on in the show, look, I think the Broncos are going to be rock solid at cornerback, right? You got Patrick Surtain, and based off our conversation with Mike Kliss yesterday, it seems that it's more of a formality that Jahdae Barron will end up signing his rookie contract right around the time that training camp kicks off. So the way that I look at it is you're good at cornerback. I'm looking at pass rush, right? You got Zach Allen, you've got Jonathan Franklin-Myers, you're going to have Nick Bonito, who can also play kind of outside linebacker at times for this team. But I'm looking at inside linebacker in particular. And I'm seeing Alex Singleton coming off a devastating injury sustained early last year. I'm looking at Justin Strnad behind him. I'm looking at Drew Sanders behind Dre Greenlaw, who I'm looking at the ESPN depth chart right now, already has the red Q next to his name, listed as questionable, already banged up, and the pads haven't even popped yet. So I just think, you're going to get your pass rush, you're going to be good at cornerback, but to really bring it all together, you need to be healthy at linebacker.
I agree, and Greenlaw, if he hits, I look at it in maybe a different twist. Not that if Greenlaw busts, but if he hits and that group is elevated, okay, because of this guy, and he lives up to the hype and to the reputation, then we are, again, talking about a top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 defense in the league. Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 means, man, you're just turning the ball over. A lot of great things are happening. Teams are not scoring points on you. Once you're a bottom, I mean, not bottom, but 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, that's different. That's a different story.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I just think, like I said, with the offense, and maybe I give Sean Payton a little bit too much credit, but I just like Sean Payton could have you and I, playing offense and figure out a way to score, 20 plus points a game. Like, that's just how creative he is with his playbook. And I like Vance Joseph, and I trust Vance Joseph with the defense in particular. I'm a little.
Could be a big upgrade.
I don't know if concerned is the right word, but the way that they kind of tapered off last year, that does kind of still live in the back of my mind a little bit with the Broncos.
Yeah, the defense, though, as a whole last year, it's because we're talking about the 29 touchdowns
but
that
they were
Bo
like
Nix spread
elite.
around and passed around. I mean, the defense in the end was the real reason why that team won 10 games, went to the playoffs. Then I think next the credit goes to Sean Payton, followed by Bo Nix. Bo Nix is maybe the third or fourth most important reason, I think, last year with why they're able to do what they did. And again,
third or fourth, I think he's number 2.
Okay, well,
maybe even number 1.
Again, the defense gets the defense gets most of the credit because they stumbled out of the gate, and Bo Nix through 5 games was no sure thing. We're
number 2 for sure.
Kind of having doubts, and then, like I said, how he manipulated and found a way to get Bo Nix to distribute 29 touchdowns is the credit to Sean Payton, which you said was basically you just said. Sean gets a lot of credit. He said,
lot of credit.
Like Jokic, you, me, Kev, and Drew could go out there with Jokic, and we go put up a fight against the Sacramento Kings or the.
Where I kind of come down on it here too is like the Broncos defense, like in the dark times, right? The Trevor Siemian, the Joe Flacco times, right? The defense has never really fallen off for the Denver Broncos, right? And that's why I would put Bo Nix at 2, just because you got similar output from your defense that you'd received in years before where you were winning, 6, 7, 8 games.
Well, you're saying number 2 to the defense, Bo Nix? Well, then you're kind of saying that Bo Nix was the one who made Sean Payton, not Sean Payton was the one who made Bo Nix.
Okay,
Are you saying
put Sean Payton / Bo Nix, because one doesn't happen without the other. We saw what Sean Payton was trying to do with Russell Wilson, it didn't work out. So, it takes 2 to tango, and Sean Payton in the NFL draft found his dance partner in Bo Nix.
Where does Vance Joseph fall on this list of importance?
Probably
we're just saying
3.
Defense as a whole.
Probably 3. I would say the defense as a whole is number 1 just because of the unit. And I think Vance Joseph fits into that because obviously he's the leader of that unit. So that's why I put him at 3.
It's weird because I have to say this, and this might not be like a popular take. I don't know how much Bo Nix elevated the offense around him. Yeah, he threw 29 touchdowns.
I don't think that's a bad take.
It's weird because I'm still trying. I'm saying it and thinking it, and I'm trying to, I'm thinking about it as I'm saying it, man. That the 29 touchdowns he distributed, it's like that's a thing of beauty, and you could look at it in a real positive light. Like it wasn't one guy or one group, or like we said, the CD or the Justin Jefferson had a bunch, and then you're focused on this guy, and the other guys were able to kind of feed off of that. Bo Nix, I don't know if he elevated the offense last year, but he was a guy who threw 30 touchdowns, 29 touchdowns, did the job, did enough, and actually 29 is a gigantic number. This is weird. It's a weird one.
No, I don't think that's a crazy take whatsoever because Bo Nix to me looked like a guy that as the season went along just got better and better and better of processing the playbook and having the game kind of slow down in real time.
That's
like Bo
very
Nix
much true.
to me, maybe in a couple of different spurts, like Bo Nix, like we were talking about Peyton Manning. Like when Peyton Manning, and I'm not trying to compare the two, but right, in the 4 years of Peyton Manning, like you saw a general. Like, you saw a guy that would rally the troops, and I think you saw that a little bit with Bo Nix. But I think the big thing is repetition. Experience is the best teacher. He got more experience as the year went along, and that resulted in him being a better leader.
No, there was definitely moxie and leadership stuff. There's definitely stuff you saw you liked. Like, people got carried away with they liked the way that Drew Lock handled himself on that swag. But that's not a leader kind of guy you want. Bo Nix embodies a real leader and a guy who I feel like you can get behind, his teammates can get behind.
Well, and I think
yet no position group was really elevated yet by him. That's why Sean Payton deserves so much of the credit for the offense, for Bo Nix, for the 10 wins, alongside coinciding with the defense that was, I just think, kind of kept bailing him out.
Well, when Bo Nix really won me over, and I'm sure this is the same for a lot of Broncos fans out there that watched all the games, is when he kind of chirped back at Sean Payton. When Sean Payton kind of pulled him aside and, was kind of grilling into him like it was his kid, or he's the coach and the kid isn't doing things the right way, and Bo Nix kind of shrugged him off and said, "Who do you think you're talking to? I got this. Watch this." Like, that to me was in that moment where I said, okay, the skill set is meeting the mindset with Bo Nix. And from that moment on, you could see the writing on the wall with his overall play, but now I know he's got it up top. And that, to me, is going to be the difference maker in tandem with his overall talent.
Oh, how you handle yourself is everything. Everybody's seeing it. Not only all eyes are on the guy, but he can go mope and sit on the bench and slam his helmet, or he can go get in the leader's face and say, "Hey, man, this is we got to fix this. We got to do this. So you got to give me more opportunities." I don't know exactly what was in that conversation, but it was a fire and desire and wanting to do more, wanting to beat whoever.
Right.
I don't know who that game was against. I have to think about it. But, yeah, that was a big moment for Bo Nix and the Broncos last year.
And it takes a lot of guts to stand up to a guy like Sean Payton. Like Sean Payton gives a little bit of Darth Vader energy of, his bleep don't stink. He's the smartest person in the room.
You think he acts like that with his players, or is that just to us and the outside?
I think to a certain extent. I do think he can bro down a little bit. I think he can be relatable to the guys and whatnot, but I do think he tries to keep he needs to keep his respect in check.
Do you know what? I think he's a blend. He always is talking about Parcells, and Parcells was like a tyrant and, really like that general.
The player.
Yeah, do you know what? I do think Sean has some player coach in him. I think he is super relatable to the guys. You could see it. You could feel it. The style, the Jordans, you could see him around with the players, at Nuggets and stuff like that. So, yeah, I think that Sean, it does embody a lot of, and it's how you react to these guys, man. It's how they view you. It's how you lead these men. Adelman's going to go through this stuff as well. Pedigree is one thing, reputation, and just you being eventually just because of the work you've put in a head coach doesn't mean you're going to go be a successful one. And yeah, man, there's a lot to take from that. Vance is going to have a chance to go be a head coach again and have a chance to do it all over again. No, not maybe. There's something more to this conversation. But what I mean is he said, they asked Vance, Vance, well, there was 4, remember Spagnuolo? There was 3 or 4 candidates at the time. And they asked, well, Vance, how did you separate yourself from, these guys in the meetings with John Elway? He said, just that I get the NFL. He said, I get the NFL. Just that I'm a winner. Remember that stuff? So when you're he says it in a way that you almost have to believe it. Some guys are just leaders of men. It transcends master motivators. We talk about that kind of stuff. That's what's happening. Sean Payton's got that, and Vance has got that. The staff is solid.
Yeah, no, the staff is solid for sure. And, it's interesting because it feels like a lot of the success and failure of this Broncos team is put on the weight of Bo Nix's shoulders here. But, let's say that Bo Nix mirrors his exact stats, right? Let's say it's the exact same stats, within spitting distance as it was last year. We were talking about which position group would you ideally keep healthy, but what's the position group that can Bo Nix, all things being equal, what's the one position group that can help take Denver to that other level?
Running back, because if he still goes for 30 or 29, then we know that's kind of the standard, and that's who the guy is. And that is a guy, that's a place you want to be. Because when, you can have success with quarterbacks that do 23, 24, 25 touchdowns, but again, that's not a guy who's going to go take over games, win games, and is going to be able to go toe-to-toe with the Allens, the Lamars, the Burrows. So it goes to the run game because, like we said, where's there more room for production? It's definitely with the running backs situation and stat line. If we got some running back stat lines here, we're going rushing for 125, 150 a game, and a couple guys dynamic in that room, that's really going to take this entire brand to the next. Do it with me. level. Yes.
Well, and speaking of running backs, the other question that we pose that I want to revisit is, like, what happens if J.K. Dobbins is the Broncos' biggest bust? Like, let's say that J.K. Dobbins is that of a Samaje P. Ryan.
I'm not counting on him
Gordon
to be a hero. It'd be next man up. They'd go back to free agency.
Is that because you're so high on R.J. Harvey, though?
No, not at all, actually. I think he's another kind of pretty big question mark because of his size, because of...
What do you say prospects are...
A prospect is a suspect until proven otherwise. Yeah.
So you think J.K. Dobbins is not...
No, he's a
think
proven
he's
product.
A suspect?
No, he's a proven product.
But
It's
you're
all
saying
about
his
the health
output with
him.
the Broncos is suspect. That's what I'm hearing.
He's played 4 years of it in the NFL. Every other year, he's out for the year. Every other year, he's out for a year. So again,
you're not wrong.
10 and a half games, or I'm sorry, the total of...
Well, it was 2 years in a row. 2022 played 8 games, 2023 the 1 game.
Anilo, no one's questioning the skill set. The guy's very dynamic. I would believe if he were to be healthy over the last 3 or 4 years, we would look at him as one of the real elite and special running backs in the whole league. But the reality is he hasn't been that. And he was on the street, and we signed him for $2.5 million. And if it didn't work out, and he were to be cut, it wouldn't hurt in any way, shape, or form. We just tried to find another veteran to come do a job, be a pro in the locker room, find someone who can carry the ball at a professional level while they are searching again for the next guy, and doing it by committee, which he can. We can. So again, it's just got to be enough for Sean. It's just got to be. We don't have to have a superstar, but we do have to have enough in that room. Last year, it was not enough. The receiving group last year was enough. And they're young and ascending, like we said. Tight end room was not enough. This question mark there. You go sign a dog. Evan Ingram's, again, a top 10 guy in the league to me, who I hope by the end of the season has top 7 stats. But these are questions that need to be kind of answered here, and we're fixing to find out.
Well, and I hear you, and I don't necessarily disagree with you on the running back conversation. Like, if J.K. Dobbins were to be a bust, my thing is, like, if J.K. Dobbins doesn't work out, how could it be any worse than it was last season? So that's where I think I'm like, okay, like if J.K. Dobbins doesn't work out, I'm confident that R.J. Harvey can step up and contribute. Rookie running back, different style of guy, big thighs, strong runner as well. So I feel confident that the Broncos running back room, regardless if Dobbins works out or not, or is healthy or not, will be better than it was last season. That's why I'm personally concerned with linebacker and receiver.
Can I say something scary and controversial? And it's just a question. I don't want anyone coming at me on the text line getting angry with me and saying I'm leaning in a different direction. I don't want to be called a hater because I'm not. I'm a lover.
You get called a hater
I'm a
like
lover.
every 3 minutes.
It's the team. Say this Cortland Sutton thing doesn't get worked out. Say the Cortland thing doesn't get worked out. He's supposed to come and play in the number that... Say the Cortland thing doesn't get worked out. He's supposed to come and play in the number that was supposed to be twice as much as he was promised. So he's kind of jaded. You don't get his best effort, and maybe he leads to, some kind of midseason injury or to kind of check out. Say Evan Ingram doesn't have a lot left to tread on the tires, and that's maybe he's... The injury aged him. He's not the 114 catch guy he was 2 seasons ago. There's a lot of factors that could play into Bo Nix going for 22, 23 touchdowns instead of 29. It's a possibility.
That's on
I
the
don't
table.
believe that. I don't
Neither
believe
do
that.
I. Neither do I.
And I don't want that. And I don't believe that. But I think there's a question still. You have to do it again. Bonito was an 8-sack guy. Now he's a 13 and a half sack guy. Does that mean he's a 13 and a half sack guy perennially? I'm not so sure. You probably, for me, have to do it again before I go pay you the big money. And Bo Nix is going to have to prove it to all of us one more year before then we know. No.
Yeah, somebody said you bite your tongue right now, sir.
I'm sorry.
Right now.
I didn't mean to do it.
Right now, Danny.
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
But that's the thing is look, I love the overall optimism with Bo Nix and whatnot, but like I like that you and I can be realistic, right? Like we could be enthusiastic, we can be passionate, we can have high expectations for Bo Nix, but we can also acknowledge that there is 2 sides to every coin, and there is a chance that maybe Bo Nix slips back a little bit. I, like you, do not believe that's going to be the case, but like I'm talking about how if J.K. Dobbins falls short, they can absorb that. If Dre Greenlaw misses some time, they can absorb that. If Bo Nix is not within the same range of level of play as he was last year,
listen,
you're talking about 7-8 wins.
If Bo Nix say he gets hurt, we're calling Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins, how we find a way to get him over here and not have to eat the entire contract, but have you come be our quarterback for the rest of the year, something like that. And it probably depends at when point in the season Bo Nix were to get hurt and what situation that the Broncos would be in, record-wise and with their aspirations to make the playoffs, all that kind of stuff. And I don't mean to go down that road, but when your most important player, is your quarterback, he's more important than the whole team combined.
Well, that's just the fact of the matter. But that's just football for you.
Yeah, I believe Bo Nix showed me enough where I'm a buyer on the stock and a believer, but he will have to prove it a second year in a row in order to then kind of legitimize the whole thing moving forward and then know what we're looking at and know how to build a championship team accordingly. We're not just winning 13 games this year.
No, but here's the thing. If all goes well, if we hit every green light, every single green light, Bo Nix takes a step, Greenlaw's healthy, Hufanga's healthy, J.K. Dobbins.
11 or 12 wins in a playoff win. That's where it gets you. That is the
You don't
ceiling.
think they could win 13?
That's banging against the
You
ceiling.
don't see 13 whatsoever.
I just can't because the division's so good, and we're playing a bunch of kind of unique, unfamiliar NFC opponents who are a Super Bowl champion, a dangerous foe in the Packers. You're playing a Washington team that did all the things you did last year, maybe even at a higher level in terms of the resurgence and a comeback for a team based off a young superstar in Jaden Daniels. It's not going to be easy to win 13 games at all. It's going to be really hard to win 10 games.
Yeah.
So again, we're just kind of
they do have a third place schedule, but they do have some really tough games. Philadelphia, Cincinnati. There's a handful of games on that schedule.
Dude, Packers are going to be brutal. That's going to be a great game.
Washington as well, right? We'll see what happens to them. You are firing some people up on the text line here.
Let's go.
RamosLaw.com, 303-713-1043. Someone says, dude, you're annoying. Why even say that Bo Nix would regress? Why even speak negatively about something that we have a little bit of hope for the first time in a decade? Keeps going on and on. I don't think I like you new two guys.
Hey, I'm just trying to keep it real.
That's on Danny. Here's another one. DW, WTF, man, stop. Roman Loveland.
Listen, I'm sorry, Romy, but
Rome.
I mix it up a little bit, like a hockey guy. You throw a Y at the end of it. I didn't mean to go there. I'm sorry I hurt you. Please accept my apology. What I personally believe.
What you believe?
That U.S. Americans such as I think that Bo Nix.
Oh my God!
Yeah, he runs it back for 30 touchdowns. I want it to be against 10 picks. They run the ball better, but the running back room is still not figured out. We're probably another year away or 2 years away from maybe finding the perfect fit or the guy who's really going to complement the Bo Nix. If we're trying to win a championship, there's no championship running back situation going on right here, right now. And there's no championship wide receiver situation going on right now. And I'm actually a guy who's higher on the receiver group than really anybody at the station. I like Cortland Sutton.
Yeah, you might be.
I love Ingram. I think they're going to pass the ball to both of these running backs. And then you got 4 young wide receivers who are all, again, if we go to what we were saying earlier, of these 4, the Velez, the Franklins, the Mims, and the Pat Bryants, if we get one number 1 receiver out of that group, a number 3 receiver out of that group, and then 2 guys flame out, well, then mission complete as we're transitioning through Cortland Sutton and through whatever he has left to the next great Broncos receiver.
It's interesting.
Take that. There, I said it.
And, this is me just being objective here. Because we had a good text that also came in about, is it fair to say that, there's a ton of tape on Bo Nix. He's going to get some more challenging looks. Yes. I'm someone that likes to set my expectations low, so that way if they exceed the expectations, I'm really excited. But if they fall short of the expectations, I'm not all that disappointed. I think if Bo Nix is a carbon copy of himself, I actually think that's a good thing for the Broncos.
No, I do
because
too.
I'm expecting him to get looked at different ways, different blitzes, different packages.
You're saying what I'm saying. I love it. I'd sign right here on this paper. I'd sign right now up for that. Identical numbers. Pushing 4,000, 29 touchdowns, 12 picks, right? Couple rushing touchdowns. That's a recipe. That's enough. That's enough. And then you know what? With a run game, that's more than enough. With a really good defense, that's more than enough, and you're dangerous, too. You're dangerous.
It's so funny. Literally every text message alternates between loving you and hating you.
Well, that's the kind of guy. Can everyone,
it really is. Someone just said, Danny is really such a soft bleep.
Give me one of the good ones now, though.
Quit being so pessimistic. Life isn't that bad, man.
That's
And then here's the other one.
Said.
Finally, someone on the station talking without their fanboy orange glasses on, keeping it real.
Man.
Back and forth. So two sides to every coin, man. I love it. The fan base, the listeners out there obviously feel some type of way. I think to kind of put a bow on it, no pun intended, Broncos fans should expect a couple of games where Bo Nix doesn't look all that great. But they should also expect that as the season goes along, if he continues to process at a high level, if he continues to build the rapport with Sean Payton, that he should get better as the season goes along and follows the same trajectory that he followed last year. There might be some pretty ugly moments with Bo Nix. There were some ugly moments for C.J. Stroud last year. That doesn't mean you switch up your take on Bo Nix as the long-term future for the Broncos at the quarterback position. There's a lot to be optimistic about with the Denver Broncos, with Bo Nix. But let's keep it real. Let's keep it 100.
Yeah.
It's not going to. It's not going to be all sunshine and rainbows. A storm's going to come through at some point.
I'm hoping that through the Paxtons, the late first-round pick, the premium backup ready to start in Case Keenum, the Flacco, he's got something left, former champion, the second-round flyer on Drew Lock they're hoping was a first-round talent, the Bridgewater, this guy's a class act, he's just enough to lead you. Through all of that, none of those guys are Bo Nix. And what you had to do was finally realize, if we're going to do this, we're going to do this the right way. You can't just throw, patches on it, and you can't tape up your problems. You got to find a way to go solidify the quarterback situation, and that's by taking a quarterback very, very high in the draft.
That's not going to happen.
Well, they did it. Bo Nix.
I thought you were saying
no. That's it. I'm saying that's Bo Nix. And again, if he turns out to have the value of a guy right around Herbert 6 overall, yeah, we're gonna redraft it. Look, I'd have taken Nix overall at 5, 6, 7. Then we know we got the guy. We know we got the dog, because all those other guys are mentioned were giant question marks. And this is real. This is substance. Those were all hope.
Yeah,
that was all hope.
You got people texting in that haven't texted the station in years.
Okay.
I'm looking at someone called you Nostradamus. That's their first text since 2023 to the station. That's what's going on right now.
Listen.
That's what you've done.
This kind of stuff.
You've woken up the beast.
Is going to rub people the wrong way, but I'm very special. My mom has told me I'm very, very special.
Clearly, you got a huge ego.
Not as big as yours. You
Definitely 5 times the size of mine.
Not as big as yours, jerk face.
Well, just being honest with you. No, we'll see. It's an interesting conversation. Again, text line is humming right now. Let us know your thoughts. RomboSlaw.com, text line 303-713-1043. And we got a couple of texts asking where Dover and Cecil are. They are not going anywhere, folks. They are just on assignment. They'll be back sooner rather than later. But Anilo Piro, Danny Williams in the saddle for the rest of this afternoon. Hope y'all are enjoying the show. When we come back, let's continue along with the conversation. What is going on with the Denver Broncos? Continuing to talk a little Bo Nix. We'll also mix in some Denver Nuggets as their summer league season officially started. I also want to dive into Deion Sanders' thoughts on needing a salary cap or policing the NIL in college football a little bit. All that and more next right here on The Fan.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Tuesday, July 15th from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on East Lincoln Avenue in Lone Tree. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
My name is Mac Davis, and I have been on the soda weight loss program for 14 weeks now. I have dropped 38 pounds.
Wow. That's amazing.
The best summer of your life starts with Soda Weight Loss, because right now, Soda is celebrating with the best deal all year.
Who would have thought that I would be able to lose over 100 pounds? I thought that there was no way that I could do that without having some kind of invasive surgery or diet pill or some other means.
No drugs, no shots. Join the thousands of people who have let go of the weight for good with Soda Weight Loss.
The best decision I've made in a long time was just to call Soda Weight Loss.
So I kicked off the program and I lost an amazing 35 pounds. Before Soda, I was taking medications for my blood pressure and cholesterol. Guess who got off those meds?
Get started now at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, y'all are clearly fired up on this Bo Nix little discussion that we just kind of had impromptu. We were talking about biggest busts potentially being J.K. Dobbins, position groups we want to keep healthy outside of quarterback, and it kind of just turned into this setting of expectations conversation about Bo Nix. So feel free, keep them coming on the Ramos.com or RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. Before we kind of get back to the conversation, let me tell you, because if you like Bo Nix and if you like soft t-shirts, you're going to want to get one of our brand new training camp t-shirts because they're back, folks. Our limited edition free Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft t-shirts will have 4 drops at First Bank locations across the metro area starting July the 15th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find out the location nearest you, just head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good. All right, we got a text here, 0640. People misinterpret this because maybe people think that we're, what's the equivalent, radio warriors instead of keyboard warriors. Someone says there's number 3. Number 3, third time on this show, Danny has forgot to turn on his mic today. We're keeping count. I think it was about 7 yesterday. There's number 3 from D-Dub. But this person says, you clearly like to rub people the wrong way for the opportunity to say something edgy and antagonistic.
No.
Like yesterday when you told the texter to come down to the station and say it to your face. You're being a tough guy behind a microphone while having no clue what kind of potential psycho you're talking to. Just talk sports and stop being a bleep.
The joke yesterday was I said, come say it to my face. I'm wearing whatever
you were saying
wearing.
what I was. But here's the other thing. Like, this isn't like me.
It's a joke, Big Cat.
This also isn't me pumping my chest out or anything like that.
Yeah.
And I think there's some great shows in this market. We're just being objective. I think it is just completely fair to say, like, yes, we're all hopeful.
Well,
I think Bo Nix is going to be better this year. But would it be so surprising? I don't want to have to come in here in the middle of January with the Broncos going 7-9 and saying, I told you so. But let's just be realistic.
Well, again,
let's just be realistic.
I'm not negative at all. I love this team more than anything, okay? I would want to believe that the Broncos, everything's going to go right for these guys. They're just really, like I've said it all week, every group is young and talented and ascending. But there is no sure thing on this offense besides maybe the offensive line. Bo Nix is not a sure thing yet. The tight end room has been upgraded, but the guy was hurt all year, and he's 30 years old. The running back room is the biggest weakness in the team, and no one likes Cortland Sutton but me, and the receivers are a bunch of unknowns.
Well, that's not true. That's a fallacy. I like Cortland Sutton. I just don't think he's as impactful as you think he is.
Here's what I'm saying, though. The one maybe sure thing within this offense is Sean Payton. And maybe that's why and how they won the 10 games last year. That's why and how this team is going to be okay offensively and continue to grow offensively. And why, the biggest reason why Bo Nix has a chance to be the truth. Legit.
The truth.
And the first guy in 10 years to be so. So, yeah, but again, if we're, we got to talk about the good times and the bad times and the dark times and the, sad times, all kinds of stuff. And it's not just J.K. Dobbins as the biggest potential bust. There's 3 or 4 guys that if it kind of goes wrong, well, then the season could go sideways.
I can't even lie to you, dude. Like, having these conversations just gets me so riled up. I'm so ready for football.
Yeah.
Like, I like having these hypotheticals, what ifs, but like, I just cannot wait to sit down week 1 with my snack wraps and watching this thing play out. Like, I can't wait.
Wait, snack wraps are limited time only, so unless you're going to save them and freeze them?
I'm just saying, like, I got the popcorn ready. I mean, I think that first game against the Tennessee Titans is going to say so much. It's going to be such a tone setter. The game against Seattle last year to open the season, it was like 50-50, right? There was like, This year, I am expecting, I'd be surprised if the Broncos don't come out and wipe the floor with the Tennessee Titans. Like, that to me is just the ultimate jumping off point for the Broncos. If they have to squeak out a win against the Titans 17-13, that to me is almost as bad as a loss. Because the Tennessee Titans don't have, what do you start, Cam Ward? Who's their backup quarterback? I mean, name me 4 players that play on the Titans right now.
I can't, but I'll tell you this. I like where you're going with this.
They should wipe the floor with that.
You know what? There is something, too. I'm not saying the Broncos were kind of their offense was. I am saying it. Living a bit of a lie last year. The offense was living a little bit of a lie, but sometimes when you get off to a fast start, as a whole, say a young team, you were down and you're trying to, you're climbing. Sometimes you get off to that fast start, you have some success. What do we say about the football? It's what? Shaped funny and bounces weird, right?
Yes, it does.
Couple extra possessions, all of a sudden you come out with this hot start, this fast start. You're 3-0, you're 4-0, you're scoring a bunch of points. Sometimes you kind of speed up that process. You become bigger than your actual pieces as a whole, and you start to believe in the quarterback, the reputation, the
vibes,
the aura.
That's your new favorite word. You dropped that when Zach and Phil in here yesterday. Like, you discovered that word, and you're looking at me like, oh, you see what I just did? Yeah.
No, you were trying to shame me for like I gave that to you. Can't you just be happy for me?
A little
that
bit,
I used it properly?
I just thought it was funny.
Happy for
it was
me.
just funny.
Yeah. So yeah, sometimes
because I know you're gonna go home and you're gonna start saying aura this, aura that, and you're gonna claim it as your own.
Sometimes you become bigger than the pieces that you are, and it actually fast forwards the growth, the confidence, the players start buying into the message because you're seeing the big time results, and that's how you go from bottom feeder to mid to the playoffs to championship contender. And this team is just at the proper rate of maturation. They're moving forward. For anyone who thinks I'm a hater, no, I'm a buyer. I'm a buyer right now because I think the stock is still buyable on the Broncos. It's not overpriced yet.
Sure.
It's not overpriced yet. We're not talking about Apple stock
the
and
Buffalo
McDonald's
Bills. Yeah,
stock.
they're not like the Bills who are one step away from achieving their peak, which is winning the Super Bowl. Like the Broncos, to me,
there's some room there. There's some room to
maybe
grow.
this is my bias here a little bit. Here's my orange and blue glasses that I've got on here in the studio. They might be the most slept-on team in the NFL. I know there's a lot of people that are high on, people are high on the Rams, but I think they're obviously much further along, have won a Super Bowl with that nucleus.
I'd say Packers.
Nah, I'm down on the Packers, man. I'm not.
Jordan Love is dynamic, bro. He can throw.
I don't
He's going
know
to
if
throw
I'm there
30
with
every
you
year.
on Jordan Love.
Okay, why?
Like, I don't like have his stats pulled up in front of me, but like I watch him and I'm just like, I'm just waiting to see more. Maybe that's not the best way to put it, but I'm not sold on LaFleur either. Cover your ears. Here I go again, Kevin. I think people are sleeping on the Raiders a little bit. I think the Raiders are going to be much better than they have been the last few seasons as well. But I do think, like, if I have to give my take on the most slept-on team in the NFL right now, it just might be the Broncos.
I'm looking right now.
Because I think Seattle's going the other way. I think Minnesota's going the other way. I'm not buying Indianapolis whatsoever.
Man, do you know what, Anilo? You are on to something. It's hard to say the Rams are being slept on because they won that division last year, and the division, other than the 49ers, is just kind of really weak.
I'm out on Miami. The Jets are going to be no good. I guess the Patriots could win 8 games, but I'm not talking them as a playoff team.
I'm in Miami, but it's like for the wrong reasons. It's like if the health, you know what I mean? But yeah, they're slept on a bit. No, I think
like the Bears.
The way I'm qualifying slept on is a team that has a chance to do so much more than we're kind of expecting them to do so. And that's, if you put it like that, then that means being better than the 10 wins. That means being 11 or 12 wins and winning a playoff game. And I don't think there's another team kind of like that. Again, like there's teams that could jump, like the Titans will be better, but they're going to go from 3 wins to 5. Well, to 5 wins.
I think the Titans are picking in the top 5.
They're going to go from 3 to 5 or 6 wins. Jacksonville will probably win 6 or 7 games, but that's just an improvement. That doesn't make them a threat.
No, like in all seriousness, like I'm looking at the divisions right now.
No, I mean, you're right.
I think Pittsburgh is going to be better than people think, but I'm also a Tomlin guy as well as a Rodgers guy, so that's a little bias there for me. But like AFC South, right? Houston's probably going to win that division going away. I told you I'm not buying the Colts. Jacksonville and Tennessee are what they are. We talked about the AFC West. The NFC East, I think, is a known commodity.
Bengals. Did you mention the Bengals?
But I'm looking at the Bengals as last year as a little bit of an anomaly. Like, I'm expecting the Bengals to be back in the playoffs, so I'm not sleeping on the Bengals.
Yeah, me too.
Like I could see the Bengals winning a Super Bowl. Do I think they will? No, but I think they've got the pieces to. Whereas the Broncos, I mean, I'm even looking at the NFC North, right? Detroit's going to be Detroit. I'm not in on Minnesota. I'm not sold on Green Bay. Like, I think the Broncos have a better chance to win a Super Bowl than the Green Bay Packers, all things being equal. I do.
I think that the Packers are just a little bit further along in that process than the Broncos, but that's a decent kind of comp.
And then there's the NFC West. Comp. Like, I think Seattle's going the wrong way. I think the Rams are running away with that division. San Francisco will be better. But you can't really sleep on San Francisco with what they've done in recent memory. Don't ask Dante Gomez. He'll tell you the Cardinals are winning the Super Bowl. I really do think the Broncos are one of, if not the most slept-on team in the NFL right now.
Real quick here, last season in their 10-7 record was a 6-2 home record, a 4-5 away record, 3-3 within the division, and 6-6 inside of the conference. So that's kind of, you're talking about how do you get to 10 wins, 11 wins, or 12 wins? Well, that's how they got to 10 wins last year.
Well, and you got to beat teams over 500 because we know that was the Achilles heel of the Denver Broncos last season.
They got a lot to prove.
Yeah, no, they do. Fun-spirited conversation here on this Friday. Let's hit a break. When we come back, let's continue along with the conversation. I heard something on National Sports Talk Television yesterday that made me want to throw up. I'll tell you what that is next.
Is Bo Nix bringing back pleasant memories for Sean Payton?
I am convinced the longer Bo's career goes on, if he just continues to ascend, I'm telling you, eventually the conversation's going to turn, and it's going to be Sean saying, I saw my next Drew in this guy.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Gentlemen, what is going on? How you doing this week? Josh over here to talk to you about my team over at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. I want to talk to you about erectile dysfunction. If you're dealing with ED, you have got to see my team at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. It's almost a given that better medical practice generally leads to better outcomes for patients. And if you suffer with ED, you certainly want a good outcome. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic practices better medicine They're the leader in treating men's sexual health issues right here in Colorado. Stop dancing around it. Stop coming up with stupid excuses. They're not going to work. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has treatments with success rates well over 90%. Set up your first appointment today by calling 720-440-7900 or visiting RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. I promise there's a location near you. They have 5 to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Stop making excuses. Get your sex life back. It starts at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Where will you find her perfect engagement ring?
There's only one fine jeweler in Denver with all the world's top bridal designers. I'm Dylan Williams.
And I'm Shayna Williams from Williams Jewelers. Only here in our Bridal Design Gallery will you find Gabriel & Company, A. Jaffe, Hearts on Fire, and the legendary Tacori.
Thousands of diamond engagement rings from every style and every price range.
If it's on her Pinterest page, it's here.
Add to that our famous Williams Jewelers Diamond Bar with almost every size, shape, and price range diamond.
And our expert diamond professionals will help you put it all together perfectly.
At the guaranteed best price in Colorado. We even have flexible payment terms for qualified buyers, so you can do this today.
That's why more couples say, will you, with Williams.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines.
1877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Are you in a high-risk fire zone? Got woodpecker holes? Siding starting to rot? What's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and yes, even woodpeckers. For the month of July, get free insulation with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280 won't just replace siding, they upgrade your home. Old siding off, new bat insulation in, plus rigid insulation for a better thermal envelope. 5280exteriors.com, the altitude of quality.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
I've come to my senses that I've become senseless. And I could give you lessons how to ruin.
All right, someone needs to come to their senses for sure. And his name is Jason McIntyre, filling in for Colin Cowherd. And I like Colin. I think he's got some good hot takes and some not so good hot takes as well. But, this is, part of the reason why you and I are in here is this is the time that everybody likes to go on vacation and do their things and get ready for football season. And Jason McIntyre, filling in for Colin yesterday, I believe it was, said one of the most egregious things. And, of course, the only person in the world who actually somewhat agreed with this take. Somewhat. Because he's going to come in here if he's listening right now and say, I didn't say that, Anilo. I didn't say that. I said he's in the vein. He's close to. He's a top 5 center. Here's Jason McIntyre talking about how DeAndre Ayton is better than people think and potentially in the air of that of an Embiid and Jokic.
The Lakers made a big splash here in the last week, picking up DeAndre Ayton. And I know a lot of people instantly poo-pooed this deal as, this is no big deal. Ayton's a malcontent. He would come out of games and slam chairs down. He'd be late to rehab. This is how much DeAndre Ayton hated it in Portland. He forfeited $10 million to get out of town. Let's just say DeAndre Ayton through his first 7 seasons is kind of sort of a top 8 center in the league. I mean, listen, look at these stats right here. 15 and 10 and 50% shooting in the last 7 seasons. Jokic is an MVP. Giannis is an MVP. AD's all NBA. Joel Embiid has an MVP. These are all great players. DeAndre Ayton's in that class with them. He just obviously was in Portland, so nobody paid attention.
Oh, my gosh.
That's pretty heinous. That guy is...
Go pull up the YouTube link right now and see the look on my face.
He's got an attitude problem, and he's never gotten better than his rookie season.
How could you?
I love what Jokic does to this guy.
That gives me hope that one day I could work for one of the major TV networks, because if you can be on a major TV network on a major sports talk show and say that DeAndre Ayton is in the same league when he's right with Jokic and Embiid, and I don't even like Embiid. What? That is nonsense.
Yeah, Ayton's actually been one of the real underachieving players of his era.
Yeah, number one overall pick.
Payton has been one of the more underachieving guys who really kind of when he kind of first hit the scene, he looked like a bit of a player, and he was going to have a chance to be a borderline all-star
drafted over Luka
player. But, yeah, do you know what? I wouldn't take him over Valanciunas.
I wouldn't either.
And I wouldn't. It's not even a question. It's an easy one for me.
I cannot have a player, and I know the Lakers were desperate. There's nothing more of a turnoff than to me of a guy who's not taking it serious at the professional
doesn't
level.
Really want it.
Like, do you know how much of a privilege it is? I would kill to play a professional sport. Instead, I talk about them for a living. You would kill to play professional basketball. Kevin would kill to play professional football. Drew would kill to play professional hockey if he could have had a career in that. Any one of us would love to be a professional athlete. And when those that are professional athletes take it for granted and don't give it their all,
well, I'll tell you
that drives me crazy.
I think, we know the physical talent is there. It made him the number 1 overall pick. So, and then it comes to desire, work ethic, and development to become a great player. And once you're the number 1 overall pick and, you're making $80 million in a rookie contract, it's hard to maintain the motivation. Some guys, once you kind of make it or you made it, then the drive, it goes away because you feel like you've arrived and like you've made it.
Yeah.
He seems just like one of those players.
I just cannot believe someone would go into a mic and actually say that on national television. Like that might be one of the stupidest takes I've ever heard.
It's a pretty heinous take. That guy's, I don't think he's very good.
That's worse than the Iguodala take from Kellerman.
I don't know how he gets on Colin's show, to be honest with you, McIntyre.
He's the fill-in, right? Well, I think he's the number 2 to Colin when Colin's actually in the number 1 chair. Mm-hmm. So I think he's just kind of moving over one spot.
Yeah.
But I actually think Kellerman got a lot of flack for the Iguodala comment. Like, I mean, you're taking Steph Curry for sure. But Iguodala's not like the worst option at the end of the game. Like, this is like a 0 out of 10 take.
It is. It's a bad take. But Iguodala is an NBA Finals MVP.
He is. No, okay. Andre Iguodala. He's a rat.
He's not dog water.
He's a rat.
Oh yeah, we hate him around here. Yeah, we hate him.
You can't stand Andre Iguodala in this town.
No. He didn't want to be here. Yeah, he found a way to be a pro when they won 57 games with Iguodala that year.
Yeah, and you know what's funny is we got a text here, RamosLaw.com text line, chime in, 303-713-1043. This person says, when you say that you just want the status and money, look, you said some pretty outrageous things this week. I've said a couple controversial takes that have gotten some people fired up on the text line. I believe what I say. You believe what you say. I don't think Jason McIntyre can look himself in the mirror and actually believe what he just said is truthful. That is engagement farming at its finest, and I guess we're feeding into that engagement. But like that is,
it's bad.
People in this day and age with social media, and I'm a younger guy, man. Like, look, I'm trying to earn my chops, earn my stripes, work my way up in this business. I will not do that by giving out egregious hot takes that make no sense just to get people to react.
Man, credibility, you only got one reputation. Once you kind of change someone's, it's hard to get it.
And I'll stand on it. If I'm out and about and a listener, hey, you're AP, right? You're an ELO. Like, you said this, I didn't agree with it. I'll smile and I have the conversation with you. It's all love to me. It's all fun to me. But like when you hear stuff like that, it just like what my oh my how this business has just changed,
evolved,
hot take artists, like it's a ridiculous statement to make.
AI's going to replace most of all of the sports talk radio guys who aren't that good.
I don't think hosts. I don't think you can have AI replace a host.
It's a matter of time.
Unless
you're really talented and unique and got something special like you and I and a handful of others. It's a matter of time.
Really? So you're saying your time's coming?
No, not for me.
You're too good.
I'll be fine.
You're not. I actually don't think AI could ever say the things that you say.
I'll be fine, yeah.
Because you frame things in a way that I couldn't even possibly dream or imagine of.
Thank you.
I don't even mean that in a good way necessarily. It's just
okay,
like, whoa.
well, that's
like you are a straight junk ball pitcher. Your pitch repertoire is curveballs, knuckleballs, splitters, and sliders.
I'm gonna throw them in the dirt. I'm not.
I got my fastball. I got a 4-seam and a 2-seam. And I'll throw a little curve every now and again, but I don't want Tommy John. You're just waiting for that Tommy John surgery.
I've had 2 Tommy Johns yet. I've played for 15 years, 20 years, and I have a career. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true.
Forever.
Well,
old head.
Couple life rafts thrown along the way.
Old head, yeah.
I remember you texted me a little while ago about this, that, and the other.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But now here we are, Danny. Here we are.
Look at us. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Not me.
Yep.
Not
a
me.
little Paul Rudd action there. Yeah, but let us know your thoughts on that on the text line. And we don't need to make this like a whole Jokic conversation per se.
Uh-huh.
But I do think that DeAndre Ayton, like bringing it back to your point, I think he's going to be a real asset for the Lakers. But I still don't. I'm not buying what the Lakers are selling whatsoever.
He's a warm body, but he's no fit. Again, he's if you're out there, any team could kind of have you. And if it looks desperate, it probably is desperate. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, my dad has a famous saying that has been ingrained in the back of my head. People act out of inspiration or desperation, right? And it seems like a little bit of desperation there from the TV host as well as the Lakers with the DeAndre Ayton situation. But speaking of centers and whatnot, touch on this because I don't know that there's much more to say. But Jonas Valanciunas, I'd be very shocked if this trade was not finalized by Monday. I'd be very surprised if we got to the end of the day on Monday that we haven't had anything firm and confirmed on the Jonas Valanciunas situation.
Well, Coach Adelman had some great stuff. The things we kind of were waiting for somebody to say about how he's going to be used.
Yeah, here's what David Adelman had to say exactly. He said, quote, in regards to how they want to use him with the Nuggets, point center. You can play combo guards. You don't need a lead point guard. You can play 5-out offense, play off the elbow, post him up. He's such a skilled player. It's funny. I think people forget that we had DeMarcus Cousins years back, and this will be the first time I think we have our backup with a similar skill set style to Nikola because DeMarcus was such a great player where he could load up on the post and he could play on the perimeter. Jonas is the same. He shoots the ball better than most people realize, so that's how I envision him. I think you have multiple combination guards. You can get away from that. You can get away with that with a guy like him, a guy that is that talented. End quote on Jonas Valanciunas.
Oh, yeah, Valanciunas has so much more left than Boogie Cousins had, was running on fumes when he was here. And Valanciunas,
what a fall from grace for Boogie, by the way.
He was an all-star handful of times. He just kind of let his ego and his attitude get in the way of him playing longer in the league. I still think he thought he was a starter type of talent and caliber of player, and he wasn't. He wasn't at all. But I do think that Valanciunas, though not as talented, physically gifted as Boogie Cousins, is a smarter player and just an absolute perfect fit. He's a perfect fit for who and what this team is and needs right now.
Yeah, no, I would agree. All right, let's hit a break. When we come back, continuing along with the basketball conversation, the Denver Nuggets have one more roster spot up for grabs, assuming the Jonas Valanciunas trade goes through. Is there a veteran guard or two that Denver could use? We'll talk about that next.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Tuesday, July 15th from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on East Lincoln Avenue and Lone Tree. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Progressive knows when you own a boat or RV, it's like you're automatically on vacation, even if you're actually a marriage counselor in the middle of couples therapy. But in your mind, you're camping in Acadia, puttering around Frenchman Bay. Your boat and RV are both protected. You're lobster drenched in butter and... Uh-oh, did your clients just notice you weren't listening? Quick, do the thing where you just repeat back exactly what they said but as a question. They bought it. Now back to Maine, earning an automatic discount bundling your boat or RV with your home or auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey guys, Stokley here from my friends at 5280 Waste Solutions of Denver. Are you unhappy with your current trash removal and recycling company for your home or business? Do you have a project and need a temporary dumpster? Then call 5280 Waste Solutions. They're located right here in Colorado. So Colorado isn't just where they work, it's a place they call home. 5280 Waste Solutions guarantees your residential or commercial business trash pickup will be swift and on time. Go to 5280waste.com. 5280 Waste Solutions, your hometown brand.
Most people don't think about their garage door until it stops working. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. There's never a good time for your garage door to break, whether you're rushing to work or you're trying to get the kids to school. We know how much you rely on your garage door. That's why we offer same-day repairs, because life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Over 90,000 five-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage door is what we do, but making your life easier and your home safer is why we do it. Families trust us because we deliver, and we'd be honored to earn your trust too. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
Catch a ride with Evie and Otto. Catch a ride.
Hi, it's Evie. This July, Foundation Chevrolet is bringing the fireworks and the savings.
Boom! And Otto wants you to save $500 on all new and certified pre-owned cars.
Celebrate freedom and big deals all month long.
Just mention this ad and save 500 smackers.
Together, let's drive that Foundation Chevrolet in Wheat Ridge. Come catch a ride.
Evie and Otto always know where to go.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it? Can I kick it? Can I kick it? Well, I'm gone. Can I kick it?
Fours up. I'm talking tribe in their cars, tribes in their houses, tribes not in Colorado. Put those fours up, baby. It's fourth quarter time. Anilo Piro, Danny Williams in place of Dover and Cecil, who are on vacation. They will be back, though. Don't you worry. In the meantime, though, make sure to check us out on social media. I am at Media by AP. Danny Williams is at Tweets Danny. I'm also on Instagram at Media by AP. Feel free to check us out over there. And while you're doing that, make sure to subscribe and follow us on all of our personal or all the brand social accounts, that is, at Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Tribe, we want to hear from you. RamosLaw.com, text line 303-713-1043. So talked a little Denver Nuggets there after the egregious comments about DeAndre Ayton and kind of the overall situation with Jonas Valanciunas. But there is still a roster spot up for grabs.
Okay.
And, you know, there's a couple of different... Well, before I kind of give out a name or two, what position would you like to see Denver fill that roster spot with? Like you want a guard, you want a forward, you want a center.
I think a quality big, which are rare and few and far between.
Oh, they're gone.
I think
Except for Al Horford.
that the one area of need where you can maybe find a guy is that point guard position, backup point guard position, leadership point guard position. And there's one guy who we mentioned earlier in the week that you're alluding to right now. Who is that guy?
Well, the one name, and I'm not fully on board with bringing this guy on, but the one name that would raise some eyebrows, much like Russell Westbrook did last offseason for the Nuggets, is Chris Paul. And would I be okay with the Nuggets bringing on Chris Paul? I actually would, because I think he can run the second unit, a veteran guy, ring chasing here a little bit. I mean, I'm fine with that. I know
he's a sure thing.
There's a lot of people, like I got a couple buddies that I bring that up to them, and they're like, he's a loser. Like, having Chris Paul means we're not going to win the NBA Finals. Now, I'm not going to, put my tinfoil hat on and say that. But, of a quote-unquote name, right? They're not going to bring in a Bol. They're not going to run that back. They're not going to bring in a Bismack Biyombo. Maybe they do, but I don't think so. Chris Boucher. A Malcolm Brogdon, who's still out there as well. But Chris Paul makes you think a little bit. I wouldn't hate that.
I mean, that's an all-time great player. He's an all-time great point guard, one of the 12 greatest point guards in NBA history. Guys like that are timeless. And he was, let's see here, 9 and 7 last year on a Spurs team that had it going until Wembanyama had to be shut down for health reasons. But this guy is automatic production. He'll never hurt you on the floor. He can't shoot and score the ball like he once did. I think Chris Paul would be very, very valuable. There'll be a handful of games and situations where he'll be playing in the fourth quarter down the stretch of the games, and there'll be a handful of games where he's going to be an elite reserve and help that Valanciunas unit not skip a beat when Jokic is on the bench getting extra minutes now because they have a real second unit. So Chris Paul to me here, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think that would work, and I think this would be a good fit. I think he would want to be here. He played 28 minutes a game last year. 28 minutes a game last year, and he played in all 82 games.
Whose minutes is he taking, though?
Well, he's not playing 28 minutes. He's playing
that's what I'm
probably
saying,
16
You got to get
18.
minutes for Bruce Brown. You got to get minutes for Tim Hardaway Jr. Jamal's a sure thing. Strother, you want to give some looks. So where is Chris Paul playing?
Chris Paul would probably play more minutes than Bruce Brown or Tim Hardaway Jr.
No.
I think there's a lot of situations where he would play a little bit more minutes than those guys.
Absolutely not. Tim Hardaway Jr. is a better fit for this team. Bruce Brown's a better fit for this team. Chris Paul would be a nice safety blanket to have, and frankly, I think Chris Paul's role could be just manning down the second unit and getting some run alongside Nikola Jokic, but no. If Chris Paul were a Denver Nugget, I guarantee, injuries aside, Bruce Brown and Tim Hardaway Jr. are playing way more minutes.
Tim Hardaway Jr. has played 28 minutes per last season as well with Detroit. 77 games, gave you 11 and assist and a half per game. He's kind of one-dimensional as Tim Hardaway. He'll come in for one reason and one reason only. It'll be score the ball off the bench. And I just think Chris Paul has a chance to maybe be valuable, not more valuable than Tim Hardaway Jr. necessarily, but a valuable piece. He would do a lot.
I already know. You're going to say
Chris Paul would do a lot.
You're going to say that if they brought in Chris Paul, you think he's more valuable than Bruce Brown. I know you're thinking that.
I do think that.
That's insane.
I think I do believe that.
That's the one thing that you and I have like a firm line in the sand with. Is our opinion and valuation of Bruce Brown.
Well, yeah.
You think he's damaged goods. You think he's over the hill.
I just don't think he has a whole lot left.
I think he's got plenty left to give. I've told this story before. I think it was when I was on with Phil one day. I had the opportunity to be on the golf course with Bruce Brown for a project that I was working on a few years ago. I cannot say enough good things about Bruce.
Well, everybody loves him. Look at the way he loves the Nuggets in his time
this
here.
Was right before their first playoff series of the championship season. I'm telling you, when Bruce Brown is dialed in and locked in and has that confidence, which he's going to have with the Denver Nuggets, it is an absolute game changer. Bruce Brown brings that same level of fire that Russell Westbrook plays with without all the trouble. That's what Bruce Brown is.
I love Bruce Brown's attitude and his charisma. He's got that kind of moxie we talk about. He's gritty gutty. He's got that gritty gutty. Bruce Brown's just not super talented. He's more hard worker than extreme talent. And I think this team is pretty talented again. They're a pretty talented team.
I think
Tim
you have
Hardaway's
like
a better
amnesia.
player.
I think you're just forget. I won't disagree with that.
Yeah, Tim Hardaway's a better player. I think maybe a lot better player.
I think Tim Hardaway Jr. can have a bigger impact than Bruce Brown. I do believe that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the spot-up shooting numbers,
Then
he's the perfect fit.
Where are Bruce Brown's minutes coming from then? And how many minutes do you think this guy's going to be playing a night?
Let me pull up his stats from his time with the Nuggets. Hold on here 1 second.
So you think he's going to do Nuggets-like stuff. In 2022, 2023, he played 80 games, averaged 11.5 points, 4 rebounds,
How many minutes per
and
game?
3 assists, 28.5 minutes per game. He doesn't play half of that here for us. He's probably a 15-minute a game.
Who's the first guy off the bench?
Valanciunas.
Who's the first guard off the bench? What's your bench lineup looking like? Okay, you get to that 8-minute mark in the second quarter or start of the second quarter. What's your bench unit look like?
Valanciunas, Tim Hardaway Jr. I think depending on matchups, you go to Payton Watson, then Bruce Brown, then Julian Strawther. That's kind of the rotation. That's what it looks like.
And again, reading into literally exactly what David Adelman said yesterday in regards to Valanciunas, which also feeds into what these other guys can do. He says, I think you have multiple combination guards. You can get away with that with a guy like that in regards to Valanciunas, a guy that is that talented. So the way that I'm looking at it is Valanciunas, Bruce Brown, Tim Hardaway Jr., maybe replace one of Brown or Hardaway Jr. with a Jamal Murray because that's how Malone liked to stagger the lineups. We'll see how Adelman does it. And then, I think it's a Peyton Watson. And away we go.
Bruce Brown's the last guy off the bench, but again, you have a veteran guy who can play minutes for you off the bench rather than you're looking at a hole over there. And Julian Strawther, who's just a really kind of one-dimensional guy. And I don't know if he'll ever really be a real valuable role player to this team. He's still, again, a prospect, is a suspect until proven otherwise. Julian Strawther is...
I honestly, I don't need to see a lot of Julian Strawther or Peyton Watson. I really don't want to see a lot of Peyton Watson. I'm fine with Strawther and spurts.
Yeah.
Peyton Watson has all the raw talent in the world. I mean, the guy can't finish around the rim. And I like Peyton Watson. Super nice guy.
Go back to Chris Paul for 1 sec before we run out of time here. Jalen Pickett is just a dude.
Oh, I disagree. I think Jalen Pickett can play regular season
minutes.
minutes.
He's just a dude to
I
me.
think he's a smart... you know what I think? I think Jalen Pickett, not quite as good, plays the same style as Chris Paul does. So I think you actually already have that skill set on the roster. I think Jalen Pickett gets a raw deal. I mean, he's a smaller guard, which is what makes him tough in the playoffs to play. But Jalen Pickett could absolutely be a minute eater for you in the regular season.
If the two ran a race here around the building and had a pass, punt, and kick competition, they might end up with some of the same total numbers. That may be true. But Chris Paul is a timeless all-time great player, an all-time great player. To have a guy like that who's, desperate to win it, trying to complete a legacy. And again, I think he's a level-up guy. I think he makes the players around him better. He's selfless. I think Chris Paul would fit. I think it'd be a nice fit.
I don't disagree. I would not mind them bringing in a Chris Paul. I know there's a lot of people out there that are completely anti-Chris Paul. I find myself somewhere in the middle. One thing we do know is you don't want Chris Paul playing in the games where Scott Foster is the referee because there is a never-ending beef between those two guys, but there is one roster spot left up for grabs. We'll see which direction Denver opts to go. All right, when we come back, odds makers are betting on Nick Bonito being closer to a one-hit wonder than a genuine hit maker. That's next.
Is Tim Hardaway Jr. the most underrated signing for the Nuggets?
You talk about another pro's pro. Someone who can play off the bounce. He can play off the ball, catch and shoot, intellect through the roof, can close games if you ever needed him to. He is among the same ilk 3 years ago, bringing in KCP and Bruce Brown.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
At 303 Law 4040, we know getting into an accident stinks, and so does getting worked over by the insurance company or even your slick-talking made-for-TV lawyer. So if we can help, just give us a call. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar 32 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period? That's student to 323232. Text student to 323232 now.
Hey guys, it's Zach By here. I want to make sure you know about Step Denver, a residential peer recovery program right here in the ballpark neighborhood. Step Denver helps men recover, learn how to stay sober, and put the pieces of their lives back together. There is no cost. They don't bill insurance or Medicaid, so men can get into the program the same day. I'm talking to the men out there, or maybe a friend or family member who is struggling with addiction. Step residents work full-time jobs and put the tools they're learning into play daily, building a solid foundation and savings before leaving the program. I've met men who've been through Step Denver, and I can tell you it works. Step Denver's program of sobriety, work, accountability, and community is a proven formula that leads to long-term outcomes that double the national average. Their staff have walked the same hard road to recovery. They've been there. They know what it's like, and they know what it takes. Are you ready for help? Visit stepdenver.org for more info. You want to help? STEP takes no government funding and relies on private donations. You can be part of the solution at stepdenver.org. The door to a better life is open.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Let it ride, let it ride.
Circling my head, contemplating everything you ever said. Now I see the truth, I got it down.
All timer. Here we go. We gotta let it drop.
See you later. I see your fantasy. You wanna make it a reality, babe? Then go. It's inside of my head, yeah. Well, now that's over.
Get it, Anello?
Decisions to hide. Back off, take you on. Headstrong to take on anyone.
We should start a band.
This is not. La, 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 la.
We should start a band and hate our stepdads.
Why don't we just name it Stepdad Haters? Or Screw You Stepdad?
That wouldn't be
That's
that
an album
crazy.
name.
What?
Screw You Stepdad?
Oh, really?
That sounds like a good album name.
Yeah, for that type of music, for sure.
All right, welcome on back into the program. Manilo Piro, Danny Williams. The sun is setting on this week. For us, at least. And Dover and Cecil are on vacation. I believe Dover's back next week. Cecil sooner rather than later as well. But appreciate you guys seriously rocking with us this week. It has been such a blast. 303-713-1043, the RamosLaw.com text line. If you guys would like to get involved with today's sports talk radio conversation, and real quick, Denver Sports 1043 The Fan has teamed up with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to the Battle at Bethpage Black. All you have to do to enter is head to the pro shop at any of the city of Aurora's 5 beautiful golf courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Zach By and scan that QR code. For more information and the list of golf course locations, head to denversports.com/golf.
All right.
Can I steal the Zach By cutout?
I want to draw a mustache on it.
Of course. Well,
you want to vandalize it.
You have the humor level of a 12-year-old.
Well,
it's funny. I watched the episode of Sopranos last night.
Yeah.
I don't want to spoil it, but Ralphie Cifaretto's situation. Remember, he brings that girl into the equation at the end.
Yeah.
And she's the one who unscrews the salt shaker and pours it all over Tony. Or Tony pours it all over his food. She throws the cold water on him and whatnot. And he's like, yeah, what's funny to me is what's funny to a 12-year-old boy. That's you. You and I both have childhood humor. I have Peter Pan syndrome. I work in sports. I'm never growing up, Danny.
Yeah,
Never.
I don't know what that means, but
It means you never grow up.
Yeah, okay. We're fun guys. We like to have a good time.
You're Peter Pan syndrome on roids.
We don't take ourselves too serious around here, and we just want to do a good job, and we appreciate the interaction and the participation.
I would agree with you.
Yeah,
I would agree with you.
It's been a good week. It's been a fun week, though.
It's been a while.
Yes. I don't know.
No, it's definitely been a fun week for sure. Here's an interesting topic that came across. Oh, someone asked who sings that song. I'm forgetting now as well. It's Trapped, isn't it? Trapt? Yeah, Trapped is who sings that song. That's Headstrong by Trapped.
I love all of their hit.
That was a good one. You got me there. That's the only song by them that I know. But here's something interesting that came across the timeline today.
Okay.
Odds makers are betting on Nick Bonito being closer to a one-hit wonder than a genuine hit maker.
Mm-hmm.
Names ahead of Bonito by the odds for Defensive Player of the Year right now. Aiden Hutchinson, Micah Parsons, Myles Garrett, TJ Watt, Will Anderson Jr., Jared Verse, Max Crosby, Nick Bosa, Jalen Carter, Trey Hendrickson, Pat Surtain's at 40-1, Quinyon Mitchell, Kyle Hamilton, Cooper DeJean, Christian Gonzalez, all ahead of Nick Bonito, who's priced at 60-1 odds to win Defensive Player of the Year.
It's proper. It's right on. And that's why I think the Denver Broncos need to wait one more year and make Bonito prove it one more year, even if that makes them have to pay him Myles Garrett top dollar money the following year. Because I'm not so sure Nick Bonito is a perennial 13.5 to 15 sack guy. The year before, let's not forget, he was an 8 sack guy, which is a nice number, but he was thought of as no more and no better than Baron Browning. They're kind of like, which one is going to hit?
Yeah,
it's just a rotation between these two guys. He was no better than Baron Browning until he kind of elevated and leveled up his game a little bit and became more complete of a player. 13.5 sacks is a big number. So if we're just going to have a little common sense here, what's the reality? What makes the most sense? He's probably somewhere between the 8 sacks and the 13.5 sacks. If he's a 10, 11, or 12 sack guy, there's nothing wrong with that. We'll take that. We can live with that too. But we cannot pay the guy as he's a 15 sack guy, Myles Garrett money, when he's only done it one time. And I love the 2 big plays, the basically 2 pick sixes. One was a fumble return for a touchdown. Those are, heady, special defensive player of the year caliber and type of plays. But I would make Bonito prove it one more year and tell him, go do it again, Big Cat. And I'm not just going to pay you, somewhere in the top 10 or 12 at your position in that money. I'll pay you in the top 3 or 4 or 5, because then we'll know it's the real thing, legit, perennial.
The way you describe Nick Bonito with the skill set is that of a specialist.
Well,
as opposed to an all-around pass rusher.
He was 2 years ago. And Baron Browning was too. But he was more complete last year in the stats, the moments he had, the impact on the game, on his defense, told you that he leveled up. He went up a tier. Level up. Is there one more gear to go for him? Is this the kind of player who he's going to be for the next 6, 7, 8, 9 years? If that's the case, then pay that man his money, like we said.
Yeah.
Right?
It's a roll of the dice for the Broncos situation. And actually, if you're Bonito, you're on your rookie deal. As Mike Kliss said yesterday, he doesn't have a ton of leverage.
Watch this. If I'm Bonito, I'd probably take the contract right now.
Ooh. I was going to go the other way.
If I'm Bonito, I take the contract that if it's a top 10 defensive player contract, or I probably take that money instead of banking on myself for going for 14 or 15 sacks again to try to hold out for 95 on the cents of the dollar of Myles Garrett money. I'd rather probably take that money right now because a lot of things could happen.
I wonder if the Broncos are lowballing him right now because of that thought process.
Oh, I wouldn't call it lowballing. It's called negotiation. And
lowballing's a part of negotiation. I'm sure you lowball on sports cars all the time. You've done it to me.
I'm just an offer. Don't take it personal. Don't be offended. I wouldn't say lowball. I would say paying him what they think he's worth, projecting forward with a bit of risk involved. That's kind of the number on the table. What is that number? I'd have to look at the other contracts here. I could do it on the break, and we could talk about it maybe a little bit more on the other side. But, yeah, Nick Bonito is just not a slam dunk just yet, and I can't pay a guy historic dollars at the position if he's not, I'm sure
one of them ones. If he's not a Patrick Surtain at cornerback.
Well, a minimum 12-sack guy. He's got to go have 12 sacks again this next season. The defense has to be great. He's got to have a couple big moments again. Then at that point, we'll know. Yeah, this guy. There's not another Von Miller out there. There's no, they don't just. But no. He's special, and we know at that position you have a special guy. The things that you could accomplish with that.
Well, I've heard as much. Everything you just said, I've heard some tweets, some birdies flying around that the Broncos maybe feel the same way. They want to know exactly what Nick Bonito is. This is a season for Nick Bonito that can make him one of the highest paid players in modern NFL history, or, in the words of Steve Smith, a JAG, just a guy.
Kliss agreed with the take yesterday. What we're feeling that the team, as we're talking here, is kind of offering him and feeling is it goes down that road. And then what Vegas, who almost always has it right, tells us that there's a whole tier of guys, the TJ Watts, the Myles Garretts, the Micah Parsons.
A lot of names, though, we ripped off.
Again, the Crosbys, the Nick Bosas, and they don't believe Bonito's in that class of guy yet, and I don't either. Even though I really like the player. Hey, listen, I really, really like the player. He's been a hit. He's been another George Payton hit, draft pick.
He's a Bryan Adams right now.
What's Bryan Adams?
Couple good songs, couple good tunes, nice season or two. But like you want to see him become a superstar.
Rain falls angry on the tin roof. Is that him?
I don't know.
That's not Ryan Adams.
Summer
Is that the
69.
one who got shot at the Botanical Gardens here in Denver?
That I do not know.
Yeah,
someone like a musician got shot at the Botanical Gardens.
Like hijacked. They came and robbed him, and he got shot, and he survived.
Really?
85%, like 80 or 85% accurate in truth to that story.
Huh. Interesting. All right, let's hit a break. Let us know your thoughts on Nick Bonito. I will say this in closing on that: a little sprinkle at 60-1.
Salt Bay?
That's a little Salt Bay action.
Salt Bay?
That's a long number for Nick Bonito. There's in no way, shape, or form should Nick Bonito be behind a Cooper DeJean.
Well, again, if $10 pays out $600, that's probably some pretty solid value there. If you do, if you are a believer in Bonito, replicating those numbers.
Now that's what I call value.
Yeah.
All right, we'll continue on with the conversation next right here on The Fan.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Be careful if you haven't filed taxes in a while. The IRS is going after non-filers like never before. Whether you have income taxes or payroll taxes that have not been filed, Advanced Tax Solutions can help you get back in the system and avoid trouble with the IRS before they show up or send you a scary letter. Call the people I trust, Advanced Tax Solutions. They'll help you get back into the system and off the IRS's radar. 303-753-6040 or visit AdvancedTaxSolutions.com.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Catch a ride with Evie and Otto. Catch a ride.
Hi, it's Evie. This July, Castle Rock Chevrolet GMC is bringing the fireworks and the savings.
Boom! And Otto wants you to save $500 on all new and certified pre-owned cars.
Celebrate freedom and big deals all month long.
Just mention this ad and save 500 smackers.
Together, let's drive the Castle Rock Chevrolet GMC. Come catch a ride.
Evie and Otto always know where to go.
My name is Mac Davis, and I have been on the SOTA weight loss program for 14 weeks now. I have dropped 38 pounds.
Wow.
That's amazing.
The best summer of your life starts with SOTA weight loss, because right now, SOTA is celebrating with the best deal all year.
Who would have thought that I would be able to lose over 100 pounds? I thought that there was no way that I could do that without having some kind of invasive surgery or diet pill or some other means.
No drugs, no shots. Join the thousands of people who have let go of the weight for good with SOTA weight loss.
The best decision I've made in a long time was just to call SOTA weight loss.
So I kicked off the program and I lost an amazing 35 pounds. Before SOTA, I was taking medications for my blood pressure and cholesterol. Guess who got off those meds?
Get started now at SOTAweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
SOTA is, say it with me, state of the art.
Wendy's Takis Fuego meal has a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich and small Fuego fries inspired by Takis chips. Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's while supplies last. Takis and Fuego are used under license.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is powered by American Financing.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Let's go.
Do it.
Man.
Do the bit.
You got to write it. I got,
Oh, you write those down every day.
Oh, it's got a
Spitball.
whole
Come on,
opening.
give me something.
Okay,
Give me something.
let's
Turn
see.
this up. This is the Danny Williams
Okay.
experience. Here we go. Do it. Do it.
It's a
No. That was a bad it's. It's
Duran Holmes exciting us. Jonas Valanciunas inviting us. Let's see here. How do I finish this up?
Bo Nix surprising us.
Yes. Football Friday edition of the program. Let's go. Hey,
who do you think you are?
I am. Anello, man. You guys are the best. Kev's awesome.
I got you.
Kevin
man.
is
I
a
had to make
pro's
sure
pro.
we got this song in there at least once when I was doing a show with you, because that takes me back to the point being, if he was doing it the right way and I didn't surprise him, it would be something along the lines like this. It's a Bo Nix believing, Denver Nuggets slinging, Colorado Avalanche.
Deceiving.
What are you doing? Edition edition of the program. Come on, baby, let's go.
You got to set it off.
That's how you do
lay
it.
the groundwork down. You slow it down, and you smooth it out, and you keep it fresh and sexy for the ladies.
There you go. Even though
and
you're married.
Ladies, I mean my wife and
I was gonna say you're married.
Yeah, of
So,
course.
You know what kind of ladies you into?
Well, again, just one. Love you, babe. Don't get me in trouble.
Fair, but you're also a girl dad.
Yeah, for sure. I have 2 daughters. They're the best.
You got 2 and 2 though.
Yeah, 2 boys, 2 girls. Too many kids. That's 2 and 2
Really?
and too many.
4 is too many?
Oh my gosh, yeah. 2 is just the magic number. 4 is just, they say you're outnumbered at 3. Everything changes at 3. You start to kind of, what would you call it? Hate life, I think is what they say. I'm just kidding. I'm lucky. I'm blessed. My son JJ is playing right now up in Triple Crown State Tournament in Evans and Greeley up there. I was there this morning. They're down here late in the game, and after beating the Slammers Alvarez, one of the best 12U Slammers North teams in the game, had a nice win this morning. JJ drove in a run. Let's go.
Very nice. I'm excited. If I ever become a dad one day, like the youth sporkit. That's a word.
Yeah.
The youth sports circuit seems pretty toxic.
Oh my gosh.
But it also seems kind of fun. Like I used to, my first job, or maybe my second job, I worked at Safeway for like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And then I decided I still wanted to play baseball. But
baseball parents are the worst, Danilo.
Yeah, I used to be an umpire.
They're the worst.
Oh, I used to get, I'm like 16 years old getting screamed at by parents.
I think the soccer parents are the next worst, but then the football parents can't really hear and see and know what's going on. They're in the crowd behind a fence. Basketball parents are up kind of in the bleachers and can't like intervene. When you're at a baseball game, these parents, these moms, they're just on top of it, on top of you. It's they're loud. These dads are annoying. The grandpas are hooting and hollering. It doesn't take too much for the parents to ruin everything. Youth baseball is at a premium of those sports, and I think soccer is at the next. I'm sure there's other sports that my kids may not play that do that, but like my kids play soccer. You can't say anything. You're not supposed to say anything like between anything. I can't even be like, hey, get your racket up in the net or anything like that. It's just little stuff you can't. Every sport is its own way, but baseball parents
when
are
I was
tough.
growing up, baseball, like I played a little bit of all-star baseball. I was a one-hit wonder. And like I remember, like it's changed so much, and I live vicariously through you hearing these stories and whatnot. And the reason I throw this out there is obviously we're having fun here on a Friday. Anilo Piro, Danny Williams, right here on the Fan. But I would say a majority of our listeners on this station, are probably moms and dads that have kids that are spending their Saturdays and Sundays. Like you told me you were up in Greeley this morning and drove from Greeley to here because you were with your son yesterday for baseball or this morning for baseball, and now here you are doing a 4-hour radio show with me.
Oh, yeah, man. It's like, when you're a dad, when you're a parent, your kids get older. As a parent in general, your life then becomes all about the kids, especially if they're, involved. My kids go to a Catholic school, so it's Father Rick.
Oh, so you love your kids?
I do, but I mean, Father Rick wants all your time, all your money, all your everything, all your commitments, all your
I know.
And then it just kind of goes from there. And if your kids are good at sports, if your kids play are into gymnastics, everything, it's just really expensive. Life is expensive and hard.
Yeah. They are. Life is hard. But that's why we do this show.
And that's why we're starting that OnlyFans.
On the bright side.
You and I, right?
What are we going to do on OnlyFans?
Let's do that premium content. It
could mean a lot of things, Danny.
Yeah. So
banana hammocks,
easy. So we'll subscribe today.
Subscribe today.
Just don't look me directly in the eye, Anilo, and it won't get weird, okay?
I like eye contact. What's wrong with that?
Oh, bro.
Oh, look at your soul,
funny.
dude.
You're funny. We're having fun.
We absolutely are. RamosLaw.com text line if you want to get involved with the program. 303-713-1043. Dude, I have had such a good time doing this show with you this week. But as I told Drew Spivak when he came in the studio here in between a break, I am so ready to react to 3rd and 4, what went wrong, what went right. Like I'm so ready to just sink my teeth into this season. And it's because I'm cautiously optimistic. Yeah, for sure. Because sometimes when I get to November, December, I'm like, oh, okay. Like this is still going, right?
Yeah.
But like there's nothing like the overall optimism of a football season. And it's so like I've been working in Denver sports media. It's 2025. So I'm almost 10 years in.
Mm-hmm.
I started in 2016. Like literally right when the Broncos were going to, like my interview at my first job was the week of the Super Bowl for the Broncos. And so virtually the entire time that I've worked in this business, the Denver Broncos have been booty.
Well,
straight booty.
When Cello and I were doing the show together all those years ago, we were on the air live with Doug Ottewell, okay? And the news broke that
my guy Doug mentioned today.
Yep, the news broke that Peyton Manning was coming to the Denver Broncos, and we were on the air, and it's just unbelievable. You couldn't wrap your head around it and believe it. And the first thing that came to my mind was like, no way. We don't know. For one, it wasn't a sure thing. Like, he was no sure thing at all. He missed a year of football, had to go overseas to do some things like we don't even do in America.
Yeah, it was
to
like
get his
Germany or something like that?
Yeah, to get his head stapled back on properly to the neck, and to just get him right to be able to go out there and live a healthy life, let him come back and play football again. But what I remember kind of saying, and Chill and I was like, we better document this. We better soak it in. We better just chapter by chapter remember all this stuff, because it's never going to be like this again. And we didn't know what was coming with Peyton Manning, what turned into one of the greatest 4-year runs in the history of the NFL. So if this thing is really happening with Bo Nix, this thing is the beginning of something very, very special. A decade of competing for championships. It's hard to win them. Ask the Ravens. Ask the Bills. These championships are few and far between. Harder to win an NFL championship than an NBA championship these days. But I'll tell you, man, let's soak it in and let's enjoy it, because we've had some rough times the last 10 years that you mentioned, and now it seems like
but also uncharacteristically bad times. Like the Broncos have never been that bad for that long.
It changed the reputation of what was one of the greatest, most winningest franchises in NFL history. It took us down to truly to the dumps, messed up everything in terms of what was one of the most beautiful legacies a pro franchise had going.
And that's the thing is like, the post-Elway years, there were some ups and downs, but there were ups. Like it felt like with the Broncos for the last decade, last year being removed, it was just down, 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 fake hope with Russ, and then Sean Payton, that didn't work out in the first year. Russ is gone. Like the fact that there's what's the funny saying? Like, I have concept of a plan. I'm working on a plan. I've got concept of a plan. No. There is a plan for this Denver Broncos team. And going back to the conversation we had a little bit earlier in the program, I think the fact that the Broncos are being slept on, and the fact, I really, and let us know, RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. Take your orange and blue glasses off, ladies and gentlemen. I'm being objective when I say this. Find me a team that is flying more below the radar that has a chance to win a Super Bowl. I'm not talking about
that was good.
I'm not talking about the Patriots.
That was a good take.
Like the Patriots won 4 games last year. They could win 7 or 8. So you want to say you're sleeping on them because they could double up? Okay.
No, sleeping means a big jump to either playoff contention, high level playoff contention, or championship contention.
And the Broncos can do that.
Yeah,
now,
they're one of a few teams.
They're towards the bot. Like the Broncos aren't as good as the Bills. They're not as good as the Ravens. But can I see them beating them on any given Sunday? Yeah, I can make that case.
They've showed us. They've closed the gap on the Bills and the Chiefs. They've proven that playoffs, on the field.
Okay, that game against Buffalo,
I feel you, but
not exactly close.
Okay, but what happened in the regular season against the Bills a couple years ago?
With Russ,
beat their asses. Remember that?
Yeah.
The Bills. I mean,
how could I forget Monday Night Football?
It's a marquee victory. So it's, again, the level of playoff play comes into a whole nother stratosphere of what it takes to compete at a championship level. And that's what the Broncos have to do, is get that experience, get these young guys that experience, that confidence, and those opportunities to be great. And because the Bills were down too.
When you say get these young guys this experience, the only guy that I think fits into that mold outside of the wide receivers is Bo Nix, because I'm looking around the room.
All the run receivers, R.J. Harvey and the rest of the running backs.
R.J. Harvey, not J.K. Dobbins. J.K. Dobbins has plenty of experience. Quinn Miners has plenty of experience. Garrett Bowles has plenty of experience.
Oh, that's just a handful of guys. The rest of the team is very,
defensive
very young.
line?
No, I'm saying the
Zach
offense.
Allen's been there and done that.
The defense and the offense are built a little bit different. The offense is just purely just young dude after young dude. Even Quinn Miners is a young dude.
But he's been in the league. What, this is year 4 for Quinn Miners?
Garrett Bowles and Cortland Sutton are two very, outliers. I'd say if we looked, and we could probably find out, the Broncos are the youngest offense in the NFL. The Broncos have to be the youngest offense in the NFL.
No,
absolutely.
No. There's got to be a team like a Jacksonville type or a Carolina.
Well, we got to go to break. We'll look. We'll peep it out.
Yeah, all right, we'll hit a break. We'll come back. We'll put a bow on the show. And Elo Piro, Danny Williams back on the Fan in just a few.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Tuesday, July 15th from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on East Lincoln Avenue and Lone Tree. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Her face lights up whenever you're around.
That's why the diamond you give her can't be like any other.
At Williams Jewelers, exceptional brilliance is in our DNA. I'm Bruce Williams.
And I'm Steve Williams. We grew up in the diamond business.
And as direct diamond importers, we personally hand select every diamond.
Going through hundreds at a time, looking for what really matters. Life.
Like people, no two diamonds are the same.
Some just sit there. And then there are those rare gems that explode with fire and brilliance.
A diamond that shines like no other.
And surprisingly, it's rarely about price. No one sells a more beautiful diamond for less. That's the Williams Diamond Guarantee.
So if you found the woman who loves like no other,
give her the diamond that shines like no other from Williams Jewelers,
where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche, Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated, because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Quitters! This is the story of a big made-for-TV firm that quit on their sweet little old lady client. Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. A little while ago, we had a call into 303 Law 4040 from a sweet little old lady who had been injured in a car accident. Now, it was a little bit of a complicated case due to her age, but her big made-for-TV lawyer didn't want to do the work and just quit on her. She came into the 303 Law 4040 offices and said, Dan, I'm not looking to get rich, but this just doesn't seem fair. We agreed and told her that we couldn't guarantee her anything, but we're willing to put in the work. And after a ton of work, we were proud to tell her that we got the original $13,000 offer all the way up to $100,000. At 303 Law 4040, we're here to help you after you've been injured in a car accident, not take advantage of you like some of the big made-for-TV firms. You always get to meet with us for free, and you never pay a dime unless we get money on your behalf. So save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040, 303 Law 4040.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Roller Auctions.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Let's payday. Live it up for the weekend. Pull it up every time of your life. Take a shot for the regrets. Double up and it's bound to get but wild. Hey ladies, let your head out. We know ain't nobody scared now. Hell now. Just do your thing like a spring break. Wake and bake and we at it again. Live it up for the weekend.
Live it up for the weekend, folks. We're almost there. Coming up on 2 o'clock, Zach and Phil will take you home on the drive. But until then, it's Anilo Piro and Danny Williams right here on The Fan. You can follow me one more time, at Media by AP. Four. There it is. 1 per hour. So 1 time per hour this week, today, Danny's forgot to turn on his mic. So that's 4. That's better than yesterday, almost half. You had like 7 yesterday.
Kevin, a $50 Starbucks gift card to just quietly turn my microphone on so I don't get shamed by you. Shame.
$50?
Shame. Yeah, I mean, at least 25 and
it's okay. My first day
and
here,
cream cheese Danish.
My first day here, I sat in with Dover and Cecil, and I did not understand. Like, I didn't know that you had to push buttons to turn the mic on and mic off. Because at my previous stop,
it
was
different at the other.
Like, they would just mic's hot. Like, that's what I would get in my ear, and like I'm like talking for like 15 seconds, and like just I'm not hearing myself, and I'm like, oh.
Well, I like to give you guys the freedom to turn yours on.
That is
off.
fair. That is fair. I guess that's what happens when you move up to the big leagues here.
That's
but
right. That's
no,
right.
it's been an absolute pleasure. Again, at Media by AP, at Tweets Danny. I'll keep the conversation going along with y'all on social media. So check us out over there. Follow me, shoot me a DM. We can go back and forth and have some fun just beyond this show, beyond this week. So one more time, one last segment, one last ride with AP and D-Dub. But real quick before we get back to the sports, you and I have known each other for what, 10 years?
Yeah, at least.
This might be the first time I think we've ever done full shows together. I used to be guests on your shows, or used to be guests on mine.
Yeah.
But I think this is actually the first time we've
Well,
sat
for
down and done a full
4
show.
hours. For 4 hours. We've sat in a couple hours.
TV we did
couple
one time.
times. We've done TV together, all that kind of stuff.
But no, it's a long time coming, man.
Yeah, man.
It's been fun.
Well, really, I'm proud of you. You know what I mean?
Thanks, man. I appreciate that.
You pull the curtain back a little bit. Josh Dover used to produce my show with Cello 15 years ago.
Yeah, I've known Josh for almost 10 years myself.
And Josh is ascended here. He's one of the, really young, talented guys in the whole game here. And I'm super proud of him. I'm proud of you. Yeah, man. All these guys. It's a lot of good. It's a lot of good people around here.
Cecil's fantastic. Love doing shows with him. Excited for Dover and Cecil to be back in the saddle. But what an absolute honor and privilege it's been to share the airwaves with you. And
thanks, too, buddy.
Thanks to Kevin. I promise we're going to get back to the sports, but Kevin's been phenomenal. Drew Spivak's been phenomenal. Amanda Brown, Richie Carney. Thank you guys so much for the opportunity.
Yeah,
it has been an absolute blast this week. Maybe the most fun I've had in the time that I've been here at the Fan. Like, this has just been an off-the-charts
You just
week.
try to come in and have energy. When you're filling in, it's like two ways to do it. Do you try to act exactly like the other guys, or do you come in and kind of do your own thing? Do you try to do a blend of the two things? No, you have to. For one, it all hinges on the partner that you're working with. Styles, in the collaboration, it's everything. So the energy and things like that are really easy for us.
Yeah.
And don't, listeners, don't get angry about our, with our kind of confidence. What does Stink say? Don't let my confidence offend you.
Your insecurity.
Offend
That's
your
a Coach
insecurity?
Prime line too.
Yeah, that's
well. And I think the big thing here too is one of my big pet peeves is I don't like when I'm in the listener's position.
Yeah,
I don't want a radio host to sound smarter than I am. I like how I am on the mic. I'm sure keep it in a buck and a stack. I'm sure I get up a little bit, right, just because you're on the airwaves. But this is who I am off the air as well. Like, my takes don't change. Like, I try to be the same version of myself that I am off the air. And my style of sports talk radio is, again, I don't want to talk down to the listener. I want to talk with the listener. You, the tribe, are a part of our conversation.
I say this. It's like an honor to be on the airwaves at the Fan. Anyone who has a chance to listen. We talk. I talk fast. I talk in a certain way that could make people, rub them the wrong way. But I know that we're really just here to try to do a really good job for all the listeners and bring it. And the interaction, the participation is really kind of everything. It's the best.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Well, last
Fan
opportunity.
listeners are the best. It's not even close.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the crown jewel of Denver Sports Talk Radio.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it has been a dream of mine to be on these airwaves, and like I said, it is truly, truly an honor and a privilege to be on these airwaves and share the microphone with you and reciprocate the energy to the listeners. So one last opportunity for D-Dub and I this week. If you want to get involved on the RomosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. What's the big take from today? Any big standouts? We've talked a lot of Denver Broncos. We've talked a lot about J.K. Dobbins' expectations, potential bust dynamic. We actually had a good text here that came up in the commercial break saying that the morning show thinks that the Broncos are being too overhyped. And I responded back on the text line, maybe locally, because locally there's a lot of orange and blue Kool-Aid being drank.
That's pretty fair.
But nationally, I mean, Dan Orlovsky is the one guy, and I know RG3, I think, put out a tweet yesterday about Bo Nix, or maybe it was Wednesday. Those are the two national guys that I've really seen show love to the Broncos. But nationally, again, it feels like it's a little quiet when it comes to the conversation around Denver. And to be fair, that's always kind of been the case. Outside of the Peyton Manning years, when you had a figure like that, it always felt like the Broncos were the Broncos were never talked about the way that the Cowboys or the Packers or the Steelers are.
Brand as a whole, I think Broncos have been so down for so long. There's a whole generation of young, young cats who are adults and can buy cigarettes and beer now who don't remember what it was like when the Broncos were winners and kind of think they're perennial losers now. So, yeah, I think that's part of it. I think once the Broncos go prove it again, go win 10 games again, then the narrative will change, the expectations will change, at least kind of nationally. But again, too, how many great quarterbacks are in the AFC? How deep is the AFC?
I mean, look at the AFC West alone. You have 3 quarterbacks that could make, if they all, we know Mahomes has done it, but like Herbert is no slouch. Like I like Justin Herbert.
Is
Jay Herbo.
I think Herbert's got a top 5 or 6 talent skill set of any quarterback in the league. And actually, if you're going to try to correlate and make a comp with Herbert and Knicks, so say Knicks and the Broncos win 10 games again, go to the playoffs, and not crash out, but kind of run into a wall and to just better teams or further along. Then the Broncos kind of turn into the Chargers in a sense of, well, Herbert wins 10 games every single year. They can't get any further than that.
He's also misused with Harbaugh.
Oh, yeah,
Herbert
for sure.
Is.
Oh,
he's
yeah.
better than Harbaugh. Like, Harbaugh just wants to pound that rock,
obviously.
man.
And that's why I think there was some real smoke to the Herbert for J.J. McCarthy stuff trade that was kind of just thrown out there. Fodder.
I would love that.
Oh, well, again, so would have maybe...
Get Herbert out of the division.
Jim Harbaugh would I may potentially like that too, but the way they, restricted Herbert from being an athlete and letting him air it out and go be as talented as he is pretty surprising. Herbert's a really good player. Herbert's a good player. I think I would trade, like we said, I don't want to go to the whole thing down here so late in the show. I would trade Bo Nix for Herbert. Herbert's a sure thing.
Ooh, that's
Herbert's more of a sure
Kevin's
thing.
shaking his head. I think I would too, man.
You're ground. Go home. Just
I think
leave early.
maybe I shouldn't say I would. Let's not end it on that note this week. But I just think Herbert is a criminally underrated quarterback.
I do too.
I'm a big fan of Herbert. I'd rather take the upside of Bo Nix right now than Herbert.
Well, check this out. Here's what I'll say in response to that. Though Herbert only threw 23 touchdowns last year, he only threw 3 interceptions. Okay? Herbert, 101 rating, and he almost went for 4,000 passing yards, 3,900 passing yards. So, like, the passing yard numbers, if you throw for 4,000 yards, usually that's around 25 to 30 touchdowns. That equates to that. So, the touchdown, but again, they ran the ball a lot intentionally on purpose. It was part of the plan. But also, Kev, Justin Herbert has a 38 touchdown season, a 31 touchdown season, and a 25 and 10 touchdown season. In 5 years, 137 touchdowns against 45 picks. Those numbers are they're spectacular. Those are spectacular numbers for a start of a career, 5 years.
Yeah, he's a good player. I am
but
very...
Nix is my own now.
Yes, he is us.
So
we are with Bo Nix.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Again, we had some kind of back and forth conversations about, well, if Bo Nix does this, the Broncos can do that. But if it goes the other way, what are the Broncos going to be? I'm not going to not judge this season whatsoever. But in the sense or in the equation where Bo Nix maybe does take a half step back, I'm not going to let that change my opinion on Bo Nix long term. I think I saw enough. It was the growth for me last year with Bo Nix that makes me feel pretty good about his overall trajectory, even if he does struggle at times this year, because he will. That's inevitable. Even the greats struggle. But, it just seems like there's so much pressure on Bo Nix to come out here, live up to the hype, and take that next step.
Does it feel like that?
I do.
You think there's a lot of pressure on Bo Nix?
Maybe pressure is the wrong word, but there's the expectation that he will do that, which in turn leads to pressure.
Well, there's not a person here, if you're a Broncos fan here in Broncos country, and I haven't heard any radio guys or media guys say that Bo Nix is going to have a regression. I think people believe, what they saw last year is who he is, and he's going to turn into... at least have the chance to be a star. I want to believe that too. I think I'm gonna make myself believe that. But
you're gonna believe that?
Yeah, but he has to go out there and do it again. And I think that Sean Payton, in the end, is
in the end.
It doesn't even matter.
I put my trust in Bo. Pushed as far as I could go.
If that's rock, I don't want to be right. No, that's a banger. That's in my wheelhouse.
That's a banger.
That's a banger. That's a banger. Okay. It's It's been fun. It's been fun. Bo Nix, 25 years old. Does the age on Bo Nix matter to you? Is he just Do you know what I think? Because while he was an older quarterback,
he's younger. He's older than Jaden Daniels. No. Or there's another quarterback that I think
is old. No, Jaden Daniels is young.
No, younger. Bo Nix is older than
another proven
Jaden
quarterback who's been in the league for a
but
while.
who
is
is
it?
the guy that just? Oh my gosh, we had this conversation. I forget. It's fleeting. It's a fleeting thought right now that Bo Nix is older than
another guy who's been in the league.
I think it is Trevor Lawrence.
Oh,
yeah.
Trev? No, that can't be. Is that true?
I
That'd be
think
wild.
so. Let's look that up.
Okay, let's see.
Trevor Lawrence is 25. So yes, Bo Nix is technically older. Yeah, but Trevor Lawrence was born in 1999.
They're about the same age. I know Bo Nix's birthday's in February, I think. And Trev,
no. Trevor, he's
Trev's in October.
He's younger, barely. Bo Nix was born in 2000.
It feels like Trevor Lawrence has been in the league forever already. But I'll tell you the one thing: Bo Nix skipped going to straight 29 touchdowns in the playoffs as a rookie. He skipped a year or two of development, and which maybe tells you he is closer to being legit. Having arrived than being a question mark and not a sure thing, as we've kind of said a few times this show.
Yeah, some people did not like the Justin Herbert over Bo Nix.
Of course, they're not going to like it, but Justin Herbert again has been very accomplished. He's almost has 150 touchdowns in 5 years. He's a stat stuffer. He goes to the playoffs every year. I mean, he hasn't hit that 12-win kind of echelon yet, but now we see he goes to the playoffs every single year, and now it's even with two different head coaches. So
yeah,
Herbert's got something.
And bringing it back to the conversation of the Broncos being over or underrated, I think just being underrated, especially with a guy like Sean Payton who has such a chip on his shoulder, I think just bodes so well for this Denver Broncos team. You're going to get so much bulletin board material. And the last position I want to be in 4 years from now, Danny, is where the Ravens and the Bills are at. Okay, we've won 13 games. Okay, we've been to championship games, but okay, we can't get the job done. That's what's got to be so frustrating if you're a fan of the Buffalo Bills or the Baltimore Ravens, is knowing that you're right there, but you can't get over the hump. And now, how are the Broncos going to be different than that? Because the Ravens have a great head coach in Harbaugh. The Bills with McDermott, okay, a little suspect there. But, a Baltimore Ravens team with a multi-time MVP in Lamar Jackson, the fact that they have wet the bed time and time again in big spots.
Well, do you know what? That's what I kind of think of that you say that. The Bills and the Ravens have a window. They're going to have a window to win. And if they don't, well, then there's going to be a Bo Nix and a Jaden Daniels who are going to come in there and pass those guys and win in place of those guys. And there's a chance, you know what? I think there's a good chance that one or the other, Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen, one wins a Super Bowl at some point and the other doesn't.
Well, that would be interesting. This is KKFN and KKFN HD Longmont, or HD1 Longmont, Denver.
So close.
So close. Should I do it again?
Yeah, you should.
Okay,
Let's get a clean cut.
I'll do it one more time.
Ready?
Shh. Hold on. Ready? Crickets. Wait. I have to re-pull it up. Here we go. All right. 3, 2. This is KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver.
I had to. Do it one more time. I had to.
Intrusive thoughts. No, you nailed it.
Adult child, Danny Williams. But guys, Richie Carney in here, Phillip Lindsay in here. Hope you guys are doing well. Should be a great weekend. But we were talking about, we got a text that apparently the morning show is saying that the Broncos are, flying over the radar. Like there's a lot of attention. There's a lot of buzz. Too much optimism with the Broncos. I think the Broncos are flying under the radar. I think they're a sleeper team in the NFL as a whole.
No, I would say that I think it's fair that maybe after kind of catch you by surprise season from Bo Nix, they break a lot of streaks, winning season streaks since 2016, playoff streaks since the Super Bowl year. Everybody loves to be enamored and caught up with a rookie quarterback, right? And if not for Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix would be like an NFL darling.
Yeah, that's
right
true.
now.
That's a great point.
Yeah, that is fair. Not for
That's
Jaden
fair.
Daniels.
That's taking a little heat even off of Bo from, the expectations being really crazy through the roof.
Yep,
they are for Washington.
The NFL loves a storyline. And I think the evidence that maybe people are buying in and getting high on the Broncos and all that is that you're starting to see some speculation and some evidence that the experts in the desert, the Sharps, love the underside of the Broncos win total, thinking that people are hyping it up and inflating things, and they're going to come in and profit on the back end.
Yeah, because Dan Orlovsky and RG3 are the only two big national guys. Like I think RG3 put the tweet out yesterday praising Bo Nix, and Orlovsky's been on that as well. But point being what Danny said, the Broncos are not being talked about the same way that the Commanders are. It seems like there's almost a championship game appearance or bust mentality in Washington, whereas here in Denver, I think I'm hoping for 11, 12 wins. Like, I'm not expecting them to be in a championship game.
I want Phil's response, but you set it up as locally, obviously, there's a lot of
hysteria.
hype.
Yeah, a lot of buzz.
And nationally, maybe the Broncos are being slept on nationally a little bit more than we are here in town. What do you think, Phil?
I think nationally, you have to prove it more than one time. You have to prove it more than one time. If you prove it twice, now it's like, okay, you guys are true contenders, and Bo Nix is the real deal. Now, there are some national media members that are like, you know what, I'm going to get on top of this now. I was wrong about the team last year, and now I'm jumping on the train before the train leaves. And so that when the Denver Broncos do well, and they are successful, and Bo Nix has another great year, that I can say, I told you guys so, and I was on the train when all this was going on. Now, for us,
that's going to be a good feeling.
Us local media, like, we know we're so close to this situation, and we're so excited. Our first winning season was last year since 2015. All right, now all of a sudden you turn around, you look, and we're adding these depth pieces. We're adding more pieces to this really good team that Sean Payton and George Payton has put together. So we're all excited about this year, and excited about what Bo Nix will look like moving forward. But as a sleeper team, I can't say that they're a sleeper team. I think that there's a lot of buzz because Sean Payton is a very confident coach, and he put it out there that they're pretty much ready and let's go get it. And they're showing it by going out there and getting some of these free agents and going out there and drafting a couple other players that they can play right away.
Yeah, it's interesting, and obviously, like, the division as a whole makes it pretty complex, right? Like, the Broncos have a third-place schedule that they're going to play now this season, but they still have some really tough games. Yeah. And I think, to kind of leave it on this, I think the tone setter, what I'm so excited for, and it's easy to be excited about week one, but they play the Tennessee Titans, right? It's going to be Cam Ward. I don't even know who their backup quarterback is, so it's either a rookie or a guy who's probably not so good. The Broncos should absolutely wipe the floor with the Tennessee Titans in week one. If they're going to be a legitimate, okay, we're going to go out there, Cecil thinks they're going to win 13 games. If they're going to win 13 games, that's a 45 to 10 type of win.
High number, man.
But like that game shouldn't even, if we want to start thinking about the Broncos, can they win a Super Bowl? Can they beat Kansas City? To me, you got to set the tone and get out of the gate hot with a big 45-10 type win against Tennessee.
45-10.
At a minimum, to play along with your hypothetical scenario here, if the Broncos are going to win 12 or 13 games and only have 4 or 5 losses on the schedule in a division with the Kansas City Chiefs and the Los Angeles Chargers, who tapped you twice last year, you can't lose to the Titans and give away 25% of your supposed losses on a season. You have to win if you're going to hit that.
Isn't that crazy? 25% of your losses, if we're really looking at a 4 or 5 loss
that just
team.
seems
that's
so
how
high
significant
to me.
it is. It's truly crazy. And, the division's much better. The Raiders are going to be much better. Yep. Sorry, Broncos fans. That's just the reality of the situation.
Carroll's over there. They got a good run game.
Look how quickly the Broncos turned it around.
Yeah.
Once they got a competent head coach in place with a general manager who has an eye for talent and clear-cut decision-making at the ownership level, once they had all 3 of those aligned, they turned it around like that.
Yeah, no, I'm with
a
you.
quarterback.
But I will say this. I love the confidence in Nilo, and you say 45-10. I would love a blowout like that to start the season. Yeah,
35, whatever. But they should win by multiple touchdowns.
But it is going to be the first game of the year, and I know even when you are a team that is well put together, and let's just say you're Patrick Mahomes, you're going to struggle that first game just because it's like the first game jitters and the first time that you guys are truly out there getting hit for 60 minutes of football. You have to remember during preseason, a lot of these stars are not playing, or maybe they're playing a quarter and that's it. And in practice, you never tackle. So that first game, it may still be sloppy, but as long as we get the win and we feel confident going into that next week, that's what it's all about. And then it's about building on top of that, building on the next week and the next week. And it's a build-up and finding a way that when you hit the last 4 or 5 games of the season, you're hitting your peak. You're hitting your stride.
So you're saying that, like, let's say Bo Nix looks a lot more like weeks 1 through 3 Bo Nix of last season and not weeks 11 through 13 or whatever it was.
I'm not going to be panicking.
There's not going to be a little hair on the back of your shoulder like, whoa. Because like you said, hey, you got to go out there and prove it more than once. You got to go do it. Like, we were talking about that in the context of Jaden Daniels, which I would argue from a media perspective, especially nationally, I don't know that you have to go out there and prove it more than once. People are ready to take Jaden Daniels and put him as a top 5 quarterback in the NFL.
But see, for Jaden Daniels, he needs to be careful. Don't fall into that trap.
Right.
Don't fall into that trap. Don't start picking the roses up and smelling them.
I'm a big Jaden Daniels guy, so I'm not even hating on it.
I feel like we all are. I think
if he was here in Denver, I'd be thrilled.
Yeah, but like Bo Nix, you got to do it again. And then you do it again. That's how you become great. You have to be consistent every single year.
At a minimum, I think it's fair to say that even though the Broncos maybe caught some green lights, they won that ugly 10-9 game against the Jets.
Yeah.
When Bo Nix played really bad in the start of the season and he picked it up. Yes, they got a win against the JV Chiefs
They've been
to end
able to
the
stay
year.
healthy.
They've stayed healthy. They
That's
caught a
been
lot of
amazing.
green lights, and that's true. But I also think there's a good chance that some of the red lights that they hit last year are closer to yellow maybe than red. I don't think Bo Nix is going to start the first 3 games of the 2025 season the way he started the first month of his rookie season. You know what I'm saying?
And I'm not expecting that. Now, am I expecting Bo Nix to make a couple mistakes? Am I expecting Bo Nix to maybe throw an interception? Yeah. Like, you're just starting the season off. All right, this is a 17-game season, and every game's going to take on a life of its own. But for Bo Nix, it's just like, can you stay within the game? Can you make sure that when it's time for a 2-minute drill to come rolling around, you can be successful during those times? Like, there's 60 minutes of football, but there's really maybe 4 drives that are going to really matter. Can Bo Nix take advantage of those 4 drives and win that football game for us? That's what I want to see.
How much, and it's different position to position, Phil, but how much more of a relief did even you in your playing career in the NFL have going into your sophomore season compared to your rookie season? And again, quarterbacks, running backs, defense, offense, it's all different.
Yeah.
But just as a former player, how much of a weight felt like it was lifted off your shoulders going into year 2 compared to year 1?
Oh, all the weight was lifted off my shoulders. Now I could just play football because you start to understand that, yes, you're in the NFL at the highest level, but this is just a game, and this is something you've been playing your whole life. And when you finally get that weight off your back, and it's like I don't have to necessarily prove to my teammates that I belong here, it's a better feeling. Like, now I have to prove that that I deserve to stay here long term. But you're also letting your teammates know that, hey, I have this. You have the confidence in me moving forward because I'm going to put the work in. And so that's how I was. I kind of set the tone that rookie year. Was able to get to 1,000 yards and nobody knew about me. But then that second year, it's like, okay, the expectation is that you do the exact same thing, but now you're more comfortable. All right, you can be yourself, and you go out there and be a better version of yourself because of that. You're not trying to prove to your teammates now that you belong in the league. Now you're trying to prove to the whole world and your teammates that you're going to be here for a very long time.
If you can believe it, Phil, we are less than 2 weeks away.
This is crazy,
from Broncos training camp, man. We're basically 10 days away from the start of training camp 2025. And it feels like, to me at least, there's a lot of big decisions that potentially have to be made between now and then, especially in the case of one particular Denver Bronco. So let's play a little pretend George Payton coming up next.
Are the Broncos waiting too long to handle their offseason contract extensions?
They know what they want to do. They know how they want to proceed. It's not going to be anything that comes out of the blue or anything new. It'll be fine. And when they want to get someone done, they'll get it done.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money, because you're in charge. Today, you're going to pay down your credit card bill. But you decide when you'll pay it. Before the due date, so those interest charges don't get you. But you decide if you pay it in full. But you definitely should, because again, interest charges. With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
The Will Hite Law Firm handles accident cases differently. If you're injured, we'll drive to your home, return every call, and keep you updated. After an accident, you want Will Hite. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WillHiteWins.com and win big with Will Hite.
Catch a ride with Evie and Auto. Catch a ride.
Hiya, Evie here. This July, Foundation Kia is bringing the fireworks and the savings.
Boom! And Otto wants you to save up to $500 on all new and certified pre-owned cars.
Celebrate freedom and big deals all month long.
Just mention this ad and save 500 smackers.
Visit FoundationKia.com and catch a ride.
Evie and Auto. Always know where to go.
Style fades, great design lasts. Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows combine timeless elegance with cutting-edge strength. They boost curb appeal and your home's resale value. At Gravina's Window Center of Littleton, you'll get windows designed to impress and built to outlast the elements. No warping, no peeling, just clean lines and lasting performance. Appointments fill up quickly as the weather warms. Book your free consultation now at windowsforyourhome.com or call them 303-794-0490. Mention Market 25% off this month only.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Off and rolling. Dropped your sock there, Phil.
I did.
So close.
Rookie mistake.
So close. Rookie mistake for a veteran. Can you still call it a rookie mistake? I mean, I don't know, man.
Rookie mistake.
Off and rolling, man, on a beautiful day in the Mile High City, man. Summer makes me feel alive, dude. I don't know about you, but I feel like I got more pep in my step. I'm happier. I'm bouncing around.
I always say blue skies, sunshine, just being out there, it just feels good. You got the flowers growing, the trees are green, the grass is green. Like, you have to love summertime. Now, it can get a little hot, but you can't complain about that, Richie. And especially today. Today has been like a chill, like it's been a nice day, nice weather day. I was out there with my son doing some soccer. So it was one of these things where I was just enjoying just being outside on a summer day.
Well, like we mentioned going into the break, man, summer days mean training camp is right around the corner, and we are just about 10 days away from the Denver Broncos hitting the field for training camp ahead of the 2025 season.
Ooh, I'm ready. I see you got the shirt on.
I do. Yeah, we got our training camp 2025 built to win T-shirts, man. They were under construction last year.
Yep.
Feels like they made a lot of progress in that one season.
And they're building this roster. They're building this roster. Why? Because they want to win, and they want to win big. Winning big to the Denver Broncos now is not just getting to the playoffs, but making noise, being competitive, trying to get to a Super Bowl. So you have to build to win.
Yep. And I think by taking that mindset, you find yourself signing Evan Ingram in free agency. You bring in a couple of stud 49ers like Dre Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga. You go in the draft and you beef up your secondary with your first round. You get a running back. You bring another running back in J.K. Dobbins during minicamp, and you bring in Pat Bryant to maybe potentially be your future wide receiver one. The amount of additions that they made in this offseason between free agency and then the draft signifies how much they view themselves as ready to win right now. And I think that same mindset carries over into the contract negotiation discussions that they've been having over the course of this offseason and are presumably going to make some decisions as early as the next week or so.
Well, there's a lot of decisions to be made for a lot of different players. And then there's 3 or 4 that we talk about all the time. Zach Allen, Nick Bonito, Cortland Sutton, and John Franklin Myers is another one. So the question becomes, and this is for all of us when we're thinking of this, is what is going to happen? Something has to be done. At least one of the dominoes has to fall. And then you can kind of fine-tune yourself, or for the general manager, Sean Payton and George, they can find a way throughout the season to pay some of these other players if they want to do it. But they have to come up with a game plan. My guessing is they do have a game plan and the way that they want to go with this roster and who they want to pay right away. But when you start to pay players, Richie, it can affect the locker room, especially when there's other players in the locker room that want to be paid too. And so you want to make sure that you understand that when you're going through the process of who you're going to extend.
Yep, you can be buddies, you can be boys, you can be a cohesive unit in a team. All of a sudden, your buddy and your boy gets a fat check, and you're kind of sitting there going, well, wait a minute, what am I going to be doing after this?
What about
year?
me?
Yeah, suddenly it's like, well, I love you, but damn. Like now you might be in my way now.
I don't love you that much.
Yeah, I don't love you enough to have you replace me.
Well, no, like I've been in the locker room where it gets weird, where a player gets a contract and you have a bunch of players around that are a little upset, but they pretend like they're happy for him. But deep down inside, they're like, did that player deserve that contract right now? And like, when is my contract coming? And now you're texting your agent saying, what's going on? Why can't we get something done? Now you're upset, and now you can't necessarily focus on going out there and playing the best football. You're focusing on your money and making sure that you can get it before something happens to you, because you do know that if you get hurt before you that big payday, they're not paying you. So it's something that you think about.
You were also, I would imagine, maybe you can correct me, on the other side of that scenario where you were potentially the disruptor in a room of some guys who were looking to get paid. When you come in as an undrafted free agent and shoot out of a cannon, and suddenly you've got other members of the team and the organization being like, hey, this undrafted kid, this is our starting running back. I don't care who we've got under contract right now.
Well, as an organization, you want to go the cheapest option possible. And if there's a couple guys that you can rely on that you don't have to pay right away, that's the cheapest option. Now, with you saying that, Richie, I was on the other side of it, where it's like I'm waiting to get paid. I did my time. I went back-to-back 1,000-yard years, and yet I didn't get the contract that I wanted here in Denver because they decided to bring somebody else in. So things can get really messy for you when it comes time for your contract. But here in Denver, it's just going to be interesting because there's a bunch of guys that need to be paid, that deserve to be paid, that we need to figure out, are they going to be on the team after this year, because there are big reasons why we're able to win right now.
Well, let's narrow it down to the big three, right? You got Cortland Sutton, you got Zach Allen, you got Nick Bonito. Which of those three extension-eligible players for the Broncos intrigues you the most in terms of the negotiations that are going on and how it could impact the team in the next couple of years?
Hands down, Richie, I'm going with Nick Bonito. And here's why. Nick Bonito is the only one on this list, the youngest one on this list that you just listed, that has not had a contract. Mm-hmm. And so now you're dealing with a pass rusher, and pass rushers get a lot of money, who had a phenomenal year last year, 13.5 sacks. But he only did it for 1 year. So now I'm interested in seeing, okay, what are the Denver Broncos going to do? Do they pay Nick Bonito right away because now it's like, hey, we trust you, we believe in you, all we needed to see is that 1 year? Or do they force him to play at least 5 to 7 games, like a small prove-it scenario,
mm-hmm.
and then it's like, okay, we're willing to give you a little bit more money than what we were going to do for you before, because we know that you can probably hit the free agent market and make a lot of money. So that's why I'm intrigued with this situation going on with Nick Bonito.
Nick Bonito has only made, I think, about $3 million in his career thus far, which to the likes of, me and Dante Gomez and Phil and Drew, I'm assuming, unless he's got some hidden wealth that I'm aware of.
Drew got some money now.
Yeah, well, somebody in the family's got some money. That's a lot of money for us, but by NFL standards, for an edge rusher who was, third in sacks in the NFL last year, doesn't feel like a lot compared to what some of his peers around the league are getting. So if you were to prioritize and rank these in order for the Broncos of ones they need to get done, let's say one of them's probably going to happen before training camp starts, right? You would think.
We would think.
Once they're all done vacationing, quote unquote.
There's 2 weeks left.
Yeah.
They're like, people are starting to trickle into the office. Something's going to have to get done. You don't want to have 4 or 3 guys dealing with contracts and they're just waiting around. So I'm expecting one of these contracts to get done. Now, I don't know which one. We had this conversation. Zach Bynum had this conversation before of like who would be the easiest contract to get done. And it's probably not going to be Nick Bonito because he's young and he's going to want a lot of money. He may want to break the market.
Set the market.
Right, he's going to set the market. He's going to record-breaking deal. He wants something like that because why wouldn't you? If you're going to try to shoot for the
Strike
stars.
while the iron's hot.
But then you have someone like Zach Allen that's going to want it and Cortland Sutton that's going to want to stick around.
If I was going to power rank these in my head in terms of order of importance that I think the Broncos need to get done or should get done, I would probably say Zach Allen number 1.
Oh, you're going Zach Allen number 1.
Zach Allen number 1. Cortland Sutton number 2.
Oh,
and
respect.
Nick Bonito number 3, because I am totally A-okay with the concept of the Broncos saying, hey, Nick, we love you. George Payton clearly was thrilled with what he saw from Nick Bonito last year. Because remember, Nick Bonito's start as a Bronco was kind of like, is this guy gonna find a space? Is he gonna find footing?
He's developing, and every year he's getting better.
And you had a couple of years of that. Then you go into this season, and he looks like a star. He looks like a stud. He's doing the interview with Scott Van Pelt after Monday Night Football at the desk. He's pick-sixing and fumble recovering for touchdowns. He's third in the NFL in sacks. But what did you say last segment when we were talking about Bo Nix and Jane Daniels?
Well, you have to do it again.
You got to go out there and do it again.
Be consistent.
And with the amount of money that they're going to commit to him, whether they sign him before training camp or this offseason or at some point during the season, it's going to be a lot of money. And I don't know that the gap between those two numbers is going to be so massive that it's like you got to get this done and take a chance and do it. I'm fine if they say, hey, Nick, go out there and prove it again like they did with Sutton, and then if and when you do, we'll pay you.
No, I understand that way of thinking, Richie. That's your way of thinking, a selfish way of thinking, by the way.
Hey.
But for me, it's going to be Nick Bonito number 1. He's the one that hasn't had a contract yet. You want to make sure that you get him set and handled so that if you do decide to like wait out, if you wait out and he does well the first 5 games of the year, he may say, you know what, I don't want the contract that you guys were going to give me. I want more money. And if you're not able to give me the money, I just want to hit free agency. So do you really want that to happen? So Nick Bonito is a guy that I guarantee they're sitting there and they're trying to prioritize him, number 1. Number 2 is Cortland Sutton. And Cortland Sutton to me, not because he's my boy, no, but because he's our receiver. No, he's a receiver 1 here in Denver.
Y.
Oh, there you go. Look, he's receiver 1 here in Denver, Rich. All right, Rich. And Bo Nix needs to continue to develop. All right, he needs to have another really good year. Well, he needs his best friend, who is Cortland Sutton right now, that he can rely on. And then number 3 is Zach Allen. The reason why I have Zach Allen number 3 is because I believe that John Franklin Myers and Zach Allen are going to be battling. And whoever looks the best may end up getting that contract.
Yeah, 2 different price points potentially between those two guys as well. And your logic behind Cortland Sutton, who's your boo, and it's fine. We've all got one.
You had him at number 2. You must like him a little bit more than you put on.
I had him at number 2 for the exact same thought process that you did, because I am not in the business of trying to jeopardize or stunt Bo Nix's development in a sophomore season. I'm not interested in a sophomore slump. I don't think that Bo Nix is trending toward that. But the Broncos didn't go out and address the wide receiver position as heavily as they did other positions in free agency or the draft. I know they brought in Pat Bryant in the 3rd round. It's a top 100 pick, but
we don't know what
we don't know. It's
like
a total unknown, and so Cortland Sutton may not be the best wide receiver 1 or a wide receiver 1 on X amount of teams, but he's our wide receiver 1, and there's not a clear-cut number 2. So I think that gives him an edge in this discussion. The Nuggets, Phil, took an L in their summer league opener, but there's a silver lining, I think, that you and me and Nuggets fans can all be at least a little excited about. That's next.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Tuesday, July 15th from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on East Lincoln Avenue in Lone Tree. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here on behalf of the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, talking to you men out there about a phrase that may make you uncomfortable, and that's erectile dysfunction. Now, you may be squirming in your seat there. Don't change the channel, because what's more uncomfortable than hearing the phrase ED is actually living with it. ED is a medical condition, and like most other medical conditions, it is extremely treatable, and I'm talking about success rates well over 90% with the treatments at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They've served the Front Range for nearly a decade, all right, and they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men just like you. You are not alone. Very common, actually. So schedule an appointment with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. That initial visit is only $99. It includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They have an expert staff and 5 locations in Colorado to serve you. So stop living with ED. Call them 720-440-7900 or visit them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new Comcast Business customers can find out how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how you get a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Early termination fee applies.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain? Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at SpineOne.com.
It will only grow if you plant it, so don't miss the Tree Farm's Array of Trees sale. Now through July 15th, see our huge sale list at thetreefarm.com. Choose from flowering trees, fruit trees, evergreen trees, trees for narrow spaces, windbreaks, and privacy screens. Or add color to your yard with ornamental trees, flowering shrubs, perennials, and more. The Array of Trees sale, now through July 15th.
I-25 to exit 235, then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
The Denver Nuggets took an L in their first Summer League game last night. I know you want to sing. I can see it. Your jaw.
No, you just want me to sing. Just like candy.
That's good. That's good. I did want you to sing.
This is a good song. It's a really good song.
This is just like a vibe song.
Yeah, it's Sunday. It's a Sunday
Get your head
jam.
moving a little bit.
Yeah, you're cleaning the
swaying.
house, you're cruising down the street. Put some Cameo on.
The Denver Nuggets, Phil, they lost in a buzzer beater to the Milwaukee Bucks.
The world's ending. Oh, my God.
Yeah, Summer League action, which, by the way, did you see the ticket prices? Crazy for some of these games.
People love basketball.
They do, clearly.
Trying to find a way to make money.
More than I would. But even though they took a buzzer-beating loss, I actually think there might be a little bit of a silver lining that could pay dividends in this upcoming season, and that was DaRon Holmes looked pretty good.
DaRon Holmes, you know what, Richie? He looked really, really good. We have to remember, he's coming off of an Achilles injury. All right, yeah, he's young. He should be able to bounce back. But mentally, that's hard to regroup, right? It's hard to come back and say, okay, I know I'm playing at a high level, and I have to produce at a high level, but will my Achilles, will my legs let me do that? And so for him to go out there and have 14 points, all right, look really good from the three-point line, running around, moving around, playing defense, rebounding. That's all I was looking for this man. We don't know what he's truly like in the league because he didn't have an opportunity. He got hurt the first summer league game.
Literally,
of the year.
basically this exact situation.
So he's finally he's getting over an obstacle, and that's being able to stay healthy his first summer league game. And so it was really good to see DaRon Holmes out there making an impact.
Yeah, he played at the 4 spot. He played the power forward spot, came away with 15 points, 4 boards, and a nice block. But he looked comfortable, right? And that's something that I think we've at times maybe taken for granted when it comes to athletes and recovering from injuries is the mental aspect of it and feeling comfortable. Remember how much Jamal Murray seemed to struggle coming back from his knee injuries and things like that, where he didn't trust his cutting and his movement on the court.
Have you ever had a major injury?
I tore my ACL, MCL, meniscus at the same time in college.
So you know how it is when you're rehabbing.
I wouldn't wish that rehab on anyone.
Oh, man, it's gruesome. I remember actually doing the same thing, Richie, my senior year in high school going into college. Okay, that first year I wore a knee brace, and I just felt more protected. That next year, my best friend, Chido Bayawuzi, who actually plays for the Ravens now, he hid my knee brace one game. First game of the year, he hit my knee brace, and he told me, he said his exact words, it's time for you to take another step. Like, for you to be who you want to be, you got to get rid of this knee brace.
Wow.
So I went and I played that first game of the year, and that was against CSU without my knee brace. And I felt nervous. I was really nervous. But after that first game, I was able to kind of get into a groove. And for DaRon Holmes, I can't imagine what he's thinking in his head, all right, in this first game back. And at times, he kind of looked like, okay, like, are you limping? Are you tired? Are you in shape yet? And then he started to turn it on. So I just think it's a lot of head games that come with injuries.
Yep, I think he looked a little bit slower out there maybe than we saw him in college or in that game before tearing his popping his Achilles. But I thought he looked comfortable with the ball in his hands. I felt like he was getting more comfortable with his body and moving around in space. He was attacking the rim. He was shooting from beyond the arc.
Yeah.
He finished over 60% from the field. And he just looked like somebody that you could see Calvin Booth tricking himself into negotiating against his own team to trade up for with the Phoenix Suns. And do I think this is like an, oh my God, like day one, game one, regular season, DaRon Holmes is going to be a game changer? No. But
baby steps.
Baby steps. And the Denver Nuggets, as an organization, Stan Kroenke, Josh Kroenke, they put their eggs actually in Calvin Booth's basket. They offered him an extension before he turned it down, and then they fired him. And Calvin Booth's strategy was what?
That he was going to develop. He wasn't obsessive going back-to-back winning championships, which is insane as a general manager. That's how you keep your job.
Play the pups. It was
Come on.
Draft and develop, and I'm going to take pride in my guys that I don't need to go keep KCP or Bruce Brown because I can just go out and draft guys that will replace them. Now, he hit one with CB, and
as a general manager, you're going to hit on some.
Yep.
You're not going to hit on some.
But they clearly put their eggs, the Nuggets did, in that basket over the Michael Malones, who was like, hey, we just won one, we got to win another one. And the arrogance of Calvin Booth, in my opinion, to say, no, we're not going to win. We're not trying to go back-to-back. We're trying to win 3 in 6 years, which is like, it took you 47 years to win the first one. Can we just maybe try to win the next one pretty soon? But DaRon Holmes being able to stay healthy, and even if it's just contribute some spot minutes in the regular season and
Richie,
continue to
that's
build.
all I want him to do.
That's big, I think. That's a nice plus for the Nuggets to have some forward depth. He's got enough size that maybe if they wanted to stretch him as like a third big at the 5 or something behind maybe Jonas Valanciunas and Jokic, that would be awesome.
Look, it would be awesome. But
you don't have to use their last remaining roster spot trying to fill something that DaRon Holmes can do.
Even if he can just get on the court a couple times throughout the season, I'm okay with that. If you can give someone like Aaron Gordon the rest, all right, let him develop. I'm not looking for someone like DaRon Holmes to come out there and give us 10, 15 minutes a night. That's not happening. All right, but it's encouraging to see it in a summer league game. You know who it reminds me of? Julian Strawther of last year.
Mm-hmm.
Julian Strawther had a phenomenal, summer league year where he was able to go out there and be himself, develop his game a little bit more. And so now it's like, DaRon Holmes, can you do that? Don't focus on being in the NBA just yet right now. That's coming. But just focus on your game, getting strong again, being able to just be confident with your body. And then maybe as time goes on, you can continue to develop and help someone like Aaron Gordon out and give him some rest.
Listen, summer league losses one way or the other to me don't just slam
like
the
preseason.
needle one way or the other. It's like preseason.
Yeah,
but I'll tell you what, if you're looking for it, I think there were positive things to glean. I think DaRon Holmes is the perfect imagining of that. Hunter Tyson looked pretty good, although Hunter Tyson kind of looked like me out there, man. If I was playing like rec league, I'm just chucking it.
Yeah,
he's just
looked
out
good
there
the first
firing away,
like,
man.
Half.
He
kinda
started
went down.
hot, and then
Yeah.
it kind of cooled, which that was what the Nuggets basically did as a team, allowing the Bucks to come back and eventually win it at the buzzer. But yeah, man, listen, I don't know how the remainder of this NBA offseason is going to go for the Nuggets. The Jonas Valanciunas thing, we're still kind of up in the air.
That's a big one still right now, Richie. It's like, what's going on with that? Like, he is the guy that we need. We need him here to give Jokic those non-Jokic minutes. He can still be out there. Jonas, I'm talking about. He can contribute. You're not going to have to change, the game because of him being in there. He's kind of like Jokic, and he can shoot well. Like, we need him to buy in, and then we're going to be excited moving into this season.
Well, David Adelman was there in Vegas. He was watching the game, and he actually was on and interviewed by the NBA TV broadcast, and he talked a little about Jonas Valanciunas that had me feeling some type of way. That's where we'll go next.
Should the Nuggets explore other free agent options to back up Nikola Jokic?
I hope this deal falls apart. I'm not being a negative Nancy here about all this. I want this deal to fall apart because I want a better player, a better option in this win now window with Nikola Jokic. And it's not Big Val. The guy I want is Al Horford.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now. now.
If you've been injured in Colorado, you want Wilhite. After an accident, you want Colorado's accident experts on your side, the Wilhite Law Firm. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
How is it that I make all this money and still can't buy a home?
That's because you went to an outdated lender. I went to Cake, and now I'm in my dream home.
Wait, how'd they pull that off? We're both self-employed.
They look at real income, like your bank deposits or certified profit and loss, not just your tax returns. Cake has flexible mortgage options made for people like us.
Okay, but what if I want to buy a rental property?
Even better, Cake has a program just for that. And it doesn't matter if your monthly rentals don't cover the mortgage. They can look at the potential of the property, not just the current rental income.
That's it. How do I reach these guys?
Their website is cakehome.com, but I called 888-EAT-CAKE.
Okay, got it. So it's 888-EAT-CAKE, right?
Yeah, call 888-EAT-CAKE for more details and learn why life's better with Cake.
Brandon Stokley here for the only heating and cooling company I trust. ROX rocks heating and air. There's no one better in Colorado. July is the hottest month of the year. Is your air conditioner going to survive? Get a free estimate on a new air conditioner and take advantage of the best deals in town. To make it even better, you can get 0% interest financing. Stay cool, Colorado, with ROX rocks heating and air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX rocks heating and air.
It's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Good start to the show musically, Phil, so far, for Dante Behind the Glass. I'm liking it. I'm liking the jams.
Good job, D. Good job, man. Can you be consistent?
Can you go out there and prove it again, the way Phil wants to see Bo Nix and Jaden Daniels?
Don't start slipping up and slacking.
Phil, we were talking before the break about the Nuggets Summer League. They lose to the Bucks, but Deron Holmes shows some encouraging signs. Kind of feels like he's getting the official start to his NBA career that we were robbed of because of the Achilles. But David Adelman was on the NBA TV broadcast, and he was asked about what I think is the biggest remaining question with the Nuggets this offseason is, what the hell's going on with Jonas Valanciunas? And every time you put Jonas Valanciunas' name out on social media, there's an entire army, a faction.
You keep saying this.
Of Greek, Lithuanian, Balkan, Eastern European basketball fans, especially those who follow Panathinaikos, the basketball club out there.
They're on high alert.
They know. And
they're listening right now, Richard.
They probably are. Catch me outside.
Oh, you're ready, huh?
I'm ready. You don't got to get ready if you stay ready.
I love it.
David Adelman was talking on the broadcast, and he was asked about Jonas Valanciunas, the trade speculation, and what, if he were to come to Denver, what the role would look like. And here's what Adelman said, quote, "A point center. You can play combo guards. You don't need a lead guard. You can play 5-out offense, play off the elbow, post him up. He's such a skilled player. It's funny. I think people forget that we had DeMarcus Cousins years back, and this will be the first time I think we have our backup with a similar skill set to Nikola because DeMarcus was such a great player, where we could load him up in the post, he could play on the perimeter, and Jonas is the same. He shoots the ball better than most people realize. So that's how I envision him. I think you have multiple combination guards. You can get away with a guy like that, a guy that's that talented.
Well, David Adelman, I'm here to tell you this. We didn't forget. We haven't had a number 2 center here in a long time.
And he only played like 35 games.
For sure. And it's not that we didn't forget about DeMarcus Cousins. No, it's like we've been asking for a number 2 center for a very long time. And finally, we all believe that we have one in Jonas. The question becomes, what's going on with him? Does he want to be here? Are you guys changing his mind? That's what this is all about.
Well, when Jonas talked into a microphone overseas, I think he was in Egypt for a speaking engagement. It might have been Greece. He kind of just left the door open as like, hey, when the trade is finalized, we'll get together, we'll talk. But he said when. I don't believe he said if.
And then he said we'll see when.
They'll tell me their thing, we'll say our thing, and
when
the
first,
medicals.
First game of the year, you guys
will find out. We'll find out, right?
No. We're going to find out before that, buddy.
The way David Adelman was talking about this kind of made me feel like he feels like this thing is a win, not an if. That this trade is going to be finalized, and that the next step further being there's not going to be a buyout, and Jonas Valanciunas is going to suit up in a Denver Nuggets uniform, and here is exactly how we are going to use him. Not how we would, how we might, how we could, how we will.
Well, I'm on the other side of it.
Really?
I think
you felt wishy-washy about that?
No, this is what I felt about it for David Adelman. They have a vision for Jonas. They want him. We all know that's why you go out there and you acquire him. But you're saying all the right things because you're hoping Jonas is listening to you. You're saying all the right things because now you're trying to pitch it to the world and Jonas at the same time that, hey, dude, we really need you. You're trying to get all of us excited and Jonas excited to change his mind, that you don't need to leave, that you need to stay here and help Jokic out, that you do have an opportunity to win a championship. So I think it's David Adelman.
You think he's campaigning?
He's campaigning.
Okay.
He's campaigning for the player. And let's be real. If the Nuggets want to keep him, he's staying. Like, they own his rights. He's staying. But they want him to organically want to be here. And so when you're pitching this to the world, when you're pitching this to Jonas, like, you're getting him excited that there's a big-time vision for you. And it's not just a guy that's going to be coming off a bench for 7-8 minutes. Like, no, you're going to be playing meaningful minutes. And the vision is you're going to be playing in the postseason, helping us win a damn championship. So campaigning, right? Like you said earlier, Richie, that's how I'm taking it.
He could be. He certainly could be. It would not be beyond or beneath a NBA head coach to.
He could be. He should be. Like, when you got a guy that's unsure
what
of
if he
what
doesn't
wants to
need
do,
to be?
It's not about that.
Because
it's about the respect of, hey, I want you to know that we truly love you here and that we have this plan for you.
My gut tells me that he wasn't campaigning in that sense, but not because he doesn't want to, doesn't think he should, whatever, because I don't know that he needs to, because I think there's already somebody out on the campaign trail.
I know think where you're going with this one.
That big old brother, number 15, Big Honey.
Big Honey.
I think he's already reached out to Jonas multiple times.
Multiple times?
Oh, yeah. I think he's picked up the phone. Jokic doesn't give away or lay his cards down a lot about what he likes, what he doesn't like. He's very mellow, even
under
keel,
the radar. We
under
don't know
the radar.
A lot that goes on in his life.
Doesn't get too spiky one way or the other. And when he does, you go, oh, whoa. You know, like when he was death staring when the Timberwolves were blowing him out, and and he's just not sitting on the bench, and he's like,
or he's frustrated right before Michael Malone gets fired. He's frustrated talking with his boys. Sarich.
When the Oklahoma City Thunder win Game 7 and they're eliminated, and Jokic goes up there, and the first thing he says is, well, clearly you can look at all the teams that are deeper than us and how they're winning in the playoffs, like Oklahoma City and Indiana and Minnesota and what have you. So he doesn't move loudly, but when he moves, you notice. And I think he was adamant about bringing in Russ. That was a player that he wanted behind the scenes, and I think that played a role in bringing Russ here. It didn't work out the way he or the Nuggets, or probably Russ, wanted it to work out. And I think that what Jonas Valanciunas means to Jokic in terms of being able to spell him regular season minutes off the bench.
It's very important.
It's very important, and he knows that. Nobody knows, in my opinion, more about what the Nuggets need to win a championship than Jokic. Adelman, Tenzer and Wallace, Kroenke, be damned. I think Jokic, as the one who's in the center of that universe, knows better than anybody. And so I think this is a situation where he picks up the phone, calls a fellow Balkan brother and says, hey,
I need you.
Cut the crap. Let's go.
Cut the crap.
And let me tell you why. And I think hearing it from Jokic.
Yeah.
And there's like you. I'm not just making this up. I'm not reporting it.
But it sounds about right, Richie. And when you're dealing with players, like what better person to campaign or pitch to another player like why we need you than another player that needs you.
Another player who's from Eastern Europe who can presumably understand and be empathetic to the same
feelings. Who's the
feelings.
greatest player to play the game, so it means a lot more when Jokic is calling him.
I understand that you want to have a bigger role, or if it's money, that it's this, or if it's that you miss your family who moved back to Lithuania after you got traded to Sacramento and you miss them and all that. I get all that. But, brother, look at what we can do, and I need your help to do it. Like, I can get us there, but I need you to help us finish it. And I genuinely believe, because of the kind of person and the player that Jokic is and what's at stake, that this is a time where Jokic probably did step in. And there's, you can, Reddit threads, and you can go down that wormhole and stuff, which I know people say, oh, Reddit, tinfoil hat, all that stuff. You'd be surprised that when it's anonymous and you're posting on this stuff, how much information can get leaked out. And I've seen it being kind of tossed around, and I really believe it.
As you should. And for Jokic, like, this means a lot to him. He's the one that's frustrated. So, Jokic, if you're so frustrated, then help out. Help get some of these players. Recruit these players, too. Jonas is one of them that you're going to have to recruit because, obviously, he's halfway in, halfway out. But if you can have a serious conversation, if you can call, maybe meet up with him if you guys are close to kind of seal the deal, that's what we need. And I'm with you, Richie. I'm hoping, and I think it did happen, where Jokic is calling Jonas and saying, hey, I need you to be here. I need you to be all in. All right, I need you to spell me. You're going to play a lot of minutes. You're going to play in the playoffs, and I'm going to get you a championship. Like, why would you not want to be here? And that's where I was with things earlier. It's like, why would you not want an opportunity when you got 2 years left on a contract?
Well, Mark Stein, veteran NBA reporter, the Stein line, right? He's got his whole deal there. And he's not somebody that just throws stuff at the wall to see what sticks. And he said that the expectation, the understanding, is that this Jonas Valanciunas trade, player-for-player swap with Dario Saric, which is amazing to me that they fleeced that.
How do you pull that off?
The expectation is that it will be finalized later this week, and that report came out a couple of days ago. But we're at the end of the weekday portion of the week. So do you think we get an announcement on this while we're on the air right now? Because we go after 5 o'clock Mountain, which is close to 5 o'clock end-of-day business across the country.
Yeah.
And this could qualify maybe in the Friday News Dump category.
Yeah. Look, I think that it's going to be something that happens next week. I think it's something that's going to happen when, you got the weekend, you have time to, like, think and kind of reflect on what you really want to do, and then the news will come out Monday or Tuesday.
It totally could.
That's what I'm thinking.
It totally could. But regardless of when the announcement is made, I feel more confident than I've felt in some time that this is going to go through and that there's not going to be a buyout, that Jonas Valanciunas on the day of Game 1 is going to be coming out of the tunnel and coming off the bench for the Nuggets.
I love it. But look, he's under contract. So no matter what, if the Nuggets want to be nice people and they're good, they will let him go if that's what he wants. But when you're under contract and they have your rights, you're going to be here no matter what. So he's going to be there, Game 1 with the Denver Nuggets.
How much does it hurt if he's not there? Like, if this trade either falls through or they accept it as a formality and they buy him out, how big of a blow is that to the Nuggets given what they've done so far this offseason?
It's not going to be a big blow at all, and here's why. Well, hold on now. Here's why. Because if you're letting Jonas go, who you have your rights through, it's because you have a better plan. Someone like Al Horford out there. I had to stop you right there. Like, that's why you would let Valanciunas go. Mm-hmm. He is not. You have his rights. So if something better does not come along, he is here to stay, and that's why I say that.
We will monitor the situation on social media and otherwise as the course of the show goes on. Maybe we will get some news about Jonas Valanciunas, happy, sad, or indifferent about the next steps in that trade. But in the meantime, the Denver Broncos have placed some pretty big bets themselves in their offseason. And I want to figure out which one Phil and I feel most confident in going into the 2025 season. That's next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. Over 90,000 five-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage doors is what we do. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
Are you self-employed or a contractor and struggling to find a lender that can help you access the equity in your home to pay off your high-interest debt? My friends at American Financing have the perfect loan for you, the bank statement loan. They can get you qualified by using your bank statements, which many other lenders are unable to do. The credit card bills are going to continue to climb, so don't wait any longer. Call today. American Financing is saving their customers an average of $854 a month, and if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments, giving you greater savings up front. Even if you've been turned down by other lenders, give them a call. American Financing has been helping borrowers just like you with this new loan program. There are no upfront fees or obligation to find out how much you can save every month. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Great news. It's $5 Fridays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. Only on Friday, get a large, thin-crust pepperoni sausage or cheese pizza for only $5. That's right, just $5. Best deal in town. Pick up a few today only at Papa Murphy's.
What's better than a free meal? How about a free meal and a trunk full of free groceries? Yep, we've got it for you. It's the best free meal in all of Denver. It's every first and third Thursday of the month at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road in Aurora at Eastern Hills Community Church. You just pull up, pop the trunk, we'll put groceries in the trunk and pass you your meals through the window and you're off and running. There's no questions asked. So if you need it or you know somebody that needs it, it's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Leading off with the big story of the day, here's The Drive with Zach By and Denver, Colorado's own Phillip Lindsay.
1 hour in the books, quicker than I destroyed a Slurpee on 7-Eleven Day earlier.
Oh, you did?
Absolutely housed it. Not one. I had 2.
Are you sure it was just 2, Richie?
No, it was just 2.
I saw the 2 that you had 2 that you were walking up the stairs like into the studio. You had 2 Slurpees, a blue one and a red one, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But I know you were drinking a Slurpee at 7-Eleven too.
You can only carry so much. And the drink carriers, I guess I'll peel back the curtain a little bit. I would not have been opposed to taking more on Free Slurpee Day, and the 40 people that were in 7-Eleven in front of me probably felt the same way.
Free Slurpee Day.
7-Eleven, man. I haven't had a Slurpee. I feel like I only get them on this day. So, yeah, but you can't fit more than 2, like, in your hands.
Yeah.
Because I got to drive, and the drink carrier, the cups are too big. So just limited it to 2, a red and a blue. I passed on the Coke, which was a childhood favorite of mine.
The Coke.
But, yeah.
Coke flavor.
Coke flavor, man. You mix the Coke with the cherry.
Look at you, big kid, man. I forgot about 7-Eleven doing the free Slurpee Day.
The sugar is coursing through my veins.
Woo!
Phil, the Denver Broncos had a pretty active offseason. I think that's fair to say.
Very aggressive.
Right? They go out and get Evan Ingram.
Yep.
They bring in Dre Greenlaw and Noah Hufanga first. Then in the draft, they pick up R.J. Harvey and Pat Bryant and Jade Barron.
Yeah, number one pick. We forget about that.
Yep.
He's a DB.
Well, it's not that you forget about it, but it's just like you added a badass player to a badass secondary. You know what I mean? It's like you were addressing a depth need in like an amazing way.
Yeah, it was
but it doesn't have the sizzle of like the Broncos haven't had a tight end since maybe Owen Daniels or definitely
No, for sure. And I think
Julius
we were
Thomas.
anticipating that the Denver Broncos were going to draft a running back in the first round, and that never happened. It was Jade Barron, which is like, okay, like we already have a pretty good secondary, an elite. I know one elite one in the Defensive Player of the Year, PS2, and then Riley Moss, who seems to be coming into his all. But then you can never add enough depth or playmaking ability and star players. So Jade Barron being here, it was a great setup and it's a great pick.
That pick right there, Jade Barron over the likes of an Omarion Hampton, a Quinshon Judkins, a Travion Henderson, in and of itself is a gamble. You didn't step over the crystal to grab the blender, even though you need a blender. You're trying to make margaritas and you got no blender. So that in and of itself is a gamble, and I think that's evidenced by the fact that they bought an insurance policy in J.K. Dobbins all the way down to minicamp, and they bring in a guy, former Charger.
Last 2 days of minicamp.
Yep. So of all the gambles that the Broncos made, let's just isolate it to J.K. Dobbins, Evan Ingram, Greenlaw, Hufanga, R.J. Harvey, Pat Bryant. Which of those gambles, the big additions?
That's a lengthy list.
They made a lot of additions. Which of those gambles, of the new additions, like Ronnie, Bobby, Ricky, and Mike?
Look at you, man.
Which of those additions do you feel the most confident in right now on 7-Eleven Day?
Man, it's hard for me to decide because a lot of these additions, these are gambles. They're risks because these older veteran players, because I'm going to go with a vet, because vets matter. Mm-hmm. And if you're going to win big, you have to have enough veteran presence, enough veterans around that can help you out when things get tough. But with these veterans that we have brought in, Hufanga, Dre Greenlaw, Evan Ingram, J.K. Dobbins, they've had injury histories. So that scares me a little bit. But here in Denver, for the past 2 years, we've been really good when it comes to keeping our players healthy. So with that being said, I'm going to go with J.K. Dobbins. Mic drop. Of course, right? Running back. No,
Yeah.
J.K. Dobbins.
The running back, the veteran running back,
The
everybody
vet.
picked the veteran running back to be his most confident.
I'm confident because, one, he's going to be in a situation where you have the best offensive line, one of the best offensive lines in the NFL. You're with Sean Payton, who I believe is going to do a better job of running the football and being creative with the football, being creative with his quarterback, his second-year quarterback in Bo Nix. And they're going to give J.K. Dobbins opportunities to run the ball more often than not. He's going to be the guy that they rely on and lean on to end the game when you're in 4-minute drill and you're winning the game, to pick up the first downs, and in red zone, all right, you're on the 4 or 5 yard line, 1 yard line, you're handing it to your bigger running back in your offensive line that's really good to get the job done. So I'm more confident in J.K. Dobbins this year and staying healthy, one, because the Denver Broncos have been able to stay healthy, and J.K. Dobbins has been a menace, all right, when he is healthy. And if he can stay healthy, he can get to 1,000 yards this year.
If he stays healthy and is the lead back for 17 games, I think he can definitely get to 1,000 yards this year. And it is a big if, because that has been the thing that has held J.K. Dobbins back in his entire NFL career thus far is that he just can't stay healthy, and those lower body injuries just
he's
keep
had
popping
some
up.
significant injuries at that, where it's like Achilles, and then it's a ACL and a meniscus. Like, so they're major injuries that can hinder a running back, especially as he gets older.
I wanted you to pick somebody different. I wanted you to hopefully you're going to go out on a limb so I could tell you that you're the one, even though I had the Slurpees, you're the one that has the brain freeze. But I actually respect.
Richie, I'm right. I tell this to Zach all the time. I'm right 99% of the time. Okay, usually what I say is right.
That's good. See, I'm more of like a 60% of the time I'm right every time kind of guy.
All right,
you know what I'm
all
saying?
right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No, J.K. Dobbins makes sense to me. And my pick was not J.K. Dobbins, although I agree with the logic.
Shame on
I agree
you.
with the logic. And maybe it's just confirmation bias or the lowest floor imaginable, but I feel really good about Evan Ingram. I feel really good about his ability. One, because his competition in years of Broncos past is terrible. I mean, he could just be okay, and we'd be like, we've seen water in the desert. He got more than 287 yards in a season.
Yeah,
my God.
That's wild. And we talked about Zach Bryan and I talked about it with Adam Trotman. And he had 2 years where I think he got to like over 100 yards the first year and like maybe 200 the second. That's unacceptable as a starting tight end, and you're playing in 17 games now. You bring in Evan Ingram because he's going to play that joker role, and he's going to be involved every single game. He's going to be going out for passes. In the red zone, you're scheming plays up so that he's successful and he has one-on-one opportunities with a nickel or inside linebacker. So I see where you're going with this.
He is the missing hole that Sean Payton has not had thus far with the Denver Broncos going into year 3, that joker role. And we've seen how well it manifested for the previous people who wore that hat.
Yeah, Jimmy Graham.
You had Michael Thomas, you had Alvin Kamara, you had Reggie Bush.
You had like a baby Jokero and Taysom Hill.
Who did it all. Exactly. So I think the usage rate is going to be there. Is he going to get 150 targets the way he did in Jacksonville when he had that killer season? Probably not. A couple of years ago.
I feel like
but I don't know that he needs that because I think he might get more efficient targets and more efficient touches.
It's just going to depend on Bo Nix. If he builds this chemistry with Bo Nix like Cortland Sutton has, he's going to get more opportunities and more times to catch the ball. And then, like I said before, what you do with it once you catch the ball, that's on you, buddy. Break a couple tackles. Go for a long touchdown. When you're in between two defenders, come down with the hard catches in the red zone for the touchdowns. Like, those are the things that are going to make Sean Payton and Bo trust you a lot more and give you more opportunity.
You know what I like about Bo Nix is he's got a little bit of Jokic in him, in a sense of like Jokic, his hallmark as a player, despite the fact that he's brilliant offensively and the Sombor shuffle and all that, his hallmark is that he's just got an otherworldly passing ability.
Very unselfish.
And he has an uncanny ability to just find the open man. He sees everything on the court. He's got eyes in the backside, top and bottom of his head. And he will, in the most unselfish way possible, give up the ball in an opportunity to hit a clutch shot, game-winning shot, whatever, if there's a higher percentage mathematical shot with an open man somewhere else. That's how Russell Westbrook ends up taking game-winning shots, or Peyton Watson, or Aaron Gordon, or whoever. Bo Nix does a pretty good job of that, too. Every now and then, Bo gets a little froggy. He wants to chuck that deep ball to Mims or to Troy Franklin.
He's a baby. He needs to take those risks because now it's a learning curve. Remember, all right, he was in a 3-way battle during camp.
Yeah.
Unhealthy.
Reps being counted.
So he was getting reps during the games. So now this year, some of those plays where it's like, hey, I'm going to throw to Marvin Mims who's in double coverage, that's not going to happen. But now you have more options out there. It's not just Cortland Sutton and Marvin Mims or Vele. Maybe it's Troy Franklin, it's Evan Ingram, it's R.J. Harvey and J.K. Dobbins where you can just dump off. Some of the biggest plays are just the easiest ones. Bo, just get it out of your hand so you don't get hit. Or it's a hot route. When a hot route means is there's not a defender on that offensive player and he's just sitting there free. But maybe it's a flat route or it's a 5-yard check down and you just dump it down, Richie, and let the playmakers be playmakers. And I think that's something if Bo Nix can do and get out of his way and feel like I have to throw deep balls, he's going to be really successful this year.
Yeah, I agree. I just feel good about it. I understand that he's an aging veteran tight end who's going to be on his 3rd team, and Two teams in the Jacksonville Jaguars and the New York Giants who are starved for talent at the playmaking positions said, you know what, we're good on this guy. And that could raise some alarms or some red flags in people's minds. I understand that. But Sean Payton has a vision, just like David Adelman was talking about Jonas Valanciunas. The way Sean Payton talks about the Joker makes me feel in my bones that he knows exactly
I can feel it in my bones.
What he wants to do with that role here in Denver. And he banged the table to George Payton and said, go get me Evan Ingram. And they did. And so I think he's going to get the opportunities. I think that an extra step from Devon Vele, from Marvin Mims, from probably Troy Franklin, alongside Cortland Sutton, is going to stretch the field a little bit more, expose the middle, and I think Ingram's going to eat. I really do.
Okay, Richie, if you had to pick between J.K. Dobbins or Evan Ingram, who needs to have a better year? I said needs now. For us to be successful and win 10, 11, 12, I guess Cecil said 13 games, something like that. That's a lot of games.
I don't know what the air smells like up there in Roxborough, but if the Broncos
That's
win
a lot of games.
13 games,
I'm all for it.
They go 13-4. They're the best team in the AFC, maybe?
That's what I'm saying. I'm
Number
all
two?
for it. Go ahead and do it if you can. But let's just say 10, 11, maybe 12. Maybe 12. 10 or 11 sitting right there. What position needs to do better?
That is where I will align myself with you, and I will say J.K. Dobbins. If that's the threshold there. Because, one, there's a lot of mouths to feed from the pass catcher department. You know, if Evan Ingram is slow or stagnant or whatever, you got Cortland Sutton, you got Mims, you got Franklin, you got Vele, you got Dobbins and Harvey out of the backfield. There's other places to go with the ball. But the way that the run game was just abysmal and was carried by Bo Nix's legs
it was
in
tough.
a lot of
tough
key
to
moments, making that offense as one-dimensional as it was, that absolutely, more than a playmaker at the tight end position, has to change to bring balance to the offense if the Broncos want to compete with the Chiefs for the division, get into the wild card, and get out of the wild card round the way they weren't able to against Buffalo.
I love it. I love it, Richie. I thought I was going to have to come over there and show you who's boss.
Yeah.
You're being smart today. You are. It's all about a run game.
Yeah, listen, there's
it's gonna
2
open
hours
up
left.
everything.
I can change your mind.
Oh, I'm pretty sure you will. You're going to piss me off at some point during this show. But it is all about the run game. That's going to help Bo Nix out the most. It's being able to turn around and hand it to a running back that can give you that first down, that can be explosive, that can open up the game differently than it was last year, that can give you more options because now it's like you have that safety coming into the box to stop the run. Cortland's one-on-one, who's 6'4", 220 pounds, and does a great job with 50-50 balls. That's a better opportunity, a better chance to complete that pass now because of the run game and that threat on the ground.
Did you see Court working out on social media, by the way? He's out there with Jamar Chase.
It was like receiver U camp.
Wide receiver camp,
Which is a good idea. I wish the running backs would do something like that.
You know what? That is interesting. That I don't feel you hear about, Von Miller had the pass rush summit. Tight end U is like the biggest thing ever. You with Kelsey and Kittle and Greg Olsen was a part of that. And the wide receivers get together and they do stuff. Why don't the running backs do it?
It's the money. It's like you're having everybody come together. But if you think about it, like cornerbacks, tight ends right now, pass rushers,
they don't want to share their skill sets.
Well, it's not necessarily that. Like it's an all-day event. It's not just like, hey, we're gonna go and work out, but we're gonna do events as well. We're gonna go golf. We're gonna have fun. Like there's a bunch of money put into it when you're doing it the right way. So I think that's a lot of it. And then somebody has to come out, like Saquon Barkley or Christian McCaffrey, and say, hey guys, let's all get together. Let's all get together and share our secrets with each other, and let's just have a good time. And for some reason, the running backs, they're not doing that.
Yeah, because probably you get all these guys together, and then they realize after 90 seconds of getting together and talking, they're like, okay, just take the handoff and run.
No,
just go forward.
Don't disrespect
right?
us now.
It's a little bit less nuanced.
Richie,
you know what I'm saying?
Don't disrespect us now. Don't disrespect us now.
C-ball, A-gap.
No, that's you. That's you.
Well, I wanted to be a running back.
No.
I never was. I wanted to be. I never was. I played linebacker.
Yeah, I really don't know why, though.
Speaking of linebacker, pass rusher, on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043 from the 4859 because he wouldn't put his name on it, even though I want to give him credit. We were talking about gambles that are going to pay off, right, that the Broncos have made. This, even though I didn't include it in this exercise, this could qualify as one, but I think Q Robinson could turn some heads for the Broncos this upcoming season along that pass rush, defensive line rotation. As somebody who's kind of
like you would call him what, dark horses, somebody that you're not really paying attention to. Like you don't you're not expecting too much of right now. Like, I can see Q Robinson being that type of guy. I'm excited. Like, Richie, you were at camp or OTAs. Like, you're seeing some of these young players and what they look like in shorts and a helmet, and how fast they are and how well they move. Now, if it can look the same with pads on, we're going to be in great shape with someone like Q Robinson. But he's another one where he's a rookie. He's a developmental story. And so I just want to see him when the pads are and you're getting hit and you're getting frustrated and you're not doing things right. And it's like the next day and the next day and the next day, can you stay consistent? That's how you get on the football field. You got to be consistent every single day.
Somebody else who was out at OTAs and minicamp and basically everything the Broncos have going on is our 9 News Broncos insider Mike Kliss, who joins us right now on the hotline. Mike, before you jumped on there, we were just chatting a little bit about some of the additions and the gambles, quote unquote, maybe that the Broncos have made. And we settled, afterwards on maybe an honorable mention in Q Robinson, who I think has the opportunity, and we kind of agree, could turn some heads and maybe surprise some people as an under-the-radar sleeper kind of draft pick. How do you view Q Robinson going into this season?
Yeah, he's got to make it. He's got to make the 53, and he'll make the 53 as a 4th-round draft pick.
I think so.
But he's got to make it at. He's got to make it on game day, the game day roster on special teams. He's running 5th on the outside linebackers right now. I think at best 5th, and they usually don't use 5. But he came out of Alabama as a real good special team player, and I think that was a big reason why they drafted him as high as the 4th round. He went higher than most teams had him, but special teams was a big factor there. Darren Rizzi had a lot to do with some of these draft picks. And so that's where I see Q Robinson, and bring him along, see how he does. He was an interesting guy. He's got a high skill set. He's got a high ceiling, but not a whole lot of production at Alabama. And part of it was he couldn't get on the field. He didn't, he was a top 50 recruit coming out of high school, out of Birmingham. He goes to the home state school, Alabama, and he doesn't play. Till his senior year, he finally got a chance, and then he got hurt after about 6 or 7 games. Was having a good 5th-year senior year, and then got hurt. But the production hasn't matched the skill. That's another reason why they got him. They think there's a lot of untapped potential there, a lot of untapped skill if they can figure out how to hit the right buttons.
Mike, we got camp in 2 weeks. It's crazy that it's already here. We're going into camp. There's a bunch of battles that are getting ready to happen. To you, when you step foot into camp, because there's only going to be 800 fans that get to watch camp. So they're going to have to rely and lean on us to give the truth out there. What's an intriguing battle out there that you're going to be watching every single day?
Yeah, I'm going to be standing next to you every single day and asking you questions.
I love it. I love talking to you, Mike.
Yeah. To me, there's basically 3 things that I'll be watching. Who's going to, how are they going to shake out the running back position? J.K. Dobbins, you're going to have R.J. Harvey. I expect those 2 guys to get the carries, the first 2 sets of reps. And then I think Jaleel and Estime will probably will battle for that number 3 running back. I think Jaleel's probably the leader in the clubhouse for number 3, just because he's more of a number 3 like back. I think Estime is more of Estime might be the number 4 back guys, but if somebody gets hurt on top, he might jump over everybody and become number 1 because he's more of a 12 to 15 type carry a back guy. So where Jaleel can do some impact with 5 or 6 touches, and that's what you want from your number 3 back. So I'll be paying attention to that, how they kind of divvy up the reps there. And I think at receiver, I think Sean Payton's going to mix and match a lot during training camp in the preseason to see who teams up with Cortland Sutton. Vele, Bryant, all these guys. Troy Franklin looked like he got some action in the slot during the OTAs in the mini camp. It'll be interesting to watch him. It looks like they're trying to bring him along. and they all got, similar type body types at that receiver position. So be interesting to see how he winds up there. And then you got to watch to see how the inside linebackers are doing health-wise.
Yeah.
Alex Singleton coming back from ACL, Greenlaw coming back from a little bit of everything, starting with the Achilles a couple of years ago and the residuals from that. Will these guys look good coming back from injury?
Mike, I'm going to keep asking it only because it's still a question until it's not. Where do we stand, and what's the thermometer reading on some of these potential contract extensions for guys like Sutton, Allen, and Benito? Where do things stand right now?
Yeah, Sutton, I think of those three. Well, first of all, you got to get the rookies done, which I think will happen. I think you got to get the rookies done, which I think will happen early next week.
So you're not concerned with that?
Barron and Harvey. And then I would think Sutton's the priority after that. You got to get him done within the next 10 days. What is it, 22nd? Got to get him done by the 21st.
So, what, Mike, why would you put Cortland over someone like, let's say, Nick Benito, who hasn't had a contract yet? Why do you feel like Cortland Sutton should be the number one guy that they focus on first?
Because he's the guy that would protest. He's the guy. He had the issue last year. He protested. He held out of the involuntary, or the voluntary, I should say. He held out of the voluntary off season. He's let it be known he's not playing for 14. He's the issue. Benito, as of now, he's going into the final year of his rookie deal. The leverage is, I just think Cortland's made it a little bit more of a point than maybe Benito. I do think unless Benito makes noises of holding out if he doesn't get a deal, I just don't think that's where the priority is. It's about trying to bump up Cortland Sutton, see if he can get something done there.
Yeah.
I love it, Mike. Thank you so much for joining us, as you do every single week all across our shows here at The Fan. You are the man, and we will see you side by side with Phillip Lindsay in about 10 days from right now.
That's right.
Yes,
soon
sir.
enough, guys. Soon enough.
Cheers,
See you
Mike. Have a
later.
good one. All right, there is Mike Kliss joining us on the hotline. What do you think about that? He got my wheels turn a little bit. You got to get Cortland Sutton done by the 21st, which is 10 days from right now.
10 days, pretty much what Mike's saying, before there's like some kind of commotion or a holdout from Cortland Sutton if he doesn't want to be in camp.
Let's just say, for the sake of conversation here, that they don't. Do you think Sutton holds out? Does things start to get spicy during camp like they did a little bit last
for sure.
offseason?
They're not. It's not going to be considered a holdout. It's going to be considered a hold in. Cortland will show up because he does not want to be fined. Those are big boy fines. It goes from $25,000 to $50,000 to $100,000, and then you can add on from there. So if he holds out, it's going to be a hold in. I can see that happening. I believe
He's over
that
there on Dulcich Memorial Field.
I believe that Cortland's like, hey, like, look, I am not playing around. Like, I want to be paid this money. Now, I don't know what he's asking for, but he wants to be paid some type of money, and he's willing to do whatever it takes to get paid. So hopefully they can get something done so there's no drama. But I'm gonna kind of put my seatbelt on because we're fixing to find out.
I absolutely think Sutton will force the issue, and I mean he did it last year. So why would you assume that he wouldn't?
That's what Mike was saying.
When the promise was, hey, give you some incentives, do it again, and we'll pay you, and they did. So, and Sutton, who knows how many opportunities he's got left to cash in his NFL career.
This will be his biggest
his
one.
last
After
big
this
one.
one, he'll be done. He's 30 years old, so he knows that.
Do you think 26-year-old Nick Benito maybe considers ruffling some feathers if he doesn't get the deal that he wants? He's quote tweeting former players who are talking about paying him this amount of money.
I think
and
that's
this and
something that he needs to talk to his agent about.
We always talk about Sutton holding out or holding in and all that stuff. Could Nick Benito be somebody?
If his agent says we need to do it, then he's going to do it. I remember doing something like that. I asked when Melvin Gordon came to town, and I asked my agent and said, hey, do we need a holdout? Do I need to not show up? Because now they're not trying to get a contract done. And he's like, we can go two ways. You can go out there and play, and then we go from there, or we can do something like this. I decided to play because that was just who I was.
It's going to be fascinating, and we are just about 10 days from finding out if any of that is coming true. Coming up next, the Avalanche posted a photo on their social media that has a couple people jittering just a little bit. We got some insane statistics from the NBA Summer League stuff. And Patrick Surtain, if you had any doubt about how his peers feel about him as the reigning Defensive Player of the Year, you saw it on social media, and that's next.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Tuesday, July 15th from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on East Lincoln Avenue in Lone Tree. Limit one per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Phillip Lindsay here for Williams Jewelers. And if you're looking for fine jewelry or a great timepiece like I was, why not shop where some of the world's leading designers are sold? Williams Jewelers helped me find my new Tudor watch. And they treated me just like family the minute I walked through those doors. And they gave me the time I needed to make sure that I made the right decision for myself. And guys, it was a great decision that I made. Starting from one little store in Inglewood, Williams Jewelers has grown into 2 locations and has become one of the largest fine jewelers in the country. So when you step foot into their showroom, you'll feel just like family, and their service reflects that. They are dedicated and they work hard to make sure you're satisfied with your purchase, and they will share all the secrets of the business with you, then give you the best price in Colorado, guaranteed. So why not create moments and memories for yourself or the ones you love by going to Williams Jewelers, my hometown jeweler, also the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche, Denver's first family of fine jewelers, located in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue and also on Broadway and Bellevue. And don't forget to mention my name, Phillip Lindsay, when you walk through one of those doors.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, Dan Cicchini. For custom kitchens or cabinetry facing done right, go to drhi.com. Great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% APR with 72 equal monthly payments with approved credit. Call for details, 800-362-8370.
If you're considering sedation dentistry and want to learn more about it, Clarkson Dental can help. When it comes to your health, you want to make sure you know all the details. The highly trained professionals at Clarkson Dental have your answers. Learn more at coloradosedation.com.
Brandon Stokley from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. They conduct over 150 auctions every year, selling tens of thousands of items at the price you set. Auctions are held regularly for Colorado government agencies, and they always have big-ticket items at great prices. That's why I love Roller Auction. And almost all bidding is conducted online in real time, and it's open to the public. Anyone can participate. Check back regularly. New auctions are added weekly. Be the first to know about new auctions available for bidding when you sign up for email notifications. Go to rollerauction.com/thefan.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Catch a ride with EV and Auto. Catch a ride.
Hi,
it's Evie. This July, Castle Rock Chevrolet GMC is bringing the fireworks and the savings.
Boom! And Otto wants you to save $500 on all new and certified pre-owned cars.
Celebrate freedom and big deals all month long.
Just mention this ad and save 500 smackers.
Together, let's drive the Castle Rock Chevrolet GMC. Come catch a ride.
Evie and Otto always know where to go.
The Tree Farm's Array of Trees sale. Now through July 15th. See sale items at thetreefarm.com. Save 25 to 45% on thousands of 3 to 8-year-old shade and flowering trees. Choose from honey locust, linden, maple, oak, flowering crabapple, serviceberry, willow, and more. And save big on thousands of shrubs and perennials. The Array of Trees sale. Now through July 15th.
I-25 to exit 235. Then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
Want to partake in our contests? Check out the rules at DenverSports.com. Every day at 3:30, the drive comes off the top rope to hit you with a 1, 2, 3.
Finally, The Rock has come back to Denver.
Tape your wrists, stretch your spandex, and oil your hair. Here's Zach and Phil with today's 3 count on the drive.
All right, let's come up the top rope with it! 1! Phil.
Love it. I love it. Look at the confidence, Rich.
That was a
night
good one.
and day.
Even if I'll just give myself like a Dante Gomez pat on the back, that I felt like was a strong one.
That was a great one.
You got to hold it a little longer, though.
You want me to?
You know, Zach holds it for like a good 5 to 10 seconds.
He's got better vocal range than me.
He's got to hold it a little longer.
Okay, listen. Hey, I love a carrot to chase. I love a bar that I have to clear. So you got me for the next one. Phil, the Avalanche.
It's never good enough for Drew, by the way.
No, I respect that, though. It's always a grind. The Avs posted a picture on their social media, Phil, of 3 people. Sidney Crosby.
Sid the Kid. Very
well-known friend of Nathan McKinnon, who was on the other side. And in the middle is Justin Bieber. And I think this was from All-Star Weekend, right? Or something like that?
Yeah, All-Star Weekend in Toronto.
Little
Bieber fever.
Little Beaver Fever. He just put out a new album. I heard it sucks, but that's not what we're here to talk about.
Yeah, I listened to a couple of them.
You would have already pre-listened to it. It just came
I
out.
like me some Bieber. It's sad what's happening to him and what he looks like, but I like me some Bieber, so I had to check it out.
The caption of the photo was, quote, standing on business with the clock emoji.
Yeah.
So standing on business time. Whatever that means. Phil, what does that mean?
I mean, it can mean a lot.
How excited are you about the prospect of Justin Bieber joining the Avs blue line?
Look at you. I don't know how well he's gonna do, but he'll sure make a lot of music for us. Now, standing on time, the emoji, it can mean a lot. One, Justin Bieber just released his new album, which, by the way, like you said, I don't necessarily like the album. I think it's rushed. Number 2, yeah, Sid the Kid, that we don't know what's gonna happen here soon. We know that he wants to win. He's made that clear. Could it be a situation where he's partnering up with his boy Nathan McKinnon, back with the Colorado Avalanche?
That's the dream, the pipe dream, according to
and so now we're waiting
Greg
for that.
Wyshynski.
And so maybe it's like, hey, we're watching the time and waiting for this to happen. I don't know.
Phil, if you're
I'm
the
just
Avs,
hoping.
why do you? That's the only photo of Justin Bieber that you have, or I mean, maybe I guess you don't have a ton of photos with Justin Bieber because that's a random occurrence, but it just feels like a weird thing.
3 greats.
With all the speculation around Sidney Crosby and Nathan McKinnon, which they feed into, by the way. McKinnon's going on Instagram talking about fake news when people are linking the two together, but they're good friends, and it's always been like, what if? What if he left Pittsburgh and he came to Colorado? So it just feels weird that the Avs would put that out there.
No, but you know what? A lot of times when these organizations put pictures out there, there's a reason for it. So you're right. There's a reason why they put it out there. Now, maybe it's just to get some attention and people to talk about it again. Or maybe something's coming around the corner. Who knows? Maybe we end up getting Sid the Kid, Nathan McKinnon together, and Bieber Fever
All
on our
at
third
once.
line.
Guys, it's just mean.
Everything
Honestly, what it is.
On the third line.
It's mean. It's a mean tease from the Avalanche social team.
How did you take it? Take it, Drew.
I take it as like, this is mean. Why would you tease us like this?
I agree. It's not a troll. It's a tease.
It's total tease. Like, okay, you couldn't have found one picture with just Justin Bieber on it. Like, you had to throw Sidney in there with all the rumors that have been circulating the last year and a half, 2 years, whatever.
Why did you even have to post a picture for Bieber anyways?
Exactly.
If that's what it was
So
about?
what
Dante,
percent
what
would you put it on, before you go, Dante, what percent would you put it on that Sid the Kid ever reunites or
ever
tries
comes
to
to
join
Colorado?
forces? Yeah, when they
I think there's about a 75% chance at some point he plays with Nathan McKinnon in Colorado.
Ooh.
That's
75.
huge.
Yeah.
Greg
75%.
Wyshynski's calling it a pipe dream.
Well, because he wants him to end up with the Canadians up in
Montreal.
near Cole Harbor or whatever it is. Like,
Oh, yeah, Montreal wasn't good enough. You wanted
Drew,
to throw the city out there.
hockey guy says 75%.
All right.
75%.
Dante, what did
Whoa.
you make of it so we can get rid of Drew's self-gratiating Cole Harbor?
No, I think they're just messing with people. I don't think the Avs...
You think they're trolling?
Yeah, I don't think the Avs social media team's like, oh, we know something you guys don't. Like, I don't... They're not going to be the ones to break the news. They're just making stuff that's going to, generate clicks and whatnot.
Now, what if Elliot Friedman tweeted this picture? They'd be like, wait a minute, hold on.
Yes.
It's the
Something's
hockey
up.
version of
the wind horse. Like,
the wind
why
horse
would you
pointing.
do that? Why would they do that?
All right. On principle of Drew going Cole Harbor on us, Dante was more right than Drew.
75%. I love it.
Phil, the Summer League kicked off yesterday, and the Mavs and the Lakers squared off in their opener, which is Cooper Flagg versus Bronny James.
Epic battle.
What do you think the ticket price, Drew, for Mavs-Lakers Summer League?
I mean, it is Cooper Flagg, a lottery pick that everybody is like, hey, this is a generational player, unicorn. And then Bronny James, he has his own fan base. They love them some Bronny James. I'm going to go with $2,500. Something crazy.
$1,000 for courtside seats to Summer League. $3,000 plus for courtside. Lower bowl floor was at $1,000. And the average ticket price was basically $2.25.
And it was sold out.
Dude, that's NBA
out.
level prices. I mean, maybe not the courtside and all that, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I'm not in the courtside tickets market.
$3,000 for like one guy.
Lower bowl, $1,000 like finals price.
Yeah.
That's
brother,
sick.
if you're dropping $3,000 to sit courtside at Summer League and you're not a former player of the two teams that are playing, just trying to show out for your squad, you got to call a hotline or something. That's crazy to me.
By the way, Cooper Flagg didn't. He didn't have an awesome beginning of a summer league game.
He struggled a little bit. He came back.
Oh, for sure.
He rebounded,
he's
but
gonna be good. It's just one of those things.
He better be real good, or Nico Harrison's going to have people picketing outside of his house again. Phil, there was video on social media, we touched on it a little bit before we brought Mike Kliss on, of the wide receivers getting together and doing a little summit. You had Cortland Sutton, you had Jerry Jeudy, you had Jamar Chase, you had Chad Ochocinco, kind of the ringleader, showing the young bucks how to do it. And it was hilarious to me to watch them all talk about none other than Patrick Surtain, the reigning Defensive Player of the Year, and how difficult he is with his length and his strength at the line of scrimmage and his patience with how he engages you to beat. And you're talking about the Triple Crown winner in Jamar Chase, okay? This isn't slouch.
Yeah, but also when Jamar Chase goes up against someone like PS2 usually locks him up. So they're trying to find ways.
Yes.
They're trying to look. If Cortland was there, Cortland Bear and I gave him the recipe to beating PS2.
Right.
All right. I'm gonna have a bone to pick with Court if that's the case.
Which would be new because normally that's your boo. But My favorite part of the whole video was Ocho Cinco, as being Ocho Cinco, was being bravado and talking about, oh, all you got to do is dip and rip, baby, this and that, this and that. And Jamar Chase and all these guys were like, brother, no, you don't understand.
This is different.
This guy, he's like Thanos.
This man is not human.
He's unstoppable.
All right, he's fast, he has length, and he's strong. So it's fun. And if I'm PS2, I'm giggling. I'm giggling my butt off. Saying,
I'm loving that.
You know,
I am
like it
loving
just speaks volume of like how good PS2 really is.
Can't wait to see PS2 locking it up and maybe have another Defensive Player of the Year worthy season. On the other side, the Colorado Buffaloes clearly have a problem. But luckily for them, the person to my left is perfectly equipped to solve it. That's next.
Is Bo Nix bringing back pleasant memories for Sean Payton?
I am convinced the longer Bo's career goes on, if he just continues to ascend, I'm telling you, eventually the conversation's going to turn, and it's going to be Sean saying, I saw my next Drew in this guy.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Now that it's nice outside, I can't wait to spend time at my favorite outdoor oasis right in my own backyard. With my custom built-in grill island, comfy patio furniture, and blazing fire pit from O.W. Lee, I may never want to leave. Hi, this is Keith Lair with Lair Fireplace and Patio to let you know that we'd love to help you create your very own outdoor oasis in your backyard. Lair's offers the widest variety of top-quality O.W. Lee furniture and fire pits. With a great selection of in-stock items along with our custom ordering process, you can choose the exact style and color that will make your patio sizzle this summer. Lair's also sells the top names in quality barbecue grills and accessories to help you create an outdoor kitchen that will be the envy of your neighborhood. Lair Fireplace and Patio is Denver's oldest, most trusted name in barbecues and outdoor furniture. Family owned and operated since 1954. Go to LairFireplacePatio.com and see why O.W. Lee is the most sought after name in quality outdoor furniture and fire pits. That's Lair Fireplace and Patio, Denver's outdoor room experts.
Visit any of Lair Fireplace and Patio's beautiful showrooms.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and woodpeckers. Right now, get free installation with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280exteriors.com, the altitude of quality.
Get to the #1 sports bar, Twin Peaks. Summer's the season of splurging. Head into Twin Peaks all week and save big on some of your favorite menu items every day. Summer savings starts today. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Progressive's Teen Driver discount could lower the cost of insurance for your teenager and save you some money. And then you can still spend money on them. Because just when you think you have a grasp on spending, new sneakers. And then it's money for a school field trip. And of course, spending money. Oh yeah, and a new phone to replace the one they dropped in the toilet. Oh, don't remind me. So just get Progressive's Teen Driver discount. And then you can continue to spend money on them. Endlessly. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discount not available in all states and subject to terms and conditions.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Great news! It's $5 Fridays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. Only on Friday, get a large, thin-crust pepperoni sausage or cheese pizza for only $5. That's right, just $5. Best deal in town. Pick up a few today only at Papa Murphy's.
Catch a ride with Evie and Otto. Catch a ride.
Hiya, Evie here. This July, Foundation Kia is bringing the fireworks and the savings.
Boom! And Otto wants you to save up to $500 on all new and certified pre-owned cars.
Celebrate freedom and big, big deals all month long.
Just mention this ad and save 500 smackers.
Visit FoundationKia.com and catch a ride.
Evie and Otto always know where to go.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
You'll be one smart cookie when you try Bluebell Cookie Cake Ice Cream, a sweet cream ice cream loaded with chocolate chip cookie cake pieces and swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing. This cookie cake ice cream really takes the cake.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your favorite grocer. If you can't find it, be sure to ask for it.
8 seconds. A test of grit. The clash of brute strength. The battle of man versus beast. 2 nights of PRCA's Extreme Bulls Tour. Bucks into Cheyenne Frontier Days this July 21st and 22nd. The ultimate showdown, where every second counts. Don't miss the Extreme Bulls at Cheyenne Frontier Days. Tickets on sale now at CFDrodeo.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fans brought to you by Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
You know where we ain't?
This ain't Texas.
Texas.
Ain't no hold 'em.
You like this song, don't you?
It's just, I mean, look, Drew Spivak's out there. He's almost doing the chopper style back there,
Yeah, the
hopping on
chopper
one
style.
leg. This
Dougie.
song, listen, you can say what you
No,
want.
Drew's doing the Dougie here. You know what? I used to like Beyonce a lot.
Used to?
Yeah, used
Down
to.
on Queen Bee.
Yeah, I'm not into her songs as much anymore. But back in the day, they were really good. And maybe it's because I had 2 sisters and they would always listen to Beyonce, so I got used to it.
If Jay-Z and the Illuminati are listening, I do not agree with Phil's take. I think Beyonce is a stand-up musician. I think she's a global pop star, superstar phenomenon. No, that song is fun. You can say what you want, but it's not real country music, and not everybody.
She won a bunch of awards because
I
of
know,
it.
and it pissed a lot of people off.
Oh yeah.
In the music world or whatever. But listen, if it sounds good and people want to play it, why do we have to overthink it?
'Cause
People
we're
say
humans.
Morgan Wallen and Post Malone are a disgrace to country music. They're not this or that. Chicken Fingers would say some.
I love me
bleep
some
like that.
Morgan Wallen.
Morgan Wallen's music is fun. It's awesome.
Now
Post
Zach
Malone
Bryan
is.
he takes the cake, right?
But he's
never
almost
won
kind
for
of
me.
like folky bluesy, right? All right, before Drew yells at us, the Buffs have a pretty sports. The Buffs have a pretty clear problem, but thankfully for Coach Prime, the person to my left, you, is perfectly equipped to solve it.
I'm blushing, Richie.
Phil, I think the Colorado Buffaloes have a pretty significant problem to fix when it comes to their run game.
You think, Richie?
Yeah. Going out on a limb there, I know, on a Hot Take Friday.
That's a big take.
Is it just me? If I was on the morning show, is it just me, or do the Buffs have a problem? No. They had the worst rushing attack in the entire country in 2024, and it was not even close. At 65.2 yards per game, they were more than 11 yards behind Kent State, who had the second worst mark in the country. You're not just last, you're really last.
You're dead last.
Their leader in 2024, a whopping 384 yards and 4 touchdowns from Isaiah Augustave.
Which, by the way, he's not with us anymore.
He is not.
He went to Virginia to collect that bag because we didn't have enough money to keep him, supposedly. So he's a guy. And even with that, I think I heard some drama within that of that young man not even going to Virginia. So something's up.
Yeah.
Whatever the case may be, he's not with us right now.
The 3 backs that were behind that young man are still here in Dallin Hayden, Micah Welch, and Charlie Offerdahl. But none of them broke 200 rushing yards on the season last year. Now you got 2 new guys in DeKalen Taylor and Simeon Price.
And they're supposed to be some studs.
Supposed to be. So, Phil, how do the Colorado Buffaloes fix having the worst rushing attack in the United States of America in 2025?
Why do you have to put it like that, Richie?
Because that's the truth.
So dramatic. In the United States of America.
It is a dramatic problem.
No, it's a big issue. It's a huge issue. And if you don't address it, you're not going to win a lot of games this year. You have to run the ball, and that's something that Coach Prime did not do a good job of for the last 2 years, is running that football. And half of it is when you say, hey, I'm going to build from the outside in, you're not winning because that means that you're taking care of your weapons, but you don't have the interior offensive defensive linemen. Now, the Buffs should be better with offensive defensive linemen this year, but do you have the running backs to do it? Do you have the patience to run the ball and get a 2-yard gain, get a 3-yard gain, get a 5-yard gain, and then bust for 10 or 15 yards? You should be able to do it now. You should have the patience because you don't have Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter to tailor around. You don't have those two that you can just play backyard football and just say, "Hey, go and get it when you want it." So, with that being said, Coach Prime's going to have to change his way of thinking. Coach Prime's going to have to stick to running the ball, just like Sean Payton. He's going to have to stick to running the ball. Coach Prime's going to have to do the exact same thing and trust his guys. And it's going to be big to work on it every single day in fall camp. Fall camp, you should be going through inside drill for at least 20 minutes a day of just getting the offensive line and the running backs used to just carrying the ball. And when you get into the games, all right, that week 1 game, try to come up with your identity of being physical and let your running backs get into a groove, get into a rhythm to help you out. And that's going to open the game up for you and help a young quarterback like Juju Lewis out if he ends up being the starting quarterback, or even Caden Salters, help him have opportunities to have explosive plays.
Caden Salters got some wheels on him theoretically too. I think that if he's the starting quarterback, at least to start the season, you could see some designed quarterback runs and things of that nature. And you're right, Phil. The Buffs no longer have Shedeur Sanders and the daddy ball dynamic with Coach Prime in that they can look easier at abandoning the run game because they'll just let Shedeur chuck it all over the yard or scramble around and try to make a play.
And that was their strength last year, which so I understand that. Like, go ahead. If that's working, then continue to do it. But you don't have that here anymore.
If we don't see the Colorado Buffaloes make an improvement on the worst rushing attack in the country, who's going to be most to blame? You got Coach Prime, you got Pat Shurmur, you've got The Room, which has your leading rusher gone, but you got 3 returning guys who barely got to 200 yards on the season, and you got a couple of newbies in Taylor and Price. Who's most to blame if the Buffs don't improve the run game in 2025?
If a head coach does not win games, do they have a job?
No.
It's going to be on Deion Sanders. He's the one that has put this roster together. He is the one that put this coaching staff together. He is the one that can dictate what happens in these games. If he wants to see the ball on the ground and you're running the ball more, he can say that because this is his team. So if he just sits back there and lets Pat Shurmur run this offense and the offense isn't running the football, then that's a major issue. And that shouldn't be the case this year because we don't know. We don't understand or don't know right now when we're watching this team and this Buffs team because it's a new team, like the identity of it. Who is going to be the real deal for this team? So for Pat Shurmur, find a way to be a running team and help your young quarterback out, or even Caden Salters at that. So Coach Prime is going to have all the decisions, and he'll be able to make the decision he wants to make every single game, and it needs to be running the ball.
Well, they're going to have to, right? Because they had a pretty decent season last year, not to the standard that I wanted to hold them to, not to the ceiling that I would have liked to see them reach. I think they had the runway lights on to make the Big 12 title game.
It was right
to be
there
in the college
for
football playoff, and they fumbled it, for lack of a better term.
They did, against Kansas.
Devin Neal still scoring touchdowns.
He's still, right now, he's at like 10,000 yards.
Yeah. So I thought it was there for him, and they blew it. And even though you might look at their record and say, 9-4 and this and that and whatever, if they are going to take the next step that I think that they need to take and be in that title game, be in the college football playoff, either as a conference winner or an at-large bid, again, similar to the Broncos, they have to bring balance to that offense that no longer has Shedeur Sanders to try to mask some of their inefficiencies in the run game.
Well, you don't have LaJohntay Wester, who's a receiver that was really good. That's with Baltimore. Jimmy Horn, that's with Carolina. And, of course, Travis Hunter, two-way player, that's with Jacksonville. So you're missing a lot of weapons on the offense. And so now this is your time to find a different identity that can keep you in games and help you win tough games, and that's running the football.
4 o'clock on a Friday can only mean one thing.
Let's go.
It's time to play some trivia. Next.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Tuesday, July 15th from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on East Lincoln Avenue in Lone Tree. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Replace stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here, tell you about my buddy Troy Hansford. If you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now's the time to sell it, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my boy Troy still got his $5,000 guarantee. What is it? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, he's going to cut you a check for $5,000. Come on, who else does that? The answer is nobody. He does it because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families right now approved and ready to buy. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash. He can close in as little as 7 days. So you have a house to sell, pick up the phone and dial these digits: 720-900-4433. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. 720-900-4433. That's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of Remax Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Hey, you want to sell your house? Then pick up the phone and call my buddy Troy. 720-900-4433.
Quitters! This is the story of a big made-for-TV firm that quit on their sweet little old lady client. Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. A little while ago, we had a call into 303 Law 4040 from a sweet little old lady who had been injured in a car accident. Now, it was a little bit of a complicated case due to her age, but a big made-for-TV lawyer didn't want to do the work and just quit on her. She came into the 303 Law 4040 offices and said, Dan, I'm not looking to get rich, but this just doesn't seem fair. We agreed and told her that we couldn't guarantee her anything, but we're willing to put in the work. And after a ton of work, we were proud to tell her that we got the original $13,000 offer all the way up to $100,000. At 303 Law 4040, we're here to help you after you've been injured in a car accident, not take advantage of you like some of the big made-for-TV firms. You always get to meet with us for free, and you never pay a dime unless we get money on your behalf. So save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040, 303 Law 4040.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Woodley's Fine Furniture, specializing in custom upholstery, solid wood, and the most comfortable leather furniture imaginable. You will not find better built furniture than at Woodley's. Visit Woodleys.com today.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we're going to jump right into it here. Richie Carney sitting in for Zach By alongside Phillip Lindsay because I want to save a little extra time before we jump into trivia because the morning show this morning, who plays trivia on Wednesdays, right?
Yeah.
We come up with the Thursday, sorry.
The old man
We come
group.
up with the questions on Wednesday.
They play Thursday.
They play Thursday, so yesterday. And this morning, they aired a little bit of a grievance with this show that they would like to have reciprocated. So I'm just going to let Stokley and Evans take it away.
While I don't like the way they came up with questions yesterday, I'm calling for two things here. One, I'm going to rise above and take the high road. Two, I am going to call for Zach By to take back control of his show because he's given far too much responsibility delegated to Dante. And Dante, I think, has
failed him.
He's lost the privilege.
Yeah.
So I call on Zach By to take over the play calling, much like I did. Johnny Fever was not doing a good job with his questions. And I stepped in and took him away. I took away the play calling.
That's right. It slowly, started to get worse and worse. And we recognize that as leaders. And you made the decision to take it back. Take over the play calling. Take over the questions. And so all we're asking is Zach do the same. It's time for Dante to step aside. Maybe he'll just resign today. That would be the best thing. If he just came out today, they popped Dante on, and he says, you know what, guys, you're right. I'd
like to make a statement.
I've heard the criticism, the critique of my questions, and I'm going to step down, and I'm going to take some time away.
Dude, those guys are the
Wow.
best.
At least they threw their own guy under the bus while throwing Dante.
They did,
under.
and that is the truth.
Oh, Dante.
That is the truth. They were unhappy with John Simmer's questions for the opposite reason that they seemed to be upset at Dante's, which was that they felt John was giving them too easy, giving us, you guys, too easy of questions, and so he wanted to take the reins back to maintain competitive balance.
Dante, you look like you're crying, man.
They called for you to hand in your resignation and make a statement, so I would like to give you the floor to do what you wish right now.
Well, first I want to start off by saying I've been a major part of the trivia since we started. So
True.
there's no way
Yeah.
that, like, literally since the beginning, even when I wasn't voicing them, I was coming up with roughly 50% of the questions still.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's nothing new that's going on. And then second, Zach can't call the plays if he's not here.
Throwing a shot.
Hold on.
Throwing a shot. Friendly fire.
Hold on, Dante. How are you going to do that?
I love that.
Hey, how are you going to do that?
Good.
Look. Zach's not here. You got the morning show bagging on you. Like, we want to have your back because you're right. You're a big part of this, and you come up with a lot of questions. They don't understand that. And then you take a shot at our teammate.
Well, I'm not taking a shot
That's a
at
bad
Zach.
teammate, bro.
Well,
That's a bad teammate.
it's a bad
What do you
teammate.
have to say to Stoke and Mike that are putting you out there and saying that you're not doing a good job and that you should be fired? That's pretty much like fire from trivia.
I mean, I disagree. I gave him.
I would just like to start there.
I gave him one question that I thought was too hard yesterday. I'll admit that. And then the other three I felt really comfortable with. And then they just like to pick and choose what they complain about. And then it kind of makes it like a big umbrella of complaining, even though they have very like niche disagreements with the questions.
Yeah, Mike's like, I'm going to take the high ground, but I'm still going to complain and throw Dante and John Simmer under the bus.
In fairness, you can only fit so much of a clip. His high ground was talking about the fact that he didn't just take the lowbrow route and try to bury us with questions that he thinks we would definitely lose.
That's true.
And I appreciate I never try to make them difficult on purpose. Like, I'm from the beginning have said
the losing teams of the 2017 Eastern Conference Finals.
I didn't think that was that. It was 2021. I didn't think that was that crazy.
It is the 2017 Final Four. You're right. I mixed those two.
Listen, at the end of the day,
Four.
the morning show just needs to do better.
They do.
They got to. They got
that's
to
No
one thing-
excuses, no explanations to your job.
That's one thing we
Ty's
don't
got to
complain.
step his game up like he usually does.
He is their secret weapon.
He is their
carries
secret
them.
weapon, absolutely.
He carries them. Stokely, kind of like Phil,
Yeah.
has
Hey,
like
why
a
am I
random.
taking-
He
why
has
am I
a. Well, we're
taking-
all
why
just
are you
taking
taking-
shots at each other.
No,
right?
actually,
Okay.
no. Stoke contributes. It's
He
more like,
does.
It's more like
Hold on now,
Stink and
Drew.
Phil take the segment off.
Stink and Phil. Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
so
There
we're
you
gonna take
go.
the segment off.
So all of a sudden we're just like being bad teammates to each other? What are we, the Denver
Yes, that's
Nuggets?
what trivia is all
All
about.
right, let's huddle up. Let's huddle up. Let's regroup, and let's get this done. Dante Gomez, hit the music.
In honor of Superman hitting the big screens,
Dean Cain played Superman on television. Where did Dean Cain play college football?
Oh, boy.
Yeah, he's mad at us. He's mad at us. He didn't give us multiple choice.
The only thing I know about Dean Cain
is the fact that he played Superman. That's literally all I know.
And then there's like a John Mulaney bit where he's like, "Is that Dean Cain?
Is that Dean Cain?" Yes,
Yeah.
yes, because I saw that going around social media too. Drew, college football guy. Do you have anything?
I have two thoughts here. All right, number one, Dean Cain looks like kind of a pretty boy, like actor guy, kind of guy. So
Yeah.
my first thought was maybe USC.
That was what I was. When you said pretty boy, that's the
California.
first school that comes to mind.
But
Hollywood.
he also kind of strikes me as a guy that's like from the Midwest, like Ohio or something like that, in his roots. Like now he's a California guy, and maybe beforehand he was kind of an upper Midwest Ohio type person. So,
Like, what about like
When
he
was
seems,
the
he seems like a good-looking dude, but he's also seems like he's smart.
When was the show around? Does anyone know that?
It was old. He was not.
It had to be like early 2000s, right?
Was
Oh,
it?
I was
No,
thinking
I think
like
it's
70s
No, I
or
think it's
60s.
before 2000. I
Dean
would have said
Cain's
like
not that old. He's got to be like
80s.
No, Dean Cain's like in his
90s?
50s. Dean Cain's like in his 50s, I think.
Okay.
So what would be?
I don't know why we're talking. Let's just throw out a guess.
Yeah.
I think
All
it's,
right, California or
Like, he's a smart
California
guy.
or Midwest?
I really like Alabama.
I kind of like that too.
I think it's gonna be something. It's not gonna be a big school. If it was a big school, we would.
It's gonna be like Wesleyan,
right?
No, I think it's like he like I keep saying he's a smart guy. I've heard he's a smart guy.
All right, I'm gonna put my vote in favor of Roll Tide. I'll roll with Dante on this one. I think that could be a one that makes sense. I can see him in that crimson with the helmet. And Drew, do you have an objection strong enough on USC? Because I could be swayed.
I really feel like it might be USC because they got like the acting school there, played football there.
The acting school.
I don't know
yeah.
if he was any good at all. I didn't even know he played college football. I'm just guessing. So my inclination is go USC.
Phil?
I keep saying smart guy. What's the Ivy League school that you would?
Ooh.
Harvard,
think?
Yale,
Princeton.
Penn.
Ivy League?
Ivy League. Because and they've been around for forever.
They have.
He's
I don't know what
old.
that has to do with Dean Cain.
No,
being,
no. But
being
I'm
old
just
and
saying,
young.
like, it's just I've heard that he's a very smart guy, and maybe it's a school.
What about Princeton?
You want to try like
Over Harvard?
over Harvard?
Let's just throw one in there. I don't think we have any
No, we have no
strong
direction.
inclination.
Phil, you want to make the call on the Ivy
Make the
League?
call.
Let's try. I like Drew.
I like
Drew.
Princeton.
You
If
wanna
we're going to do Ivy
Princeton?
League, I like
Princeton.
Princeton.
Let's go
Okay, let's
Princeton.
do it.
All right, hold on. We'll go Princeton. Send it in, Jerome.
Send it in, Jerome!
Answer: Princeton.
Oh my God!
Let's go,
Are you
Drew!
kidding me?
I just know he was I've heard a lot about how this man is like very intelligent.
Phil?
But I didn't say Princeton.
Phil, that is going to piss the morning show off to a degree
And look,
that you
look,
cannot
there's no
even
cheating,
believe. This
no,
just
there's no
ruined.
cheating.
This just ruined their weekend. Oh my God!
I have no word. I don't know what just happened.
That dude.
Well, I want to know.
I
how,
wouldn't
for
have
Drew.
said.
It's like Drew, like
Well, you know, when you said that, I was like, okay, maybe he's an East Coast guy. Princeton is in New Jersey. Could he be like a New Jersey type guy? I don't know. I'm literally just making stuff up. at this
Yeah.
point. I had no idea. But when you said it, I was like, Princeton seems like a logical guess.
All right, we
Wow.
got Phil. That was unbelievable.
Let's go!
That was unbelievable. You just needed
I can't
Zach
give
not
all
to
the
be
credit.
here for you to shine in trivia.
it was like,
clearly.
hey, I led us to it. Drew, good job.
Next question, Dante.
Since 1971, 5 coaches have won 3 or more college football national championships. Name them.
Oh,
1975.
Oh,
Since
Asking
1975.
for 5 coaches.
This
So,
is
Nick
a
Saban-
Dante Govez revenge question.
Yeah.
5 coaches have won how many?
Was
3.
3. So Nick Saban is an automatic.
yeah.
Okay.
What about?
Kirby Smart.
I think he only has
I think he has 2. I believe.
Well, they
Da-
won back to back. Did they win any before that?
I don't think they did.
How many has Dabo Sweeney?
I think Dabo's got 2 as well.
Dabo had 2 with Clemson for sure.
Yeah.
Urban Meyer have 3.
Ooh.
He had 2
with
of them at Florida.
Florida.
And
Did he win?
Ohio State?
Ohio State. Urban
Yes,
Meyer's got
Ohio
it.
State,
Yeah.
okay.
So we got Saban,
Urban Meyer.
Urban.
What about Joe Paterno? Because I know he won one in the 80s at least. He probably may have won one in the 70s.
Yeah.
I think we'd back pocket that for now.
Yeah.
What about Pete Carroll?
Pete Carroll won
I think
2.
he won. Oh, was it not 3 at USC?
Did he win 3?
I want to say 3. I could be wrong, but like he was on a heater. And then they added Reggie Bush.
They were going for a three-peat when they
Yes.
lost to Vince Young, but did they win one like a year prior to that as well?
I feel like Pete only had 2 at USC, but I could be wrong.
Could.
Okay, so we can keep that one as a back pocket one here. In addition to, who'd you say, Paterno?
Paterno.
What about Les Miles? Did
I think
he
Les
ever-
only got one.
And Les got fired because he could never beat Alabama.
Yeah.
And
I think he won one, but that's it.
that was the 2009, I think.
Something like that. Yeah.
It was an ugly game.
Let's see.
I mean, think of the schools that like Miami won a bunch, but I think Jimmy Johnson only won 2 of those.
Yeah, Howard Schnellenberger may have gotten one.
I think he has 1.
Yeah. Who's coach? Butch Jones. I
Oh,
think.
what about the old guy from Notre Dame?
Lou Holtz?
Lou Holtz?
I think
Did
he only
win
got
the
one.
Holtz? One. He's a legend. He has 1.
I think he only got one. The year they beat CU, unless he got 1 or 2 before that.
Miami, we would have to do the one with Miami.
Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah, I
The problem
feel
is,
like,
I think there's too many Miami coaches. Was
Yeah,
Jimmy
'cause
there
Jimmy
long
Johnson
enough?
went to Dallas at one
Because
point.
Miami won several, but it just I don't know if they had the amount of
All
time.
right. Well, we've tossed out 5 names, but we only feel confident about 2 of them.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
1975. Oh, Tom Osborne.
Nebraska?
Nebraska. That's an easy one.
Okay, I
Tom
like
Osborne.
that.
So we got 3.
We got 3.
Okay. Tom Osborne, Nick Saban, Urban Meyer, and then we've got maybes at Pete Carroll, Jimmy Johnson.
I
and
feel strong
Paterno.
about Joe Paterno.
Joe
Okay.
Paterno, yeah, I could see.
All right.
Oh, Bobby Bowden.
Florida State.
Did they get 3 though?
He had 1 with Jameis. I don't know if he had any.
He had.
before
He
that.
had.
Oh no, that was Jimbo Fisher.
That was
Yeah,
Jimbo.
Jimbo.
But Bobby Bowden won one, I believe, in '99 when they beat Michael Vick in the Sugar Bowl, and Bobby Bowden would have got one, I think, in '93 as well.
But that's only 2.
I know. I'm trying to think if he maybe got a 3rd one somewhere, but man, I feel like Bobby Bowden has 3.
Okay. So if we did Nick Saban, Urban Meyer, Tom Osborne, Bobby Bowden, Joe Paterno. Any objections to that? Pete Carroll. We've kind of moved on from Jimmy Johnson.
I feel strong about those 5.
Dante, you look vexed.
Yeah, I just don't know who the 5th is. I'm good with Paterno.
Yeah.
Man, if we can go 2 for 2 here after Phil's miraculous, somehow divine intervention, let's lock it in. Nick Saban, Urban Meyer, Tom Osborne, Bobby Bowden, and Joe Paterno.
Send it in, Jerome!
Nick Saban, Bear Bryant, Tom Osborne, Urban Meyer, and Barry Switzer.
Okay, 3 out of 5. Barry Switzer.
Barry Switzer didn't even cross my mind because he got his at Oklahoma.
Bear Bryant. I don't know why I just felt like that was further back.
I feel like
was he not before the 70s?
Yeah, I thought that was further back. That wasn't on my radar.
So what did we get? 3 out of 5.
3 out of 5.
We got 3 out of
That's not
5.
bad. I feel okay about that.
All right, coming up next, we will close out trivia and we will see if we can break our even tie. That's next.
Is Tim Hardaway Jr. the most underrated signing for the Nuggets?
You talk about another pro's pro. Someone who can play off the bounce. He can play off the ball, catch and shoot, intellect through the roof, can close games if you ever needed him to. He is among the same ilk 3 years ago, bringing in KCP and Bruce Brown.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Most people don't think about their garage door until it stops working. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. There's never a good time for your garage door to break, whether you're rushing to work or you're trying to get the kids to school. We know how much you rely on your garage door. That's why we offer same-day repairs, because life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Over 90,000 five-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage door is what we do, but making your life easier and your home safer is why we do it. Families trust us because we deliver, and we'd be honored to earn your trust too. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
Are you in a high-risk fire zone? Got woodpecker holes? Siding starting to rot? What's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy Siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and yes, even woodpeckers. For the month of July, get free installation with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280 won't just replace siding. They upgrade your home. Old siding off, new bat insulation in, plus rigid insulation for a better thermal envelope. 5280exteriors.com. The altitude of quality.
Great news. It's $5 Fridays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. Only on Friday, get a large, thin-crust pepperoni sausage or cheese pizza for only $5. That's right, just $5. Best deal in town. Pick up a few today only at Papa Murphy's.
Born to Dare. Tudor timepieces from Williams Jewelers are devoted to the classic, but reject the status quo.
Like the Tudor Black Bay Dive and Sporting Watch. The Tudor Black Bay incorporates a supremely robust manufacturer caliber movement that took the Tudor R&D team 5 years to develop.
It boasts a generous 70-hour power reserve, exceptional ergonomics, and independently certified precision.
It sets a higher standard, Tudor standards.
Come experience the entire collection of fine, Swiss Tudor timepieces for men and women at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, including the legendary Black Bay and the all-new Pelagos FXD.
For those who are up for anything, who face their fears,
And those who reinvent themselves every day.
for those born to dare, Tudor.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, on the corner of Broadway and Bellevue, your official Tudor jeweler.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
It's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
I don't know what you know about that, but what I know is that the morning show is fuming. Or they will be. When they
They're
listen
always
back
mad.
to... They've got a little Statler and Waldorf.
Every dog
in 'em.
has their day.
They will be livid when and skeptical, I'm sure, when they listen back to you, Phil, directing us toward the Ivy League for Drew to ultimately pull Princeton on Dean Cain's collegiate university.
Yeah, and I would like to apologize to Phil because I did say that he usually takes a segment off. Well,
Yeah,
Phil,
how do you feel
definitely
about now?
did not
You
take
took a
the
shot
segment
at
off.
Phil.
I did.
Zach, you took a shot at Phil. Dante took a shot at Zach.
So I'd like to take this moment to apologize to my co-host here, Phillip Lindsay, and say,
All right, we will get to fill in the blank, brought to you by Williams Jewelers. But in the meantime, let's finish up trivia. Dante Gomez, hit the music.
Who has won the most Major League Baseball All-Star Home Run Derbies? Is it Prince Fielder, Yoenis Cespedes, Ken Griffey Jr., Pete Alonso, or Frank Thomas?
Oh, so this one they give us multiple choice.
But like 6 options.
Yeah. Well, Pete Alonso's won back-to-back.
Polar Bear.
Right.
He won the one at Coors Field, didn't he?
I think
he did.
So.
I think he has 2 then.
Uh-huh.
What are the other names they
Griffey.
Griffey, Yoenis Cespedes.
Prince Fielder,
and Frank Thomas. Did we say that?
Yeah. Big Hurt.
Big Hurt.
Hawking that Nugenics.
Who would you take out?
I actually feel like I would take out Frank Thomas because he doesn't seem to be like the type that would be built for the speed of the home run derby.
Well, it used to not be speed.
Right. That's true.
My gut tells me, and I could be wrong on this, that Ken Griffey profiles as a trap pick. Like, it seems obvious.
Right.
He's the slugger.
Yep.
And you're going to be baited into that. I could be wrong.
I like Cespedes as an option.
That's the wild card one that caught my eye.
I remember him winning at least one, what was it, like 5-6 years ago?
Uh-huh.
It was Prince Fielder, Yoenis Cespedes, Frank Thomas, Ken Griffey Jr., and Pete Alonso, right?
Prince Fielder's also won, though.
Yeah, he has.
Pete Alonso has the recency bias that I think could be a trap. Ken Griffey Jr., to my ear, felt like the easy, obvious one.
Yeah,
if you were
that's the
kind
one
of
that perks up. Like,
Yoenis Cespedes felt like the curveball wild card one that had me kind of like. That was like when they asked about the state that had the most sand, and it was like Nebraska. I'm like, why would he put that in there? It's my Brian Windhorst fingers.
Well, so if we're going that, it's got to be 3 because we know that Alonso's won at least 2.
I like Fielder or Cespedes.
I think I'm with Dante on this one.
I like that narrow down right off the bat if we're
Yeah.
cutting it into 50-50 shot.
So who would have won? So you said they're going to have to win 3.
They got to have won 3.
When was the last time either of these guys had won one?
It's been a while.
Yeah.
Probably at least like close to 10 years.
Yeah. Man,
Fielder or Cespedes?
I kind of lean towards Prince Fielder.
I like Fielder too. That's kind of where I was leaning.
I'm with you. Cespedes caught my eye at first, and now that we've narrowed it down, Prince Fielder feels like the ultimate one you just dismiss because you're looking at other options. Let's lock it in. Prince Fielder.
Send it in, Jerome!
The answer? Ken Griffey Jr. with 3.
Wow.
The obvious pick. It's a reverse psychology.
Well, the answer was 3, so at least we had that.
We had the number right.
The number right.
There's a little trend with them now.
All right, we got to salvage it. We got to salvage a split. Here.
Yeah.
Let's hear the curveball.
Your curveball question. To commemorate Superman hitting theaters today, what year did Action Comics #1, the debut of Superman, come out? Was it 1938, 1939, 1941, or 1962?
Okay, well, I'm not a Superman fan, at all. I've never seen a movie, never seen the show, have no idea other than Dean Cain played football at Princeton. That's the only thing I know about Superman.
This is, first of all, Ty voicing the question just gives me like a chill down my spine. Because I know that this is a wicked answer. And the fact that he gave 3 options, 1938, 1939, 1941.
Yes, I feel like it's in between those.
Or is he just trying to get us to look at those, and the answer is 1962, decades later?
Well, okay,
we're talking about comic books.
Superman's the OG superhero.
Yeah, so
did Superman have anything to do with World War II?
That's kind of where my mind went.
So in my mind, it would go to what 1941-ish, or when did World War II start? I don't even remember.
I think it was 44.
40. I thought it was 42 to 45.
Maybe it ended in 40. Yeah.
42 to 45 roughly.
So if that's the case, then you would say what 1941?
I kind of like 39.
Yeah, because you need a little time to warm it up, right? I mean,
it's like kind of it's like taking C, but obviously it's not C in this order, but
it's like the middle.
Yeah, it's the middle, exactly.
1938, 1939, and then 1941.
1939. Going once,
1939.
going twice.
I like 1939.
I'm cool with that.
You good with it?
Yeah,
All
I'm
right.
good with it.
Screw you, Ty. 1939.
Send it in, Jerome!
The correct answer is 1938.
Oh!
The rest are the debuts of Batman, Captain America, and Spider-Man.
Oh! 1938 was the freaking comic book year. Spider-Man, Captain America, and Superman?
Apparently so.
First of all, how do those all get batched together, like released at the same time? That's
Right.
crazy. I thought Superman had a long head start on some of those.
1938.
Oh, Ty.
So they went 1 and 3, and we did as well.
Yeah.
We went 1 and 3. We walked
So
away.
should we complain like them?
No.
Those were tough.
They were tough, but gettable questions.
Yeah.
Ty.
I know. The
You got
closer.
us.
I will
You
say I
got
would
us.
appreciate less Superman in the future.
Yes, seriously.
If we could
Yeah,
make a
there's 2 of 'em.
suggestion.
I mean, out of the 4 of us, how many of us actually are Superman people?
Not me.
Not
I
me either.
I've watched them. It's not like, oh, that's my favorite superhero.
Yeah. Now we tried.
Phil likes the regular guy behind Superman more.
Right.
Oh, you want to go down
What
that
was his
road?
name?
You want to go down that? What is it?
Kid
What is
Clark?
it? No.
No, yeah.
What
was
is
his
it,
name?
Phil?
What's Superman's
what
name?
Drew just said. Kent Clark.
Yes. The magic, the mystique, and the wonder of Man Super, Kent Clark. We'll do fill in the blank coming up next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the Pro Shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, faucets, vanities, doors, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online now through July 18th. Not a member? Join My Lowe's Pro Rewards for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Is now a good time to buy a home in Colorado? The answer is absolutely yes. We are in a buyer's market, and if you've been sitting on the sidelines, you need to call my friends at American Financing today. The first step to getting a home is getting the right loan, and they can pre-approve you in 24 hours or less. There are more houses on the market today than there have been in the last 5 years. Interest rates are competitive, and home prices have been stable. That means you can find a great deal while locking in a monthly payment that fits your budget. Plus, with home equity building over time, your investment grows, making home ownership a smart long-term financial decision. If you continue to pay rent, you're just paying your landlord's mortgage, and you don't need 20% down. You could be in your new home with as little as 3% down. Plus, they offer down payment assistance programs to make home ownership even easier. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000 or visit AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Great news. It's $5 Fridays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. Only on Friday, get a large, thin-crust pepperoni sausage or cheese pizza for only $5. That's right, just $5. Best deal in town. Pick up a few today only at Papa Murphy's.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are two very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Jacob's Law, 303 Law 4040.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Tough outing there. We start 1-0. Phil has the miraculous, the Princeton pull.
That last second heave.
The last
that
second
goes
heave. He lobs it up.
Lobs
it up with the Ivy League, and Drew just yams it home. And there's Phil under the basket, like Dwayne Wade.
Dwayne Wade and LeBron James.
Yeah.
I don't want to point fingers, Richie, but you bringing up the controversy ahead of time, maybe you could have waited till after.
Oh, Dante, are you hurt right
the
now?
morning show's controversy?
Yeah.
You think that rattled us?
Maybe.
I think we've got to be stronger than that.
Look at Dante, he's so mad.
Well, we started fighting between each other a little bit.
Yeah, but we
there.
got the first question right afterwards right. We were flying high.
Yeah, but that's the interim coach game. And then,
Oh, yeah?
The fired
You're
coach
right.
bump. Well, you know what? We were close.
It's like Drew calling me out, so I said, you know what? Let me try my hardest.
Right.
We
I
get the first
love by the
one.
way, in true Dante fashion, Dante throws the first stone at Zach By, who's not even here, and then goes, "Why were you guys throwing shots? What's going on?" you rattled us. No, we got the Princeton pull, and then we went 0 for 3. We got 3 out of 5 on the coaches, and there is now that I'm looking at it, we did initially I think phrase the question wrong. They said 1971. In our heads, we were thinking 1975. I was definitely thinking that, so
Yeah.
I'll raise my hand and say I was definitely.
I mean, there were tough questions, but it's like they're doable. We just didn't.
Yeah,
do
no,
a
those were
job.
good. Those were good. Ty's freaking curveball, Superman. We missed it by 1 year.
Yeah.
1938, 1939, 1941, 1965. That's just well done. It's just well done. 1962, whatever. All right. It's time for Fill in the Blank, presented by Williams Jewelers. Phil, there's a Denver Bronco who already, in the eyes of the national media, is being projected as a letdown in 2025.
Damn, already.
and that Denver Bronco. I won't make you. I'm gonna let you retire on a high note with the polls. So I'm not gonna ask you to fill in the blank with which player is it.
Yeah, please don't.
The player is J.K. Dobbins. J.K. Dobbins is being projected by Christopher Knox, Christopher with a K, of Bleacher Report, to be a bust. Here's his rationale and explanation. Quote, while Dobbins did rush for 905 yards last season and signed a modest one-year, $2.7 million deal with Denver this spring, he's a strong candidate to fall short of expectations. Dobbins has an extensive injury history and missed another 4 games in 2024. He's also unlikely to hold an every down role with Jaleel McLaughlin, Audric Estime, and rookie second-round pick R.J. Harvey also in the room. Given Sean Payton's tendency to use a backfield committee, it would shock to see Dobbins buried. It wouldn't shock, I should say, to see Dobbins buried on the depth chart or even with another team by midseason.
Come on. Come on.
Phil?
Christopher with a K, right?
Christopher Knox with a K and also a K, double K.
All right.
Probably should stop there.
Yeah, definitely stop there.
Phil, in a fill-in-the-blank Friday moment,
yeah,
presented by Williams Jewelers, J.K. Dobbins at the end of the 2025 season will be looked at as a blank.
As a player that exceeded expectations.
I love it. I love it. I hope
I had to
that's
do that
right.
dramatic pause.
Yeah, you did. Did you see I leaned in a little bit?
Yeah. You know, everybody gets quiet. The reason I say that is I'm not looking for J.K. Dobbins to go for 1,000 yards. 1,000 yards in today's football, all right, that's fine as a stat in an individual player. You like it. But it's not telling the whole story. J.K. Dobbins is not going to be pushed down this depth chart. You have him here to help you win football games. Also, for J.K. Dobbins, I'm not expecting J.K. Dobbins to take 30 carries a game. That's why you bring in R.J. Harvey and Jaleel McLaughlin. I'm expecting J.K. Dobbins to get us those tough yards, to stay healthy because he's not going to have to carry the ball 240 times in this year. We're not looking for that. We're looking for him to do as much as possible with less carries. He can be a lot more explosive because he has the offensive line to do it with. He has a quarterback. All right, and Sean Payton's going to do a better job of scheming up run plays for him. So for someone to say that he's going to be the bust is crazy to me because I'm not looking for it to be this 1,500-plus yard year for him. I'm looking for him to just be a dynamic duo to R.J. Harvey and even for Jaleel McLaughlin and keep the chains moving and win football games. So that's why I think that he's going to have a great year. He's going to stay healthy, and he's going to contribute in so many different ways, and he's going to be able to get those tough touchdowns, and that's what we look for. That's what we need.
If I was to set an expectation for J.K. Dobbins in this 2025 season, it would be kind of along the lines of what you were saying, that he's healthy, available, and contributing for 17 games and whatever comes after that. That the magic of Bo Lowry and how healthy the Broncos have been during Sean Payton's tenure, that magic rubs off on J.K. Dobbins and all these injuries that have plagued him and Dre Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga, more so than even those guys on defense, that if that works for J.K. Dobbins, that's my expectation, is that he finds a way to be healthy and contributing for 17 games.
Because
I don't need
make no
to put a
mistake
number
about
on
this, Richie. If J.K. Dobbins is healthy, he is the starting running back. He has proven in this league that he can run the football. He almost went for 1,000 yards and missed 4 games. All right, he's averaging 5 yards in his career at 5 yards a carry. So now it's all about health with him. And guess what? He's on the Denver Broncos, and the Denver Broncos have been able to stay healthy for the past 2 years. So for some people out there saying that this could be a bust, you're getting him for a really good price. $2.7 million to be a starting running back and to help bridge that gap until someone like R.J. Harvey starts to take that role. I love it. And I'm gonna be with J.K. Dobbins. I'm gonna ride with him because I think it's a great pickup, and it's a good duo between the three of them. What would you say? A good trio. Because I believe Jaleel McLaughlin's going to make this team because of his speed. Okay, J.K. Dobbins will be the starter because of the experience, and he can be explosive. And R.J. Harvey, okay, can find his role being bigger as time goes on, but he's going to be doing a lot of work out of the backfield.
Yep. Now, I will say, you got to have a stable of horses in the running back room.
Running backs go down so fast.
But what I want ultimately, and I think what Sean Payton wants, is to actually not have a trio, for this not to be a menage a trois. Okay.
Well, with Sean Richie Rich,
pick
Sean has
a
always,
duo. A lot of dynamic duos, not a lot of dynamic trios.
Well, the trio this year, it doesn't mean that you're splitting it even. But the trio may be like, hey, Jalil, you're coming in for gadget plays.
You need more than two.
Exactly.
But I want two to be the guys. I want a Batman and I want a Robin. And in the case of J.K. Dobbins, I don't actually care if he starts as Batman and finishes the season as Robin, or it's vice versa. As long as he's putting on a cape in Week 18, whether he's Batman or he's Robin, I feel good about it for the Denver Broncos.
J.K. Dobbins, this is his spot to lose, his job to lose. He is going to have the head start because of being in this league and what he has done so far. Now, if R.J. Harvey has a phenomenal camp and he takes it from J.K. Dobbins, that's what you want to see. But right now, if we're going into the league and you told me, hey, who is the starting running back, it's going to be J.K. Dobbins because of what he has brought to this league so far, and he's going into year 6. You got to go with somebody that you could rely on, that you've seen before, and that's J.K. Dobbins.
One of the most respected voices in college football gave a spicy, bold take about Coach Prime in year 3 with the Colorado Buffaloes, and I want to dissect it coming up next.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Tuesday, July 15th from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on East Lincoln Avenue in Lone Tree. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's going on, everybody? It's that time of year again. It's summertime, which means concert season, vacations, and all the things you do outside. And guys, nobody wants to worry about how they're going to get somewhere or where they're parking. Let Hermes Worldwide handle all the travel needs. I actually stopped by and visited with my friends at Hermes a few weeks ago, and they actually have so many different vehicles to choose from. And if you and your friends are looking to party and go crazy, ride in style on one of Hermes luxury charter buses or Sprinter vans. If you're someone who's concerned about the environment, like a lot of people are, they've got something called the Lucid Air. It's a sweet ride, and it's guaranteed, okay, to have people turning their heads looking at you like, man, who is that person coming out that car? Are you and your lady friend heading to a concert? You can take a luxury sedan or SUV. So no matter where you're going or what you're doing, Hermes Worldwide has you covered. So head to ridehermes.com/DenverSports or give them a call at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride today. Again, you can go to ridehermes.com/DenverSports or give them a call at 303-577-7600.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Trees make you feel good, so don't miss the Tree Farm's Array of Trees sale. Now through July 15th, save up to 35% on thousands of evergreen trees in all sizes. Choose from arborvitae, upright juniper, Austrian pine, Bosnian pine, mugo pine, limber pine, blue spruce, Serbian spruce, and more. The Tree Farm's Array of Trees sale, now through July 15th. Come see.
I-25 to exit 235. Then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review now. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Visit wilhitewins.com and win big with Wilhite.
My name is Mac Davis, and I have been on the Soda weight loss program for 14 weeks now. I have dropped 38 pounds.
Wow. That's amazing.
The best summer of your life starts with Soda weight loss, because right now, Soda is celebrating with the best deal all year.
Who would have thought that I would be able to lose over 100 pounds? I thought that there was no way that I could do that without having some kind of invasive surgery or diet pill or some other means.
No drugs, no shots. Join the thousands of people who have let go of the weight for good with Soda weight loss.
The best decision I've made in a long time was just to call Soda weight loss.
So I kicked off the program and I lost an amazing 35 pounds. Before Soda, I was taking medications for my blood pressure and cholesterol. Guess who got off those meds?
Get started now at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Where will you find her perfect engagement ring?
There's only one fine jeweler in Denver with all the world's top bridal designers. I'm Dylan Williams.
And I'm Shayna Williams from Williams Jewelers. Only here in our Bridal Design Gallery will you find Gabriel & Company, A. Jaffe, Hearts on Fire, and the legendary Tacori.
Thousands of diamond engagement rings from every style and every price range.
If it's on her Pinterest page, it's here.
Add to that our famous Williams Jewelers Diamond Bar with almost every size, shape, and price range diamond.
And our expert diamond professionals will help you put it all together perfectly.
At the guaranteed best price in Colorado. We even have flexible payment terms for qualified buyers, so you can do this today.
That's why more couples say, will you, with Williams.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan.
Training Camp 2025 is just about 10 days away. And training camp here at 104.3 The Fan means camp shirts.
Camp shirts?
They are back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 extra soft t-shirts.
You have one on right now?
I have it on right now. Training Camp 2025, built to win.
Built to win.
It's extra soft. It's stretchy. It's comfortable.
I can't wait to put it on. I think the first time I'm going to put it on is the first day of camp.
Ooh, it's like the uniform, first day of school uniform.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's ready. It's camp time for all of us.
We will have 4 drops at First Bank locations across the metro area starting July 15th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to denversports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
You
Phil,
like saying that part.
I do.
Banking for good.
Banking for good. Phil, one of the most respected voices in the world of college football, was talking about Coach Prime this week, and he said something that made me snap my head around and say, did I just hear that correctly? The man in question is Paul Feinbaum. And when asked whether or not Deion Sanders has a lofty bar to clear or what his expectation should be heading into the 2025 season, year 3 up in Boulder, here's what Paul Feinbaum had to say.
I don't think Deion really has anything left to prove. They may not have made the playoffs, which was unrealistic in some respects last year, but they proved that they are a very high-quality team, something I frankly didn't think was possible when Deion got there in this short a period of time. So I think saying that Deion Sanders needs to prove anything is wrong. I just think he needs to show some consistency and get this program, as he said, more of a collective unit because the 2 stars are gone. But can he coach good players as opposed to exceptional players, one of whom was his son?
Wait. Let's wait just a damn minute.
What's wrong, Richie?
Coach Prime has nothing left to prove in 2025? Did I hear that correctly?
That's what Paul Feinbaum said. And I will say this, it's interesting coming from him because he was against Coach Prime I don't want to say against. Like he didn't believe in what was going on over there in Boulder. I'm talking about Paul Finebaum at that time, and now he's changing his tune up, which is you have to respect too. Where it's like, hey, like I feel like I was wrong. I'm able to admit it, and this is how I feel now. And you're not okay with it. Huh,
No, Phil, he has nothing left to prove. All due respect, because I'm not going to fall into the trap that the person who normally sits in this chair has fallen and get labeled as a Coach Prime hater. Okay, I don't have to start calling
you gotta
him
be careful.
Deion Sanders,
The
right,
text
or
line
whatever.
will come after you.
Yes,
all my buff people will come after you.
Coach Prime inherited a program in the University of Colorado that was at the bottom of the bottom.
1-11.
They were a 1-11 team.
Yeah.
They were voted nationally by ESPN and other outlets as basically the worst or tied for the worst program in the entirety of Division I college football. And he's made them relevant, again, on a national buzz eyeballs sense. He's also turned the record around pretty significantly. It was 4 wins in year 1, then they were 9 wins in year 2. So it kind of flipped the record there. And that's all great. The money coming in, the eyeballs coming in.
Well, that's what you're looking
for. The Louis luggage and all that. But Phil, he's got basically a 500 record as a head coach here at Colorado. He's like 13-12.
Yeah, it's been 2 years.
0-1 in a bowl game. What about that resume says that Coach Prime has nothing left to prove at Colorado? What has he proven?
Well, to me, for Paul Finebaum to say that, it's more of like he's looking at it like it's the University of Colorado, and we should be grateful that Coach Prime has done this so far, and that if he could continue to do this, because he did say you need to be consistent, and what he's saying, if you could consistently win 8 or 9 games a year, that should be good enough. But every time you step foot on that field as a coach, as a player, you're striving for greatness. You're striving to be the best you can be and win as many games as possible and get to the biggest game possible, which is getting into the college football playoffs and winning the national championship, winning that championship. So, like, we all have something to prove every single year. So for Coach Prime, he needs to prove to the world again, that all the people that are doubting him, that it wasn't just 1 year. That this is what the Colorado Buffaloes are going to be moving forward. That they can consistently win and compete in the Big 12 moving forward. And they can win 7, 8, 9 games, try to get into the playoffs as much as possible. Or every single year they should be trying to get there. And that's something that you should be trying to prove everybody right or wrong.
I respect Paul Finebaum to the nth degree. I think that he is one of the most prominent, loudest, and most listened to voices in the world of college football. But you are not going to catch me saying that Coach Prime, despite all the attention, the eyeballs, and the on-field product, he brought a Heisman Trophy winner to the University of Colorado from Jackson State to here. That doesn't happen without Coach Prime, and I get that. But you are not going to tell me that a coach who's 0-1 at the university in bowl games, who's just a tick over 500 as a head coach, and yeah, it's only been 2 years, but that's all we have to work with.
2 years.
But how can you say that a coach who's only been in a place for 2 years, hasn't won a bowl game, hasn't been to a college football playoff, who's making north of $10 million a year, has nothing left to prove?
Oh, I just listed the things he has to prove, and Paul Finebaum did too. Be consistent.
Yes, because that's the
you got to stay.
at a minimum.
You got to stay winning. Keep winning games. And nobody will say anything about you.
At a minimum, to your point, even if you want to boil down what he has to prove at a minimum, it's that he can do what Finebaum was alluding to, which is win 8 or 9 games more than once. You know?
You can do it without your son and Travis Hunter.
Right. See, I feel like there's so many things that Coach Prime, in theory, has to prove. He had something to prove when he got here, which was, can you win and be the man and the portal king at the Power 5 level and not at the HBCU level? And I think it took a year to kind of do that, because after starting off hot with that TCU game where Shadour's throwing for 500-plus yards and they're running all over the place, and it's that epic interception by Travis Hunter.
That was an amazing interception.
That was an amazing game. That was an instant classic kind of game. And then they beat Nebraska, right? They thump them with Matt Rule, and then the Rocky Mountain Showdown was awesome, and then it kind of fell off the rails a little bit. And he had that Stanford game.
That hurt him bad.
That's like the anti-instant classic. That's the instant classic that you wish you never saw again. And so it took like a year to get there. But I think Coach Prime had something to prove when he got here. And I think that despite the fact that big leaps have been taken from where this program was, which I don't want to understate how bad things were post Mel Tucker, post Carl Durrell, and then now with Prime stepping in and setting foot on campus up in Boulder.
Well, this is a performance-based business.
You can't say that a guy that's making $10.5 million, you being Paul Feinbaum, not you, Phil.
Yeah.
That a guy who's making almost $11 million, who's not won a bowl game as the head coach of that university, has never made a playoff in a division, or a conference, I should say, that's more attainable than many other conferences, at least two in the Big Ten and the SEC, in college football. I think that we fall sometimes, the collective we, into this trap where we just kind of either because we're okay with the circumstances, we're happy that things are better maybe than they were, even if they're not where we want to be, where we just start saying, it's okay. That's why I push back sometimes.
You just get comfortable.
Yes.
That's right? You can't get comfortable, and I just said performance-based business in this league, college, NFL. You can't get comfortable just being okay or having one good season. It has to be something that's consistently happening every single year. And then as time goes on, you'll fall into that place, that category of like you're a really good head coach, like the Kirby Smarts of the world. And so he has something to prove. Coach Prime has to prove to the world he can do it without his sons and Travis Hunter. Coach Prime has to prove that he can have this team in the playoffs because they haven't been there before. Coach Prime has to prove that he can stay consistent every single year.
100%. On the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043 from the 3138. Some people out here act like CU is Alabama. I'm definitely not saying that, and I think that's in reference to the fact that the expectations are always high, and you got to do this and you got to do that. This expectation for CU should not be, hey, you better be winning national championships every year or it's a failure.
Not right now. That's a build-up.
That's not even close. But college football, the landscape's not going to get any stronger in the footing, and no one's going to slow down for you to catch up. And so you brought Coach Prime in. You entered yourself into the conversation among the bigger boys in college football, and you're at least a thought, a bullet point on people's lists of, who could come out of the Big 12 or who might be a good at-large bid and yada, yada, yada. And you had the star power with Shedeur and Travis and all that. So you're in the conversation. You're on the doorstep. You're not there yet, but I don't think that because your expectation shouldn't be that of like an Alabama, an Ohio State, a Georgia, that you're the polar opposite. And it's just like, hey,
but
everything's
when you have
gravy.
the number 2 transfer portal class in the conference, when you're ranked 24 transfer portal class in college football, you're expected to win. You're expected to be the same guy every year, which that is who Coach Prime is. Is supposed to be this guy who can recruit, who can talk to these kids and help develop them. And if you can do that every single year, you're gonna win football games. So like that's how I look at it as. And so for Coach Prime, prove it. Every year you have to prove it. When I was in the NFL, I went back-to-back 1,000-yard years. And you know what they told me? We're not willing to just give you a contract. Prove it again.
It wasn't enough that you're the first undrafted player in the history of the National Football League to go back-to-back 1,000 yards at the running back position.
Prove it again. Show us that we were wrong for not drafting you. And then maybe we'll give you that contract. It's not fair, but that's how it goes. Performance-based business. What have you done for me lately? And so for Coach Prime, can you win again? Can you have 8 or 9 wins when nobody is talking about you as this team that could do it? Can you show the world that you don't need Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders? Can you show the world that this team is going to be better? Like you just said, this team is going to be better, Coach Prime, than the team of last year. So you're always proving people wrong. And some people, you're proving them right.
The great Herm Edwards, Sun Devils legend Herm Edwards, said it best. Phil, you play to win the game. That's the ultimate goal. In college football, you play to win. Win games, win conferences, win championships, win bowls at a minimum. And Coach Prime has not checked all those things off of his list yet. I'm seeing it on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. Without Prime, CU would have scuttled the program. Those discussions occurred. His impact is already legendary. $10 million is the easiest spend in all of CU's university system. The ROI is hardly measurable. Again, check. Agree. on all of it.
Yeah, he has done a phenomenal job. It's about the future now.
That's all gravy, baby, but you play to win the game. And that is still something in my mind that Coach Prime has to prove. And I think he can prove it in a Big 12 conference that is up for grabs in theory.
He is going to be successful. He has been successful everywhere he has been.
Dante Gomez, you're shaking your head at me. More up for grabs than the Big 10 of the SEC?
The SEC is pretty up for. I mean, Texas looks pretty good. I think every conference is pretty competitive. I was just shaking my head because I'm an ASU guy. And you were saying it's up for grabs.
All right, go ahead.
It was more of a joke.
I threw you Sun Devils legend Herm Edwards. I lobbed it.
Big 12 is up for grabs. Like, there's a lot of unknown out there.
I just think, again, I don't want to come across like I'm disagreeing with what I think Coach Prime is the most home run hire in the history of Colorado.
Richie, if you're wrong, I'm going to tell you you're wrong.
You usually do.
You're not.
Even when I'm right,
you're not
sometimes
crazy.
you float it.
You're never right, but you're not crazy for the way you're feeling right now. You do have to prove that you're going to be here for a long time, that you can do it again. Now that's like Bo Nix. You can't just crown Bo Nix and say he's going to be the best quarterback in the league and that he's a franchise quarterback after 1 year.
Which, by the way, people are doing that kind of nationally. With not with Bo Nix, but with Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, and that's a scary thing for Jaden Daniels.
I read, the NFL top 100 list that's going out, and Zach Allen was number 90, and we're counting
Jerry
how many
Jeudy got to
Broncos.
88. Shout out Jerry Jeudy.
All those wind sprints he did here in Denver finally paid off. There were legitimate discussions among NFL Network people, among national media and NFL analysts of who's going to take the number one spot on the NFL's top 100 list. And they gave like 6 players, like Saquon Barkley, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, and Jaden Daniels was on the list. I'm like, okay, we're going to crown him number 1 in the NFL.
There's
and
context.
I love Jaden Daniels, but
it's
damn,
context. You know
man.
what it is? It comes down to the wins. And Jaden Daniels was 1 game away from the Super Bowl. Now, I'm not saying it's right.
As a rookie.
I'm not saying he should be number 1 on NFL's top 100. He will not be. He's a rookie. But, there's context to it, and that's why if Bo Nix would have beat Josh Allen, beat the Chiefs, and had 1 game to get to the NFL or the Super Bowl, we would be talking about him as hey, he has to be in that conversation of top 5 in the NFL right now when it comes to the NFL 100.
If Bo Nix was in the AFC Championship last season, 1 game away, we would actually not have a board operator in the midday because Kevin Kistner would have died and ascended to heaven in a way that would have been sad, but also that's exactly how he wanted to go. Kind of thing.
I'll tell you, but Jaden Daniels needs to be careful and just focus on being a better quarterback.
Read the press clippings.
No, definitely don't do that. You got a lot to learn, a lot to prove. Going a year or 2 with the same mentality, just like Bo Nix. Same mentality, get better.
Sun Devils legend, Jaden Daniels. That's 2 Sun Devils legends in one conversation. This is KKFN and KKFN HD1, Longmont, Denver. We are coming with it, and we are coming for it. It's Richie Carney and Zach By. He's here with us in spirit. This is his intro. And Phillip Lindsay. And collectively, we are The Drive.
He said collectively.
This is not a drill.
Even when he's not with us, he's with us.
Oh,
Whether it's Dante taking shots, me playing drops.
This is not a drill.
Sometimes I think, once you sit in that seat, Richie, you become a little bit of Zach By.
A little bit?
A little bit.
I grow 6 inches taller.
That's something you don't do.
I did
everything else.
On the RamosLaw.com text line, people were saying, because I threw it out there on Wednesday, the cardboard cutout of Zach By, which, by the way, if you haven't heard, DenverSports 104.3 The Fan is teaming up with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to the battle at Bethpage Black. All you have to do is enter a pro shop at any of the city of Aurora's 5 beautiful golf courses between now and August 1st. Find the cardboard cutout of Zach By. There is a cardboard cutout of Zach By.
He made it
in these pro shops.
It's not hard to find. I mean, it's a pretty tall one.
Scan the QR code on that cardboard cutout, and you will be entered for a chance to win. For more information and the list of course locations, head to DenverSports.com/golf. Somebody did on the RamosLaw.com text line send in a photo of the cardboard cutout from the Aurora Golf Pro Shop, one of them. They didn't list which one. Because I had said the picture I'd seen from our staff here that put it up, I'm like, there's no way that cardboard cutout's life size. Because I think I'm the same height as the cutout in that picture. And I might just mosey on down to the pro shop at Aurora Golf. I can't enter to win to see the battle of Bethpage Black, unfortunately. But I want to see if I'm the same height as Zach By, even if it's just a cardboard cutout.
So I was at one of the pro shops and with my son Richie, and I walk in there and there Zach By is smiling at me, and I'm like, I get enough of you already on air.
Right?
Why
Thanks,
are you
but
following
no
me?
thanks.
Why are you following
This is
me right
time.
now? And so the cutout is tall, but it's not as tall as him. So it's still not exactly the Zach By that people are looking for.
So on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043, 2898. Someone should try to collect the head from each cardboard cutout as they make their way across the golf courses. That would be disturbing.
That would be.
But a headless Zach By cardboard cutout would kind of have that like mystique and allure of like Abdul Carter signing his rookie card with an @ symbol.
You don't like Abdul Carter?
No,
for that.
that's ridiculous.
I thought it's creative.
No, it's
interesting.
It's cool if it's the only one. If you've got the like one of one Abdul Carter @ sign thing, but if he signed 5,000 cards that way, 10,000 cards that way
easy.
at this point.
Richie, I don't think you understand how hard it is just signing like thousands of cards and thousands of people wanting to throw something at you. Like,
I don't think
your
you
hand gets
understand.
tired.
I don't think you understand that most people would be fine to have champagne problems, like thousands of people wanting their autograph.
Phil, I got a quick question for you.
What's
I've
up,
always been curious about this. Is your signature on like legal documents the same signature that you would hand out on like footballs and
Please
cards
tell me you
and
put
stuff?
30 on your IRS forms.
No, so that's the only thing that I would say is like different. As I put 30 on the cards, of course.
Yeah.
And then for my regular signature, it's just without the 30. Okay. So I do take the time to do it, and people appreciate it. Because a lot of players out there, they'll do their initials, right? It would just be for me, it would be PL. But I do think that's lazy. So I usually do my full first and last name, and then I'll hit the 30, and then I have a couple other things so people can't steal my signature. But yeah, so it's a little different, Rich or Dante.
I was just curious, like if someone wanted to like forge a document, they're like, "Well, I have Phil's autograph from a card or something."
They'll try to do that. That's why you do
a good point.
That's why you do the @ sign.
The @ sign. Steal that.
Steal that one.
All right. We talked about Coach Prime there before the whistle and whether or not he has anything left to prove in year 3 with the University of Colorado. Paul Feinbaum, for some reason, says no. He's
changed his tune.
You and I seem to be on the same page that while it's great and it is worthy of every accolade and acknowledgement and dollar that was spent to bring Coach Prime here and keep him here because of the eyeballs, the revenue generation, the influx of players to a program that was dead on arrival before he got there, that's all great. But there is still, in my opinion, and I think you kind of feel the same way, a lot to be desired in terms of on-field success under Coach Prime. Winning bowl games.
Keep winning.
Winning games, winning bowl games, winning the conference, competing for a college football playoff bid, and maybe winning the college football playoff. I know that sounds crazy considering where we were 3 years ago.
But that's the ultimate goal.
That's the ultimate goal.
You have to strive for that goal. And so it's like, hey, how do you get there? You win games. You get better as a team. You get better as a coaching unit. So, like, there is always something to prove. When you stop thinking that, you stop growing. And you get too comfortable, and usually you don't have a job. Then that's everything we do. All right, that's us doing this job right now, Richie. We always have to get better at what we're doing, striving for greatness. All right, be the best damn host we can be. And if you get too comfortable, they'll let you go. So
let's zoom out this conversation a little bit and take a good amount of our coaches here in the state of Colorado, college and professional, and answer the question, which Colorado coach is under the most pressure in 2025? Because if you've got something to prove, which I think Coach Prime does still, then there's pressure involved to get that done and get it done quickly as soon as this year. So if we take our coaches here in town, Sean Payton, David Adelman, Jared Bednar, Coach Prime, and Jay Norvell, right? That's a good 5.
Okay, so, yep.
Warren Schaefer's not technically the full-time manager yet. He's an interim guy, but he wouldn't be under pressure anyways because it's the Rockies. So,
ooh, taking a shot at the Rockies again.
Well, listen, if you're going to be a punching bag,
he's
auditioning, and he'll probably get it. He'll probably get it.
Even when the Rockies are losing, he'll probably get the nod, huh? Wow.
Well, if you don't choose Warren Schaefer, which coach is going to want to come take over the worst team in the history of Major League Baseball like they may finish?
if you have a new set of eyes and some fresh blood in the organization, maybe somebody will attempt to try to take the job.
And feel free to check in on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. Which Colorado coach is under the most pressure heading into 2025 and why? Phil, let's go from 5 to 1 here.
Oh, you want to go? Okay. All
yeah,
right.
Let's build up the suspense, the drama. From 5 to 1, Sean Payton, David Adelman, Jared Bednar, Coach Prime, Jay Norvell. Which coach is under the least pressure of those 5 mentioned, sitting at number 5?
I'm going to have to go with the Sean Payton.
Why?
Because Sean, one, has a very lucrative deal out there, around $90 million, I want to say. He has taken this team that in the first year, almost got to the playoffs the first year. I think we forget that with Russell Wilson. 1 game away from having a winning record and getting beat by the Patriots on Christmas Eve. Was it Christmas Eve?
Yes. Yeah.
On Christmas Eve. Turned around the next year. All right. Took a risk on a young man named Bo Nix that nobody thought about but Sean Payton.
Called his shot.
And Bo Nix had a phenomenal rookie year. Won 10 games for us. All right. Got back to the playoffs. And so why would you get rid of a guy by the name of Sean Payton, who knows how to win? Sean won a lot with the New Orleans Saints. He's starting to win here with the Denver Broncos. His job is safe for as long as he wants to be here, as long as he continues to do what he's doing, which is win a lot of games and have us hoping that we can get to a Super Bowl, which could be this year if things go right for us.
You and I are in lockstep because even though the way you ended your premise there, that the Broncos could be, in theory, it's possible.
It's possible.
It lives within the realm of possibility, as Zach By likes to say on Hot Take Tuesdays, that the Broncos could get back to the wild card round or the playoffs in general, get out of the first round, and then once you're in the postseason, it's one and dones, and you never know. Anything can happen. A team can get hot, and you can make a run, and the Broncos present as a young upstart team that can do that. Sean Payton, for a multitude of reasons, is number 5, the lowest pressure on my list as well. He is the centerpiece as of now of this Broncos team. He has the full support and trust and alignment of the ownership group. He's in lockstep with his general manager, and he is directly tied to the man as the person who drafted him and is in charge of developing him of Bo Nix's future as an NFL quarterback.
And he has made some great moves, the right decisions. Sean Payton has built from the inside out, taking care of his interior offense and defensive linemen, and we know that he's probably going to want to pay either John Franklin Myers or Zach Allen. So that's showing you right there he's taking care of the interior defensive line. He already took care of DJ Jones, brought him back. Nick Bonito was going to probably have a contract at some point. And then you build from there. Then you end up with the quarterback that you want, and then you find weapons for him, which he has with Marvin Mims. Okay, Troy Franklin, hopefully he can come around. Vele's another one that did a really good job last year. And then you add a running game. So Sean's doing all the right things and doing things he knows how to do, which is win and develop the right type of players for his scheme.
All right, who's number 4 on your list? Sean Payton, number 5. Amongst the coaches who are under the most pressure heading into 2025 on the state of Colorado, Sean Payton bottoms out the list at number 5. He seems pretty safe and secure. We agree. Who's number 4?
I'm going to go with the next safe option would probably be Coach Prime. And everybody, what do you mean? Like, you just said that he needs to prove to the world that he can continue to do this. But because of who he is and what he has done for that program, and not just on the football field, but making so much money, that you're going to want to keep him. This is the best thing that has happened to Colorado, the University of Colorado, since winning a national championship in the 90s. And having Coach Prime here has brought so much excitement, has brought so much noise. We have had so many different kids in that building that I've never seen before. Like, just like the likes of like Jordan Seaton, 5-star offensive lineman that are sitting there at 6'5", 200 or 300 pounds already and going to his sophomore year. Right, you're seeing a lot more of those type of NFL caliber kids consistently going through that program. So I think for Coach Prime and what he has done, he's a guy that's not under as much pressure as people want to put on.
Number 4 on my list is a collegiate coach, but it is not Coach Prime. I put Jay Norvell.
Jay Norvell
at number 4.
Richie, they wanted him out of here after last year.
I know, but that was a year where they went 8-5. They had a 1-game record difference between CSU and CU, and he's been on an upward trajectory. Each of the 3 years he's been there, he has improved their win total pretty decently.
Yeah.
He's a good football coach.
They're supposed to take a step back, supposedly a step back this year.
Mm-hmm.
You had a bunch of fans that wanted him to be gone.
People are saying the same thing about CU. The win totals for CU and CSU in Vegas, basically the same, right
but
around
the difference
6 wins.
between Coach Prime and Jay Norvell is you don't hear people saying if Dion has a bad year, he should be out the door. If Jay Norvell doesn't have a good year this year, there's going to be a bunch of people out there saying he needs to be gone. That's why I wouldn't put him at number 4.
I did because I think that the stakes and the hype and the scope and the expectation of what a good year is lower for Jay Norvell than it is for Coach Prime. Just the scope is bigger with everything. The money's bigger with Coach Prime. The expectations, the lights are brighter, all of it. And that's not a slight or a shot at CSU, but I just think you're talking about the Big 12 versus the Mountain West. And CSU competes well in the Mountain West. They were 6-1 last year in their conference.
Yeah.
So I think that Jay Norvell is making things happen. He's doing a good job. And I think that if they were to, even let's just say they didn't improve and they were 8-5 again, or maybe they were 7-4 and it was, but they were competitive leading up to it and then it just kind of fell apart right there at the end. I don't know that we get the announcement that Jay Norvell is getting fired, because you got to also think about who you're going to bring in to replace him. Are people just going to be chomping at the bit to take over a program that Jay Norvell, who was doing a pretty good job, and these coaches are looking at it and saying, okay, well, shoot, they were 3-9 when in his first year. Then they get to 5-7. Then he jumps 3 wins and they're 8-5, and that wasn't good enough? I got to be better than that? I don't know. So I put Jay Norvell at number 4.
I mean, Jay Norvell in his career, he's 49-47 right now, so he's winning, all right, and he's 2-2 in bowl games. So he's a winning coach.
Yeah.
That's good for that program. I just know last year.
You're right about that. That is true, that there were
the Rams
people were
fans,
upset.
They were upset.
Yep.
And if that's something that starts early this year, where the Rams are not doing as well as they're supposed to do with some of these games, you could be a guy that ends up being out the door because of that. But Jay Norvell, I love his coaching style.
He doesn't have to deal with what Coach Prime is going to have to deal with, which is a quarterback change. You got Fowler Nicolosi coming back for another year. He was a guy that started as a true freshman. He looked pretty good in that Rocky Mountain Showdown game.
Did.
He was dealing. It made things a little nervous there in that double overtime.
Oh, yeah, that first year.
Yeah.
Not the second year.
Not the second year. Not the second year. But that was number 4 on my list. We are counting up, I guess, on this list.
You like to confuse everybody. You want to count it
well,
up.
if you give away number 1 right out of the gate, I don't know. Like, where's the
NFL top
suspense?
100, starting at 100.
That's what they always do.
Yeah, they do.
All right. Apparently, Phil doesn't like the order that everyone else conventionally agrees with. We're talking about which Colorado coach is under the most pressure heading into 2025. We've got Sean Payton, David Adelman, Jared Bednar, Coach Prime, and Jay Norvell. Your number 5 and my number 5, Sean Payton. We both went college, but opposite colleges at number 4. You said Coach Prime.
Yep.
I said Jay Norvell. Who's number 3?
Number 3, and you just pretty much said everything that I was going to say when it comes to Jay Norvell. I have Jay Norvell at number 3 because he is at CSU. He does have a winning record. He is really good for that program. Now, I know that if things don't go well for him early, that people are going to want him out the door. But he is good, like I said, for that program. He's a gritty coach. He cares about his players. I love his coaching style. And he's number 3 for me. Or number
3?
Yeah, number 3 for me.
Yeah, because you had Prime number 4.
Yep, Prime number 4.
I'm having to remind you of your own list 10 seconds after you just gave it. Number 3 for me was we essentially flip-flop college coaches. I put Coach Prime number 3. I think that my expectations and again, the emphasis that I'm putting on the on-field product, I could put in my own brain, make myself the case to put Coach Prime like number 2. Because
thank you, Richie, for not putting him number 2.
But well, I'm just saying the thought process behind it, why I didn't do that is because the Buffs are not necessarily on the doorstep of winning a championship, like a couple of the coaches that we haven't mentioned yet, but they have a high trajectory and expectation to reach there, and the opportunity cost of divorcing from Coach Prime, you have to give up a lot of stuff if you're CU. So
making $10 million a year.
That's a little bit of security on Coach Prime's part that says, like, hey, whatever I may do is probably better than you would have had without me, and that's a real thing. So it's kind of this nice balance, which is why I feel like he floats right there in the middle. He's under some pressure to perform and prove it, unlike Paul Feinbaum says. I disagree. But it's not, the pressure cooker is not cranked up for some of those other reasons as much as it is on some of these other coaches.
All right, now we're getting down to the nitty-gritty.
Top two.
Let's see if we're on the same page.
The silver medal on Phillip Lindsay's list for which Colorado coach is under the most pressure heading into the 2025 season is who?
I'm going to have to go, and this was tough, but I'm going to go with David Adelman. Some people may have him number 1. I have him number 2. Yes, this is a win a championship or bust year for the Denver Nuggets because of the moves that were made from the front office. John Walls and Ben Tenzer. All right, but you're having a new head coach that this is his first time being a head coach. That's a lot of responsibility and a lot of pressure. But because you have the best player in the world, you have the best two-man game in the world if Jamal Murray decides to show up, and then you added depth, you're going to have a great chance to fight for a championship now. Not just get there, but to win it. Now, there is pressure with David Adelman because it's like you do have it kind of like ready for you. All the ingredients are baked together. You put it in the oven. Now you just kind of pretty much have to eat it and hope that you have people that stay healthy. So there's pressure in that. But also, it is his first year. If this was year 2 for him and he drops the ball and they don't get to the championship, then it's like, okay, you're out of here. The only way David Adelman loses his job after year 1 is if they don't make the playoffs, which is, the Nuggets will
crazy, especially with the play-in.
Yeah. And if Jokic says, hey, look, this is not going to work. And this is why I say Jokic, because Jokic, guys, he didn't sign that contract. So this is a test year for David Adelman and the team. And let's just say that Jokic doesn't like the David Adelman experience, the experiment that's going on. And Jokic says, hey, if you want me to sign this contract, we need to make another change. Then David Adelman may be out the door for that. But David Adelman is not the coach to me that's like under the most pressure.
Once again, you and I are in lockstep.
All right, there you go, smart man.
Number 2 on my list, David Adelman. And I put David Adelman there for one reason alone, and that is the Denver Nuggets have never been in better position and have never been better suited to win an NBA championship than they have in the last half a decade or so. As the ascension of the prime of Nikola Jokic continues, they brought home the one. Think they got a little fat and happy, and there were some poor roster decisions made, and the management was bad.
Yeah.
And then things with Calvin Booth and Michael Malone imploded. But they still have the best player in the world on their roster, and he's still playing basketball at a peak level. He continues every year during his 3 MVP seasons, and even the 2 that I think he had just as good of a case as any to win one. He probably should be the 5-time reigning MVP, at a minimum won 4 straight over Joel Embiid. Every year that he has a great season like that, we go, there's no way he can top it. And he does. He finds a way to be more efficient, to be more productive, and more prolific as a passer. And whatever metric you want to measure, especially when you get into the advanced data that people hate, because it makes it very easy to vote for Jokic, he continues to excel. And that pressure, sorry for David Adelman, falls on him now. And yes, you can say he was the interim manager. He got fired, or he got hired with 3 games left to go in the regular season, got him to Game 7 of the second round against the eventual champion Oklahoma City Thunder. There's no way the Nuggets would move on from a guy so quickly with that kind of setup. Maybe, but
it's happened before.
It has happened before, and you alluded to it. Jokic ultimately decides where this car stops and where it goes. And if he decides, because his voice is being heard more loudly than ever by Josh Kroenke, who said that in front of a microphone, and by Jokic, who's putting it out there, if he decides that David Adelman is not going to be the utmost perfect, pristine candidate to get the Nuggets back to the finals and to bring another championship in, they will move on from him. They moved on from the winningest head coach in franchise history before a postseason run, 3 games before. I don't think they're going to show mercy to David Adelman if the ultimate goal is to win a championship, which I believe it is.
So now, Richie.
Number 1. There's only one left.
And I hate this because I truly love Betsy. And I think I believe he's going to be successful. I know he's going to be successful this year for some of the moves that Chris McFarland, the general manager of the Colorado Avalanche, have done for this team and the head coach, Jared Bednar. But he's under the most pressure because of that. You haven't been able to get out of the first and second round for a while now. When you did, all right, in 2022, you won a cup. Now for Jared Bednar, you have a bunch of new players. Chris McFarland and the front office were very aggressive for you. They brought in 2 new goalies. All right, now, of course, there's a couple like Charlie Coyle, all right, Ryan Lindgren that are out the door. And
Jonathan
you acquired
Drouin,
them.
Miles Wood.
Yep. But also there are some people that we just brought in. All right, Brent Burns is one that's going to be on the blue line. And
you get Malinsky a new contract.
Exactly.
You extend Manson.
And then you have Kelly and Nathan McKinnon, some of the greatest players to play the game on your team. So you're going to win a lot of games. But if you can't get out of the first or second round and you can't beat Dallas, then there's going to probably be a change. And it's either going to be Chris McFarland and Jared Bednar, a duo out the door, or just one. Because that's usually how it is in NHL anyway. Is coaches don't stay long. Jared Bednar has been able to stay for a very long time. But there's a lot of pressure to win another one for Nathan McKinnon and Kale.
Nobody puts baby in a corner. Nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills. And nobody fires coaches like the National Hockey League. They do not care. You can be a Coach of the Year candidate. NBA has shades of this too. There's a documented history of like NBA Coach of the Years getting fired within 2 or 3 seasons after their winning year. But the NHL is indiscriminate with it. They don't care. They will move on. And we've had these conversations about Bednar before because when you take out the Stanley Cup winning year as the aberration to the trend, Jared Bednar has a very well-documented history of not making it out of the first round or at most hitting that second-round wall. San Jose, Vegas, Dallas. It doesn't matter. There's always a bugaboo right there in the second round. Shoot, the year they won the Cup, that second-round series against St. Louis, it was dicey there for a sec.
Everybody was nervous now.
So, and once they got out of that second, they blew through Edmonton.
They flourished.
And yes, they beat Tampa Bay in 6, but it didn't feel like a nervous 6, at least not from my eyes as I was watching it unfold. Jared Bednar absolutely is the clear-cut under the most pressure. You have 2 of the top 3, not just homer picks, universally considered 2 of the top 3 or 4 best players in hockey in Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar. The only other names that creep into that conversation also typically play together in Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl. Not only that, but the one big excuse that's hung over this hockey club since they won the Cup seems answered.
You're talking about the goalie position.
Well, but I'm talking about that's been a problem.
Yeah,
the question mark has always been, what's going on with Gabe?
Yeah,
Gabe's back now. It looks like I think you're going to get regular season Gabe. Now I don't know. I think he'll play 80 games.
Gabe looked great in the playoffs.
He was the best player on the ice for several moments.
That's insane to even talk about. Now you have a full season with Gabe.
You get Gabe back. Val Nichushkin, knock on wood for now, seems to be done with the disappearing act.
It's been quiet.
You've got 2 of the best players in hockey in Nathan and Cale. You've got a revamped goalie room. You've got deeper depth scoring. You're working on shoring up your blue line. If Jared Bednar continues to follow the pattern that has existed outside of the Cup year, his job could very well be in jeopardy.
I love me some Betsy, man. So
I do too.
We're going to have a great year.
He's got the best hair. He smokes a cigar like the best of them. And I hope that he sticks around. I hope the Avs are hoisting another Stanley Cup, and he gets to be the head coach until he decides to hang it up. All right, coming up next, Major League Baseball is discussing a very significant change, and Dick Monfort may be the loudest voice in the room supporting it. That's next.
Are the Broncos waiting too long to handle their offseason contract extensions?
They know what they want to do. They know how they want to proceed. It's not going to be anything that comes out of the blue or anything new. It'll be fine. And when they want to get someone done, they'll get it done.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. The city of Aurora is home to 5 incredible golf courses that you need to play this summer. My friends in Aurora have exactly what you need. Tee times, beautiful golf courses, and restaurants for after-round fun. I'm talking Spring Hill, an executive course, but you'll still use every club in your bag. Aurora Hills, the original Aurora course. How about Meadow Hills, a former country club? It's got those tree-lined fairways that just look cool. Reminds me of golf courses in North Carolina, South Carolina. And then you have Saddle Rock. I think that's my favorite. Look, it's like a mountain course in the city. Incredible views of Pikes Peak. Guys, do not overpay for tee times this summer. You can round it out with Murphy Creek, a Prairie Links layout. Guys, for more information or to book a tee time, go visit golfaurora.com. Golf one of those courses this summer, you will not be disappointed. Again, for more information and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new Comcast Business customers can find out how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how you get a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Early termination fee applies.
They say there's no such thing as a free lunch, but not true, I say. Hey, everybody, Dan Jacobs with Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040, and I'm here to tell you about the best, absolute best free meal in all of Denver. Times are tight right now. You go to the grocery store, things are insane. So we all could use a little bit of help. No questions asked. Anybody that needs it can come by every first and third Thursday. Here's how it works. You pull up, you pop your trunk. They put free groceries for the week in your trunk, and they say, how many hot meals do you need? We pass those to you right through your window, and this is good stuff. This is not soup kitchen stuff. I smoke these meats personally. Delicious pulled pork. I got my special secret Chipotle chicken recipe. It is fantastic. Please help us spread the word. Anybody that needs it, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road every first and third Thursday, 4 to 6 p.m. If you have any questions, you can reach out to me personally. It's Dan Jacobs at 303 Law 4040.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
It's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
I feel like screaming, personally.
Please don't do that, Richie. Don't do it.
Because they're back. Training camp is here, which means they're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts. We're going to have 4 drops at First Bank locations across the metro area starting July 15th, which is Tuesday, I believe. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to denversports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Oh, okay.
Limited edition, extra soft training camp T-shirts. I am wearing one right now. If you're watching us on YouTube or on our website feed, shout out. They are so comfortable. It's one of my favorite things. They're free.
You said free.
Free. You roll up,
when
goes in the back of the
it's
car.
For me. Come on.
It's free. It's for me. I like that. Well, something that might be for Dick Monfort, if he decides to, and I think he will, get involved in some of these discussions, could be the new proposal that Rob Manfred in Major League Baseball is pushing for that would be a seismic shift to the sport, and that is a salary cap. Per Evan Drellich of The Athletic, MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred is indeed pushing the owners to implement a salary cap. Major League Baseball's current labor deal expires in December of 2026, and Drellich notes that the players are skeptical of adding a cap. Shocker. The players who are making hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars fully guaranteed are like, you know what? We don't need a cap for this. Am I right?
Yeah, they're not going to say, hey, let's cap it. I don't want to get paid all that much money anymore. I don't want to be the big dog anymore. No, as a player, you're saying, screw the cap. Don't let that happen. Let me make as much money as possible and let the money flow free.
DG, you're a big baseball guy. Did you spit out your Fairlife protein shake in shock when you saw that the players were not a big fan of this proposed salary cap, or that there was a cap being proposed in the first place?
No, I mean, why would players want a salary cap? It's everything Phil just said. I'm pretty sure we had an argument like a month ago, Phillip, and you were pro salary cap, and I was like, so you hate the players.
As a fan, and if I was a general manager, I want the salary cap. Now, as a player playing in the game, why would I want a salary cap? I want as much money as possible. But,
I was asking you, Phillip Lindsay, the person. I was asking you, the pretend GM.
Oh, okay. Dante's on a little toot today.
Hey, sorry.
Ever since Mike went at him.
Yeah, and he was. That is true. That is true. We might have to revisit that in the next segment.
I don't think so. But the salary cap, I don't think Dick Monfort really cares either way about a salary cap.
No,
you don't think so? You don't think it would because
he spends.
He does.
Right, but he doesn't spend nearly what some of the top teams in baseball spend, top clubs in baseball spend.
And
so
if
it helps bring it doesn't. It's not a matter of like, hey, I think this will help me make my team better. But if it helps make it harder for the other teams to be so much better than me, and people get off my back about losing as much as we do, and maybe things are more competitive because you can't stack the rosters, maybe that helps me continue to generate revenue on the greatest bar in downtown Denver.
I think there's an argument to be made that I guess it would decrease some of the other teams. And I was mentioning it to John back here that like teams that would be very anti salary cap would obviously be like the Dodgers and the Mets.
Yeah.
But then secretly, it's actually some of the really the bad teams that don't spend a lot of money, like the Pirates and some of those teams, because the salary cap means salary floor.
Bingo.
Yeah.
That is exactly what I was going to say, is the one thing that would, I think, teeter Dick Monfort's involvement or his desire to push this notion that Rob Manfred's putting out there is, what does the floor look like? If the floor is around or lower than what I'm already spending, great. But if it's going to make me spend more, and then, the other teams will also have to spend less, that's not good for my bottom line, and therefore it's not for me if I'm Dick Monfort.
So ultimately right now, do you think Dick Monfort wants this to happen? I mean, and I think we all know the answer.
Yeah, I think he would. I think he would push for it because I think he will spend. Because to Dante's point, and he's right, Dick Monfort and the Rockies do spend. They just spend pretty damn poorly the majority of the time. The Chris Bryants, the Ian Desmonds.
Yeah, we don't even know if
signing Nolan Arenado and then trading him away. It's all bad choices, but it's not penny pinching over at 20th and Blake. So I think he would be in favor of this. I don't think the floor would prohibit him, and I think that it would definitely change roster construction for a decent amount of baseball teams across the league.
I'll say this. When you put a cap on things, just like for Coach Prime, Richie, Coach Prime wants a cap too.
Yeah, now that his son's graduated.
Ah, here we go.
Now that his son's graduated and Travis Hunter.
When you put a cap on things, it just forces teams to be more creative, and it does kind of even out the playing field in certain situations. So for the Rockies, because we are so bad right now, maybe a cap will help us out.
It could. And I think that some of this, and Dante, maybe you can weigh in on it here in closing, is some of this push from Manfred and maybe from the owners who would support this, is any of this at all impacted by this new wave of like deferred payments and things where these contracts are ballooning to insane amounts and you don't have to pay it all off until like the very end? And it may be a measure of like, hey, we got to rein this in a little bit. Like the same way we talk about with NIL and with the Wild West of college football, it's like, hey, we might have to start doing contracts. We might need a cap in spending in college football. Is that impacting this at all in your eyes?
I would think so. I don't think any owner that isn't using the deferred method likes that, because it's like, hey, you're offering more money, but it's not money right now. So, and it has to be the right kind of player that you're offering it to, because apparently like Juan Soto was offered more money to not go to the Mets and deferred money, but he's like, no, I want the contract as I'm
J.G.
playing.
Wentworth, it's his money and he wants it now.
Exactly. So
everybody has different flavors, different thoughts.
I do think they need to put some guardrails as far as deferred money goes, but we've been seeing deferred contracts forever. But that's usually more in like a buyout situation, like the Bobby Bonilla thing that we talked about last week.
Not signing Shohei Ohtani to a massive deal and saying you're going to get $680 of your $700 million a decade from now.
And still play for us for the next decade.
Yeah.
Usually it's more of like a buyout situation when they do that.
All right. We are less than 2 weeks away on 7-Eleven Day. Happy Slurpee Day for those who celebrate.
Love you some Slurpees.
I do. I had 2 of them. I'm still coming down from that sugar high. We are 2 weeks away from Broncos training camp, and it feels like there are a lot of big decisions left to make. We will parse through those decisions and maybe revisit some morning show trivia beef coming up next.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Tuesday, July 15th from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on East Lincoln Avenue in Lone Tree. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's going on, gentlemen? Phillip, Lindsay here. And fellas, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinics are experts in treating low testosterone and other men's sexual health conditions. They've successfully treated tens of thousands of men that are dealing with low T. And a lot of those men have seen amazing differences that those treatments can make in their life. And if you're just like these guys, within just a few weeks, you'll feel your energy return, the brain fog will go away, your sleep will improve, as will the workouts. And fellas, I'm here to tell you that the sex drive will be significantly enhanced as well. All you need to do is take the low T quiz on their website. It's a simple 10-question quiz full of yes or no answers. It takes 2 minutes to do, so it's fast. Then, you'll schedule a consult at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They will draw your blood and have the results within 30 minutes. And I'm here to tell you guys that there are 5 locations out there that can serve you. All right, so there are no excuses about it's too far or I don't know where to go, because you can go to Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So go and get your low T treated. Call them today at 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. Over 90,000 5-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage doors is what we do. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
What if you could delay your next 2 mortgage payments? That's right. Imagine putting those 2 payments in your pocket and finally getting a little breathing room. It's possible when you call my friends at American Financing. If you're feeling stretched by everyday expenses, groceries, gas, bills piling up, you're not alone. Most Americans are putting these expenses on credit cards, and there doesn't seem to be a way out. American Financing can show you how to use your home's equity to pay off that debt. You need to call American Financing today before you get to a point where you can't make those payments. Their salary-based mortgage consultants are helping homeowners just like you restructure their loans and consolidate debt, all without upfront fees. And their customers are saving an average of $800 a month. That's like a $10,000 raise. It's fast, it's simple, and it could save your budget this summer. Call them before it's too late at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
1738.
This is not a drill.
Little Fetty Wap.
Fetty Wap.
This is not a drill. Zach By and Fetty Wap.
You keep a Glock in your Rari, John Davis?
No.
No? Smart.
What are you trying to do?
I'm just saying, it's legal.
What are you doing, Richie?
It's legal.
If I had a Ferrari, I am not keeping anything in there that could make me lose my Ferrari.
Yeah, I'm scared to drive it. If I had a Ferrari, I'd be like, I'm only taking this out if it's like perfect weather. I'm not going very far. No one's riding with me.
I'd be
no
so
traffic.
scared. Broncos legend Dennis Smith, safety. He drove a Ferrari, I think, for a little while.
That is the superpower. We got some Superman questions wrong earlier today. Actually, we got one right. We went 1-1 in Superman questions and trivia earlier today. That is John Davis's superpower. Is almost any topic of conversation, there is a Broncos-related tangent or memory inside John's brain that applies perfectly to whatever the situation was. On the subject of trivia, before we get into some Broncos talk, because I want to get John's thoughts on a couple of things, I want to make sure we revisit on the way out a little bit of beef with the morning show on this trivia deal.
What happened?
They have been unhappy.
There's a lot of beef.
They have been. It's been an ongoing thing. The questions are too easy, according to Mike Evans. So he takes the duties away from John Simmer, his producer, and starts making questions himself because he doesn't want the drive to run up the score in this ongoing thing. Dante's questions are too hard in the eyes of Evans and Stoke and all that crew. And Evans put out a declaration basically calling for the resignation of Dante Gomez.
While I don't like the way they came up with questions yesterday, I'm calling for two things here. One, I'm going to rise above and take the high road. Two, I am going to call for Zach By to take back control of his show because he's given far too much responsibility delegated to Dante. And Dante, I think, has
failed him.
He's lost the privilege.
Yeah.
So I call on Zach By to take over the play calling, much like I did. Johnny Fever was not doing a good job with his questions. And I stepped in and took him away. I
slowly,
took away the play calling.
That's right. It slowly, started to get worse and worse. And we recognize that as leaders. And you made the decision to take it back. Take over the play calling. Take over the questions. And so all we're asking is Zach do the same. It's time for Dante to step aside. Maybe he'll just resign today. That would be the best thing. If he just came out today, they popped Dante on, and he says, you know what, guys, you're right. I'd
like to make a statement.
I've heard the criticism, the critique of my questions, and I'm going to step down, and I'm going to take some time away.
Listen.
And reevaluate.
Mike Evans, he's a legend. He's been in this market for a long time. And there's the way that he just orchestrated and articulated. Starting off with, I'm going to take the high road before I go on a 59-second tangent, basically slamming not just Dante or the drive's integrity as a whole, taking a shot at his own producer in the process.
Yeah, just like all the listeners are listening.
Listen, don't call me unfair. John Simmer sucks, and I fixed that too.
And then
so
Stoke kicking everybody while they're down. Stoke just get him.
He gets you with the hammer of like, Dante has. Mike goes, Dante just has, and he pauses, and Stoke goes, failed him. Just flat out failed him. Just
Dante,
right in there with a rabbit punch.
This is the second time you listen to this, D.
You did hold a press conference earlier. Would you
Yeah.
like to give a brief recap of that press conference in response to the morning show's proclamation?
Absolutely. I want to start off with saying that they're just very misinformed. I've been a part of the questions since the beginning of trivia.
You have.
Which we've been doing it for, like a year now?
Yeah.
And I would roughly say I came up with about 50% of the questions in total. So the fact that I've been voicing them more recently, and that's what they have the issue with, they're just misinformed. Because I've always come up with a lot of the questions.
So are you hurt, Dante? Are you hurt right now?
No, I mean, who made Mike Evans in charge of like all trivia in the world?
He self-appoints everything.
Yeah, he's like, no, I decide what good questions are, and I decide what bad questions are. So I guess Mike is the ultimate decision maker for trivia.
Between the hours of 6 a.m. and 10 a.m., I would say yes.
I'd double down and be like, Dante's doing all the questions. Do something about it.
Well, that is for Zach Bide to do, who, as Dante pointed out in his original press conference, is not here and can't make decisions when he's not here. So, like Mike Evans,
Dante took a shot at Zach.
The common ground that Mike Evans and Dante can have in this Cold War feud is that they are both not above friendly fire when the bullets are flying.
I took a shot at Zach, and maybe I shouldn't have. Zach's my guy, and I think he would know that I was joking when I said that, but I did say
we're fixing to find out.
I did say that
of course
you can't take play calling out of my hands if no one else is there to call the plays.
That's true. Somebody's got to wear the headset. If you missed it, please go back and listen to the top of Hour 2 of the Drive podcast, Spotify, Apple Music. Hour 3? Hour 3, that's right. Hour 3, top of Hour 3 of the Drives podcast, where we did the first trivia segment, and Phil had maybe the greatest pull of all time.
After I was called out by one of my teammates.
After he was called out by Drew Spievak, one of his teammates. A lot of friendly fire happened. At the morning show, had everybody kind of like The Office pointing their guns at each other.
But you got it? But you got the answer?
I directed it.
He steered the boat. We were headed for a waterfall, and he steered us to safety, and ultimately Drew helped get us to shore.
I threw an alley-oop. Drew slammed it down.
What was the question?
It was
Dean Cain. Dean Cain.
Oh. TV Superman?
Played Superman.
TV Superman?
In a TV series. Where did Dean Cain play college football?
Oh, what a question.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
And there was no multiple choice.
There was no multiple choice. We were going, hey, Bay Area, Hollywood, USC. Not Bay Area. California, Hollywood, USC.
But I did know, like, a lot of people say he is a very smart dude. And my wife, for some reason, it's like my wife said it multiple times. I'm like, I get it. He's a smart guy. So when we start talking about it, it's like, okay, if you're so smart, where are you going to college?
Stanford.
Something like that, right? Ivy League.
We went USC, and then Drew brought up the Midwest, so I'm thinking, okay, maybe Ohio State, maybe this, maybe that. Dante throws out Alabama, and so I was a blade of grass on this question. Wherever the wind was blowing, I was like, you know what, I could see that. Dante brings up Alabama, and suddenly I can see the crimson and the old helmet. And
the Forrest Gump.
Yeah, let's just go with Alabama.
Yeah, and then Phil out of nowhere just goes, he seems like he's like a smart guy. Did he go to like an Ivy League school? And Drew's eyes just pop up, and he immediately goes, Princeton. and we locked it in, and it was friggin' Princeton. It was I almost fell out of my chair.
Phil, I want to know, how often are you talking about Dean Cain with your wife?
That was my question. That's my
But
question.
you got Superman coming around. You got the little kids.
It's a dry table at the Lindsay
Yeah.
house.
Oh, you talk about Dean Cain with your kids.
No, like with Superman.
Let me tell you guys about Dean Cain.
His wife's like, that Dean Cain, he's so smart, he's so dreamy, he's all this.
Yeah, maybe my wife was saying something like that.
The quintessential Superman. I might add.
Every so often, you just come up with like random things you're talking about, and it just correlated on this situation.
But without your incredible wife, you guys don't end up.
Yes.
Without me and
behind
Drew.
every man, there's a woman who's helping him become the winner that he is.
That's true. I do think Morgan actually deserves a huge amount of credit for this.
Shout out Morgan.
One trivia
Shout
question
out.
we got right today.
And real quick, they're getting on Dante for his questions, and they're asking Dean Cain
what I'm
questions,
saying.
a guy
How
who
about-
starred in a show in the 90s.
No multiple choice.
How about
Yeah.
there have been 5 college football coaches to win 3 national championships?
Also, we kind of discussed about limiting answers to 2 answers.
Right.
And then they threw out a 5-answer
So
question.
they said there have been 5 college football coaches to win
But now,
3
hold
or
on
more
now.
national
We said we're not
championships
going to
since
complain.
1971.
We're not going to complain.
Name the 5.
And all we're doing is complaining during this entire segment. I thought they were great
Hey,
questions.
they said they were taking the high ground. I never said that.
Well, we knew that wasn't going to actually happen.
All right, there is so much going on today beyond the heated battle in trivia that takes place every Friday here on The Drive. A lot of news with the Nuggets, some Jonas Valanciunas stuff, a little Deron Holmes. 10 days away from training camp, John Davis, and we've still got contract extensions
Oh, yeah.
floating out there. Just a ton of stuff to get to. And John Davis and the aforementioned not retiring Dante Gomez will take it away next.
Should the Nuggets explore other free agent options to back up Nikola Jokic?
I hope this deal falls apart. I'm not being a negative Nancy here about all this. I want this deal to fall apart because I want a better player, a better option in this win now window with Nikola Jokic. And it's not Big Val. The guy I want is Al Horford.
Denver Sports,